What's going on, everybody? It is Wednesday, April 1st, 2026, and this is EJ's Artemis 2 launch coverage. How's everybody doing? How we feeling? Feeling good? Hope we are. I'm feeling good. I brought my Sunday best. This is a historic mission, but I won't waste your time. We'll go right into coverage here. Buffalo, hey, thank you very much for the gifted sub. All right, let's do this.
Mission, but imagine the opportunity to get a hands-on demonstration from people who helped design these suits. Take a look.
Thank you, Dan.
Anyone want to try on one of the
Discovery,
gloves?
go at throttle up.
Of course, NASA's audio is under
I love showing
boosted.
kids the suit. I love how excited they get about space.
Oh,
So that would be...
it just goes in there?
We got to bring some stuff for them to actually put their hands in, and some of them were very excited because they want to be astronauts when they grow up.
I would love to be an astronaut. That would be incredible.
I'd like to be like an engineer that like maybe designs the suits.
Whether it's the calm, the orange color, every aspect has an important function for our astronauts in space.
It's gonna be amazing seeing astronauts up close to the moon again.
And that was a special event at Johnson Space Center. What we just saw there, obviously a big part of why this mission is so important.
Let me give you guys a little bit of an update here. The closeout crew is at the pad. When we got done doing the NSF stakeout stream, the closeout crew was just arriving at the pad. So the closeout crew is there. Now, what's the closeout crew? Closeout crew are the people that help the astronauts get into the capsule. They are the final people to talk and speak to the astronauts before their mission. Closeout crew is already there. Their job is doing stuff like, I don't know, closing the hatch. Probably useful. The crew is the Artemis 2 crew is at the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building and is pretty much done with being suited up. The next thing that they have to do is ride the elevators down to the first floor in the Operations and Checkout Building and come out of the ONC into their vehicle that will take them to the pad. The walkout is a historic moment, and I am not missing it. That's why I brought my Sunday best, and that's how we're going to do this. Where's the aviators guy? I mean, I'll just end up looking like an FBI agent, but all right, whatever. They look good. Yeah, no, I had the suit's nice. Looks good. Ah, nerd. Yeah. I'm a business nerd. Look at this, all right? Look at this. Mr. Anderson. I'm going to enjoy watching you launch, Mr. Wiseman. Been here since 4 a.m. Let's go. Wait, you aren't an FBI agent? No. Why? What have you heard? Remember the Archie shoulders, Jerry? Looking good. You're in pajamas. But Dojo, here, check this out. Look. I got the good shoe on, man. Look at this. Look at that. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. These shoes are Italian. They're worth more than your life. We got the dress shoes on. Yeah, I bought the shoes because I can't afford the car. All right. Look at him sitting in his underwear. No, that is not true. That is not true. Is it bad if I thought about it? I thought about it. I'm like, well, do I need to wear dress pants and dress shoes? You know, I could just wear pajamas. Like, nobody would know the difference. But I knew that this conversation was going to happen. So we did the whole thing. Whole thing. All right? That's right, Jermaine. I knew I would get called out. I knew that was going to happen. How many cups of caffeine are we in? I have my coffee maker right there, and I am only 1 cup of coffee. Actually, is there any left? Ooh, a little bit. I've only had one cup of coffee. How much sleep have I had? No. Did you lose a bet? No, man. It's Artemis 2. Guys, this is the lunar mission. Why aren't you wearing a suit? Are you done with NSF for the day? Yes, I am. I probably could have signed up for the launch stream, but I didn't do it. There's nothing weird going on or anything. I didn't do any NSF stuff because I wanted to share this launch with you guys. I wanted to share it with you guys here on Twitch. I wanted to do it here for the people that have been watching me since the early days, the people that have been here the whole time, people that have been here for a decade plus. I'm doing it here. We're doing the coverage here. I'm doing it solo with you guys as a thank you, because we've been waiting for this for a very long time. Very long time. I also am double streaming it on YouTube just for, to be absolutely honest. But yeah, I could have done the NSF stuff, but I wanted to be here with you. And I'm not trying to say that to be mushy. I don't do that stuff, but this is a special day. So, Tron, 98-month resub. We wouldn't choose anybody else to annoy us. There's that Twitch chat love that I was waiting for. All right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Can you tell us what this launch means to you? Binary, I've been waiting for this for a long time. Thanks, Phantom. Airseat with 130-month resub. There you go. There you go. Am I wearing pants or shorts? Drew, I got the whole thing going, all right? I got the whole thing going. This is what I wear to freaking weddings, okay? Yeah, King, I got you. What am I looking at? So, Robert, once again, it's not every day that we launch people to the moon. Statistically, it's one every 53 years at this point in time. If you want to aggregate that against all the Apollo missions, it's probably not much better. Let's say like 3 every 30 years if we're aggregating the Apollo missions in. Long story short, we haven't been to the moon since December of 1972. I'm not gonna not wear my best. This is a historic day, and we're gonna do this right. Speaking of doing things right, there's my buddy Taylor. Taylor's number 1 on the launch closeout crew. These are the guys that get to the pad before the astronauts. There they are. They are not there yet, in fact. And they get the capsule ready for astronaut egress. Right now, I'm going to tee in NASA's audio. The astronaut crew is heading into the elevator to go down to the first story for what's called walkout, where they walk out of the operations and checkout building.
Now in that elevator to take them 3 floors down. Thumbs up. One more photo. Oh, nope. A couple more people in that elevator. Those are important folks. They're going with them to the pad.
Yeah,
Bye, Reed.
this is a fun elevator
I know Scott
ride.
Kelly's down there, dude. I don't know if that was him. I didn't look.
And actually you couldn't see them because they're off camera, but the support crew that's actually in crew quarters with us is right there waving goodbye and saying goodbye to you. So it's a really special moment to say thank you and say goodbye to the support crew at crew quarters.
That's amazing.
Hey, Dreamliner.
And so again, they will ride down 3 floors, and then soon we'll walk out the doors
What a nice sub
that
message,
you see
man.
underneath
Heck yeah.
the banner there that says their names.
44-month resub. Right on, dude.
These doors, the same doors that astronauts who have launched from Kennedy Space Center have walked.
Okay, not astronauts have launched. Every single shuttle flight walked out of that door. Every single one of them. Every NASA crewed mission since Apollo 8 has walked out those doors. On Apollo 8, Jim Lovell, Bill Anders, and Frank Borman walked out of that door. On Apollo 11, Neil, Buzz, and Mike walked out of that dang door. That's why I don't want to miss walkout. This is a really important thing, really important part, historic moment.
And will board their ride to the launch pad.
Yeah, this is a really
Hey,
great
Pat.
shot, right? Because you
How you
get to
doing?
see a little bit of what goes on there. So you've got the close family that were in quarantine with them up close. They get a wave goodbye one last time. You've got a little bit of media in the background, and then you've got some NASA employees and a lot of the program managers.
They're tearing apart Mobile Launcher 2 on Space Coast Live. That's unfortunate.
It's a really nice moment. Again, they have had some quality time with family, but this is their final opportunity to say, see ya in 10 days.
Yep, the last wave.
And so there are different pens of people, again, as Nicole was alluding to, specific to the quarantine rules.
Guys, I turned on drops because people are saying there's custom Artemis or NASA drops and emotes for drops, so I turned them on for you. I don't do drops, but I'll do them today. So, enjoy. On YouTube, disregard. It's a Twitch thing. Don't worry about it. Are you running for president?
And to watch a video during
No.
their trip out, right, Nicole?
Yes. So I think Top Gun is on the menu.
Yes.
And then also Point Break, because, Christina surfs. So I think they've got a pretty decent entertainment planned.
Dude,
so.
Top Gun
I love
Maverick
that.
and Point
It gets
Break.
them in the
space
headspace,
crew
the right
after my own
headspace
heart.
to really just
Are you running for snack
enjoy
packs?
the ride to
Yes.
space.
I
NASA's
believe
history with Airstream
that
dates back to the
every
60s
child
when the
should
company
have-
created a crew quarantine vehicle.
Shouldn't have bananas, Mason, but should have snack packs.
President Nixon talking to the Apollo 11 astronauts inside
Hello.
said quarantine vehicle.
I see you guys went to the moon. That's great. Good
Then
for
during
you.
the shuttle program, Airstream created the first generation Astrovan,
Fink?
a 27-foot motorhome
this is
that
space.
transported
I'm in space.
Blood for
astronauts
the blood
across
god.
KSC to their
Hot
launch
subs,
pad.
thank you.
And again, that is what we're going to see
What are
today.
you
A very similar picture. Again, the orange suits,
Wow,
the
you went to space. That's great. Good for you. Welcome back. I see you're in quarantine. I would shake your hand, but there's a pane of glass in the way.
Fred, you get about 20 minutes to get out to the launch pad and watch a movie, listen to some music. It's kind of an interesting, and then
no
along the
canoe.
whole way here.
They are using Starliner's crew rollout vehicle. Let's be real. They don't need it anytime soon.
lining the
Discovery,
streets,
go at throttle up.
waving, and wishing them luck.
Not
I think
even
this is an
close.
emotional moment for a lot of people because this is the
Thank you,
last
Lava.
time where
Bacon,
a lot
Helen
of people
Gard.
will be with
Thank
the
you for the
crew because
resubs.
once they get to the
Discovery, go
pad,
at throttle up.
there's only a handful of folks with them before launch.
Yeah, definitely. This can be emotional for the crew. It can be emotional for the families, of course. I mean, I got to wave
Discovery,
goodbye
go
one
at
last
throttle
time
up.
to my sister, and when we walked out those doors, and it's
right,
surreal.
Goldie.
It starts to become much more real the closer and closer you get to the launch pad.
20 seconds now from when we expect the crew
Discovery,
to
go
walk
at
out
throttle
those
up.
doors. It must be really hard for them to patiently wait for these very specific milestones.
You've got a whole group back there that's telling jokes
tie
and
is
keep,
not the
keeping
best.
it light.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Electron gifted 10 subs. And Viserys.
And
Hold
here
on.
they are, NASA's Artemis II crew. Commander Reed Weissman, pilot Victor Glover, and mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen taking their first steps outside for their historic test flight.
Let's go.
To a wonderful applause from the crowd. They're looking really excited
Some
and
big
really ready.
smiles. I
Yeah.
love that.
What's on their legs? Oxygen tanks.
A few words from Reed. Great day for us, the team, he said. Thumbs up, more thumbs up. Of course, a lot of pictures. We hear some camera shutter clicks back there. I love the energy of this
Yes.
crowd. Let's go.
Discovery, go at throttle
And so
up.
now the crew
Time to work.
walking over to each of their pens. The first people closest to them, of course, their family members who got to quarantine with them, correct?
Yes.
Or the
yeah, so
helmets
the ones that
in
are
the
close
truck.
and waving, those are the immediate family, so spouses, partners, kids.
And the frame mocking
And we're trying to
the
give them some
USS.
privacy so that they can have their
would
conversations
do
with their
that.
family members. Christina there, she has her husband. Victor has 4 daughters and his wife, they're there. Reed, his 2 daughters are there. And then Jeremy, his wife, 2 daughters and a son.
A lot of daughters.
You know, when you were standing in their
Hey,
shoes,
Silverfox.
Nicole, when you flew for Crew 10, what were you kind of talking about? Like, did you really think
Hey,
about this
Slack Tub.
moment and what you might want to say?
You know, they've all already done their real goodbyes, you know, in person. And so this is more just kind of, again, that last chance to wave, last chance to get one smile. You know, you see Christina there smiling.
Why
so,
do the suits look like
this
the
felt
old pumpkin
much less
suits?
heavy and just, you know, waving.
So here, let me open the door. This suit getting hot in the suit. All right, so their suits are bright orange. It's parking cone orange. The reason why the suits are obnoxious is so they're highly visible. It's easy to see them. So if for whatever reason, you know, God forbid, there's some type of oceanic abort where the capsule comes down in the water and they need to go find it, it's going to be pretty easy to see somebody in a bright orange suit in the ocean. That's why they wear them. They're high visibility, so you can see them if, you know, if the worst happens. Why today? Peak trolling, if nothing else. Orbital mechanics. Orbital mechanics doesn't have a sense of humor, Bruin. Long story short, the moon needs to be in the right spot, and that's much more important. What are the blue cylinders at their feet? Oxygen tanks. Any opinion on the CSA roundel? No.
To the right of your screen, as we pan left, we have pilot Victor Glover. Victor told his wife, and they told their 4 kids together, and he said that one of them just started yelling, "Let's go!"
Yes, I love that. Again,
The blue pouches are an inflatable device. It's a life jacket.
And
There's a
Jeremy
life
said
preserver
that
built
his
into
wife
the
and
suit.
3 children, super excited. He felt very supported.
Yeah, that's your life preserver,
You know,
guys.
He did have that
Well,
tough
it's an
conversation,
inflatable,
obviously, of
but yeah.
talking about the realities of this.
Like I said, you know, you never know. You try to plan for everything.
And now as he walks away,
This is
Also,
space. I'm in space.
If the suits do look a little bit bulky, it's because the padding for the padding for your seat cushion is built into the suit. And every one of these suits is custom formed to each one of the 4 astronauts, and the Canadian. No, I'm just kidding. Jeremy's cool. So if it looks a little weird, like around the back, it's because all the seat cushion padding is actually in the suit. That makes it so the seats are a little bit lighter. You don't have to worry about making a form-fitted suit. Their seats are just basically folding chairs that they can bolt down. Just like the space shuttle. It's the same deal with the shuttle. If you ever look at the space shuttle seats, they don't look comfortable because you'd be flying them in a spacesuit. The spacesuit has your cushioning. And Delta Whiskey.
as the crowd picks up again with their applause, and the 4 of them step into their astrovan.
If you had your choice, would you rather walk on the moon or walk on Mars, and why? Moon.
Looking at the clock, very on
Why?
schedule right now. Again, according to the very
Because it's there.
detailed timeline of launch today, they are expected to drive off in about 20 seconds.
Like bicycles or riding a motorcycle. Yep, same idea. Will they take off the suits once they are in orbit? Yes. They will doff the suits. Yeah, doff is the word for it. There's doffing and donning. Donning means putting the suit on. Doffing means taking it off. Right? They will doff the suits once the capsule is on orbit. These suits are there for launch, for the uphill ride, and the downhill ride. So for launch and then entry, descent, and landing. They wear the suits in case just, you know, you might as well, right? They wear the suits just in case there's a cabin depressurization. Those suits, you know, like if you're flying on an airplane, right? They have like a passenger plane, like a A320 or a 737, they have the drop-down masks, right? And you put the masks on. The suit is doing the same thing. It's there in case of loss of pressure inside of the capsule. So if something weird happens, you just put your helmet down, and the suits have the anodized plugs, right, on the front of the suit. And the anodized plugs are plugged into the life support systems on the capsule. So if, you know, something crazy does happen, you can still breathe. Those suits are derived from the Space Shuttle's Advanced Crew Escape System, or ACES suits for short. The ACES suits are derived from U-2 and SR-71 flight suits, if you really want to know. Thank you, Dradis. Right on. Looking dapper. Thank you, May.
The closeout crew at the pad, still just getting everything ready for their arrival.
Are they delivering astronauts in
Configuring
UPS vans
Orions,
now?
right,
No,
Nicole?
Airstreams.
Yes, so they're probably laying out the
Sprinter vans, if you
seat
want to go
restraints and getting
technical.
out all of the umbilicals.
What if
set
we're all
ready to
shuttle
go so
derived?
that when the
We
crew
are all
gets there,
shuttle
they can
derived on
ingress
this
and start
glorious
getting
day.
strapped in and connected to the capsule.
They are bringing their personal
And in our
phones on
smaller box there, we
on
have
the,
a shot
capsule.
of
Yes.
our administrator, Jared Isaacman.
Hey, Lewis. This is the most important
Bouncing
mission of
around
your
quite a
life
lot
so
today.
far,
Was
and
in
I'm
the
happy to be
firing
watching you
room
stream during the mission. Also, nice
Right
suit.
after
Thanks,
the
man.
crew weather brief,
Dress for
saying
success,
to
baby.
the crew that they are good
Jared's
for them
there.
to start suiting up, and now here to wish them well as they drive out to the pad.
Yes, he's so invested in this mission. I love it. You know, he's been an active participant today, and exciting to see him there at the walkout.
I don't think you do,
Go
Ozzy.
at throttle up.
Thanks, Roy. Appreciate it. Hidgy, 113 months.
So in the van, they're probably
There's
getting hooked up
USB
to
ports
the portable
on the
cooling
capsule,
systems
yes,
as well.
friend.
So that's probably, that would be my guess on the slight.
There
delay
is
here, making
Wi-Fi
sure
on the
everybody's
capsule as well, dude.
situated, connected to cooling.
They actually have to keep their phones in airplane mode. But Orion does have Wi-Fi. I know that for a fact. Do you know how I know? Those shots from Artemis 1 from Orion kind of taking a selfie from its own solar panels are from GoPros, or were from GoPros. Those GoPros are long gone. And those GoPros use Orion's Wi-Fi to connect to get the signal. Yeah, this one does have GoPros on the solar panels. I did check that. Somebody asked me that during the NSF stakeout stream, and I wasn't sure. I did figure out that this Orion capsule does in fact have GoPros. The Orion, Artemis 1 Orion had Hero 5s. This one has Hero 11s on it. Yes, that's correct, Fluffy. Yes. They are bringing their phones. Has to be in airplane mode, though.
That's exactly right. The Orion capsule and its environmental control
Jen,
system
yeah,
will
we've
take
waited for
over
this for a long
once they're
time.
Connected to the umbilical.
Discovery,
Vargon.
go at throttle up.
Can't believe we're here. Yeah, I know what you mean, dude. Hey, Epic, what's up, dude? 98-month resub. Thank you very
When we were
much.
watching them get into the elevator, I said, "Oh, there's a couple more people going."
I remember
in there,
that
and they
stream,
were,
Kessa.
again,
That
those,
stream was the
folks
only other
in
stream
the
where
white
I've ever
suits
worn a
that we
suit.
saw. Again, suit technicians.
Yep. And there they go.
And off
There
they
we go.
Reed,
Crew
Victor,
rollout has
Christina,
started.
and Jeremy now on their way to launch pad 39B, where they will fly to the
Godspeed,
moon.
guys.
Something no human has done in over 50 years. They may also set a new record as the farthest humans have ever been from Earth, a record set by the Apollo 13 crew almost 56 years ago today.
No, Jaeger.
We still hear cheers
Brimo was asleep when I suited up this
as they
morning.
drive away from the operations and checkout building here at Kennedy Space Center.
It's a special occasion, Phil.
Now, while the crew make their way to the pad,
Thanks, Joe.
let's get to know each of them even better. First, Commander Reed Wiseman.
The moon, to me, it's the thing that connects me together with all the other humans in my life. I remember being a little kid lying in bed at night and just looking out at the moon in whatever phase it was in, and I was thinking, man, my friends that live like 20 miles away, they can probably look out and see that same exact moon. And then when I was in the Navy and I would look out at the moon and I'd be halfway around the planet, I would think, man, my brother can see that moon where he is and he's halfway around the planet from where I am. To me, it's a connection of life on Earth. We can all look up and see that moon, and it's always changing. The moon is never the same 2 days in a row. I love that. My name is Reed Wiseman. I'm the commander of NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. I grew up in a little town just north of Baltimore, Maryland, about 20 miles north of the city. There was a National Guard base nearby my house, and there were A-10 aircraft that would fly over every now and then. I just would look up at them and be like, man, I want to be up there. I want to go do that. And then my brother went to the Naval Academy, and I would go every year and watch the Blue Angels fly during commencement, and that just started to grow and grow and grow. For a while, I wanted to join the Air Force, and then I realized Navy flies as well, and they fly from ships in the middle of the ocean, and that was it. Like, done deal for me. That is exactly what I wanted to do for my career. Flying is freedom to me, especially when you're in a jet aircraft coming off of an aircraft carrier in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Nearest land is over 1,500 miles away. So when you come off of that aircraft carrier, you are truly just alone with yourself out there. It is a magical experience to be out there all by yourself in an aircraft over the Pacific. Just it's free. I think anybody who accomplishes something that they set their mind out to, there's no one thing that does it for them. It's a combination of everything.
Thanks,
I mean,
Myers.
the way my parents raised me, the way my brother and I, the way our relationship developed over time, my friends, being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising two daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising two kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
And now Artemis 2 pilot Victor Glover and his journey to this history-making moment.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know. I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit in the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps, right? Like, these are the people that we want to be, and that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability
Not only that,
than in my
Cal
academic
Poly.
abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV. But my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from 250,000 miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
They played the card game, yes.
Great to hear from Reed and Victor in their own words about how they feel about this mission and their role in it. As the convoy turns this corner here onto the road where the vehicle assembly building is.
I was going to say the crawler.
And where the group that we showed you earlier today.
So, crew is turning into the VAB, the Complex 39 here. That's Operations Support Building, or OSB-1, right there on the left. A little bit further down the road to the crew orientation to the right is Operations Support Building 2, and then the press site. And then, of course, the VAB on the left-hand side. But here we go. For the first time since December of 1972, we have a lunar crew on the premises of Complex 39.
Van has slowed down a little bit, to really take in the moment.
Wow.
That's amazing there. Again,
And
crowds
they'll be by
continue
Sawyer and
going,
Max at
going,
the press
going,
site here,
as we are now
over there.
passing the historic Vehicle Assembly Building. This is where the Space Launch System rocket was assembled and stacked with Orion. Its history, of course, goes back to the Apollo days, but today it is home to the Artemis missions to the moon and beyond. Gosh, still people
This is
lining
space.
the
I'm in
road.
space.
Yep.
I love that.
I do too. It leaves me kind of speechless, you know, just to see all the support, all of the people who want to know that they're thinking of them, they're with them, and the fact that this crew specifically has always said we are going for all by all. This must be really special to them.
Yes, and that's just here on Kennedy Space
There's
Center.
the
Imagine
Callaway
the rest of
roadblock.
Florida right now.
Yep. Mission Specialist Christina Cook, who
Paul.
holds the record for the most
you.
consecutive days in space by a woman. Let's take a look at what she has to say about this mission.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just loved the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, it's just been, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket. And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
And as we continue to watch the convoy, almost at the pad, mission specialist and first-time flyer.
So they're at the split here. That is the split in the crawlerway between 39A and 39B. It's about 2 miles from here, about 3.2 kilometers.
Distinct memory of seeing,
speaking of kilometers,
of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example.
40, that's a big
If
tractor.
I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse, I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
What's really neat, too, was that drive to the launch pad, that point of view to see what the crew is seeing as well as their Astrovan rides up the pad slope and are now on the surface, about to walk up to their vehicle.
Yeah, you know, we talked about how tall this rocket is earlier.
Wow.
Look at that.
Yeah, look at that point of view, yeah. Pad 39B, another historic place here at Kennedy Space Center. Construction began in 1964, finished 3 years later. Apollo 10, the full dress rehearsal for the moon landing. That was the first mission to launch from this pad.
Yeah, you know, we've used this pad for a lot of missions. You know, we modified the pad in the 70s and 80s. And then
that's the closeout crew van on the left-hand side. Those are the people that help the astronauts ingress into the spacecraft. First thing they're going to do when they get there is go to the bathroom. No, I'm not kidding. They're gonna use the restroom. Why, you want to hold it on the uphill ride into space? No, use the restroom now. Trust me.
This program.
You know, I think that button in the elevator actually says space when you
hit does?
it. Yeah,
really?
At least on 39 Alpha it does. So I imagine it says something similar here.
Again, let's take a look.
So after that, they're going to get into the elevators, marked 1 and 2, and they're going to take these elevators to the pad deck, which is just 3 or 4 stories that way. Superman. And then they'll ride the main elevators up.
We had a nice moment. The launch director, Charlie Blackwell-Thompson, NASA's first female launch director, standing up from her console, taking her cell phone and snapping photos as the Artemis crew that she had just given the go to leave the astronaut crew quarters, driving by and, of course, going up the causeway until they got there to the pad. And now we see them coming out of the Astro van there and getting ready to ascend the launch tower. Well, we got a weather brief before they went out to the pad, and of course LWO gave a go. There could be some rain out there at the pad. It's already rained out there already. If you're in the area and you're watching right now, well, certainly you know that there's some rain in the area.
Let's go!
There's going to be spotty showers that are going to be coming ashore here, and we expect that throughout our rest of our countdown. But we also are getting forecasts that there'll be some clearing as we get closer to our launch window. Big wave from Reed Wiseman there, and a thumbs up as the crew goes into the elevator to ascend the launch tower to go up to the level where they'll walk across the crew access arm and get into the white room. The one of the things that you're going to start to hear now is from the crew themselves. We're going to be airing the Orion to Earth loop, which is the communications that's going between that crew and the launch team here as they walk them through configuring their various consoles, as well as getting ready. A nice moment here, and I'll just pause to just look and see as the crew walks across the zero deck, as they call it, which is the deck that's right there even with the engines, and they're taking a moment to go over there and stand up and gaze up at the 322-foot tall SLS rocket.
I love
this
these
was
shots.
part
they really
of the
show
plan
how big this stuff is
for the Artemis 2 crew, and potentially a rocket that could help them make history.
That's right, Snib.
To go farther from Earth than any crew has before. The farthest distance from Earth when they launch will be roughly around 248,000 statute miles.
It's pretty cool.
They're expected to go about 4,000 miles farther than the Apollo 13 crew did. And now they've headed to the elevator to go up. Again, I was talking about the loops. You're going to be hearing from the crew as they discuss with the launch team getting various systems ready to go. And then closer to liftoff, we'll hear the operational launch team loop brought forward ahead of the critical pre-launch polls and then the start of terminal count. And that should be right around L-25 minutes, right before the NASA test director gives their poll and the launch director gives her management poll, which happens at L-17 minutes.
Weather's still 80%.
Right now, a lot of focus is on, of course, the closeout crew. They've made the way for the crew to get inside the spacecraft now and walk across that crew access arm, and there they are. They have been working on a tight timeline, but they are ready to go, and they are ready to receive the crew and start putting them inside.
So check this out. This is Orion's outer shroud hatch. That's on there's a fairing that Orion is riding inside. So if the launch abort system activates, it'll pull the capsule away with it. So that's the outer shroud fairing. And then over there, the green that they are no longer showing, that is Orion's hatch. That is the hatch to the capsule. This is a shot inside of firing room 1 at the Launch Control Center.
Work of thousands and the hopes of millions.
That's Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She's the launch director for this flight.
Every long day and night have led to this moment. This team is ready. The vehicle is ready. And you are ready. From the ground to the moon, Godspeed Artemis 2!
I love that. I just love seeing all of the people who have contributed to this mission and the fact that this is what they've been working for, and now it's culminating today.
Yeah, thousands of people have worked on this mission, and we saw there from the launch team.
Not every day we launch people to the moon.
Human spaceflight is like the ultimate team sport, is what I like to say, and that's just a great example of our team wishing our astronauts good luck.
That shot there that we were just looking at was aimed at the elevator.
Right now, the crew is riding up the elevator to level 275. The level is measured in feet. I know, it's feet above the deck of the mobile launcher, so where they were walking before, right next to the ship. This is 275 from the pad deck height. And they are out at 275 here, making their way out of the elevators, down the crew access arm, into the white room. No black curtains this time.
The crew walk across the crew access arm, getting a beautiful view of Kennedy Space Center.
From 274 feet.
Woo. Nicole laughs because Nicole is also like Reed, does not like heights.
I do not like how open that crew access arm is. But Reed made it across, so that's good news.
It looks like they really enjoyed it. You know, they didn't just walk straight past. Christina and Victor, we definitely saw.
Some thumbs up there,
looking out,
that
Reed. Crew access arm. And then Reed, he knows where that camera is. Taking the opportunity to, again, just tell folks, hey, we're doing good. Ready for it.
Yeah.
And it looks like they're actually probably signing their patch.
Yeah, there's a wall with patches there, and so each crew signs when they get up for their launch.
And so this is probably actually the first time a crew is doing this in the White Room of Launch Pad 39B.
That's right,
Don't quote me on that, but I think the signing started with the commercial crew program. So there's a lot of that in
what's up,
the White Room
Long
over
time no see.
at
Thank you for the $10 super
39A.
chat.
But again, this is 39B.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now's the time to focus, Jim.
And so
Whiskey,
now in this
95
room
monthly
here,
sub.
the White Room, again, we will see the crew don or put on their communication caps
David C.
again,
Clark,
their helmets,
Snoopy
their gloves,
Snoopy hat.
and remove
That's the
coverings
headset.
that they had on their shoes.
It's padded.
Yeah,
It's a
so
little bit
they
of a
want to
bumpy
protect the
ride.
suits while they're walking out and up to the White Room, and now they'll finish reassembling those suits. Put the boots on, put the
did
gloves
say that,
on.
Trevor, didn't
You can see they're working their comm caps
right,
now,
right.
and they'll
This is
work the
space.
helmets
I'm in
eventually as
space.
well.
And so as we watch this
Lunchbox, I
process
give the sub to
unfold,
Ozzy.
why don't we take a couple of questions
What's
for
up,
you guys, from you guys. What is the most difficult thing about preparing for a flight? Nicole, that question's obviously for you.
I think Vic is going to do the manual pilot demonstration. It's going to be him or Reed. It's not going to be Christina or Jeremy. Why do they get in the rocket so early? Long story short, dude, it's probably better to get in it and then wait than it is to try and rush to get in the vehicle. Being slow and deliberate here, it pays off.
Closer you get to the rocket, the fewer and fewer things from Earth you keep.
Can you raise
they
your
left
voice
their
volume to the
suitcases at
feed
crew quarters
volume?
this
Yes.
morning. They left their cell phones, their laptops, everything, and so you are
This is space. I'm in space.
about to get on a rocket.
All right, we
with
should
all
be
of
a
your
little
loved
bit
ones
more
watching, and I
equalized.
think
I should be a little bit
that
louder
could
than
be
the
probably
feed
one
right
of the
now,
most
but I can
difficult
turn the
parts
feed
about
up to equal me.
And while you were answering that question, Nicole, we did get a chance to check. Yes, this is the first time crew has signed the wall of the White Room. Again,
Yes,
here
Demo, I've seen it.
at pad 39B. Let's take another social question now. All launch windows happen to be in the evening. How come? Obviously referring to the April opportunities specific to Artemis 2.
Right. This is a complicated answer.
So right now the crew is helping them put their gloves on. The reason why they have people help them do that is because you really don't want to gack the suit. You don't want to put a tear in the suit. You don't want to take the chance. They have anodized aluminum connectors on the wrists, on the helmet. You don't want to risk screwing up any of those seals, so it's a little bit bulky moving around in these suits. So you have the closeout crew help you out with that. Right now we're sitting at T-minus 4 hours, 52 seconds to launch. The Artemis 2 mission is targeting a 6:24 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time launch time. Once again, that's about 4 hours from now. Closeout crew helping Jeremy Hansen get his helmet on there. Victor is going to switch seats with Reed to pilot the rendezvous, the rendezvous operations. Cool. Now you're getting nervous? There's no need to be nervous. Be cool. Be like the Fonz, chat. Be cool. How do they go to the bathroom? Instinct Orion does have a toilet on board. With that being said, they didn't show it, but they did use the bathroom at the pad. Probably better to get it done now. However, as a ultimate backup, they do have a absorbency garment down there, just in case. They're wearing diapers. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Bert Gummer said that. You cool, honey bunny? Yep, you got to be like the Fonz, Yolanda. Be like the Fonz. Has the Fonz. The Fonz is cool. The suits and the diaper and the helmet and the gloves is actually made by David C. Clark. David C. Clark Company. They make aviation headsets. They're out of Worcester, Massachusetts. That's not far from where I grew up. I grew up in Boston, so I'm from Easton, Mass, dude. Johnny Kim, as Johnny Kim would say, 2 is 1 and 1 is none. That's right. You look fancy. Thank you, Plum. Freaking Worcester, dude. Now, those orange suits are called the Ox suits. It's the Orion crew crew survival suit. They call them Ox for short.
Discovery, go at throttle.
I know that because if you look around and find a guy with a number 1 on his jacket, yeah, I've talked to, he's the one that told me that. Yeah. Like in a conversation. Just, just flexing a little bit, just a little bit. How come in some and not all the guys who are in white outfits are wearing a mask? Depends on the job that they do. If you, the guys that are wearing masks are the ones that go inside of the capsule. The guys that aren't wearing masks are guys that don't go inside of the capsule. You can flex a little, Dan? All right, cool. He's the chair guy. Maybe. Maybe we'll never know. Why did they pressurize the suits during Apollo and go to the pad with their units? They helped them do all of this while sitting. Why do they do this standing up unpressurized now? It's easier to move around in the suit, Geek. That was a purely pragmatic decision. It was made during the shuttle program. It's when they switched away from the Apollo flight suits and switched over to the Advanced Crew Escape System. Those suits are derived from the U-2 and the SR-71. And those, yeah, you didn't inflate those. It's a little bit easier to move around when you're not, when you don't look like the Michelin Man, you know what I mean? Another point was the Apollo environment needed a longer O2 pre-breathe. Yeah, Boreal, you know what? I didn't know that, but that makes sense. I don't know what you're talking about, Lisa. That doesn't exist. I don't recall. I don't recall these events at this time. Or the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you don't want to have that kind of mobility. So, if you guys are wondering, this shot right here is inside of that. That is, it's called a white room. So, what is the white room? Yeah, if you're more tenured, you're thinking of the Cream song. In the white room. It's a good song. No, it's not because of the song. They call it the white room because the white room maintains positive pressure. It is a sealed, clean environment. It's almost surgically sterile in there. The reason why is you want to minimize what's called FOD. What is FOD? Foreign object damage is what it's called. Long story short, you don't want a bird flying into the capsule and then getting stuck in there during a mission. Probably would be bad. You don't want bugs getting in there. You don't want anything that's going to potentially compromise your life support systems. So, this white room has an HVAC system that generates positive pressure. If you notice, this orange line is actually going into the capsule because it's doing the same thing for Orion. It is pumping air into Orion, and Orion is obviously sealed with the exception of the hatch, so it's making a draft. It's making positive pressure inside of the capsule to make sure no dust, no hair, no contamination, no bugs, no nothing gets in there, because everything that's in there that shouldn't be in there is something that could potentially compromise a mission. So the white room is there to make sure that no foreign object damage gets inside of that capsule. It's to basically improve your odds of success. The white rooms have been a thing. They date back all the way to the early parts of the Apollo program and even Gemini and Mercury. Some people call it foreign object debris. Some people call it foreign object damage. It really depends on what company you work for, if you really want to know. If I'd called it foreign object debris, somebody would have said, no, it's called foreign object damage. It's called both. And if you guys want to discuss that in the chat, which one you prefer, please do that. Leave me out of it. Leave me out of it, man. Is it standard atmospheric gas makeup once it's sealed? No, fake Brit, they're using nitrox. So Yeah, for the most part, dude. Yep. How does Christina go to the bathroom if she doesn't have a retractable hose like the rest of them? Okay, good question, Laz. So, it doesn't matter who it is. There's a shot inside of Orion. And that guy doesn't have a mask on. Now I'm confused because I thought it was masked people going inside of the capsule. Doesn't matter. Anyway, the toilet, it doesn't matter who you are. The toilet has a slight suction to it. Just enough to evac excrement and fluids. It's not like pooping into a vacuum cleaner. It's not like that, but it's almost like that. If you really wanted this image in your mind, I personally don't, but there you go. So you basically make butt up against it and you make a nice seal. Yeah. That is much better than what we've had in the past when we've gone to the moon. Here it comes. If you know, chat, the Apollo command service module that sent 7 missions out to the moon, 6 of them successfully. Well, 8 if you include Apollo 10, 9 if you can include Apollo 8. That didn't have a toilet. They didn't have the mask. There's Jeremy. Oh yeah, bud. Oh yeah. First time Canadians been outside of low Earth orbit. Oh, this is going to be great, bud. The Apollo astronauts had diapers and Ziploc bags. They very quickly realized that a toilet was probably needed if we're going back out to the moon. And since we haven't been out since, this is the next attempt, technically. And that getup, the suit I wore to my wedding, you dick. You were there. Oh wait, no, it isn't. I don't remember. I don't remember that day. All I got was this damn ring. Was that Canadian or Jamaican? No, that was very much Canadian. I don't know what accent you heard, bud. So that's Andre Douglas. He's part of the backup crew with Jenny Gibbons. They're the 2 backup crew for this mission.
The wicked smart guy. He's got like 15
He's wicked
degrees,
smart,
I think,
dude.
or something. Oh my. So.
All right. We have ingress here. I do believe that is Reed in his seat, but I could be wrong. No, Jeremy's down there. So Jeremy and Christina should be down here at, oh my goodness. And Reed and Victor should be up on the top. Dude. Christina, sign in the wall. I noticed they were wearing watches like the Apollo astronauts did. Did they do this during shuttle launches as well? Yep. The audio is way better. Right on, man. Yeah. Traditionally, the Omega Speedmaster has been the watch of choice for astronauts, but I do not believe... I think Victor has a Speedmaster, but I'm not sure about everybody else. Is there a height restriction for Artemis? I don't think so, Fistus. Jeremy's a pretty tall dude. He's as tall as I am, or at least around my height. I'm 193 centimeter. So that's, I don't think so. There might be a weight limit, you know what I mean? But that's an easily solvable problem. Dave Scott used a Belova. Yeah. Remind me to buy an Omega Speedmaster. Go into debt if you have to. This is not financial advice. It's very much a meme from the internet. Just, you know. How much is 193 centimeter in freedom feet? That's 6'4". It appears at the press conference they had NASA-issued Speedmaster Professional X-33 Gen 2 and a Breitling Cosmonaut. Nice. Breitling. Very good. They said on the Orion homepage that it can fit a person between 4'10" and 6'5". I'm good. That means I can fit on that thing.
When Victor sits down, Reed and Victor are the only ones with the display panel.
You always imagine me as 5'10"? No, no. No, no. No, no. Here. Xbox controller. Ready? No, no. I ain't 5'10". Nah, son. Nah, son. Get out of my swamp. Does the hand measure something else? Well, yes. Shoe size. All right, so we got 2 of the 4 crew on board right now.
You're welcome, sir.
Oh, yeah, Andre's helping them ingress. Yeah, that's who I thought that was. I didn't want to guess, though.
So his communication check over, you heard him say 1, Orion to Earth 1, has been completed. A successful test.
Nice, Dan. Yeah, but it's a pretty smooth ride with the exception of the immediate uphill ride, Fluffy, and the downhill ride. That's where it gets a little rough. That's where you want the cushioning.
The rest of the crew here waiting in the white room. Again, as Nicole was saying, a little tight there for all of those folks. So Christina and Victor will wait until
I can't
Reed
reach.
And Jeremy are done.
Damn thing in there.
Getting buckled in.
Yeah, I think 4 astronauts and 4 suit techs would be a tight fit in that capsule.
Yeah, I mean, take a look at Bill. He's number 3 there, the suit technician there. He is kneeling where Christina will be in order to get Jeremy situated.
On the way up, Brandon, it's going to be a pretty rough ride. I'm not worried about circulation on the way up. In terms of
Commander's ready for comm checks.
DC copies. Commander.
NTD, Mesco 212, comm check.
Hold on.
NTD, have you loud and clear here as well. I'll catch FTS on 194, thank you.
Commander, OTC, Orion to Earth 1.
OTC, CDR has you loud and clear.
Good comm, welcome, sir.
And there you have it, a successful comm check with Commander Reed.
CDR is the commander of the mission, or Reed Wiseman. So Reed and Jeremy are in right now. We're waiting on Victor and Christina.
And good to have you on board. Good luck today.
And so now these 2 closeout crew members will finish up what they're doing here. Again, Nicole, walk us through what is happening here. They're connecting umbilicals, is what we said.
They're strapping them in, so they're getting their restraints connected. It's a 5-point harness with a quick release.
People that quarantined with the crew don't have masks on. I originally thought it was for capsule egress, but it makes more sense being quarantine. I was wrong on that one. So how does quarantine work? When the crew basically gets to the Cape, they isolate. 6 feet, social distancing, all that. Yeah, in the words of Christina, it's something everybody is very familiar with nowadays. But NASA's been doing that since 1967. The reason why is because Apollo 7 launched in 1967, and the astronauts did not quarantine. And then the crew got a cold up on orbit. I don't think I need to tell you why a head cold on orbit would be a bad idea. That doesn't sound fun at all. So ever since then, they've been quarantining the crew to make sure that they don't get sick before they fly. Yeah, that you don't want to make the mission more complicated than it needs to be.
To the spacecraft. There are a number of things that are happening on the timeline. Of course, the closeout crew, they liken themselves to like an F1 pit crew, working quickly, methodically, carefully, as they go through their procedures to
I don't think an F1 pit crew does that, Daryl, but, you know, whatever.
Oh, there's a little bit of timeline pressure, right? There's only a certain amount of time, as you see the astronauts going into Orion, only a certain amount of time that they can spend on their backs. They will be there for a few hours, right? So we're sitting at 2:40 p.m. Eastern
Daryl's
time.
okay. We like
The
Daryl.
window opens at 6:24 p.m. Eastern time and runs until 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. So 4 or 5 hours or more on their backs.
So what's the usable space compared to Dragon? So remember, Orion's seats can all fold up. Dragon has a tiny bit more usable volume than Orion, but Orion can stow the seats. There you go, Christina. Get it. Let's go. Time to work.
As she gets ready to get into the Orion spacecraft, one that
Could they reconfigure Orion for 7 people? I think 4 is what it's really been engineered for. I'm not sure if it's expandable.
Right now,
Sorry for the dumb question. What kind of G-force will they expect to reach? 4.5 G sustained on the way up. Also, don't hit the camera, okay? It's expensive.
a fully tanked, almost ready to go rocket. It's got all the propellant it
Ozzy,
needs
the translunar
to go to the moon.
injection burn occurs on...
It's just a matter of getting the astronauts in, getting them configured, and getting all the systems, the high-energy systems, bringing them all online in order to launch this rocket. As they sit there, there is propellant boil-off that's happening. All tanks are at 100%.
Thanks, Rack.
But the propellant, which is liquid
Figured this
oxygen
mission
and
warranted
liquid
some
hydrogen, those two propellants are
work uniform.
minus 423 for hydrogen and minus 297 for the liquid oxygen. They are boiling right now. They've been boiling the entire time they've been in the tank. And that is vented out, as you can see. When we look to a wider shot of the rocket, you can see the venting and the little wisp of clouds that are coming out from the top of the rocket in the middle part of the rocket. And that is because just like you boil water on your stove, those propellants are boiling. Of course, their boiling point is much lower than water, and so it doesn't take much for them to boil. But just as if you were to leave your pot of water on the stove and just leave it there, what would happen? Well, it would completely boil off, and all the water would be gone. Basically turned into water vapor inside your house. Well, it's the same case here. So we are continually replenishing the rocket with propellant, liquid hydrogen and oxygen, running from those propellant lines that you see there going into the rocket. So that continues to go well. Overall look from the launch team here, this has been a very smooth countdown so far.
Do you think they'll get a nap in between strap-in and launch? Yes. Yeah, like I said, there's purposeful downtime. If everything is going smoothly, then you have some time to just hang out. I don't know about you guys. I'd take a nap. I'd take a nap. Why stress about stuff? You're strapped in. It's not like you can do anything about it. You ain't going nowhere. Just take a nap. Relax. Everything's good.
Getting inside the spacecraft. L-minus 3 hours and 40 minutes and counting until we open up
Should be
that
better than
window
Artemis 1
for
blows.
launch. For now, we'll send it back to Megan and Nicole.
Thank you, Daryl. And, he mentioned that the crew decided to name
You don't know if you
Orion
could nap,
Integrity, and it was not something they
You could nap in the
came
ship?
to easily.
Sure.
They really wanted to put in a lot of thought, and what they came down to is integrity is a value that NASA...
Godspeed is to wish one a prosperous journey, Toma. So Godspeed would be like saying safe travels. And Reed is flipping us off. He's a Navy fighter pilot. He's absolutely doing that on purpose. I just got to press this button here.
It took them a little bit to decide on what they wanted, but I think they made the perfect choice.
I agree.
And so as the countdown to launch continues, we are reminded that this is an agency-wide effort to make today's launch attempt possible.
Why
we
are there
invited
only
people across our
archaic
NASA
buttons?
family to wit.
What do you mean? Orion has touchscreens on it. Hello. Okay. Orion has touchscreens on it, but it also has redundant switch backup. I don't know about you guys, dudes. I'd prefer that. If I was on the spaceship, I would want manual backup switches, mechanical. Does that complicate your spacecraft design? Absolutely. But even Dragon has mechanical switches on it to an extent. It's just the amount of mechanical switches. I would want to have touchscreen as my primary flight display, but always have a backup. Even modern airliners, guys, brand new 737s that roll off the line, brand new A320s that roll off the line, they always have a second set of analog gauges and switches to back it up. I think that is the safest way. You're trading a little bit of safety and complexity for spacecraft complication there, right? You know, you can make the spacecraft a lot simpler with just touchscreens, but I'd prefer manual backups. Yeah, ask any pilot. They'll tell you the exact same thing. Why should a spacecraft be any different? Now, once again, Dragon does have its aesthetics, and Dragon does do it right. And if you were going to lean heavy into touchscreens, I would say that Dragon does it probably better than everything. Quite actually everything. But, you know, you're going to do this type of test mission, you're going to shake this capsule down, you're going to send it to the moon, give me manual backups. Thanks, Dak. How's the camera quality so bad? I don't know. Better than nothing, dude.
Looks like Victor's configuration there. Again, making sure that his harness is set and that he's connected to cooling, he's connected to communications, and he's connected to...
Serious questions. Can the astronauts on these monitors play Tetris against each other while waiting for a launch? I'm not entirely sure that's built into Orion's capability.
You find it educational and fun, but we do know you guys still have some questions, so why don't we take another one now?
Thank you, Vanessa.
Tell us what the moon is like!
So cute. That wasn't a question. That was a demand. Nicole, you tell her what the moon is like.
Oh, man, that was so cute. Oh, man, the moon is really cool, right? So it's a lot of like gray and white and kind of shades of gray. It is something that doesn't have wind or rain or rivers or an atmosphere. And so we like to say it's the, Christina said it earlier, it's the
Why
witness
does everybody
plate
expect
to
no
the
pants?
universe.
You know what?
And, you know, it has
I
all
wore
these
pants
impact
because I
craters
knew
because it's not
people would call me out on it. I'm not even
hit it
kidding.
all the time.
When I was getting ready this morning, I'm like, why do I
Meteoroids,
need
asteroids,
pants?
all
No one's
sorts
going
of
to
things
see.
hit the moon
No,
and create
no,
these
they're going to
impact
say
craters. That's
something.
part of what we
No.
want to go
So guess what?
and
I even
look
got the
at
dress
and
shoes,
learn
baby.
about on the moon.
Boom.
It can tell us a
Boom.
lot about
Look at that.
the age of the universe and the age of the moon. You know, it's 4.5 billion years old, and we can learn a lot from just looking
I
at
knew
the
Twitch
regolith
chat would do
or the
that.
dirt
I knew
that
it.
is on the moon.
Well, thank you for that
You
question.
hope everything
Thank you
goes
for that
well,
answer.
Schmong? Yeah,
She was
yeah,
clear,
me too.
Nicole.
Yeah, I agree.
And then earlier today,
We're
we
just
wanted
thinking,
to
why does
ask
SLS
you,
use spray-on foam
what do
insulation?
you want to know about
'cause
living in Orion? And
you're
we told
using
you
shuttle-derived
to pick
components.
between what the crew eats,
So go with what works.
how they sleep, how they fly the
Bet
vehicle,
the socks aren't
how
fancy
the
dress
time
socks.
is
Space.
spent,
I'm
and
in
the
space.
winner.
They're not.
You wanted to know
Laser Man.
how to fly the vehicle.
Laser Man, gifted 5. Thank you. Thank you very much. Got my badge. Let's do this. There you go. Looks like gotten stuff in the last checklist of the middle system status on the right. That would be my guess. This is a real tie. It's not a clip-on. Hey, it's a clip-on. You sure? Hey, TJ. Oh, it's real. What's EJ's chair? It's a secret lab. Captain Clip-On. Rarest. See your last. Could the video quality be bad to obscure the views on the screens? Somebody over on Twitch actually asked that too. It's possible, guys. It's possible they're doing it on purpose. But then again, I don't remember Artemis 1 having this camera like this. So
On the left side, there's something similar. And so
are you going to cut your own tie after launch? No, Drew. I didn't launch this. So I unfortunately don't get to cut my own tie. Did Brimo tie it for you? No.
Himself, like one thing that he's really looking forward to is piloting
It's a half Windsor.
Orion manually.
At least
So we'll get to see that during
I think it's a half. No.
our
I
continuous
forget,
coverage.
dude. I don't
Again,
tie ties
we
a
are
lot. I'm not
covering
going to lie to
this
you.
entire mission We started with tanking, and we will go all the way through splashdown, so you will see what Nicole was just talking about.
This
that
took a long
proximity
time,
ops
okay? I suck at doing that.
demonstration, where the crew will pilot Orion manually.
We can tell. Thanks.
And so, speaking of their 10-day mission, why don't we take a closer look at the crew's home away from home for the next 10 days? Here's Megan Carter again from the KSC Visitor Complex.
All right, thanks, Megan. Yeah, it's getting real out there, so I am going to bring you back to the
Canadian detected.
I can show you just a few things about the Orion. Obviously, it is going to be very compact, sitting up there on top of the SLS rocket. Very compact, like I mentioned, over 355,000 pieces. So let me show you a couple key components, starting with these 3 fairing panels.
Christina Cook's doing the comm check.
When the rocket blasts off, obviously it is going to get very fast.
MS1,
It's going to
NTD
get
on Ryan Earth 1 for comm check.
windy, and so we have these 3
Jeremy
fairing
Hansen's
panels
doing a
in
comm
place
check.
to protect our astronauts. I am also going to take you into a little bit closer look and talk about the LAS, or the Launch Abort System. This is the one piece that is going to be in place to protect the astronauts should something happen to go wrong in the first few minutes of launch. They can actually hit those abort motors, and these can activate within milliseconds, basically faster than you can even blink, and that is going to pull the crew and the crew capsule away from any danger. Now, obviously, we hope that those are not needed, and if
About the
that
same,
is
Jeff,
the case,
to be honest
then
with you.
about 3.5 minutes into flight, the LAS and those fairing panels will actually activate and jettison away. They'll fall away from the rocket, because at that point, the crew can actually abort the spacecraft safely by themselves. Now, we've talked a lot about the crew capsule right here. This is where they are going to spend the duration of their flight. We're going to talk a lot more about that one in just a little bit, but for now, let me jump down here to the service module. This is the one, we're going to think of this as the powerhouse for the spacecraft. It's pretty much going to provide them with almost everything that they need for the entire mission. Temperature control, removing the carbon dioxide, providing them with oxygen, so much more. You can also do course corrections and things like that. So, super quick
Mitochondrion is the
breakdown, but
powerhouse
as
of
you
the
can
cell.
see, all of these components together are going to make the spacecraft one that is built not just to fly, but to protect, sustain, and bring those astronauts home.
Just different
All
renders,
right,
Logan.
lots more to come, but let's see where we are with the crew. Back over to you, Megan.
Hey, thanks so much, Megan. A lot of useful information there. And we did want to point out that you did hear over
and
the...
PLT, NTD on Ryan Earth 1 for comm check.
Pilot.
NTD PLT, I have you loud and clear on OE1.
And I have you the same. Welcome aboard.
And so, again, we are now hearing mission audio loops, specifically the Orion to Earth 1 loop, the communication channel for the crew.
Boom.
Successful comm checks
Now
by
what?
both Victor and Christina.
See what I mean, MSO? That's what we're talking about.
Earth 1.
Thanks, Luke.
Yes, sir. Configure ARS to shoot mode per EPROC 10.1.1.
I have a 4K
Crew
camera.
ingress
I
and
don't know
vehicle
about
pre-launch
them.
config. Step 1.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config. It's step 1. Going in work now.
Okay.
And so, see, now we are privy to some of the
I'm on YouTube and Twitch.
countdown procedures that the team is asking for the crew to do.
Yeah, so they're going to work through some of these procedures and finish the ingress portion, as you heard in that procedure. So this is where the crew's going to start.
Why is the launch escape system only available at T-minus 520? It's crew access arm retract. And in terms of like being able to get away from the vehicle, that's what the slide wire baskets are for up until that point, Fake Brit. Yeah, that's your way. You right now, if there is a problem, they run out of the capsule and get into the slide wires and get away from the vehicle.
And so now let's bring...
Is this the same Orion capsule as Artemis 1? No, the Artemis 1 capsule it was taken apart for testing. Hey, Gary.
Operations.
Gary!
Hey, Megan, thank you. Yes, we're following along here in Mission Control Houston.
OTC copies.
And we'll stand by for those con checks.
I think you meant it's the same design. Yeah, it's the same design. Artemis 1, the Artemis 1 capsule components were taken out of the Artemis 1 capsule and were put in here. a lot of the components. So this does have reused parts that have already been out to the moon, guys. When do they bolt the door shut? Hatch close is actually coming up very soon.
And again, we're waiting for those comm checks. We did confirm from our IVA officer here in Mission Control Houston that all 4 suits have plugged in umbilicals.
And CDR, NTD.
Go ahead, NTD.
Yeah, Reed, we're ready to proceed with the voice checks if you and everyone else is.
Yeah, I think the camera's broken, Will. Maybe somebody bumped it when they were getting in the capsule or something.
NTD, integrity crew is ready for voice checks.
Let's roll.
I copy that. And integrity for the entire crew, comm check on Orion to Earth 1.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Good comm check by all. NTD moving to Orion to Earth 2.
Done in back channel. Yeah, we don't get to hear that back channel. Integrity is the name of this Orion capsule. How many days until they fly by the moon?
CDR. PLT.
Did they get...
MS1.
MS2.
Okay, we do get to hear that one. They get out to the moon on flight day 6 is when they do the closest pass. They insert into the lunar grav well, albeit for a flyby, on flight day 5 on Easter.
Integrity Houston on Orion to Earth 1. Voice check for the entire crew.
CDR. PLT.
MS1.
MS2.
Houston has all 4 crew loud and clear on OE1. Stand by for 2.
Okay.
Your initial word was broken, Stan?
MS1.
Oh, yeah, Tessa?
MS2.
4 crew loud and clear on OE2. We'll use 1 for the default. Houston out.
In addition to everything else.
There was Das talking over there on their stream. Now, their camera still looks a little funky. But yeah, it's definitely not artifacting like this. This has got to be something through this transmission. Or through the stream. See all the black splotches? That's not happening on the direct
we're going to
feed.
clear a couple of those messages on your screen here. Just want to give you a heads up that you'll see that.
Copy all.
Makes the displays. Lockheed makes them jet route. I don't know the exact supplier. I mean, we can try a refresh, dudes, if you want.
CDR, OTC, or OTC in Earth 1.
No, this is not on our end.
CDR.
Yes, sir. Perform crew suit leak checks per 10.1.1. Crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Annunciation of LCC O-ARS-001 will occur.
10.1.1 crew ingress and vehicle pre-launch config steps 2 through 4. Going in work now.
Can I get the raw feed? All right.
This is Mission Control Houston. We are following along as the 4 crew members of Artemis 2 work through their voice checks, then the umbilical connections and various pathways to get communications from all of the...
refresh on your screen.
CDR.
Yes, sir. We're going to look to do a quick refresh on your screen if you guys are okay with that.
What is the exact mission?
Hey, firm, just let us know when we can continue in 10.1.1. We'll go hands off.
Raw feed isn't working.
10.1.1 referring to the procedures that they have through the various phases of ingress and some of the checkouts needed to prepare for today's launch.
Port crew is on board. There is a lot of
Here at
space in
Mission
that capsule.
Control
It's a
Houston,
pretty
the
big capsule.
IVA or intravehicular activity officer will be confirming the leak check status and watching as the suits pressurize to once again confirm that the suits are in a good configuration ahead of launch.
Yep, they're going to do a leak
Of
check
course,
here.
for the teams here in Houston, launch is just the beginning. The first flight day is jam-packed with activities. Shortly after main engine cutoff, Integrity will enter into a coast phase while still attached to the in-rim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS, and prepare to deploy the solar arrays. With power being generated, Integrity prepares...
James, thank you for becoming a flight controller. Looking good.
Go ahead, MTD. Picking up 10.1.1, step 2.3 through
Oxygen
4.
tanks, Ozzy. That's right, Smithers.
Picking up the procedures, the crew again working through the various steps to prepare for launch, standing by for suit.
Suit visors down, preparing for a leak check. We got a shot of Jeremy and Christina here, and then we can see Reed's feet, and we can see Victor up there in the top right. So they're going to they're putting down the visors here, and now they're going to inflate the suits. They're going to look like the Michelin Man here for a second. The reason why they're doing that is to make sure that there were no gaps in the suit during ingress operations. They did do a prior...
Mission Control Houston with visors closed.
They did do a prior suit leak check when they actually put the suits on when they were in the operations and checkout building. But this is an additional check just to make sure that nothing happened in the ride out here. The ride out to the pad and ingress into the capsule.
Of a very busy flight day for our floor crew members. After launch, they have a series of burns to prepare for. The first major burn being the perigee raise maneuver that allows them to continue in low Earth orbit, and the next being the apogee raise burn that puts them in a high Earth orbit. This is an orbit.
So we are 3 hours, 22 minutes on the dot from launch of the Artemis 2 mission. Just a little bit of a primer if you're just popping in and you don't know what's going on. So I'm EJ. You're the host here. I am not NASA. I am a fan-run channel. I have permission to restream from NASA, and NASA, I've hosted panels like TwitchCon with NASA, people from NASA, and they were like, yes, you just keep doing your thing. I'm like, all right, cool. So this is a fan-run channel, but yeah, with permission from NASA. So we're covering the Artemis 2 mission here today. I usually do STEM streaming. I teach people about rockets and stuff, playing a lot of KSP, stuff like that. But this mission here, the Artemis 2 mission, is the first time that NASA is sending people outside of low Earth orbit since December of 1972, 53 years ago. This is a big step. Ever since then, NASA's been putzing around with the space shuttle in low Earth orbit. It's the first time we're going outside of Earth, and first time people are getting into the lunar sphere of influence. That's the lunar gravwell since 1972, since the Apollo 17 mission. This is a big deal. Me, I don't usually wear suits, but today I think warrants our Sunday best, if you catch my drift. So right now we're 3 hours, 20 minutes out. The 4 crew members are on board. So the 4 crew members are Christina Cook, Mission Specialist 1, Jeremy Hansen, Mission Specialist 2, Commander Reed Wiseman up here, and then Pilot Victor Glover. We have 4 crew, and the purpose of this mission is a shakedown of the spacecraft. This is a brand new spacecraft. This is the first time NASA's flying people on it. The spacecraft is an Orion multi-purpose crewed vehicle. This particular spacecraft's name is Integrity. That's the name of the vehicle. And the Artemis 2 mission is basically designed to shake the capsule down. Not actually, you don't want to do that. It's heavy. It's expensive. They're gonna test fly the capsule around inside of Earth's gravwell, and then they're gonna shoot the moon. Now they aren't going to land. There's no lander. The landers aren't ready yet. They're not ready yet. That will happen in the coming years. But they are gonna fly by the moon. They're gonna go near it, and then they're gonna come back as kind of a test flight, shake down the capsule, make sure everything's working. This is a big deal. This is a very risky mission. And yeah, I'm just happy to be able to share it with you. I've been dreaming about this day since 10-year-old me could rationalize the concept. This is a big deal, and yeah, I'm happy to be sharing it with you. Thanks for watching.
Confirmation of good leak checks. In the meantime, there are no showstoppers here.
See, the
In
suits
Mission
are
Control
inflating.
Houston,
See how they're
we
kinda
continue to
doing this?
monitor the countdown to launch. Megan, we'll send it back to you over at the Space Coast.
Hey, Gary, thank you so much. Yeah, as we wait for confirmation of a successful leak check for all 4 astronauts, why don't we go back to Daryl, again, who has been following along with the launch countdown as we inch closer to the opening of our 2-hour launch window.
All right, thank you, Megan. And yes,
Cody, the EUS is way more capable, but the EUS wasn't going to be ready in time. Centaur 5 is flight proven. It's flown on Vulcan. It will be a little bit of a pain in the butt to retrofit it onto SLS and get it to talk to Orion. Well, getting it to talk to Orion shouldn't be too bad. However, yeah, they would I have liked the EUS? Yeah. Would I have liked the EUS 5 years ago flying on the first Artemis mission? Yeah, that's probably when we should have done that, but you know, interim solutions and all. But I don't mind Centaur 5 if it means more SLS launches.
we've got some rain showers that are isn't going to hurt anything out there at this point. But the rest of the area might be getting a little bit wet, which may include the hostess, so keep an eye out for that.
Would have gone with GS2. Oh, me too. Got a little.
As we're watching with the astronauts inside the Orion Integrity spacecraft, you'll be hearing more and more from them, especially Christina Cook, who is mission specialist number 1. She,
Dre, what's good, man? 18-month reset.
History.
All crew, visors open.
Thank you, Oliver.
Loop leak check complete.
OTC.
Suit leak check was good. They're going to open up the visors now. Watch.
Okay, there you heard the suit leak check complete.
What they're doing right there is buzzing through the checklist.
They check those suits for leaks in astronaut crew quarters. They check them again inside the spacecraft.
Looks so weird with the dude walking on the wall there.
Our astronaut support person moving around, turned off the camera, and so now we're looking from outside
don't
the Orion
do it.
spacecraft looking towards...
Don't do it!
Oh, no, let's see.
Don't shut it off!
Get oriented here. Well, there we go. Back inside, we've got the view. But basically what I was saying about Christina Cook is that she will have the role of reading...
CM is ready for closeout, performing video sweep using drag-on camera.
Command module is ready for closeout. They're going to shut the door. Hey, that guy's playing Galaga. Thought we wouldn't notice, but we did. Wait, is that a surface?
The role of reading out a pressure reading.
He's got a surface.
That tells
That's no
the team
iPad.
That,
and CDR or NTD.
Hey, Wheat, 118-month reset. Beats. Tier 1, 6 months in advance. Thank you.
Suit leak check messages that we got from since we're done with that now.
Integrity copies.
Dude, did he just pull up the MFD on his tab? He did. Dude, you can do that? Oh, that's so cool. He pulled up.
And that's communication going between
Jeremy pulled
Orion
up the screens that Reed and Victor see on his tab.
Reed Wiseman and NASA test director Jeff Spalding.
All right.
But as I was saying, Christina Cook will
he has the MFD up on the screen.
reading
See, look.
measurements from the counterbalance.
Oh, that's
assist
so
arms.
cool.
You're going to hear her.
Yo,
be
let's
asked
go.
By the NASA test director to read that CBA counterbalance assist arm. It's mechanically
That's actually
latched
pretty
by
sick
the closeout
functionality.
crew
That's
using
cool.
tools, but there's a hydraulic assist. It's,
Are they going to live stream
pneumatically
behind the moon?
and closed rather with a pressure assist.
So they'll try to get signal from the far side of the moon as best as they can. The real problem there is that Cyborg, that there's a moon in the way. Now, is NASA working on relay networks? Yes. There's a company called Intuitive Machines that's actually working on a lunar communications relay for NASA. It's not ready yet. It'll be ready soon. Probably by the time we get the lunar landings. Lunar landings are currently scheduled tentatively for 2028. We'll see if that happens. But yeah, that's...
This is
we
space.
gifted
I'm
10
in space.
subs, thanks. That's actually kind of normal, dudes. If we're going to use history as a reference here, Apollo 8 flew with no lander, and they did a flyby because the lander wasn't ready. Everything else was, but the lander wasn't. So they flew without the lander. That's why Apollo 8 circularized around the moon, kind of stayed there, and then stayed there for 3 orbits, and then came home. Give it some time. We'll get pictures live streamed to us from the far side of the moon. Now, on one hand, you know good and well, it's like, well, it's 2026. We should be able to have pictures streamed, a spacecraft streamed from the far side of the moon. Of course we should have that. But when you actually think about how ridiculous that actually is, considering that the moon is 250,000 miles that way, or about 400,000 kilometers that way, that's pretty damn impressive. And it's coming. Give it some time. Do NASA use Starlink in any way? Not on this mission, CubeGem. Chuck Norris would land without the lander, though. Yeah, but he already left Earth, man. Chuck Norris is not dead. He just went home. Okay? You get what I'm saying? Just put Starlinks around the moon. Yeah, Baronock, if you don't think that Elon is planning on doing something like that, I would say that's a little bit naive, don't you think? Considering he wants to build a railgun to shoot satellites off into lunar orbit from the lunar surface. I'm pretty sure Starlink is involved in that plan somewhere. DSN 54 and DSN 56 show supporting EM2. Okay. Let's check to see what the DSN is up to. There, put that there. Here's a live shot of what NASA's up to with the Deep Space Tracking Network. That consists of 3 primary, principal ground stations around Earth, one in Madrid.
This is space.
Hey.
I'm in space.
Jacob Likes Food gifted 5 subs. Yo, this is crazy. I found your stream back when KSP2 dropped. I learned so much. I found myself coming back for the rocket streams. I told you a while ago that I never understood why people gave streamers money until I saw your stream. And now that I have some money, I wanted to say thanks. My pleasure, dude. Yeah. Jacob, no, I get that. A firm believer in earning your keep. I don't ask for subscriptions. I don't ask for tips. I don't do none of that crap. I earn my keep through good content. That is a firm rule for this stream. So thank you. I appreciate it. So we got three ground tracking stations. One is in Madrid, Spain. The other one's in Goldstone, California in the United States. And the last one's in Canberra, mate. Canberra. They show the larger antennas down here, and then they got smaller ones here as well. Very nice. Very, very nice antennas down there. Down under. They got some really good ones down there. No, okay, seriously. The big arrays are, I believe those are 70 meter parabolic antennas. So how far do you want to go? Yes. These smaller ones are used for closer things. Now we can see what they're communicating with here. So DSN 54 out of Madrid is currently configured for Artemis 2. It obviously is not tracking it right now because it hasn't flown. But that is going to change in about 3 hours.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now, what else do we have configured here? We have two Deep Space Network ground tracking stations, 2 of the dishes out of Madrid, 54 and 56. They're right next to each other. They're both configured. Why would they configure 2? Redundancy in case one doesn't work. Better to have it and not need it than need it and not have it. Now, Goldstone is not configured. Goldstone is currently talking to the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter. So Goldstone 25 is pointed at Mars right now. This is live, by the way. This is what the DSN is doing, actually. Yeah, these are actual communications. Yeah, you could just tee into this. It's pretty cool. Public resource. Hey, Nopley, 17-month resubs, and Demon with an 84, and then Evan DeSora with 1 bit. Thank you very much. Nah, Ken, it's all good. Can Starlink transmit to Earth from lunar orbit, or would they need a relay themselves? If they were using optical, Drew, it'd pretty much just be about shining a light bright enough. So it'd be a power problem at that point, if I'm understanding how this all works, right? So yeah, we have Madrid 54 and Madrid 56 configured for Artemis 2. Let's pop back over. Guys, I live under a rock culturally. Who is that person? Who are these people? who are you? Yes, that's John NASA guy or something. I think it was Josh Dobbs. Really? John and Jane NASA.
Discovery, go at
Students from University of Tennessee and Joshua Dobbs, Tennessee's quarterback. That was Dobbs. Respect, man. That's cool. They're also aerospace engineers. That's good, man. Used to be the backup for Pittsburgh. Hey, Jibber, converted to Prime. Do a Prime sub to a tier 1. Thanks, man. That really helps me out a lot. I really appreciate it. Spoon with a 64 in there, looking spiffy today. It's not every day we send people to the moon, homie. So, fun fact, see that Orion capsule back here? That's a real one. That Orion capsule flew in 2014. That's the EFT-1 capsule. This is at Kennedy Space Center Visitor Complex in... Oh, chat, what's the name of the building? Oh, I forget. It has a Falcon 9 in it. It's one of the only places you can see a Falcon 9 up close.
This is space. I'm in space.
Hey, Bio Gifted 5. Thank you very much. Yeah, he was a Patriots quarterback too. I knew, yeah, that was Josh. Hey, whatever, man. If football players want to help get the word of STEM, science, technology, engineering, and math out, I ain't going to complain, dudes. I ain't going to complain. That's cool. Not just 5. That was 5 tier 2 subs. You animal. I know this is a formal event, but please leave some for the rest of us. I'm sorry. I'm looks. What does the kids say, Jack? I'm looks maxing right now. Yes, it's my job as an older person to take what you say and take it down a peg or two and make it lame. Okay. Yes, I'm looks maxing right now. we're aura farming, you know, or something like that. And what is that still a thing? I don't know, man. I stick to spaceflight, dude. I stay in my lane. No pants matching. Hey, old guys, does this still work? Please don't do that. Cool. All right. I as an elder millennial, I will keep doing it to make it cringe and terrible until no one does it anymore.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
12 Bravo. Hey, thank you for the 5 subs. I appreciate it. The building is called Gateway, ironically. It is called Gateway. Oh my God, stop. And then shocked. Please keep doing that. All right. Yeah. You see, the Zoomers out here thinking they invented being random with their 6-7 number. Bro, we invented the quirky random humor, okay? We invented it, and it cannot be beaten. We have Wumbo Max. This is what Wumbo Maxing looks like in 2026. All right. Charlie Blackwell Thompson. She's the launch director. I don't know who that guy is. Let's listen in.
Launch integration and mission operations.
Lead speak, baby.
I am the recovery director, and I'm Boeing's fourth stage IPT leader at Kennedy Space Center.
I am the Artemis 2 entry flight director.
And I'm the closeout crew lead for Artemis
2.
Hey,
that's Taylor.
Our job is to design the spacesuits that
I know that guy
for the Artemis 2 mission. The team here at Johnson Space Center in the Orion Crew Survival Systems Lab does pretty much everything involved with processing the suits,
weird. We
designing
wish
the
you didn't
suits,
say that,
qualifying
but all right.
the suits, testing them for the Orion mission.
The role of the Chief Training Officer is to manage both the planning and the development of how we are going to train our astronauts and run our simulations for our flight control team for the mission, and then go implement that plan.
Is that really the pinned comment?
Is responsible for 3 things. So recovery is what we call our nominal.
The pinned comment in my Twitch chat is yes, he's wearing pants. Never change, Twitch chat. Never change.
Plan, and then the retrieval is us getting the capsule if they did land somewhere where we did not expect them to.
My job on
Stand up.
SLS is to manage the operations architecture
Wait,
on SLS program.
$100
One of the
shadow, we're on
specific things
YouTube.
that we do
I'll stand up
is
for that.
support launch operations.
There you go.
It means a lot to be a part of this Artemis team to show the next generation and seeing what may come.
I am responsible for our core
That's how we
stage
roll.
processing at Kennedy Space Center. My team is responsible for that core stage, and it's our responsibility to make sure that core stage is safe, built correctly,
Right, Isabel.
and there's going to be 4 of our astronauts, and it's going to get them to their ride around the moon.
Don't rip the seam in front of all of us. That'd be awesome.
I worked on the
I kind of wish that
Artemis
would
1
happen.
mission, and
We'd
after
make
that
Twitch
mission
fails,
completed,
and
I
that'd
was
be
assigned as
fantastic.
the entry flight director for Artemis 2. I can't wait
Runner
to see
up
the hatch
for the
open
shoes.
after splashdown. That's when
No
we know
cigar?
that
No, not
our
yet.
mission will be complete and the crew
Cigars are
will have
next week.
safely returned to the moon and back
Just
to
a
Earth.
beef jerky.
Closeout crew is responsible for getting the astronauts up to the white room, getting their helmets and gloves on, getting them into the vehicle safely, connecting all their umbilicals, making sure they're ready to go for launch, and then closing the crew module hatch. The reason we do this is to expand
Yeah, I saw who
mankind's
pinned it.
knowledge. If I can be a part of that, doing anything, I want to do that.
The launch director role really is to step back and kind of take
Goes
that
Vera.
big picture view of launch. How are we doing on any NCs? How are we doing on our timelines, our procedures? Artemis 2 is a beginning. It's going.
So, Alex, you're asking over there in YouTube with a $5 super chat, what's the max G load? So 4.5 G sustained. You really don't want to go past that for a long period of time, or the meat suit that your gray matter controls starts to get a little angry at you. So 4.5 sustained towards booster engine cutoff and SRB separation. Yeah, it's a little bit of a kick in the pants, but yeah, you don't really want to go further than that. That's part of what entails like human rating a launch vehicle in real life. You know, human rating it, you don't want to liquefy the crew on the way up. That would be bad, right? I don't think I need to say why. But yeah, 4.5 Gs on the way up.
Side hatch of the crew module as well as the launch abort system hatch, correct?
Yeah, the astronauts are in the capsule. They're ready to go, and now the white room is very busy as they're getting ready to close both of those hatches. That's a great
I'm just going to grab some water. I'll be right back. Stand by for loss of signal from the streamer as expected.
inspection that we talked about.
And so, Nicole, as we continue to see them get ready to close that smaller hatch, again, the crew module side hatch, let's take some questions now.
Sounds good.
A lot has changed since Apollo, and I have a few questions about what's next. What part of the moon are we exploring through Artemis, and what are some
the heck
key
did I
points
come
that
back
NASA
to?
needs to consider when planning missions like this?
Were you expecting to see Scarlett Johansson? I think that took you.
Yeah, I mean,
took you aback.
Is that Romanoff?
We've talked about this, but everybody has an interest in this mission. You know, it's humanity trying to explore and go back to the moon, and I love this question. You know,
I'm sorry. What
part of the moon are we going to?
what
You
did
know,
she ask?
eventually we want to get to the polar regions, the South Pole specifically. We think that there are volatiles there, so water ice, something that can be harnessed as a resource as we create the permanent base on the moon and then try to get onto Mars. But getting to the moon is a tricky mission. You know, we're going further than we have in a long time, and you know, on the International Space Station we're 250 miles from the Earth, and so we're pretty close. We resupply that spacecraft pretty often with cargo missions, but the further and further you get away from Earth, the
Okay, we are sitting at T-minus 3 hours, 38 minutes for the Artemis 2 launch. What the closeout crew is doing right now is they're preparing the hatch door on the Orion capsule Integrity to be closed. Basically sending off the crew. The closeout crew, the guys in the white suits with the numbers on the right-hand side of your screen, are the last people to see the astronauts before they blast off. The reason why they have numbers on their suits is because some of them are wearing masks. You don't be able to see who's who. So a number on the suit can easily, it's like playing a sport. Really easy to see who's who when there's a big number on the back.
Flight day 6, we are expecting this will be their view. What an amazing view and an opportunity.
Yeah.
Oh, we're going to be here for
there's
that.
so much to learn from this particular mission, because obviously we're not landing with this mission. And so they actually potentially could see the South Pole and kind of scope out what our landing regions look like in the context of the
masks
entire
are there
moon.
for people that
But also
didn't
they're going to see
quarantine
parts of
with
the
the
lunar
astronauts
surface
week.
that have never been seen before by the human eye. And so they're going to take these detailed notes. They're going to record themselves talking about what they see. We do a ton of geology training as astronauts, especially this Artemis 2 crew. They did a ton of geology training working with scientists to learn how to pick out the unique portions that
There's
we
a lot
want
of
to
cameras
go
on
study.
board,
What is the context of the moon? What parts of the moon look interesting and look different? The impact craters that we talked about earlier. So really trying to take all the pictures, take all the observations, write down, talk about their observations, and record as much data as we possibly can for the researchers back here on Earth.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's so important to, yes, we're all talking about what they hope to do during this 10-day mission, but you really do have to think about all the training that goes into this. I mean, you have 4 crew members who won't have the support the way that they've been having this. I mean, they'll be talking through communications, but you know what I mean? It's just them and the moon, right? So they need to be fully
Iceman, wait until they're actually there.
and equipped with everything that they'll need to do to be able to accomplish the objectives that we hope to accomplish during this mission.
Right, and their specific flyby around the moon, the lighting will be different and the path will be different depending on when we launch. If we launch today, it would be different from tomorrow. And so, they actually had to learn the geography of the moon so that they can orient themselves when they're on the backside of the moon, because they're not going to have communication. They're going to have I think 45 plus minute blackout while they're on the far side of the moon. And so they themselves have to know what things look like on the moon, how to orient themselves, and how to get the data that we're looking for.
Yeah.
So the majority of time spent looping around the moon. So Dork Cube, what this mission is going to do is, once again, the big goal of this mission is to test the Orion capsule with people on board. And if you're testing your gigantic moon rocket with the spacecraft on top of it, and you're looking to shake down the capsule, why not go to the moon? You're there. You're already up there. You're a big rocket. You can go there with the big rocket. So what they're going to do in the first phase of the mission, they're going to stick around Earth for a second and, make the capsule fly in formation with the upper stage. And then they're going to shoot the moon, and they're just going to loop right back from the moon and come right back. I'm not sure what's going on here.
You see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we held at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flight was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave.
Didn't really expect the national anthem, but hey, that's cool.
A beautiful rendition. Honestly, I'm a little emotional, a little
Play
speechless.
ball!
Yeah, that was gorgeous.
Yeah. I mean, again, we are a nation of explorers, a nation of curious minds And to see us again 250 years after our Declaration of Independence was signed to when we are trying to return to the moon for the first time in more than 50 years, really powerful.
Really think
leading the way back
missed
to the moon.
opportunity for
It's
a
exciting.
flyover, guys.
And that's so important to us. You know, we do want to be the leaders in exploration, but we definitely know we can't do that alone. You know, we often hear NASA leadership say that, you know, this is not something one nation can do. This is something that is a collaboration of nations, and that's why we have European countries. We also have Canada again joining us on this
go back to that.
ambitious test flight.
Go back.
Of course, you know,
go back to that,
proverb,
please.
if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. And we want to go far. We want to get onto Mars eventually, and so we're going to get to the moon first, and you can't do that alone.
So thank you again, singer Ann Wilson, for that beautiful rendition. Again,
Ann
reminding us
Wilson.
of what it is we are trying to accomplish.
Wasn't she a guitar player?
For all, by all. We are now back inside the White Room with the closeout crew. Again, backup astronaut Andre Douglas, number 2 there. Just outside in the White Room, which is right outside.
Different Ann Wilson.
Orion there with the crew seated comfortably inside.
Hey, Bone Sister.
As you can see, they've dimmed the lights a little bit. The crew has the opportunity
That's
to
awesome, Sandy.
set the ambiance, if you will. They were given the opportunity to adjust the lighting as they see fit, again, just so that they can get comfortable. It's kind of like when we
that's sick.
are on a plane
Hatch
and
close
you have
out,
the
baby.
opportunity to...
Sure, yeah, you don't want the bright lights in your eyes. Also, you want to be able to see the screens well, or see the, tab.
So somebody asked a little bit earlier. I forget who it was. You know, why do some Orion capsules have black tiles on them and some appear to be shiny? I misunderstood because of what they were what was being shown on the screen. I said, well, it's just because of the render. No. They have thermal Myla insulation over the tiles on Orion for when it's up in space. That burns off during re-entry. So yeah, that's why some Orions seem to be shiny and other ones don't. Thanks, Tiger Claw. Thank you, Pigeon.
And so, Nicole,
Thank
can
you,
you
bud.
just quickly, again, talk to people about
Thanks, friend.
the 2 hatches, again, crew module first, and then the launch abort system hatch.
Yeah, so the crew module hatch is the one they're working on right now. They just got closed. You can see he's torquing those bolts down. And that is
Torquing,
the
not
hatch
twerking.
that completes the Orion capsule. And then you have
I
the
know
launch
some-
abort
I-
system.
I know somebody out
which
there was
actually
like,
is kind
"What?"
of almost a shell that goes around the capsule and holds onto the capsule during launch. And it has its own separate engines that can pull the capsule away from the rocket safely in the case of an off-nominal data point. So it's actually looking at roll rates and attitude and thrust and all sorts of different data in order to make sure the launch is safe. And if it's not, then the launch abort system will pull the crew module away and get them into a splashdown zone safely.
And as we wait for the crew to complete closing that side hatch of the crew module, let's head over back to Banana Creek, where we have Leah Martin standing by with the person who designed this mission's zero gravity indicator, named RISE. It was second grader Lucas Yee from California. Hey, Leah.
Hey, Megan. Yes, of the many special guests we have with us today, I think one of our most exciting guests is Lucas, who's joining us, like you said, all the way from California. He and his family actually worked this as a group project to design the zero gravity indicator. Lucas, can you tell us a little bit about your design?
Yeah.
So you named him Rise. Can you tell me why you picked that name?
It was very remote, representing the Artemis 2 launch and Earthrise. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
Pretty good
so
hat.
were you
Pretty-
really
pretty
excited
good
to find out that you won the
indicator. I
competition
like that.
and
That's
that your
pretty good.
zero gravity indicator would be going to space? Yeah.
So how does it feel? We're actually just across the river right now from Artemis. We can see it from where we're standing. How does it feel to know that design you created is actually currently on that rocket just a couple hours away from going to space?
really, 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 really surprised and very happy.
And very happy. Now, Mom, you were telling me on the way over here that it was kind of hitting you what was happening. Tell me a little bit about that.
It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. It's definitely very surreal to be here in person. That Commander Weissman said that it's for all and by all. That we couldn't have said it better. We're just very grateful to be here. Super, super excited.
And we're so excited to have you here too. Now, Oliver, this is your first launch too. Is that right?
Yeah, that's right.
And how does it feel to be here just a little bit away from watching the first group of astronauts in your lifetime on their way to the moon?
It feels like very, very happy and surprised.
So if you had one word
They
of
are aboard,
encouragement
yep.
or something to say to the crew who's sitting on that rocket right now, what would you say?
Hi.
What?
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis.
Go Artemis. Thanks so much, Megan.
I would say have a nice trip.
Yeah. You would say have a nice trip?
I did hear that answer. I would say have a nice trip. You know, Leah, that was a hard question. You know, it's really hard to come up with a spot what to say to the crew who's about to make history today.
Yeah.
And so the Artemis 2 crew, again, ZGI, zero gravity indicator. It's a plushie, a soft toy that is brought in to the spacecraft with astronauts so that it can be a visual indicator for when we have reached the weightlessness of space, right?
Yeah, you saw a little replica there that Lucas had, and then in some of the views in the cabin view, you could see it swinging and hanging earlier. So I think actually Jenny was the one who installed it into the capsule.
Oh, really?
Yesterday, yeah. So.
Oh, we have to unpack a lot here. We got to talk about Jenny, who we will get to here in a second. But then, yes, we will also go back into the capsule so that we can show you where the ZGI is now. But the ZGI was chosen by the crew after a contest where the crew asked for submissions. They got submissions from around the world to, again, design their ZGI that is going with them to the moon.
It's kind of like any other road trip. You need clothes.
All right. The kid's going to watch this again in 20 years and go, dang it. Yeah. So zero gravity indicators are actually that, like, I'll be honest with you guys, that's a Russian tradition. The Russians were the first ones to do that. Well, and the Soviets before them. They started doing that during the commercial crew program. I don't recall the shuttle having zero G indicators back in the day. I mean, I could be misremembering. But, yeah.
600 of you submitted. And we loved seeing all of your contributions. It was a really difficult decision because each design had a unique quality that stood out to our crew.
In the end, we were able to narrow it down to a top 5 from Finland, Canada, Peru, and 2 from the United States, Kansas, and California.
In the end, we went with one called Rise. It was a design inspired by the Earthrise photo taken on Apollo 8, which is very special to our crew.
With the winner chosen, next came the task of bringing it to life here in the Thermal Blanket Lab at NASA's Goddard Space Flight Center. This lab specializes in custom materials to protect sensitive spacecraft equipment and is perfect for creating a ZGI that meets the rigorous safety standards of NASA.
Because you have to be concerned with whether the thread's going to outgas or if it will hold up, if it's flame retardant.
This is the Rise ZGI doll. All I have left to do is to close the opening here and hand sew the hat on, make sure its stuffing is stuffed in there. And we have our pocket here for the SD card.
And on that tiny SD card will be millions of names submitted to virtually join the crew aboard Orion.
Got Rise. Not the real one, obviously, but this is a replica. I mean, so clever for Lucas and his family to design.
Yeah, I love that he replicated the famous picture that we all love of Earthrise, and then I love that the bill represents the space in between the moon and Earth. It's just such a cute and wonderful way to represent this mission.
Yeah, and again, Earthrise, very important to this crew. It harkens back to the picture that was taken by the Apollo 8 crew where they saw Earthrise, and so very appropriate since, again, now here we are going to see Earthrise again with this mission.
Yep.
So yeah, so this is little Rise here, and then you heard in that video that there is an SD card that is zipped inside with the real ZGI with the crew. So get this, more than 5 million people submitted their names as part of NASA's Send Your Name to Space campaign. And actually, Christina said that her niece and nephew's names are inside that SD card.
How cool is that? Her nieces and nephews are going to go with her.
Yeah. Love this. Love that people are engaging in such a cool way. And actually, if we take a look back inside of Orion, we can actually see the actual ZGI inside with the crew. As we said, the purpose of zero gravity indicator is to show when we've reached the weightlessness of space. Now, I know that it's probably dark in there because, as we said, the crew decided to just dim it a little bit for them. But here again, as we see, Reed on your left, Victor on your right. Below Victor, or next to Victor, again, because they're on their back, it's a little weird. It's a little hard to explain their orientation. But between basically Victor and Christina is where Jenny Gibbons has placed the zero gravity indicator. And Jenny, who, again, Nicole just brought up, Jenny is one of the backup crew members. So we mentioned how Andre is the backup crew member for the NASA astronauts. Jenny is the backup crew member for Jeremy.
Yeah, Jenny's one of our Canadian astronauts, and yeah, so she's been also helping with preparations for today and helping get the white room ready, get the capsule ready, and she's actually going to be a Capcom for Artemis 2 as well.
Yeah, she's from Calgary, Alberta, completed astronaut training in 2020, mechanical engineer, combustion scientist, and actually before becoming an astronaut, she was an assistant professor.
They didn't put the gnome
again,
in.
Another very well-accomplished person on the team. And I know the Artemis 2 crew has really enjoyed working alongside both.
Kind of digging the Orion mood lighting going on here. Pretty good.
Our ASCANner initial training, so she helped us with all of our spacewalk training, which was kind of cool as well.
So the closeout crew right now has the inner hatch closed. They're going to close the outer hatch here. The outer hatch is on the fairing shell of the vehicle. That's the protective cover for Orion. They'll obviously remove the foam cover there. Once they get the outer hatch closed, yeah, game time. Closeout crew will leave, and then there's some aggregate time built into the hold, but yeah, that's a big step once these boys in the white and blue suits leave.
Released. This is an important weather balloon released at right around the 3-hour mark. And what it told us is that winds are around 10 to 11 knots in the upper parts of the atmosphere. That's important information for the launch abort system. Should the astronauts need the LAS, this would, of course, pull the Orion spacecraft off the top of the rocket in case there were an emergency, and then take them offshore to a water landing in the Atlantic Ocean.
So what we should be doing, Buster.
So the winds are pushing onshore, and because they're pushing onshore, the launch weather officer is keeping a close eye on the strength of those winds, because if the Orion were to come off the top, and it's powered by 3 rocket motors which can propel it or pull it especially fast off the top of the rocket, it would go up into the air thousands of feet and then splash down in the water. And if you've got wind pushing against it, you don't want that spacecraft to come back and land on land. So they're watching that very closely because of the onshore flow. That onshore flow is also what's giving us a little weather action down to the south of us along what's called the beach line, 528. We got a whole lot of people out there. We're getting ready to watch the Artemis 2 historic launch. Well, they just got a good soaking. Line of rain showers, I should say, pass through that area and soak the place. Certainly rain is a possibility, spotty showers from time to time, but overall the launch weather officer tells us that we are trending towards getting that stuff to all push to the west the closer we get to our launch window. A reminder, that window is from 6:24 p.m. to 8:24 p.m. Eastern time. We don't have a specific T0 at this moment. There's a lot
here.
that needs to be calculated before we get there. We also need to get through the rest of the countdown on time. As of right now, we are
1972,
right on
Predators.
time. The launch countdown is going exactly as planned. That's not something that we saw, certainly in Artemis 1. There was a lot of flexing in the timeline during those 3 launch attempts back in 2022. But so far today, on our first launch attempt, we're really enjoying some.
Quasi-Stellar, can they abort while the solids are firing? Yes, there is no blackout in the abort window here. They can abort at any time. The launch abort system is armed at T-minus 5 minutes and 20 seconds, and it's jettisoned, I think, 3 to 4 minutes into flight. They are, there's no, you can't get away from the vehicle at any time like there was with the space shuttle.
That was really cute. Okay, so again, here we are in the big box here. We have our full view of the rocket looking glorious on there with, again, some clouds, but still weather is good for launch today. And then we have the closeout team continuing to do work in the White Room.
All good.
We got confirmation that they have successfully completed pressurizing the counterbalance pressurization. Basically, as Daryl explained it before,
hey, Ryan, 22 months. Let's go Artemis. Let's do this,
very
dude.
heavy. So in order to open it, there needs to be pressure applied to it, and that's what we just completed.
Hey, WD-40 with the raid.
It. So the CB8, that counterbalance assembly that we're talking about.
Is there a reason for breaking the distance from Earth record? No, that's just kind of a bonus, Led Gary. That's not a flight test objective. In fact, I'll be honest with you guys, going to the moon is not even that big of a flight test objective. It's much more about getting the capsule ready to go. But if you have the capsule in medium Earth orbit with a fully fueled service module, you might as well go to the moon to get some long duration data. The big part of this test is the Rendezvous Proximity Operations Demonstration, or RPOD for short. That's the big one. Being able to perform translunar injection is like basically just a bonus. I mean, it is a flight test objective, but the furthest distance from the moon, or furthest distance people have been from Earth, that's just superfluous at best. Anyway, WD-40, thank you very much for the raid. I do appreciate you.
Pressure. Again, we want to make sure that the crew has a safe, pressurized environment
TLA
in
is
any
coming
sort of
from
situation.
TLA is coming from the service module, yes.
Yep, that's right. So we're going to take a look at it. We're going to take a look at the starting pressure, and then after a certain amount of time, we'll take a look at the ending pressure, and then there are certain tolerances
every day we send people
that we
to the
will
moon.
accept for flight.
2 hours, 37 minutes. And
so how does the abort system work? So take a chance. See this big pointy thing up at the top? That's not just to make it look cool. You know, it has to be more pointy. It's not pointy enough. That is part of the what's called on Orion. It's called a LAS, Launch Abort System. What the LAS does is, well, if you're familiar with how an ejector seat works, which is basically a rocket, basically like attached to your seat that gets you away from a fighter plane in the event you have to punch out. The launch abort system is an ejector seat, quote unquote, for the entire capsule. It takes the whole capsule with it in case something goes wrong. What I was telling Quasi-Stellar over in the YouTube chat is that anytime during flight, that launch abort system can be activated. Anytime during the uphill ride, it can be activated to get the crew away. Now, it's like an ejector seat. It's a little bit of a rough ride. Hey, Brandon, $20 super chat. Thank you. A little bit of a rough ride, but at least you'll be feeling something. You're going to feel it, but you'll be feeling something. You know, that is not what we want, to be very clear. I mean, I would always want the crew safety to be tantamount, but yeah, they can get away from the vehicle if they have to. They do have manual aborts. I'll show you the lever that they can pull inside of the capsule. It's actually, I think it's a T-grip on Orion. But the computers can also trigger an abort if needed. Why is that blue sign in Russian? It's not. They're clear and it's backwards. This is the Mission Control Center. This is MCC. So if you're familiar with the movies or you know prior space flights up Houston, do you read? That's that place. That's that place right there. That is the Mission Control. The flight director seat is at the very back. Jeff Radigan is the flight director for today. I forgot his last name. He's over here somewhere. You'll know he'll have a vest on because Gene Kranz. Which Soyuz did that? That was the MS-10 mission. Nick Hague and Alexei Ovchinin. Yeah, they got ejected off of a Soyuz rocket when first stage separation did not go as planned.
And enter space. At 5 minutes 16 seconds, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This notes that if one of the 4 main engines on the SLS core stage were to fail, 3 engines can carry the crew to a nominal main engine cutoff.
The ICPS is going to put them in MEO. It doesn't have enough to put them in MEO and then get them all the way to the moon. Would the ejection seat be over 4.5 Gs? 9 Gs on the launch abort system. I don't know, Plume, for like a Martin Baker ejector seat. I have no idea. I would assume it's a little bit of a rough ride. I've never punched out of a fighter jet. I'm too tall. Can't see me. $50. You have many times over-earned my first super chat. Thank you so much for being you. My pleasure. My pleasure. Thank you, man. I appreciate it.
To escape
like I said, I'd prefer 9 Gs sustained over dead. Like, you're going to feel it if that launch abort system goes, but at least you'll feel something.
Hear nominal MECO. You won't hear MECO right away.
Could they still do TOLI if they have an engine out on the core stage? You should. You're going to need a one hell of a contingency if that happens, Dino. I'm pretty sure they would.
And times for a nominal trajectory. Teams in this room have been training extensively to prepare for any and all scenarios.
Yeah, Hampus, that's right.
And ready to take this crew into space today. In today's pre-brief, the flight director, Judd Freeling,
did 35, but only for a second, Drew.
Citing the hundreds of simulations to prepare for this very moment. These are the calls you'll hear during ascent less than 3 hours from now. But now we'll turn our attention to the countdown to launch and send it back to you, Megan, at the Space Coast.
Thanks so much, Gary. Now, one of today's 4 astronauts, of course, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen.
Yeah, Demo,
let's go
that's
now
possible.
to Jasmine with her next guest.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yeah, we're joining you live now from the Operations Support Building here at Kennedy, where crowds are starting to gather, and we're honored to have Lisa Campbell of the Canadian Space Agency joining us.
Oh, yeah,
Lisa, Jeremy Hansen is about to make history as the first Canadian to venture to the moon. What does that milestone mean for your agency?
Thanks so much, Jasmine. It's wonderful to be here. It's such a special moment, both for our astronaut colleague, Jeremy Hansen, but also for Canada. We're here because of decades of public investment in space robotics, in space collaboration, and so for our country, we're very proud. He's so ready. He's been waiting for this his whole life, preparing, training, and he's a wonderful example of Canada.
Yeah, and that's a perfect way to capture Jeremy. He really has been prepping for this his whole life. This will be his first space flight. So what has it been like watching him become part of this Artemis 2 crew?
Well, as I mentioned to you, I've known Jeremy since 2020, and he's a colonel, a fighter pilot, a father, and he really is a very dedicated, passionate human being. So both for him to realize this goal of being an astronaut and flying, he also is hopeful that witnessing that will raise awareness about the value of a space program, of the benefits here on Earth, of exploring the universe and our place in it.
Wow, that's beautifully said. And really, this international collaboration has been going on for quite some time now. We've worked together in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together. So why is it so important in low Earth orbit and now going into deep space together? So why is it so important that we have these international partnerships?
It makes us stronger. We can go faster and further together. Canada is one of the original signatories of the Artemis Accords, and Canada and the United States have been partnered for more than 60 years in space.
Wow, that is phenomenal, Lisa. And this really is a team effort in many ways. We also have Jenny Gibbons.
Yes.
She'll be listening in on Capcom. What is her role going to be like?
So Dr. Jenny Gibbons has been training all along as the Canadian backup with the Prime crew. Last night, she was in the Orion capsule checking out all of the communications, making sure all of the systems test out and work perfectly.
Quick side
and
note,
then
guys.
she will be among the first lunar Capcom, helping the astronauts navigate during their mission.
Wow, Lisa, that is so exciting. Any final words for the nation of Canada before today's mission?
Just, we are so proud, so excited, and we can't wait to welcome Jeremy home.
Fantastic. Lisa Campbell, thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you, Jasmine.
Of course. And with that, let's get back to NASA's Megan Cruz.
And right now,
I don't, Foxtrot, but it's good if somebody does.
Go ahead. Ma'am, TBA press has been completed. Did you see any drop in pressure?
And MS1, we saw just a little bit. It is just over 2,600 now.
Copy. Thank you, ma'am.
Yeah, Reeds, I wouldn't be near it.
again, a call out to mission specialist Christina Cook. Again, it was her responsibility to monitor the pressure on the counterbalance system that will help open the side hatch. And she did report a drop in pressure, but it seems like it's within nominal limits.
Right. They might have had a small drop, but we have a starting pressure and an ending pressure, and as long as the difference isn't too high, then we will take that. And the engineers know exactly what they're looking for in terms of that delta pressure.
And so again, that milestone on the checklist of things that have to happen before they launch today, that is complete. The crew, again, still inside comfortably as the closeout crew team work to
welcome to Mission Control. You go with throttle
close the side hatch. Again, a separate seal leak check, followed by a full cabin leak check, and then they will close the last abort system hatch.
The launch abort
Lots
system.
to do still in the White Room and marching towards.
Why did lights go dark?
Marching down
the
countdown timeline well.
Sci-Fi Zero,
And
Tier 1 6 months in
so-
advance. Thank you very much.
Bill, again, number 3 there, he is holding a silver flex hose. That hose is what will be connected to Orion in order to do that cabin leak check. So again, it does seem like we continue to march down through the milestones in this countdown. Hopefully lifting off today within our 2-hour launch window that opens at 6:24 p.m. Now, right now, people inside the Kennedy Space Center Visitors Complex are learning about this mission. There are great exhibits there about the rocket and Orion, and of course, our Megan Carter with the Moonboard.
All right, Megan and Nicole, yeah, you mentioned that checklist before launch. That checklist is going to continue during the mission as well, as there are several.
That's cool, Rares. We're at over 4,900 subs on YouTube. That's really neat. Looking good. Thanks, Shano. Novus gifted 20 memberships over on the YouTube side of things. Thanks, man. It's a good day. It's a good day. Let's get it going, man. Let's get it going. Do they get any time to nap just before launch? Yeah, right now. Like I said, Tip, there's aggregate time built into the launch. Built into the launch countdown. That's why you hear T- get thrown around and you hear L- get thrown around. Sometimes things might take a little bit longer than other times. And when that happens, you get some downtime. And if you're an astronaut waiting on a spaceship, the last thing I want to be thinking about is like,
Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Foxy.
Sending this now to not get buried. Thank you for the years of entertainment. The next decade of space will be the one we deserve. To the stars.
At Astra. Let's go. Thank you, man. That's $154. Thank you very much. You guys are way too nice to me. But any downtime that you're gonna get during a launch campaign like this, use it. Sleep. You're about to not get a lot of sleep. Doxy, thank you very much, man. It means a lot. It's been a fun ride, but this is only the beginning, right? I've been dreaming about this day for a long time. Long time, man. I was watching Artemis 2 this morning. The anchor was talking. You're watching the news this morning. Anchor was talking about Artemis 2, and at the end said that no. To speak like the children panted, the vibes are good. The vibes are good today. I'm feeling it. I'm feeling it. Orion is him today. All right?
over the spacecraft and
I don't know
check
why I know how to
everything out.
talk like that.
We are also going to
I did
be
not learn
making
this
sure that everything
willingly.
is fully functioning.
Hey,
So,
Dish.
As you can see,
I'm here to watch
big,
Artie
big
too.
part
Cool.
of
What's with
mission
this
is to make
suit?
sure that the spacecraft, the
It's not every day we launch people to the
hardware
moon,
and
Dish. What are you,
operations
nuts?
are working,
Oh,
and
oh,
that
oh,
the
this is
data
space.
gonna make
I'm in
sense.
space.
And speaking of recovery, we are also
This is a
going to
flyby
have the
render.
opportunity
Thank you for the
at
bits, Valkyrie. I
splashdown
appreciate all you
to
guys. Thank you. No
recover
Wrath with the
that
5 subs.
launch
Thank you.
or that,
Astro Love
that
his
flight
nephew
data,
becoming a flight
and we're gonna be
controller
able
on
to
the
take
YouTube
that
side of
back,
things. Thank you for
analyze
all the
it, and make
support. I
sure
really
there are,
appreciate it.
if there are any enhancements we need or changes we need to make before our next missions, we'll be able to do so. So lots, they're going to stay lots to do. They're going to stay very busy, obviously. And with that, I
You got
will
your
turn it
peanuts,
back over
Alkalex?
to
There you
you,
go.
Megan.
Let's roll.
2 hours, 25 minutes and counting, and the crowd, check it out.
Of course, Render. Just
continues
tag me.
to
I
grow
usually
at
try
our
to answer
Banana
everybody's
Creek
question.
viewing location.
Hey, Iron Man.
They will
8
have
months.
a great view of launch, and we will go back now to Leah Martin, who's standing with her next guests.
Hey, Megan, yeah, we're surrounded by thousands of people, some here local from the Space Coast, but we actually have quite a few people who have traveled a pretty far distance to be with us today. I'm actually joined here by a group from the International Space Station Ambassadors Program who have come from all over the globe. Saku, you're here from Japan. You've come, Val, from Mexico, and then we have brother and sister Cosma and Jesco here who are visiting from Germany. You actually told me that you participated in the NASA Rover Challenge in Huntsville. How was that experience, and how is it kind of participating there in Alabama and then being here today?
So it is an amazing experience because you meet so many young people with visions, with dreams, with ideas which inspire you and motivate you. And it's even better to be here now to see the SLS launch because we are going back to the moon, and that's what we're working for.
Yeah.
Absolutely. And,
yeah.
you know, the Artemis missions, we talked a lot about the Artemis Accords and this being an international
Yeah.
effort. You
What's
were
going on,
actually
dude?
telling
10
me
subs.
exactly
Thank
that
you.
You're interested in
this is
becoming
space. I'm in
an
space.
astronaut with JAXA.
Z95. Thank you for the bits.
Actually, I applied for the Japanese Aerospace Agency, the astronaut selection like 2 years ago, and then I didn't make it all the way, but I'm still working on it, and hopefully I can be at the launch pad sometime, and then I hope to go back to the moon and Mars, and yeah, I'm working on it.
Absolutely incredible. And Val, you're from Mexico. We were talking a little bit about women in space. This is a team who, you know, is predominantly made up of women. What is it like knowing that Christina is on that rocket right now, about to be the first woman to travel around the moon?
I think that's such an amazing news. It's just so inspiring that we are taking the first black person and also the first woman to the moon. It's just the first step in humanity and a big step in equality as well.
Megan, a lot of excitement here. Not
Sí, hoy es el bueno día.
see it lift off.
Thanks, Leah. Yeah, a lot of excitement, but also a lot of inspiration. Again,
See?
this is part of, or a big part of the reason why.
130.6.
Good readback. Aux 1 voltage 131.3.
I copy 131.3.
No, they're actually shuttle SRBs.
Again, those numbers you hear, they're referring to specific
SRBs.
steps in order to get us to launch today. And so we were saying, yes, inspiration, a big part of why NASA does what it does. We want to go together and we want to explore together to learn more about ourselves and here on Earth.
Yeah, humans, I think, naturally want to explore, and so going together, like Lisa said earlier, we're going to go farther and faster than we possibly can alone. And, you know, what a way to celebrate that today.
Yeah.
Going back to the moon in the first time in over half a century.
And we have that great shot there in our small box of the rocket on the pad. And at the very top there, our Artemis 2 crew. Right now, we know that the crew has begun the closeout crew has begun doing that cabin leak check. So they are currently pressurizing the cabin, and it sounded like it would take about 6 to 8 minutes for them to get to pressure, and then they have to hold that pressure for 5 minutes, right?
Yes, that's correct. Yeah, so there's quite a bit of volume. You know, we talked about it being a 6-person tent. I think it's 330 cubic feet. Don't quote me on that number, but you know, they have to pressurize that capsule, and then, like we talked about, take that initial pressure, wait 5 minutes, and take the second pressure.
Yeah, and then it takes about 6 to 8 minutes again to depressurize the cabin. So this process will take a few minutes.
Ascent switch configuration complete.
OTC copies. Thank you.
And then after the cabin leak checks, then they will finally close the last abort system hatch. So again, chugging along in the countdown, really excited to, again, continue to hear the crew's voice inside Orion, stepping through all the procedures.
Yes, it's exciting to hear them making progress, right? It's all good news hearing the crew talk to the ground and working together to get to the launch.
And what I think is really cool is that this is the first time NASA is going to have astronauts in low Earth orbit, but also in deep space at the moon. So here's a message from some of the crew aboard the International Space Station right now.
Hello, Megan. And a big hello to everyone around the world counting down together to the launch of this historic flight test. If we weren't in microgravity, we would also be on the edge of our seats.
Here on the International Space Station, all of us are honored to have the chance to wish our fellow explorers Godspeed. Throughout human history, the moon has sparked our imagination, curiosity, and wonder. With our return to the moon, we're not only going to be learning about its history, the history of our solar system and of our planet, but also about our place in the cosmos.
We are so proud of the Artemis team and so excited for what you will see and learn on behalf of all of humanity during your trip around the moon. As we push the boundaries of exploration and expand our knowledge with scientific discovery, we advance our collective civilization together as one.
Test flights are crucial to the mission of exploration. We all learn in test flight schools that the more challenging the missions are, the more incremental the tests should be. This Artemis 2 mission is one more increment on the way to further exploration.
Thank you to the crew, our friends, for your dedication. And from the entire Expedition 74 crew, thank you to all of the teams that had a hand in getting the Artemis 2 mission to where it is today.
Back to you, Megan, as the countdown continues.
Can't drop the mic in space, can you?
Oh, I love that so much.
No mic drops.
I just love seeing them there. And again, you have to remember the International Space Station is an orbiting lab. We learn so much there, and we're going to learn so much more from Artemis 2, because this isn't just a test flight. It's an opportunity to learn more about
So we're currently sitting at L-minus 2 hours, 18 minutes, 16 seconds for the Artemis 2 mission. The Artemis 2 mission is targeting a 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time liftoff from Kennedy Space Center Launch Complex 39B. If it goes, it will be the first time that crew have been outside of Earth's magnetic field since 1972, Apollo 17. Now, this mission isn't going, it's going to the moon. It's not going to land on the moon. The landers aren't ready yet. Soon. Give it some time. They're hard to make. The Apollo lander was delayed too. That's why Apollo 8 didn't land. Fun fact. Not a lot of people know that. Actually, yeah, would have been Apollo 8 doing what Apollo 10 was supposed to do, and Apollo 10 being the first landing in an alternative timeline when Grumman actually gets the lander done. They did though, and it worked great. But this one is just doing a flyby. It's just going to go around the moon and back. It is a 10-day mission. But either way, this marks the start of a new era where NASA is pushing people back out into the howling dark, outside of low Earth orbit, outside of the magnetic field. No humans have been out there since 1972. This is a big launch. That's why I got this suit on, dudes. This is a big launch. This is a good day. So, in about 2 hours and 16 minutes, we'll see, God willing, we will see some history get made. Then NASA's opening up a new chapter.
Discovery, go at throttle.
It's going to be good.
Not only are they
Get ready.
going to help
Whoa,
change
it's
the
so
course
easy.
of medicine for
Some
the
people got it.
astronauts, but revolutionizing that on Earth as well.
That's right,
We're
Combat.
looking at
Go.
sleep. We're looking
Chat.
at
Go.
team dynamics. We're looking at how you interact with the environment. We're also looking at the
That's
immune
right, Galen.
system. So what are the biomarkers?
Turns out lunar landers are really hard to make. Doesn't matter if it's 1965 or 2026. They're still difficult to make. That hasn't changed. Happy Moon Day, Procyon. Yep.
And then returning to Earth.
Which will ultimately
It
help
suits
us
me
achieve
well.
our goal of getting humans to Mars.
And then on top of that, we have an opportunity to look at the moon from deep space on the far side for the first time in over 50 years.
Having human eyeballs and brains back around the moon is going to unlock a new generation of lunar science discovery. The human eyeball is capable of taking in so much data in just a split
Don't
second.
underestimate
They'll
NASA,
be able
Neil.
to tackle impact history, volcanic history. They'll be able to look at how the albedo, or kind of the shade
Right,
and
Artsy?
hue of the
Can
moon
you
and
see
the
the
color
moon?
of the moon
That's
can
cool,
tell us
dude.
something about how that terrain evolved over time. We're integrating science in ways that have never been integrated into human exploration before. We have a front room mission control flight controller position called the science officer. We have a brand new science back room where it's basically our brain trust of lunar scientists and geologists supporting the crews of the future. And Artemis 2 will allow us to really test how this works so that future missions are really set up for success.
We'll also be deploying some CubeSats. They're small shoebox-sized spacecraft of their own. They're each provided by another country, one of our partners. As they conduct their research, they'll complement what we are doing at the moon with Orion.
It is so incredibly exciting to be a part of this mission.
And it has been, really one of the privileges of a lifetime.
I can see the work I'm doing benefit crew members right now and benefit the crew members in the future. So it's incredibly exciting and it's very rewarding.
As this rocket launches humanity off of the Earth, we'll be setting the stage through our science to prepare humanity to leave Earth and explore the solar system.
And what we learn during this and future Artemis missions to the moon will eventually get us to Mars. Here's Jasmine Hopkins again, now with Nikki Fox, Associate Administrator of NASA's Science Mission Directorate.
Thanks so much, Megan. Yes, we're back on the balcony now,
Nikki
joined
Fox.
by Dr. Nikki Fox.
That's her name.
Nikki, in this nearly 10-day mission, we are covering a lot of science from CubeSats to tissue chips. What are you most looking forward to learning?
Oh my goodness. I think for me, the most exciting thing is actually being able to interact with the crew while they are flying, doing this historic journey on the far side of the moon. They are going to be seeing pieces of the moon that no human eyes have seen before, which is really spectacular. It's going to be an interesting trajectory. Some of it is in darkness. Then at the Terminator, so in darkness, they'll be able to look for like impact flashes and things when micrometeorites pummel that poor moon. And then at the Terminator, they can see shadows and interesting things, which kind of gives you depth perception. And then, of course, in the sunlit, picking out everyone's favorite craters. Also, if we launch today or tomorrow, they will see a total solar eclipse from the Orion capsule. How cool is that?
That is very cool. We are thrilled for this Artemis 2 crew to be able to see the moon in a way that we've never seen before. What is so unique about that far side? Why are we going there?
I mean, honestly, it's just, it is unique. It's very different to the near side of the moon. The actual sort of terrain, the morphology, it's very, very different. And so it will be very exciting to see that as we're going past that.
Absolutely. And Nikki, we are performing a lot of science at the moon this year, actually, not just Artemis 2. Can you speak to the commercial lunar landers we're planning to send?
Yes, we are very, very proud of our commercial partners as they take our payloads for us to the lunar surface. And very excited, next one up is Blue Origin's Blue Moon Mark 1 going. It's got some science on it. It's got the scalps that went on the Blue Ghost. So we'll be able to sort of look at that plume as it's coming down onto the lunar surface. And then also the laser retroreflector that will be the array that's up there too. So even on that first test flight, packing it with science as much as we can.
Cool.
Wow, Nikki, so much science. It's hard to keep track of everything. But the unique thing about Artemis 2 is we're sending crew. Can you speak to the importance of the human element of science?
Absolutely. No. I mean, we can program, like we do with our beautiful rovers on Mars, we can program them to do certain things, and it's what we think we need them to do. When you have an astronaut up there, they can make that sort of like really unique split-second decision. The thing I'm most looking forward to is when they think they're going to be looking here, is hearing one of them say, "Oh my goodness, look over there." And I think that's just incredible about how we do that. Also, flying our tissue chips with the astronauts, our Avatar experiment. Here we go, Avatar.
Oh, wow, look at that.
And that's got the tissue chips samples that matched to the crew. Mm-hmm. So we'll be able to monitor the effects of microgravity and radiation on that human tissue as we prepare for more and more missions to the moon for longer and longer durations and then off to Mars.
Wow, Nikki, so much science ahead of us. But first, we have to launch. Thank you so much for being here today.
Thank you so much. Go Artemis.
Oh, of course, go Artemis. And with that, let's turn it back over to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
All right. I like hearing Nikki Fox talk. She's cool. So Hardcastle here. Check this out. I finished the truck a little while ago. We have another project. I ain't working on it today. Not in the suit. That's my other project. It was rusty. We're making it not rusty. That is a time-consuming process. So, yeah. Great. Great. I don't know, Henris. We'll have to ask. Where's the toolbox? It's there. It's just off screen. Bench clean and COD is deployed. Yeah, actually, you know what, Deadbringer? That's a good idea. Now would be a good time to explain this, guys. It's not a subathon per se, but I am going to be streaming for a little while. I do have the entire schedule for the mission here laid out. And my goal here is to be live anywhere except where it says sleep. In which case, I will just put the stream on NASA's stream and go from there. This is not a short mission. The only day that I'm not going to be here is Sunday because it's Easter and I already have plans. So that's flight day 5. That flight day 5 is the end of the coast out to the moon. On flight day 5, they have lunar SOI entry. Close pass on the moon is 6. So that's the only day I'm not going to be here. Every single other day of this mission, it is a 10-day mission, guys. My goal is to keep this stream live and be here as much as I possibly can and sleep when the astronauts sleep. I have a couch. You can't see it. I have a couch in my shop. I'm not leaving. I'm not going to leave the shop only, you know, to use the restroom. This is a detached building. So I'm in my space capsule and we're going to do a marathon stream and I'm basically sleeping out here. I will go down to the house to take a shower and use the restroom. And that's about it, dudes. That's it. I'm here. We're here for the duration, baby. Poor Brimo. Yeah, poor Brimo. My wife's totally fine with this. You know how I know she's totally fine with this? She's addicted to Pocopia right now.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Pro tip. Marry a woman that likes playing video games and you'll never have an issue if you're a streamer. So don't even sit there and be like, oh, your poor wife. No, she's just playing Pocopia all day. Did you get the hot dog roller? I didn't, Snackless, but I have a bunch of I have snacks. Geek. I don't know. It's weird. I got some meat sticks. I got a big pack of meat sticks here. All right. No, DeLucy, I haven't. The only time I'm going down there is to take a shower and use the bathroom. That's about it. Pizza and beer when? I do have pizza in the fridge. Fridge is also loaded with beer, but that's for flight day 10.
Rocket.
So I'm going to be here. I spent the last few days cleaning up the shop. I have a couch and a whole like area to sleep out there. So, yeah, good stuff.
Those G-forces, and so for the astronauts it'll just be again into the chest based on the orientation.
Great. Thank you so much for that answer, Nicole, and for that question. We're
going
to continue to try to take as many as possible. Again, you know how to send them to us at NASA
I got
Artemis.
plenty of beer, don't worry.
But now we again have another question for you, for our audience. We want to know, what part of Artemis 2 are you most excited for? Liftoff, Earth views from Orion, lunar flyby, or splashdown? Tell us again on NASA's Instagram or Twitch accounts, and we'll share your answers a little later in the broadcast.
That's a tough one. I don't know what my answer would be.
I know. I don't know either. I'm excited for it all, but that's a cop-out. All right, now let's head back over to Banana Creek. Again, the crowds there. Really excited. People coming from all over the country, from around the world.
Good.
Why don't we get another check with Leah Martin to see who she's caught up with now?
Well, Megan, we were a little while ago talking to some students from around the globe. Today we're actually talking to some local students who are from right here, locally Merritt Island in Titusville. We talk a lot about the Artemis generation and about the students who are going to become the next generation of dreamers, of engineers, of scientists and technologists. And I'm actually standing with a group of those students here today. So our local high school has actually implemented a really neat new program in the spirit of being able to create these pipelines for employment and engagement. Really Can you tell me a little bit about what Merritt Island High School is doing?
Sure. Well, this is a new program, first of its kind here in Florida, and basically what we're studying is astronautics and aviation, kind of blended the two together. We have flight simulators in our lab, but students are also learning about engineering, aerospace engineering, and we're trying to make all kinds of pathways available for them. Trying to give them opportunities to see which pathway they might want to be interested in. So, yeah, it's just a great opportunity for them to learn about space. We just finished doing a whole model rocket build where the students took CAD software, developed their own rockets, put them together, and launched them right from our school. So it was very exciting.
Incredible. And then another local high school, Titusville, you guys also have a similar but slightly different program.
Yes, we do space mechatronics with advanced manufacturing, preparing students to build and manufacture things to automate, do automation to build things on Mars and things like that, or locally too.
That is not a Boston
Now,
accent.
you told me that you're actually trying to figure out a little bit what you want to do when you're done. You're a freshman in high school. What things are you learning in your class here that are really kind of tweaking your interest in the aeronautics field?
So we're building a lot of things with like metal and how we're supposed to do it on the rockets. We're also doing computer programming, which would help with NASA and like programming and coding.
Absolutely. And you were actually telling me that you actually think we're
Dude, did you see that kid look at his buddy? Did you see him look at his buddy after he said that? He was like, was that good? His buddy was like, no. And he's like, all right.
I mean, it's teaching me everything that I know about aviation, and it's really inspiring that I get to learn it in a classroom, like locally as well. It's amazing. I love it.
That's awesome.
And then you were also telling me you're taking this class. What's the most interesting thing you've learned?
I really like the whole design part of it, like actually like engineering, like because I want to be an engineer. Engineering the products we use when we build stuff. That's definitely my favorite part, learning how to use those kind of softwares.
I'm in space. Absolutely. Well, Megan, when they're seasoned NASA employees, you'll be able to say that you saw them here first when they were still in high school. Back to you at the desk.
I can also say that they have fans. Nicole Ayers here. As soon as that girl said that she wants to be a pilot, Nicole went, yeah, why is that something that's so thrilling for you to hear?
I mean, I love when kids in high school have goals and they set their goals high and they want to go do something. You know, the kid who wanted to be an engineer or a pilot.
$5 super
I love
chat.
that. You know, find something that you're passionate about, go work hard at it. And
yes,
go get
there
good
will
at
be.
Yeah, and speaking of passion, I mean, we definitely have a whole bunch of people here passionate about.
Hey, everything is terrible. 68-month resub. I would argue that everything right now at L minus 2 hours, 2 minutes, that everything is not terrible. Everything's pretty good right now. So just a little bit of a recap, guys. They started fueling operations right on time, and the rocket filled up on the first try. Yeah, they were actually ahead of the timeline when they got the vehicle fueled up and ready to go, which is big deal.
Very first time having crew on an Artemis mission. How does that feel, and how does that change our overall approach to the mission?
It's a really good question, and it really came home today when we were watching the crew walk out, and then we saw them get into their van and go out to the pad, and we've been watching them getting into the crew module. And so we've really put an enormous amount of rigor into assuring the safety of our crew. One of the most important things on this mission, different from Artemis 1, is we now have environmental controls and life support systems. One of the most important things we're going to do on this mission is test those out and make sure that we can keep our crew healthy and safe throughout their mission. We also on this mission have an activated launch abort system, which we had the system for Artemis 1, but it wasn't active. But we definitely had that active on this mission. We want the ability, again, if something goes wrong, to be able to have that ability to abort and get them back to the ground again safe.
Absolutely, Lori. I mean, as you're driving home, safety is paramount here at NASA, and your program is responsible for all of these Artemis elements. We have the Space Launch System, Orion, ground system. So how do you get everybody cohesively on the same page for a day like launch?
And that's a great question, and it's really been wonderful to watch our teams working together. We have the ground systems, which are kind of the bookends of our mission. The ground systems help prepare us to get the rocket ready to take off. They're doing all of the loading of the tanks right now and getting the crew into Orion. And then at the back end, they'll be there to recover the crew when they land in the ocean. But they know that their job is to make sure that that rocket is ready to go and that the crew module is ready to go. And then the rocket itself, the space launch systems, they know that their job is to deliver the crew module to the right point in space so that they can conduct their mission. And then again, they have to make sure that everything is ready, that they set them on the trajectory that is going to bring them around the moon and set them up to land in the right place in the Pacific Ocean. And that's their job, and they know how important that is. And they have to work closely with Orion, which again, they also have to work with all the other teams to make sure that everything's working together. And then on top of that, our flight operations teams, all the people on the ground, they're all working together. They know this mission doesn't work unless every single part of the mission works.
Right. Lori, there are so many things that have to work together today. We can't wait to see what happens next. Thank you so much for being here.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Of course. And with that, let's take it back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Inside of 2 hours.
And speaking of the countdown, 1 hour, 59 minutes and counting until the opening of our 2-hour launch window at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. This is a shot of Jetty Park. It's a nearby popular viewing location of rocket launches. And it is so great to see how many people are here. I mean, this is a Wednesday. Like, people had to take time off of school and off of work, but it's something that they felt like they wanted to do, to be here.
Yeah, you know, I think just based on the chatter on the airplane ride yesterday, half of my airplane
said,
ride.
I like music more than people.
They were coming to see the launch. You know, everybody's excited and traveling from all over the world to come see this launch.
And it really is a great day. We had some sprinkles here in the crowd, but for the most part, I mean, it's just a beautiful day to witness history.
I answered it, drummer. Yes.
It is, yeah. You know, a little bit of sprinkles, but for the most part, the clouds are staying away, and you can see the blue sky behind us. So, hoping for good weather in a couple hours.
Absolutely. And so Dr. Lori Glaze mentioned what we learned from the Artemis 2 mission helps pave the way to sustained human presence on the lunar surface. So what are the objectives of this mission to eventually accomplish that? Let's check in with Gary at Mission Control for more.
You're damn right we do.
Thank you, Megan. Yes,
Gary?
The Ascent teams are here in Mission Control Houston, working through their steps to prepare for a go for launch. Right up here on the front board, we're watching the teams in the White Room work through their checklist and closing the hatch as we verify ours, working as one NASA team. What Dr. Glaze said about working across the teams throughout the nation is true. It takes one NASA team to bring everything together and accomplish the mission objectives. The Artemis 2 is designed as the first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis campaign, sending astronauts into lunar space to validate systems, operations, and human performance ahead of a more complex lunar landing missions. NASA has identified an extensive list of mission and flight test objectives that serve as a checklist to verify the capabilities needed to land humans on the moon. For the Artemis 2 mission, there are 5 overarching priorities that cover the mission and flight test objectives. First is, of course, the crew. As the first crewed mission inside the Orion spacecraft, this mission serves to demonstrate the capability of safely sustain the flight crew throughout the mission, including launch, the deep space component, and return. Number 2 is systems. This mission brings it all together to validate the performance of all ground and flight systems needed for a long-term lunar campaign, from launch infrastructure to spacecraft operations in deep space. Third is hardware and data. We'll be gathering performance data as much as possible over the Deep Space Network, but we also aim to retrieve onboard data and hardware after splashdown to gather additional insight and improve future Artemis.
They are taking a lot of time, though.
Fourth is emergency operations. The crew and flight control team will be testing emergency systems such as abort procedures, rescue operations, and contingency responses. During the flight, astronauts will rehearse a number of these procedures to ensure that in the event of a real emergency, the planned procedures, and operations are sound. And
why are the doors so thin? That door that's on the outside, Pixori, that you're looking at is just the launch abort shield. It's thin. It's about this, like, I don't know, 2 or 3 inches. The hatch, though, is like 4 to 5 inches. Like the actual hatch to get in the capsule, like the thing that holds the air in, that's way thicker. Orion has an inner and an outer hatch. Any boats? Don't size up. Engineer, what's up? I'm struggling with understanding what the issue is with standardized architecture as it relates to later missions. Why is it problematic? Does SLS not have the ability to deliver these missions yet? If you build out your architecture in the B1S configuration with Centaur 5 on the top, and you just keep doing that, yeah, it doesn't get you all the throw that you're going to need to the moon, but the commercial contractors can pick up the slack there. I personally don't have a problem with that in Engineer. As long as I just want SLS to fly more. Because if it flies more, then that opens you up to do other architectures other than the standardized architecture, right? That gives you pathways to upgrade it later. Maybe put a commercial upper stage on top of it in the future. I don't usually do shameless plugs, but I do work for a YouTube channel from time to time called NASA Spaceflight. And my buddy Max Evans over there just had an interview with the NASA administrator, Jared Isaacman. And he talked about doing stuff like that. If you haven't seen that interview, go watch it. It's really, really good. You got an hour and 54 minutes. The interview is an hour long, so you got plenty of time. I agree, Trey. It very much seems like Jared Isaacman in that interview will not talk about what happens to SLS post-Artemis 5 because they don't have the funding secured for it. If they get more funding from Congress, and let's be real, it's SLS, they probably will, then we're looking at a very increased flight cadence for SLS, which is great. Oh, hello, baby. What a shot.
Off path. So it's a very critical
important
safety.
Camera 828 is sick.
Range keeps the public.
This is a shot of the ICPSU, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage umbilical. These are the fuel lines. That's the fuel and oxidizer lines for the upper stage right there. The things with gold, that's the fuel and oxidizer line. Pretty cool. They connect in right there. If you look, those pipes go down and they go over there. That is your HASGAS umbilical carrier for your second stage. That's where the gaseous hydrogen is evacuated from the vehicle, and gaseous oxygen is evac right there. They recirculate the hydrogen down to a purge flame because you don't want to vent it, and you definitely don't want to vent it next to that. That makes Hindenburg. Don't do that. With liquid oxygen, with gaseous oxygen though, you could just vent it. Nobody's gonna make a fuss about you venting oxygen into the atmosphere. You know what I mean? They're working on a flight termination system issue.
Approval is to go get a piece of heritage equipment from inside the VAB that was used during the space shuttle program. And this equipment is able to receive commands by the range through the flight termination system. And so with this piece of equipment, this console operator who works FTS was granted permission to go over to the VAB next door and get this equipment that he's very much aware of and used during the space shuttle era. And so that is in work right now. The bottom line of all this is, at this moment, the range is no-go. But that is not stopping us from moving forward in the countdown.
Thanks, Krabby.
We can continue to process and work the countdown.
He must be talking about the chair combat. That's got to be what he's talking about. Guys, if you're wondering why there's planned holds built into the T0 and why they have a different differential T0 from their main launch time, this is the exact reason. Because if you're on one contiguous timeline and something like this happened, you're done for the day. But building in those planned holds is enough to is there to add aggregate time in case something like this happens.
It speaks to the ingenuity of this team, right? To say, hey, we have this equipment. at the VAB. Why don't we leverage it to try to solve this issue and work
Joker?
it?
Yeah, what a great example of human creativity, right? We know this thing exists. Let's go solve this problem. We have time, like Daryl said, we're going to continue to march down the countdown. So we'll continue to get the rocket and the crew ready, but we still have that 2-hour window. So in the meantime, let's try to figure out what's happening with the range. And
speaking of the range, what is the range for people who might not watch rocket launches with us often?
Sure, yeah. So anytime that you launch a rocket, you have to clear the airspace, right?
So what happened? They're trying to verify that their flight termination system is working. I mean, yeah, that's the right way to say that.
We want to make sure that there aren't airplanes in the way and there aren't other, maritime assets in the way or things like that. So that there's a whole group of people. We talked about, actually, Gary said it great, right? It's a huge team sport. And so there's a whole group here on the ground that is monitoring that launch corridor to make sure it's clear and ready to go. And so if they're having issues, then we definitely can't launch this rocket. We don't want to launch blind into a corridor that we can't see.
Yeah, because as Daryl said, I mean, it is very important, the flight termination system, needing to activate it in case of an emergency. So yes, something that we will closely be monitoring.
I'm done with NSF for the night,
yes. The countdown, and hopefully, again, won't be an issue that they can fix.
I'm not going to fully mute the audio there just so I can still hear it while I'm talking. What are those? Nice.
Okay, so again, under 2 hours from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, 6:24.
Cactus Jack, I wanted to be here with you guys. I wanted to be here for the people that have been watching for 10 plus years on the stream. Yes, I've been streaming for that long. I've been doing this a long time. We've been dreaming about this, so I wanted to do it on my own stream. You know what I mean? So I did the stakeout stuff with NSF, and now we're here. We've been talking about this for decades. I'm not going to miss it with you guys, dude. We're not doing that. Thanks, J-Rock. Can they stream in high quality from around the moon? They're going to try to stream as much of this as humanly possible, Ivan. What about the space beer? I have it. Black, I have it.
Discovery,
Rage Cage. Welcome to Mission Control. You go at throttle up. A10. A10. Chat. A10. I'm freaking out. F4.
Oh, this is space. I'm
F4.
in space.
F4. Orion Alliance gifted a sub to Bon Yeti. Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Thanks, Bleaks. I appreciate all you guys, too. Nice CJ. Bro, Reed got good taste. That was a CJ7, dude. Nice. Oh, yeah, Reed flew Tomcats, by the way. Just saying. I know, NG. Doesn't seem like it's happening, right? It's cool. Reed's a cool dude.
Being in the marching band, going to college, setting my own course, learning how to live on my own, being mentored along the way, being, kept on the path to success, but being given the freedom to, make excursions and fail every now and then and regroup and carry on. I think all those things come together in the end to get you where you are. I've had to overcome, I'm a human being. I've had to overcome a lot of fears. I'm pretty scared of heights. I joked about that on the International Space Station, but it turns out I'm only scared like at the edge of a building. When you're up on the International Space Station, even though you're 250 miles up, I never had that feeling of falling or that I was, at risk up there. I just kind of loved the feeling of floating and looking down at Earth. There have been challenges all throughout my life. By far, the biggest challenge was losing my wife in 2020 to cancer and now raising 2 daughters who are grown up now, but that's been the biggest challenge by far I've ever had to face. It is not easy. Being an only parent, trying to work a full-time job, and raising 2 kids is something that I think about every single day. I'm very proud of the work I've done. I haven't always done it well, but I've always shown up and tried as hard as I possibly can.
Godspeed, Commander.
I do wonder what it's going to be like when we are really far from Earth and can see it. The sensation of being so far away from everything that you know.
I'll be here, please.
I had that sensation on the space station the first time I got to sit with the cupola for a really long time. So I can only imagine what that's going to be like from 200,000 plus miles away. My name is Victor Glover, and I'm the pilot for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I was in 4th grade, I was 10 years old, and that's when the Challenger accident happened. And it helped me understand how the general public felt about the astronaut corps. Right, like these are the people that we want to be, and that just gave me an easy thing to strive toward. The biggest fear that I've had to overcome in my life is doubting myself. Going to college when no one in my family had gone to college was a huge risk. I had more confidence in my athletic ability than in my academic abilities. I could play football with those college students that I saw on TV. But my classmates that I saw in the lab and around the University Union, I didn't know if I had what they had. I think addressing that self-doubt was a part of, swinging for the fence and trying to go get an engineering degree, not just go to college, but get an engineering degree and then go do something challenging and technical like flying. Apollo is known for sending humans to the moon. Artemis has an opportunity to continue the Apollo story, but I actually think it's important for this story to stand on its own. Artemis is a new program, and we're trying to do new things. And it's great to compare and contrast. When you look at our spaceship, you can see parts that were designed, built, and integrated in another country. When you look at our crew, you see that our crew is international. There are also men and women. And I just think that comparing and contrasting makes the story even richer. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft by hand. We haven't flown that many spaceships. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity. I can't tell you how I'm going to feel when we fly by the moon and see the moon up close and the Earth from a quarter of a million miles away, but I don't use the word excited because I'm focused. What we do, this is very serious and it's very risky, and we are all intimately familiar with that risk. And so if we go out there and we're successful and we can pass that baton on to Artemis 3, that's something to really be excited about.
I tell a story, which is one that my dad told me before the Apollo missions when he was just a very little boy. He was looking up at the moon with his mom, and his mom said to him, "Don't worry, Ronnie, we'll never get there." Fast forward maybe 70 years later, it's his daughter that's actually going there. And I think that long arc is something that we can all learn from. The idea that the seemingly impossible becomes possible if you just believe in it and are willing to work hard and come together to achieve it. My name is Christina Cook, and I'm a mission specialist for NASA's Artemis II mission around the moon. When I look back at my dreams as a kid, I definitely never thought I would actually get here. I was very pragmatic. Even though I'm a dreamer, I knew that the odds were way against me again, so I might as well do something I'm loving in the meantime. I definitely loved science and math in school and, did pretty well in those things, but I also loved being active. I was always outside. I loved things that made me feel small. I loved looking at the night sky, oftentimes between the pine tree branches, or I loved the ocean. North Carolina also has mountains, and when we go there, I just love the vastness of all of those things. I loved how they made me feel and what they made me think about, and the vastness of the universe and how much out there was to learn. I'm drawn to exploring. I'm drawn to challenges that involve both mental and physical, and I'd much rather be solving problems wearing a whole lot of equipment and in a harsh environment, and that's just something I've carried with me ever since I was a kid. Thinking about the fears or challenges that I've had to overcome, there are just so many. I mean, basically, that has been the journey. I always say to people, do what scares you, and that means I have to follow my own advice. So doing what scares me meant getting on a plane and going to the Antarctic, getting on a plane and going to study abroad in Ghana, applying to become an astronaut, opening the EVA hatch in the airlock and going out of it into the darkness, strapping myself onto a rocket, And so for me, I think that no matter what the challenge, recognizing that if people believe in you and you believe they believe in you, the challenges seem always a little bit easier. To me, the moon, it represents history. It is a witness plate. Everything that's ever happened to the moon is still written on the moon. Every single person has looked at the moon their entire lives. We see the same moon. That's something really special. It's just the epitome of a symbol of something that's in each of our hearts, but that's also represents exploration and reaching.
I have this very distinct memory of seeing an image of an astronaut standing on the moon. It's burnt in my brain because I went back to it so many times in my childhood, and I would look at that image, and I know it had a huge impact on me that humans had walked on the moon. My name is Colonel Jeremy Hansen. I'm an astronaut with the Canadian Space Agency, and I'm a mission specialist on NASA's Artemis 2 mission around the moon. My elementary school years, I grew up on a farm outside of London, Ontario. I spent as much time as I could with my dad on the farm. I learned the value of hard work, for example.
John Deere, baby.
If I wanted to go to work with Dad, it was going to be a long day, and I was going to have to not complain, or I wasn't going to get to go the next day. I had a treehouse. I had a vivid imagination, and I changed my treehouse into a spaceship. I made all these dials and controls. I had circuit breakers for switches that I found in the barn, and I was exploring space in my imagination. The most important thing I did to get to where I wanted to go in life, which was flying fighter jets and eventually becoming an astronaut, is I shared those desires with other people. And it turns out, just like you don't go to the moon on your own, if you could, I would have done it a long time ago in my treehouse as a kid. You have to go as a team. I think the biggest impediment to achieving my goals was, of course, myself. And I think that's a common human experience. There are many times where just little things would get in my way, and my immediate interpretation of that was, well, now that goal's out the window. You know, people must have lifted me back up, and somewhere in the back of my head, that persistence came through. And I think that's a common human experience, to doubt ourselves. I've come to this, I guess, realization that I believe that we all have gifts to contribute, and the goal is to figure out how to use your energy towards adding positively to humanity's existence on this planet. But I love it when humanity sets big goals, like sending humans to the surface of the moon with an eye to eventually going to Mars, because when we do that, we can bring together genius from not just even in one country, but around the world. I've also learned from my indigenous mentors that they refer to the moon as Grandmother Moon. So you've probably heard of Mother Earth. They use Grandmother Moon because Grandmother Moon is responsible for the water in their community, just like the moon moves the water around the planet, affects the tides. And I think that's a really beautiful thing for us as we go back to the moon, to think about all the different cultures around the world and how they view the moon differently. And that's really neat because we all share that same moon in the night sky.
Thanks to Lucy. Got to send people to the moon, man. We've got to look the part.
1 hour, 38 minutes and counting until the opening of the Artemis 2 launch window today, 6:24 p.m. Eastern.
Guys, I'm going to go off comms momentarily for about 10 minutes. I'm just going to eat some food. And, yeah, I'll be back in a moment. So just listen to the cast. Be back in a sec.
What a great view, Nicole.
Yes, it is. You know, we can see the clouds out in front of us, but they are to the west. And you can see that there's some blue sky peeking through behind that rocket, which is good news.
And more people continue to come on center here. About a couple of hours ago, folks with special passes to come on center were allowed to start driving on with family and friends. And of course, we have media growing by the moment here at the press site here at Kennedy Space Center, setting up their cameras, setting up tents, interviewing folks. Again, this great jib shot that we have from our camera here showing all the interest that we have here at the press site. And actually, even to the right of us, so camera left, no, sorry, the right of your screen, left of us, plenty of other people there, set up with their own tents, broadcasting to their own viewers. And so again, just really cool to see everybody wanting to share in this moment.
Yeah, that's, I mean, how many media tents we can see from here. it's a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
I think it's important to share this message with the whole world.
Yeah. And so let's take a look now at people who are watching in other parts of the country. We have this shot here from the U.S. Space and Rocket Center in Huntsville, Alabama.
Oh, man, look
Just
at that.
kidding. Museum of Flight, Seattle, Washington. So sorry. Hello to you over there. Sorry, I thought that you were in Alabama. But here you are from Seattle, Washington. Again, the Museum of Flight. They must have had a special event to bring people there to watch, as well as a special event here. Now, correctly, the U.S. Space and Rocket Center, Huntsville, Alabama. Of course, they would have a lot of people here, and I'm sure this crowd will grow when we get closer to launch. Marshall, the home of the SLS rocket.
Yes. Yeah, this is a great chat. You can see all the people there, and obviously you've got quite a few artifacts in there as well. Oh,
now
they
know.
Yes.
Yeah, now they know. They're on the broadcast. That's too funny.
Awesome.
Hey, listen, it's all right. We can sit and chill until we wait for the opening of the window. No, there they are.
Yeah. Everybody's excited.
Thank you guys
Love
for
it.
showing us your excitement. I know deep down it was in there. It's just that you felt like sitting at the moment, and that's all right.
There's a little delay.
Yeah, that's all right. Well, thanks so much to those supporting these watch parties and bringing them to us live here. Actually, our video paths are taking quite a circuitous route to be able to bring those live views in from Seattle as well as Alabama, but we're glad that we can be able to share it with you in the broadcast now. And so why are we going to the moon? Why does NASA want to build a moon base there? Here's Megan Carter again with our moon board.
All right, thank you, Megan. Yeah, so we are right around that hour-and-a-half mark, hopefully for that launch. It's going to be very exciting. So they are going to have a few days to be around the low Earth orbit, and then they'll be heading on to the moon. So yes, let's talk what will be happening. Why are we going to the moon? So obviously this is not going to be a landing, as we've discussed. They are going to be coming with 4,000 to 6,000 feet around the moon's surface, and this is going to connect us directly to our past. Those Apollo missions did have 6 lunar landings, and the Artemis campaign is looking to build on that past by going back to the moon, staying longer, and then going farther. So how are we going to do that, and why? We have obviously talked a little bit about that lunar South Pole, and we are focused specifically on the far side of the moon for this one for a specific reason. You might have guessed we're going to be looking for some resources especially, and that's going to be water or water ice. That is going to be giving us some really critical pieces for future missions. And as you can see here, we have identified 9 potential landing zones. So this is going to be a critical objective for our crew. Depending on when they launch, it will determine what is going to be visible, but we do have these 9 landing zones right here around the Shackleton crater. And as you can see here, a lot of that area is deep and dark, and that is where we are going to be looking for that water ice, because that is obviously going to give us not just water to drink, but as we know, that can actually be converted into our propellant potentially, that hydrogen and oxygen. So that is going to make the moon a critical place for that moon base, because we want to think of it essentially as a backpacking trip. If you have your tent and your hiking boots and your camping stove and all your gear, you don't want to take that out and be on the trail for the first day and then try everything out. You're going to test things out a little bit closer to home before you go out on that adventure. And that kind of goes for us as well. So the moon is going to be critical for us in the future steps towards our lunar landings, and then also for going farther on to Mars in the future. It's going to set us up for that deep space exploration, and we can't wait to see what they see once they get to that flyby. But for now, we are, like I said, getting closer. So I'm going to turn it back over to you, Megan.
Exciting stuff. Again, the idea of accomplishing a moon base, like as we've been saying, sometimes things just seem like science fiction, and it's amazing that we're making it science fact.
Yes, yeah, we're going back. We're going to scout it out, and then on the future Artemis missions, we're going to put boots back on the moon for the first time in over half a century. But we're going to stay, and we're going to learn from the moon, and we're going to, as Megan talked about, the water ice, and harness that resource, and, not only learn from the moon about Earth and about the solar system, but also figure out how we get to Mars from the moon.
And so what we're seeing now back inside the White Room with the closeout team, they are removing basically fixtures that protected the crew module hatch while they did work around it, right, Nicole?
Yep. Yeah, so anytime that you're moving around and working, there are some sensitive sensors and parts of the crew module that we don't want to kick or bump into, and so it's easier to just put a guard up while you're working in there and then take it down later.
And so this is a visual cue for us that the team is getting ready to close the last hatch, again, the launch abort system hatch. Can you tell us about what the LAS is?
Yeah, so launch abort system, this is, we have the crew module, and then what sits out basically on top of the crew module is the launch abort system, and it has its own motors, so that we'll arm it about 5 minutes prior to launch, and then it stays with the crew module until about the Kármán line, so that 100-kilometer point in space. Once the crew could safely get to orbit,
they're moving the protective covers between the last hatch and the inner hatch.
The crew module will then be exposed. So this is just a safety mechanism that stays on the outside of the crew module, and then as they monitor the attitude and the thrust and all sorts of the roll, all sorts of different data points to make sure the crew is safely getting to orbit. And once they are safely
we have
orbit,
the combination.
Then we will get rid of that launch abort system.
And it looks like they're putting all these parts that they're removing from around the crew module hatch into a bag because they have to take this out with them once they leave the pad, right?
Yes, yeah, we don't want anything left up there in the White Room, and especially because that crew access arm will move away from the capsule and the rocket, and so we want an empty White Room, no FOD like we talked about, so that we can have a safe launch.
And this orange tube that you see on the right side of your screen, that had been inside the crew module providing breathable air to the crew. And now again, with the crew module closed and them getting ready to close the second hatch, that has been removed and is out of the way. So again, the closeout crew can continue to do their work.
Just for success,
Tom.
Tom.
Just a duct to provide some cooling air and some breathing air to the crew and the closeout crew while they're in there.
That's actually a good point, yeah. And so as we continue to watch the crew prepare to close the launch abort system hatch, why don't we take a look at the crew's mission patch? Now, crews have designed their official mission patches since the Gemini 5 launch in 1965. Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy, they really wanted to play on the abbreviation of Artemis 2 to all, signifying not only the second major flight of the Artemis program, but also a mission to explore for all, by all.
I'll tell you as soon as I know.
The crew chose the iconic Earthrise photo for a reason. It was taken by the Apollo 8 crew in 1968, the first crew to ever fly around the moon. The mission was to prove teams then were ready to land on the moon the same way Artemis 2 hopes to fly around the moon ahead of a lunar landing with Artemis 4. This time, as we've been saying throughout the broadcast, to stay on the moon and pave the way to Mars.
Yeah, we talk about incremental steps, right? And so Artemis 2 is very similar to Apollo 8 in terms of that increment. They're going to fly around the moon and set up the rest of the Artemis program for landing on the moon, but also with a nod towards the fact that we do this for all humanity. And I love the thoughtfulness and how much importance they put on their patch design.
Another camera angle of inside the Orion spacecraft.
Inside of 90 minutes.
I was going to say, we might be able to see Rise, but I think it's right behind Reed's foot there.
And so to orient people again, so basically we have Christina in your upper Christina in your upper left-hand corner. Then you have Jeremy below her. And then the feet you're seeing, those are Reed's feet. And then next to him, the upper right-hand corner, that is Victor, who's unfortunately hidden by Reed's feet, but again, that is the orientation of the crew inside Orion right now. Now, earlier this week, the crew got to stick their patch on a wall just outside the suit-up room. You can play that video there now. You can see that crews have been doing this as part of a pre-flight tradition again. Wow, Reed just making sure that thing won't come off.
It's flat.
And so now Victor is signing there, followed by Christina, and then Jeremy. That's a fun tradition. And your patch is up there too.
It is. Yeah, ours is on the left-hand side there. It's a fun tradition. This is a really fun day too. You know, they did this a couple days ago, but it's just another step that makes it a little bit more real that you're going to be launching soon.
It's a single, Ryan. I don't know how to dive. I know how to do it. I'm just not good at it. I can do a single.
Again, we talked a little bit about this before. The basically like a computer there on Jeremy's leg.
There.
A way for him to just check out the data, see some of the data that also Reed and Victor are getting to see, but in those much bigger displays for Orion.
Right, yeah, it's basically a tablet on his leg, and it's actually plugged into...
So what the closeout crew is doing here is removing all the guards between the inner and outer hatch. Those guards are like to make sure you don't drop a pen down in between the two hatches or something. Once all the guards are out, they will proceed with closing the last hatch, the launch abort system hatch, which is that one hatch that's still open. Meanwhile, here's Reed's feet or something. We don't know, no word on the flight termination system issues just yet. I will tell you as soon as I know.
Our international partners as well. Let's take a look at some of the people playing such a big role in today's test flight.
Thanks, B-Pat.
What we're doing here is a collaborative effort of hundreds of thousands of people.
This is about the parts, the hardware, the software, the services, all coming together to make that mission possible.
My dream for this space program is that we would not just push the boundaries, but that we push them together.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Liftoff of Artemis 1. We rise together, back to the moon and beyond.
It takes a team to do great things. And Artemis has an incredible team.
We have international partners. We have commercial partners and industry partners.
Dirty.
It takes unity.
Tiger Fang.
To
Thanks,
accomplish
guys.
great things. And that's what this mission's all about.
We're not sending our money to the moon and lighting it on fire. We're putting that money right back into the economy in ways that benefit everybody. So every dollar that comes out of the Treasury that goes to support this mission goes back into the Treasury 3 times. What is very important to me is that we do it the right way, and that we do it with our values, that our industries grow, that our communities grow, that our families are healthy and safe and have amazing things to work on. Then we're going to build machines to go even further onto Mars.
That is our generation, the Artemis generation, that defines the starting point of our exploration future.
Yeah, baby.
I just want to say thank you to all of the hands that have touched a part of this program and the hearts that have moved everyone to this goal, because we're going to the moon and we're going beyond.
One team.
One team.
One team.
One dream.
What I really like about that package is, again, just reminding people that this is spurring so many jobs across the country.
Yeah, across the country and across the world.
Yeah, and if you launch
the,
it more,
the
it'll
whole world
spur
has
even
a part of this. The Artemis Accords are signed by over 40, 50 different countries, and so, yeah, we're taking all of the taxpayers' money and we're putting it right back into the jobs here in the U.S.
And the money too. You know, when we have more disposable income because we have good-paying jobs, that's money that goes back into our economy as disposable income. So really, it is just an ecosystem that NASA is proud to be a part of.
Right. And not only is it about the money and the economy, right, but it's also about the science and what we're going to learn and exploration. You know, we, on top of all of those things, we benefit the economy as well.
Obviously, Nicole is a wealth of knowledge. We're very lucky to have her. We're going to be tapping into that knowledge throughout the broadcast, and we have been for now close to 4 hours. So thank you, Nicole. I hope you're holding up okay.
Yeah, I'm loving it out here. It's been great.
Let's learn a little bit more about Nicole. Her first mission to space was actually last March. She launched from here at Kennedy Space Center as pilot of NASA NASA's SpaceX Crew 10 mission to the International Space Station. And what a beautiful launch that was. She spent 148 days in space conducting science experiments that could benefit us on Earth. For example, one studied the physics of liquids, which could help.
So yeah, Nicole just got a trip up to the ISS. She came back actually relatively recently. Hey, Tedster.
The Eagle has landed.
Hey EJ, I just watched Project Hail Mary, and I found out
not
that the
have
character
spoilers.
portrayed by Ryan Gosling was designed to portray a certain space streamer, but they had to scrap it because Ryan didn't want to mess his hairline up. Kappa hue 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 hue.
Thanks for that.
That takes you.
Yeah, I think that's a great example. You know, I was a serious little kid with really high goals and, you know, just kept working hard and never got bumped up the path and ended up here. And, you know, I think it's a testament to the human, like we talked about. You know, if you're willing to work hard, be a good team player, you can really get anywhere you want in life.
I could have hair like that if I felt like it.
Mentioned similar things, and so it's been kind of a theme for the day.
Yeah, definitely a theme for the day, a theme for the team. The team has
I forgot what I was going to say, Ted.
The same sort of thing. So
I was going to say something.
Thank you so
I
much for
totally
being
forget.
here. And
Oh yeah. So they were tracking an issue with a flight termination system. It was not playing nice, but NASA has a solution in work, and we should get an update on that very soon. Brutality.
Mission control in Houston.
Mafia Locks. Welcome to Mission Control. Thank you for becoming a flight controller. Gary?
Hey, Megan, you are right.
My
This
name's
is
not
a
Megan.
significant milestone, and we may be putting the names of a few more astronauts in the history books today. The Artemis 2 crew is
Hey,
set
it's
to
a
launch
hairline.
today. Will
It's
join
just a
select
dotted
list
line,
of
okay?
humans to fly in a spacecraft for the very first time. And Artemis 2, like
Right,
missions
dotted
before
line
it,
is still a
is
line.
a test mission. During ascent, the crew and the teams here in the room are prepared for a variety of scenarios. Some of these will be called out directly by Capcom's Stan Love during ascent, and some are a little more subtle. These calls can be split into two categories: alternate main engine cutoff or MECO targets, and aborts. First, there are two alternate MECO targets or AMTs. These note milestones to give flight control teams and astronauts an idea of what would happen after that moment should the core stage lose one of the main engines. First is AMT low.
You want subtitles,
You won't
Dev?
hear it called out by the crew or Capcom since this happens right at liftoff.
Thanks, ladies.
If the core stage engine, if the core stage loses one engine at this moment, an abort once around option could be made at main engine cutoff, meaning the crew could target a splashdown in the Pacific. The second is AMT high, which will be called out by Capcom's Stan Love around 22 seconds. After this moment, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still pursue an alternate mission in low Earth orbit to accomplish some of the test objectives. And at about 5 minutes, 16 seconds into the flight, you'll hear the call 3-engine press. This is a good moment. After this point, if the core stage loses an engine, we can still make a nominal main engine cutoff and pursue a moon mission as expected. Again, these MECO targets give the flight control teams and crew an idea of what lies ahead should one main engine be lost, but assumes we are otherwise continuing to a main engine cutoff target. This differs from an abort, where the Orion capsule separates from the Space Launch System prior to the planned separation time. There are abort options at every moment that integrity is attached to the Space Launch System, from the pad to more than 3 hours into the mission. During the first 8 or so minutes of powered flight, there are 3 abort options. First is the use of the launch abort system, which you see at the very top of the rocket, and here in the White Room where the hatch is open and teams are working to close it. This particular abort capability can be used from here at the pad through roughly 3 minutes and 22 seconds into the flight. Next is an untargeted abort splashdown, or UAS. This uses Orion's service module engines to escape the SLS and becomes available immediately after the launch abort system jettisons. Third is an abort once around, or AOA. You'll hear Capcom Stan Love call AOA open around 7 minutes 30 seconds into the flight. This also uses the service module engines, but the burn profile is a bit different to aim for a splashdown in the Pacific after one trip around the Earth. NASA's expedited recovery teams are staged off the coast of San San Diego to get to the crew.
Wait,
and
that dotted line is your hairline? I thought that was just the center markers on the runway.
Until solar arrays are deployed on the Orion service module a little more than 30 minutes into the mission. At this point, an abort to orbit or ATO option becomes available until separation from the upper stage around 3 hours and 23 minutes. Mission profiles can vary depending on when an ATO is executed in that window, but with power being drawn from solar arrays, it buys more time for astronauts and flight control teams to make decisions and stay in Earth orbit, return for a splashdown, or continue to the moon.
It's going to be hard to see it with the telescope, Chlorophyll.
Well trained
it's
on
going
all
to
of
be
these
that's going to be
scenarios,
tough.
and the calls you hear to the crew on Orion to Earth may help them be in a ready state for whatever challenge may come their way. At this time, we're not tracking any significant issues here in mission control in Houston, Texas. That would be showstoppers for today's launch. We're continuing to, of course, monitor the countdown along the way and make sure all systems are go for when we reach T0.
Gary, be quiet.
With that, I'll send it back to you, Megan, at the Kennedy Space
Center. All right, we are ready for another reading if you are ready over there.
That's Jeff Radigan.
Yes, sir. CBA is steady at 2,600 PSI.
All right, copy that. And you know, the more times we ask you to do that, the closer we get to launch, so that's a good thing.
I don't know, XD.
You heard it there from
Adam?
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding. The more that they keep on asking her how the pressure is holding in the...
So what's the inclination at today's launch? It varies depending on when they target where they target the launch window. So Brohandy, we're looking at an inclination between 27.5 degrees incline and about 40 degree inclination. It's anywhere in between there. Flight termination system update. Hold on. Be quiet.
All right. Thank you very much, Megan. And we're getting an update now from the launch team as we speak.
Hello? Daryl? Boosters in ignition.
I stand by 1 second.
Sir, can I talk to you, please, sir? I had to the radar, sir. You don't need that, Private. We are right here now. What is... I had to the radar, sir. I had to the radar, sir.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry about that. We're just getting an update, in fact, about what I was about to report out on the range. And the good news is the range is go. So we reported that they were working to verify the equipment regarding the FTS system. And they asked for a little of that verification work to be done by one of the FTS engineers here in the firing room. He went out to the VAB to get some legacy hardware to help out with it. But in the end, this is a fix that the range had come up with to get clearance, to clear the range rather, and to as well work the FTS system. And so now they are go.
The shuttle.
Again, the range is go. That is no longer a constraint.
The space shuttle looking down over SLS like, here, you need one more thing. Remember your training, SLS. Before I go...
Is great news. So again, the range is green, and we're continuing to work through the countdown.
Max
we got a weather update that came in to the launch director from Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger. He reported out that there's still a little bit of feisty weather activity that's happening up in the Titusville area. That's the city neighboring the Kennedy Space Center.
It was.
Those showers had passed over Kennedy, and then now they're currently over in Titusville, currently still within that mile kind of constraint of flight through precipitation rule. But we're still far enough from the window that it looks like it won't be an issue. And in fact, we're seeing some good sunlight now breaking through onto the launch pad. As you can see, it's actually shining on the other side of the rocket here. But to the west, we're starting to see some of that clearing that was forecast. And so the launch weather officer held his forecast for 80% go for flight during our launch window tonight, which, as a reminder, is 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
That's good, guys. Everything's on track. Just waiting on this closeout crew to close that outer hatch.
We're also hearing that the last hatch closure, as you can see in the bottom corner of your screen.
All right, they're going to do it now.
They're starting to work on that. That's the launch abort system hatch. There are 2 hatches, the crew hatch and the launch abort system hatch.
Yeah, they're getting ready to go.
The
Here we go.
Crew that you see right there.
Take the tags out.
Right on time with their
last
work
hatch is tagged.
as they go to shut.
Tagged out.
And you can see it in motion right now. That
yeah,
launch abort
baby.
system hatch.
This is happening. Well,
that's the latest from the fire room. Send it back to the host desk.
Tier 392 month resub.
Thank you so much, Daryl. Great news all around. And yes, we did just see them close the last hatch. And now we are looking at a live view of Banana Creek. Lots of people there, I'm sure, relieved to hear that that issue with the flight termination system has been resolved. And we are go for launch. Go for launch from the range. Go for weather. And go from all of them, I would imagine.
Yes, it's got to be exciting. The crowd is building. And as Daryl said, you can start to see the sun poking out here, and we can see all the clouds are moving north and moving away from us. So it's all good news.
And so as we know, we have our Leah Martin down there at the Banana Creek viewing location, and she's standing by with some other guests.
Hey, Megan, I don't know if you heard that huge cheer just now. If you heard a big rumble, as soon as Daryl said that the range was clear for launch, everybody clapped. It was super excited as we get to do some final countdowns. Standing next to me, I have Hudson and Maddox, the son of brothers here. And I asked you a little bit earlier, how excited are you to be here for launch? What did you say?
I'm very excited. It's our mom's birthday, and, you know,
not a better way to celebrate right now. I asked you
know.
on a scale of 1 to 10, how excited are you? Would you say?
11. Yeah, 11. I'm very excited. Super excited. Yeah.
So, Megan, we've been watching the launch broadcast here and hearing some of the questions that you and Nicole have been asking and ansering. And I actually wanted to ask these two kids, if you could take a 10-day trip around the moon and take 3 people with you, who'd you take with you?
Well, I'd take my dad and my mom. And I mean, I don't know. Probably.
Not your brother?
My best friend. I'd just say one of my friends, you know.
Oh, what are your friends? So brother got left out. Who would you take?
Dang, man.
That was just what I was thinking. My dad and my mom and my best friend.
That's a pretty good answer. Your brother can get his own trip to space, right? So I'm actually joined here also by Dad. Now, you were sharing with me that a lot of the work that you've been doing over the last several months has been prepping the launch teams, our engineering teams, our ground systems teams to get ready for launch, to be mindful and to be in this moment. How does it feel to be standing here knowing that the people you've worked so closely with are doing what they're passionate about, or doing what they were born to do, moments away from launching this rocket?
I mean, this is an exceptionally happy moment for us and all of us and the people that are, about to take off on this historic trip here. And I'm grateful to know that we've helped in some way, shape, or form to help them stay steady and calm, in such an exciting time within the agency. And so to just be here and witness it and know that they've got some tools to help them stay calm and steady is everything to us. So.
Probably does.
Fantastic. Well, Megan, we are standing by ready to go, and we're ready to cheer this team on.
Fair, Bree. Fine. You and the dog. Let's go.
Thanks so much, guys. And yes, Leo, we did hear that cheer. That was very exciting. I think the vibe over there is they're celebrating, they're having fun. And here, once they heard that we're go for launch, everybody had to run back to the camera and work. It's a little bit of a different vibe, but I definitely think that people are excited, especially as we see now live inside of the White Room at the launch pad. The closeout crew has closed.
They're doing a hatch leak check here. You see the pneumatic lines that are hooked into the hatch. They want to make sure that this is sealed up good and make sure that it's basically locked in.
4 of them to push.
Remember, Orion is made by Lockheed Martin, and you can't spell locked in without Lockheed Martin.
Right, yeah, we talked about how heavy the crew module hatch is. This hatch is just as heavy probably, and so, they're working the closure here and working those connections, and you can see, there's still 3, 4, 5 people that we can see in the White Room. It takes a lot of people to get this.
Why are you booing me? I'm right.
And this rocket ready to launch.
Mm-hmm. And so the next step in the countdown is that this team will start closing out the White Room. So basically disconnecting things, stowing things, making sure that when they leave, there is nothing that
Joey, why do people keep calling me out on this? Look.
And really, then at that point, it's just all four of the crew members, Victor, Reed, Christina, and Jeremy by themselves at the top of the launch pad.
Yeah.
Dude, it's like happening every
that
5
crew
minutes,
access arm will
man.
move away, and then it'll
No,
really
it's really
just be
funny.
them up on top of that rocket.
Makes me laugh.
Yeah, your eyes lit up when I said that. That's exciting. It is. It is.
It's a green screen.
Yeah, we had a moment, we talked a little bit about my fear of heights, but most of our crew is afraid of heights. And so there was a moment where
Afraid of heights?
I realized that it was just us, 100 and some odd feet up and
no
crew access arm, and may or may not have said something that made everybody go, huh.
Were you wondering yourself, how did I get here?
We're pretty far up.
That crew again, bringing that drag-on camera. That camera is a handheld camera that is a live look.
Okay, the repress
for
lines are
teams who are
unplugged.
remotely watching
So
these.
guys, you can see Ground Crew 2. That's so Taylor and Andre right here. Yes, that's their names. Andre is part of the backup crew. They are capping off the repressurization lines, which means the hatch sealed. The other thing is that, look, you can see some daylight over there. Fun fact, the White Room is 275 feet off the deck of the pad, so 27 stories straight down. And they're gonna have to retract the seal here in a moment. You'll know that that's going to happen when one of these guys harnesses up. They'll put on a safety harness when they go to do that, because you don't want to fall from here. Nice wrench.
Obviously, they did have tools out. They did have procedures, paper, notes out. Like all of that has
rockets.
to go.
Yes, and you can
Hey,
even
Bob,
see on
what's
number
going on?
3's hat, he's got a string that's
Raiden, how you
connected
doing?
to his suit there.
No bungee
That's,
jumping.
Again, just to
No,
make
not
sure
today.
that we don't lose
Maybe
anything.
later,
If,
when the
gust
rocket's
of
not there. I
wind,
wouldn't
or
want
you
to
get
bungee
knocked
jump
or something, you don't
near the
want
rocket
to
when it's
lose
fueled.
a single thing in the White
Probably
Room.
not a
So
good idea.
everything is tethered, everything is accounted for, and everything is protected.
There's a shot of the crew.
The crew now. Another live
sleeping.
view of them inside Orion.
Christine is definitely sleeping.
Jeremy, Christina.
Oh, no, Jeremy's awake. Now,
and
Christina's
Reed
out.
And Victor.
See,
on
that's-
the right side of your.
That's normal. She's out. She's just sleeping. Look, this mission's going to get a little intense. There's not going to be a lot of times to get sleep, especially in the first flight day. First flight day has a broken up sleep schedule, so it's 2 4-hour segments between the perigee raising, or on either side of the perigee raising maneuver, a big maneuver for the craft to get to a higher orbit. So sleep when you got time, dudes. Also, cool thing to note, if you guys haven't seen it, like there's they got a clip in the bottom of their shoe, so they can, clip onto things around the capsule, so you can lock yourself in.
Discovery,
Hey, Trag, would you go to space? Yes. Yeah, or it's a bottle cap opener. Yeah, sure.
I don't think they get a full night's rest for quite some time. So,
yeah,
going through what's next.
And so as we say that, I mean, imagine what it would be like to live in a spacecraft for 10 days.
Yeah,
10 days.
like Gary, it's
Let's take a
also
look
for
at,
if you
at
want
what
me to
life
do the...
will be like in
And
Orion.
Are you okay? Are you okay? Are you okay? That's what that's for.
Artemis 2 is our first crewed mission back to the moon since the Apollo
A lot of room
program.
inside of Orion, guys. It's a big capsule.
A lot of the focus of Artemis 2 is really checking out systems to be sure that we're ready and well positioned for continued human exploration.
I can't.
My name is Susan Baggerman, and I'm the Chief Health and Performance Officer for the Orion program and the Artemis 2 mission. And this is 10 days in Orion.
They're central, using central time alleviate.
For this mission, the crew will launch in the Orion spacecraft on top of the Space Launch System rocket, or the SLS rocket. Once they've launched and achieved orbit, they'll continue on checking out many of the different critical Orion systems, check out some of the critical medical systems, and be sure that we understand how the crew would do that successfully within the volume of Orion.
They don't, Pat.
We also have, of course, systems to feed the crew. They have a potable water dispenser that they'll check out. And then we also have a food warmer. Kind of looks like a suitcase that the crew can use to heat their food. They're also going to check out the flight wheel system. We'll have the crew perform some initial exercises. Part of that is to ensure that the flight wheel is actually working, but part of it is actually to be sure that our environmental control systems are actually working. For sleeping, the crew will sleep in sleeping bags. Some crew members like to be very tightly bound up, and some like to float very free. They'll use the toilet for the first time and be sure that it's able to flush. While they're on their journey, they'll do some testing that they quickly don their suit just to be sure that we would be ready in the future for an emergency. They'll also check out our radiation shelter. If we were to have a solar particle event, we would be asking them to take stowage out of the stowage bay and put it in some specific locations on the vehicle, basically for it to serve as shielding.
Windows. Put it in front of the windows.
And so I want to talk a little bit more about what we just
like
heard in that
Predator.
package. I am interested in the space food. So Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy have a pretty big menu to choose from, so that's really cool. We're actually going to pull up a graphic now that kind of shows you some of the food that they're going to have with them on their 10-day journey around the moon. We know of more than 10 types of beverages.
Hey, Sean, what's up,
There's
man?
coffee, a mango peach smoothie, apple cider, lemonade. So those all
Stored on
sound
board,
delicious. And
No
now
airlock
I just
on
remembered I
Orion.
haven't eaten lunch.
They're actually not too bad. I actually have a mango peach smoothie with me today.
No way.
Yeah. So you can see they come in these little packets here, but
A mango peach
it's just kind of a dried
smoothie?
powder that you add water to. So this would actually, you'd add 175 milliliters of water and let it sit for 2 to 5 minutes, and then you can stick a straw in it. You saw in that package they put a
Did Nicole just read the instructions?
and then you can drink it.
And so this is the packaging. This is food that you brought up with you, or that you had while you were at the ISS.
Yes. Yeah, actually, this is all food that we have available to us on the standard, what we call the standard menu on the space station. And so actually the graphic there showed quite a bit of the standard menu that they're going to take with them. So
let's pull it
space
back
food
up,
is space
actually.
food. Yeah, we can.
I saw it, Endo. I checked. Seems to be
We
working
can use the food that we
Thank you, Jack.
have been using. You know, our food lab at Johnson Space Center actually creates that food, and then they stabilize it and they package it for us and everything. So they do a really wonderful job out there. We've got different types of food.
Yeah.
You know, you can
There
see
you
I've
go,
got
Elfish.
this is a soup, tomato basil soup. So thermal stabilized. It's already hydrated. So you just throw it in that food warmer that we talked about, and then you can eat it. But then we also I have some shrimp cocktail here that's irradiated. So it's in a package that protects it. I'll show you. I've got a brownie too. That's probably my favorite one. But
are we eating
it's
it?
we might, if you're.
Yes. Look,
So-
see, they want us to eat. I don't know what happened, but it worked out with what we were saying here.
So it's in an outer package to help protect it against radiation.
I don't want the shrimp.
And then it's
I don't
in
want
this
the
inner
space
package,
shrimp.
And so this
I
cosmic
don't want
brownie,
that,
actually,
man.
the trick, Anne McLean, my crewmate, taught me. The trick is you got to put this in the food warmer and get it nice and warm, and then you can get it. But so what
Warm
we do is we
brownies?
just take scissors.
I can get in on that.
And you open it up. And then it comes right out.
I
So
don't
these
want the
brownies are
shrimp.
nice because they don't have a ton of crumbs, and so you can actually just eat it
Bro, that looks
pretty
like a
easily
chunk
in
of
space.
fudge.
You know, if you imagine, that would not happen in space.
It
would not fall. But yeah, so we've got all sorts of things that you can actually eat. The menu's pretty
Extreme
good.
fails.
Pretty
It happens
diverse on
to
the space
everyone,
station,
dude.
And then as you
No
saw,
exceptions.
pretty diverse for Orion.
Nice. Yeah, that's amazing.
Guys,
and
we're
again,
inside
here's
of
a
1
look at
hour.
the crowd that's starting to continue to grow here as we get closer.
We're sitting at T-minus 59 minutes on the dot to the launch of Artemis 2. Artemis 2 is targeting 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time from Launch Complex 39, specifically Pad 39B here. If it goes in 58 minutes and 47 seconds, it will be the first NASA mission, the first mission in general to leave low Earth orbit with humans on board since December 1972. And here's Roy Wood.
With you into space.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And why would it be lasagna? Because that's the greatest food.
You ain't kidding, man.
Again, not really a question. Because he was like, it's
It's got to be
lasagna.
lasagna. You know, there is lasagna on
What
Space
is
Station,
this?
and it wasn't too bad. Probably not my favorite food of all, but
Are these provisions?
yeah, lasagna's not a bad
Oh,
option.
this
It's
is
a
great.
high-calorie meal if you're trying to, carb load for.
They're talking about food right now, so this is fantastic.
Yeah, I remember
We got
Christina
ginger
saying that
ale,
her
we got
favorite food
dunks,
on the menu, and actually,
body armor.
she was saying that she was getting in trouble because people kept on saying, "You can't eat
Discovery,
mac and
go at
cheese every
throttle
day,
up.
Christina."
We mentioned the mac and cheese and brisket earlier. Man, I would put those two on a tortilla. That would be
all
great.
right. Not sponsored. Let's go.
Delicious. Well, thank you so much, everyone, for sending in those questions. For everyone from a 5-year-old that we got a question from to
commercial
all the way to
resupply.
Junior there, comedian.
Off-the-shelf components, baby.
And if you're
Let's
just joining
go.
us, welcome to the Space Coast of Florida, where we are counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2. You see a beautiful aerial shot there of our rocket on the pad.
I got legit, there's a lot of coffee here. There's enough caffeine to keep me awake for a long time.
Around the moon and back, and we're taking you all.
My brother-in-law gave me all this.
Next chapter of human spaceflight.
Thanks, buddy.
I'm NASA's Megan Cruz. And this is NASA astronaut Nicole Ayers. Great to have you here, Nicole.
Yes, this has been a beautiful day. Excited. We're continuing to march towards this launch.
We don't celebrate until the capsule comes back down,
travel farther from Earth
I got something planned. Don't worry.
And see parts of the moon no one has ever laid eyes on. How exciting!
Yes. Exciting is an understatement.
You have tangs? I don't. I got dunks.
We're going to see the far side of the moon for the first time by humans in a long time.
It's freaking dunk, dude. Yeah. I'm a dunk king.
And as the crowd again builds behind us, more activity that you're seeing here at the Kennedy Space Center press site. We also have a ton of people gathering around the world to watch this history-making moment. So let's take a look at those watch parties now.
Oh.
That crowd has grown. We checked with them probably like 30 minutes ago, and it was half that.
Saturn
again,
V
as
up
we
there.
get closer and closer to launch, we are seeing more and more people gather together, wanting to experience this together, and not just in a vacuum at home, you know?
Yes, this is so exciting. Look at all of those people. Man.
Museum of Flight.
And now here we are back in Seattle, the Museum of Flight. Again, people gathered there to show their kid. We see someone walking in the second row there. His first crewed launch to the moon. How exciting.
That is exciting.
Hello, everyone.
Woo.
Oh, that's so great.
Yes, that person walking.
And now let's get you up to speed on
what
what's happened
do.
so far. Again, we are now within an hour of the opening of our launch window. So what has been happening so far today? Well, a lot. After waking up and grabbing a bite to eat, our Artemis 2 crew suited up inside the historic crew quarters, a tradition that dates back decades. Teams helped them into their custom Orion crew survival suits.
The crew quarters have been in continuous use since Apollo 8, which would have been December of 1968. Every mission before that was either done on site or in a blockhouse or at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station. It was at Cape Canaveral Air Force Station at the time. Apollo 8 was the first one to utilize Kennedy Space Center. That was the first crewed Saturn V launch, third launch of the Saturn V in total. Apollo 7 in 1967 was the last mission to not use the Neil A. Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building. Every single NASA flight, every single NASA mission has had astronauts staying inside of the Neil Armstrong Operations and Checkout Building since Apollo 8.
The launch abort system hatch.
They got the harnesses on. They're going to pull the seal.
Live at the pad, where the closeout crew is getting ready to leave the White Room. They are now tethered, Nicole, because they are about
Thanks,
to.
Kilpon. It's good to see you, man. Hi, Bear. How you doing?
Some
Woo!
pieces that connect
Bob,
the Orion spacecraft to the White Room, correct?
Yes, there's kind of what I would call a shroud. You can see them working that there. So it is actually connected so that way the gap between the crew access arm and the crew module, and well, I guess that's the LAS there, is covered. But they're about to remove that so that the crew access arm is not connected to the rocket in any way so that it can retract here in the next few minutes.
And for how we're looking with the launch countdown milestones, let's go to Daryl Nail in the Launch Control Center.
All right, thank you very much, Megan. And as you can see there,
looking good,
finishing touches, as you've been talking about, to the LAS, which brings me to that subject because we currently are hearing the launch team is working an issue that was reported out with the LAS. At least there's an issue apparently with a battery on the LAS. The engineer who is in charge of the launch abort system sits on console here, reported that a temperature for one of the two LAS batteries is out of range. And although it's not a constraint for launch right now, it would be when that temperature is checked inside of T-minus 6 minutes, which is inside of terminal count. So right now, the team is working some troubleshooting on this issue. Going to follow, of course, along closely with what they learn. But again, a battery temp for one of the 2 batteries on the LAS is out of spec, and the team is working to understand, first of all, whether or not this may be a sensor issue.
Thanks for watching, buddy.
Or is there an issue with the battery itself?
Yep.
So again, looking into it, troubleshooting and researching.
We got time, guys, so don't picnic just yet.
With regards to the weather, we did get some good news there. Launch Weather Officer Mark Berger reporting to the launch director that the weather chances have now improved for the window. We are up to 90% go, which is great news. Again, 90% go. That is up from the 80% that we started when we had the first weather forecast come out officially 3 days ago.
Thank you also.
And so that is great. And for anybody who's here in the launch area knows that is certainly viewable. They can see that by just looking up. So we're getting some good clearing as forecast.
You got to picnic a
little.
little.
And then just a reminder for those people who are watching the launch.
What do you got for me, Psychic Tater? Hello, thank you, Badger. Hello from Marshall Space Flight Center. We got you up in a large meeting room with about 20 here. Glad to see you're wearing pants. Of course, Psychic Tater. Wait, hold up a second. Is Jeff Radigan wearing pants in Mission Control? Don't know, but I'm gonna go ahead and guess that he probably is. So there you go. Boom, right there. Boom. Oh my gosh, don't look down. Don't look down.
Listen back now.
Don't look down.
And Nicole at the host desk.
A long way down.
2 of them there had to be tethered to the inside of the white room, because obviously now we have
shnikes, that's a long way down.
The white room.
They're up on level 275. Now, keep in mind, that's 275 from the launch deck. All right, that's not from the ground. That's from the mobile launcher deck. That's 275 feet up, or about 27-story building off the launch deck. It's probably another 5 to 10 stories down to the actual ground. Yeah, that's a long way up. Don't look down.
Again, the closeout crew just finishing up those last couple of things they have to do before leaving
last
the
thing
white
they're going to do
room
is
and then leaving the pad.
Put the safety railings in, and then they're out.
4 Artemis 2 crew members inside the spacecraft by themselves at the pad.
Yeah, and then we'll be curious to follow the battery issue on the LAS as well. I think sometimes it's just a sensor issue, sometimes it's a battery issue. So hopefully they figure that out quickly.
Mm-hmm. And so if we can take a shot of the crew inside the capsule if one's available, why don't we talk a little bit more about each of them? So we have Artemis 2 Commander, Reed Wiseman, Baltimore native, and he's actually, you see his feet in that shot there from inside Orion. He's been in space once before as flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. During the 165-day mission, Reed and his crewmates completed more than 300 science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, as well as astrophysics. They actually set a milestone for station science by completing a record 82 research hours in a single week. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to December 2022. His 2 daughters were out to wave goodbye to him.
Yo, Rob Deuce, what's up, man?
Made his way to the launch pad. And again, there's Reed's feet.
You're Patrick? All right, dude.
Reed is the one sitting in the seat to the right, closest to our camera there. So
don't get it.
Looks like he's relaxed by the body language of his feet.
Yeah, I think they're kind of in a holding pattern, if you will, or a waiting period. So it makes sense that he's a little bit relaxed.
So I just want to point that out. The next time they show Christina Cook, she's looking out the window. She can see the window. The window's the hatch window is over there on the right. She's definitely looking out the window. You know how I know? I'd be looking out the window if I was in that seat. I'd be like, oh, what are they doing out there? Oh, yeah, just closing out the pad. Yeah, that's pretty neat. All right.
Serving as a legislative fellow in the United States Senate. His first trip to space, November 2020. pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission. That was the first operational mission of NASA's Commercial Crew program, which resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the International Space Station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot, racking up more than 3,500 flight hours in more than 40 different aircraft. So again, he probably feels pretty at home in the pilot seat of Artemis 2.
These are
I think he
headphones.
does.
Yeah, they're headphones, dude.
He got to say goodbye to his wife and 4 kids. Again, those were the family that he had here at Kennedy Space Center before the 4 of them drove out to the pad.
Good work. Thank you, sir.
And you can see there, we talked about Victor's energy earlier, and you could see him working through, pushing some buttons on the displays. Looked like he was pulling up a procedure, so he's following along and ready to go, looks like.
And then mission specialist Christina Cook sitting on the
So what is that hole in their boots? So when you're up in microgravity, that's so you can attach your foot to something and not float away on the inside of the capsule. Moving around, space is kind of at a premium up there.
From March 2019 to February 2020. During that time, she set a record for the longest single spaceflight by a woman with a total of 328 consecutive days in space. How cool. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. Her hobbies include surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, and photography.
Go ahead, NCD.
There's a couple of suppressed overvolt messages. We're going to go ahead and clear those off your screen.
We see them and we copy.
All right.
NASA test director.
We're still working here, trying to get through everything. So we're getting close, and then trying to talk that other issue that we just picked up a little bit ago. But I think work-wise, we're doing really well.
Sounds good, NCD. We're doing great on board.
Glad to hear it.
NASA test director giving an update to the crew. Some messages flashed on their displays. Just wanted to say that they didn't have to worry about that. We're going to clear that. And that also just reassuring the crew, again, that they are tracking and working the issue with the launch abort system battery.
Yeah.
All right. And then first-time flyer, Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jeremy Hansen
45 minutes.
will fly to the moon as mission specialist on the Artemis 2 mission. The London, Ontario native selected as an astronaut in 2009.
Not till they land.
After that, he worked as Capcom at NASA's Mission Control Center in Houston. Capcom stands for Capsule Communicator and is the sole direct voice communicating with astronauts while in space.
Jeremy Hansen.
Jeremy also participated in training exercises, really cool ones like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to simulate deep space exploration for a week. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He also enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking. He has a wife and 3 children. And he's the one that you see bottom left-hand corner of your screen. I know, I'm trying to see what he's doing there.
Dude, all right, I'm just gonna say it. The blank face mask, the black helmet, like the black screen visor goes so hard, dude. That goes back to U-2, the U-2 spy plane and the SR-71 strategic reconnaissance aircraft. Yeah, it's derived from that, dude. It goes so hard. That's freaking cool, dude.
All systems are go.
1.2 G.
Gemini 3. Gus Grissom, John Young, March 23, 1965.
John Young.
Apollo 7, Wally Schirra, Don Isley, Walt Cunningham.
I shook
October
Walt Cunningham's
11th,
hand one time.
1968.
That dude. I shook his hand.
Space Transportation System, or STS-1,
Bob
John
Crippen
Young, Robert
John
Crippen,
Young.
April 12th, 1981. Then NASA SpaceX Demo 2, Doug Hurley, Bob Behnken, May 30th, 2020.
What's up, dude?
Followed by NASA's
Thanks for the raid.
Boeing crew flight tests, for their historic. Butch Wilmore, Sonny Williams, June 5th, 2024.
Son of Chiron here.
And
those
now,
who knew him, we watched his stream and family, and we're happy today is his birthday.
Artemis 2 with Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. It is really
my thoughts, dude.
Surprising, honestly, to hear that through all these decades, through all these launches we've had, this is only our 7th new vehicle that we're testing for crew.
Yeah, you know, we have so many different missions that we think about and we talk about, but really 7 vehicles that we've tested and that we're flying. You know, I like to think of spaceflight really as
on the last hatch,
a permanent test, right? We have hundreds of missions.
They're
or
working
so,
it right now.
You know, an airplane that gets tested and then flown has thousands of data points. And so really spaceflight is always going to be in the test field. And I think it's important to remember that, especially as we put humans on rockets that we never have before, or for the 7th time we start a new vehicle and a new mission.
Just getting word now that White Room closeouts are complete. And so the closeout crew is preparing to leave the pad.
It's exciting stuff. We are making good time, and the closeout crew is doing really well.
41 minutes, 43 seconds and counting until the opening of our window. And Artemis 2 is a 10-day mission that will send the 4-person crew on a journey around the moon and back to Earth.
Well, because NASA's closeout crew is leaving. NASA's trying to get back to the moon so they can learn how to live and work there, so we can learn how to get to Mars. That's the big one. As for other countries' plans, I'm not sure.
Journey to Mars. We need to go explore the moon. There's vast regions of unexplored areas with the coldest, darkest places in our solar system. This is a test mission, and when we get off the planet, we might come right back home. We might spend 3 or 4 days.
Cam, launch windows are open from now. There's a launch window every day from now till the 6th.
As we ride this amazing space launch system in the Orion spacecraft.
But another reason we're going back to the moon is to fulfill NASA's mission, which is to explore the unknown in air and space, to innovate for the benefit of humanity, and to inspire the world through discovery. And when we succeed and when we accomplish the things that we set out to accomplish, that inspiration not only can set up new things to happen, but it also is a reminder in tough times that we're capable of doing great things when we work together.
The thing I love about the moon is that it's not just a beacon for exploration and this platform of possibilities for incredible missions like this, but it has benefits. That's actually why we're racing towards it. Those benefits are really wide in nature. You have everything from innovation, technology development, not only for future missions going deeper into the solar system, but technologies that come back to Earth. You have inspiration, a whole generation of people starting this pipeline of STEM workers and manufacturers and operators that are excited to see what you can do when you work hard and you come together as a team.
When I think about the 4 of us flying around the far side of the moon, seeing that Earth rise, taking images and video and sending them back to you, the feeling that I have inside is hope. We know that Artemis 2 is not the solution for humanity on planet Earth, but it is a contribution in the positive column. We hope that just for a moment that people will pause and say, wow, it's extraordinary when you look back upon the Earth with over 8 billion people, and you see this concrete example of what humanity can do, this extraordinary thing when we set big goals
and CDR NTD
to achieve them.
And so Mission Control Houston will control the flight of Orion after a liftoff here at Kennedy Space Center. Here's Gary Jordan, who's embedded with that team. Gary, you might have to pause because we did just hear a call out to the commander in Orion.
Will do, Megan.
They put it on the second channel. We didn't
I think that was Commander Reed Wiseman responding to prepare for some of the next steps. We are now holding at the T-minus 10-minute hold. Expected a 30-minute hold. So we are well on the countdown. We are well on the timeline to meet this L- time and launch towards the beginning of the window, but continuing to track progress.
Because is there anything that I'm looking for? Not really. I just want the mission to go smoothly. I'm not looking for anything particularly crazy. I'll be watching, but yeah, we ideally want smooth sailing, fair seas and smooth sailing.
From each
That's
of the
Jeff
flight
Radigan
controllers
over
in this
there.
room, Flight
He's the
Director
flight
Judd
controller.
Freeling
He's
will
also
report a go for
texting
launch
somebody.
for Houston flight.
That's Judd Freeling
Upon
right there.
liftoff, teams here take control of the mission and communicate with the crew while they fly
Gary
on
just
the
got a
Space
ping.
Launch System. This phase of flight is highly dynamic, and each console position has a dedicated and important role of looking after critical systems. You'll hear calls from Capcom and NASA astronaut Stan Love in this room to the Artemis II crew as milestones are reached during the more than 8 minutes of powered flight on the core stage. Liftoff and ascent are just the beginning. This room will be staffed around the clock over the next 10 days to oversee every moment of the mission through splashdown. Here from the Johnson Space Center, we'll be streaming the mission live 24/7 so anyone can follow the crew's journey, take peeks inside the spacecraft, and share the experience of a lunar flyby with astronauts looking down at the moon's surface.
I'm on the Twitch
Teams
front
here have
page.
been rehearsing tirelessly in simulations to throw every conceivable and inconceivable scenario their way.
So, if you guys don't know me, I'm EJ. I'm the resident space flight streamer on Twitch. I teach people about space and space flight. What you're watching here is NASA's coverage of the Artemis II mission. The Artemis II mission sitting at T-minus 36 minutes, 47 seconds right now. If it goes, it's targeting 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time. If it goes, it'll be the first time that NASA sent people out around the moon since December of 1972. This is a big deal. Oh, there's a shot of their trajectory. Now, this one isn't landing on the moon. They're just doing a flyby. Why is that? Well, the landers aren't ready. Lunar landers are difficult to make. Give them some time. NASA is working with commercial partners, Blue Origin and SpaceX, to build out landers that will allow more frequent lunar landings in the near future. But for right now, what NASA is really trying to focus on here is the shakedown of the Orion capsule. NASA needs to make sure that the thing that's in front of the thing that she circled is working correctly. This flight does include a lunar flyby, but it's much more about shaking down the capsule and making sure that capsule is working correctly for when you actually go to do the real lunar missions. You won't have any surprises. XCOM, hey, 6-month resub. Thank you. And Denny with a 92. Appreciate it, guys. But yeah, 35 minutes out.
Discovery, go at
This is the first step in a set of increasingly complicated missions to ultimately build a moon base. By the end of this decade, get a moon base up and running on the moon and learn how to live and work there. NASA is going to build out that base so they can learn how to work on Mars. Now, hey, Agent Smart with 10 subs. Guy from KC with a 6-month resub. Nubius had a 4-monther in there. Thank you very much, guys. Now, that's part of the shakedown that they're going to do right there. That's called the RPOD, Rendezvous Proximity Operations Demonstration. Orion, in the first phase of the mission, on flight day 1 and 2, are going... What they're basically going to do here is fly in formation with the upper stage that got them there. That upper stage... They will separate from it and they'll station keep with it. That's what it's called. You're basically going to fly in formation. After that, they're going to perform the translunar injection burn and go out to the moon. It is a 10-day mission, first 2 days in low Earth orbit. Salty Fonz, hey, 28-month resub. Are we going to do an ad run before launch? Yes. TLI is a big step in this mission. It's where they shoot out at the moon. Now, once again, they're not going to circularize there on the moon. They're not landing on it. They're just going to fly past it and come back. The Orion is being put into what's called a free return trajectory. She'll show it here in a moment. It's basically a type of orbital mechanics where you burn towards the moon and you accelerate fast enough to get out near the moon's gravity. And the lunar gravel does pull you in, but it pulls you in such a way where it shoots you back towards Earth. They call it a free return because you don't actually have to fire the engines at all to come back home. It's just the burn out there, and then you're surfing the gravwell of the moon all the way back to Earth. This free return trajectory is going to take about 8 days. It's 3 days out, and they're going to fly by on days 5 and 6, if I'm remembering right. So that should be Saturday into Sunday. Sunday into Monday, excuse me. And then 3 days back. This is a shakedown cruise for that Orion capsule. It's a big deal. NASA has not sent people beyond basically the ISS and maybe the Hubble Space Telescopes. Well, the Hubble Space Telescope. They haven't sent people beyond that since the last Apollo mission, which was Apollo 17 in December of 1972. The crew on that was Gene Cernan, Jack Schmitt, and Ron Evans. Gene Cernan and Jack Schmitt on that mission spent 3 days on the moon. It was a righteous mission, and I hope we'll be able to match and succeed. Or not succeed, that's not the right word. Get better. Do better than that. That's also Scarlett Johansson.
You're the true heroes.
Something.
You were not just astronauts. You were pioneers.
Tucci.
Venturing deeper into the unknown.
The Tooch.
But you are not alone.
Exceed, that's the word. Sorry. I've been up for a long time.
Planet Earth.
Hey, I'm Victor Wembanyama, and I play basketball in the NBA. But I'm not only interested in shooting hoops. I'm also interested in shooting stars, dark matter, and all other types of astronomical phenomenon. And to the Artemis 2 astronauts who are shooting for the moon, I wish them good luck and Godspeed.
Hi everybody, I'm Ryan Gosling, and I play a biologist who goes to space to save the planet in the film Project Hail Mary. But the Artemis 2 astronauts are going to space for real, and they will travel farther from Earth than any humans in history. Sending all our best wishes to the Artemis 2 crew.
I just want to say how proud I am of each of you.
I just geeked out a little bit. I don't care.
Not just about me. Your mission is going to inspire future generations.
That's awesome.
Scientists, engineers, athletes, and dreamers to do
Missed
something
my bump,
that
chat.
they never thought possible.
Boom.
Hey, it's Roy Wood Jr., and I want to wish the Artemis 2 crew a happy and safe journey to the moon. Well, around the moon. To go around. I know what you're doing. You got to look for a parking space. This is to go around the moon, make sure it's somewhere to park, and then you park journey. Good luck.
Yeah.
It's actually a really good way to explain what how this mission builds. Again, we are hoping to land astronauts on the surface of the moon in maybe 2 years. So yes, we are looking around the moon on this lunar flyby mission to see where we might
So they
park.
know which
Thank
booster
you,
is the left
Roy
and the right
Wood
one.
Jr.
That's why
okay,
one has
and as
the
we
ring
look
around
at this live view of the rocket on the pad, there is a spectacular place here at Kennedy Space Center to watch launch from, and that's the Banana Creek viewing area. Why don't we go back there where the crowd is excited, and Leah has the best assignment ever, talking to people who are super excited about being here for Artemis 2.
Discovery, go and throttle up.
Oh my gosh, Megan, you talk about the excitement being palpable.
What's
I'm
up, dude?
telling you, everybody here on pins and needles as we get just about half an hour away from launch. I've been walking around talking to people, and I'm just struck
30
again
minutes,
and again
dudes.
by how many people are here from across the agency. I want to introduce you to just a small portion of the people across NASA who have been supporting this mission.
Patty Ortiz, NASA Armstrong Flight Research Center, Orion Program.
Orion.
Kathy Graves, Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
David Alexander, NASA Glenn Research Center, Office of STEM Engagement.
Jennifer Becerra, Johnson Space Center, the Office of STEM Engagement.
Here we go, right back here. Where are you from?
I'm from NASA Glenn Research Center, Joseph Panakitis.
Joseph, here we go.
Wes Furman from APL.
Maria Arredondo from Headquarters, Next Gen Sun.
Mark Robinson, Stennis Space Center, Commercial Space.
Hell yeah.
Amira Flores, Armstrong, Office of the STEM Engagement.
Molly Kearns, NASA Glenn, Space Communications and Navigation.
Matthew Pierce, Goddard Institute for Space Studies in New York City.
Here we go, and right over here.
Let's freaking go, dude.
Lauren Ring, Ames Research Center, Data Integration.
So we're coming together. We're one big NASA team, one big NASA family, and we have one major message before we launch tonight. Okay, guys, what are we going to say? 1, 2, 3.
Happy New Year! Oh. Sorry, I didn't get the memo.
Oh my gosh, that made me so emotional. That was so inspiring to see. I mean, wow, yeah, that was great.
Oops.
I mean, just to hear everybody say their position, what they're doing to support this mission
What
is
year is
amazing.
it?
And I'm
Wait a
sure this
minute.
was something that really rang true and resonated with
It's a
NASA's
boy!
Administrator Jared Isaacman again, to see the workforce come together to do the work and then to be
We're
here
inside
for
of
launch.
30 minutes.
So why don't we actually go over
Feel
to
real
him now
yet?
with our Jasmine Hopkins at
You
one of our
nervous?
other viewing locations.
Hey,
All right,
there's the
Megan,
guy.
thank you so much. The energy
Yep.
here on the balcony is honestly becoming electric as we get so close to launch, and now we are thrilled to welcome NASA Administrator Administrator Jared Isaacman. Jared, we're really entering a golden age of exploration. How will Artemis 2 set the pace for the coming years?
Well, I mean, Artemis 2 is the opening act, right? This is the test mission. This is getting very comfortable with the SLS rocket, the Orion spacecraft. No humans have ever flown on this before, right? And we're going to put it through its paces. We'll go into Earth orbit for a little bit, make sure Orion's doing okay, and then we are sending them, right? We're going to send them farther into space than any humans might have gone before, 250,000 miles away, and it's going to set up for the subsequent missions. That's why we're going into the golden age of science and discovery right now, because you're going to see a moon rocket launch in 2027 when we do our testing with the lander. We're going to go for the landing on Artemis 4 in 2028, and in parallel, we're going to build the moon base, right? And that is going to be filled with science discovery and tech demonstrations that's going to support the enduring presence we're trying to create on the surface.
Absolutely. So honestly, history-making years ahead of us, with Artemis 3 and 4. But first is Artemis 2. What will be our single greatest takeaway from this mission?
Well, I'll tell you, I mean, after ignition, to me, the moment that I'm going to be most excited for is splashdown. There's no question about that. Good shoots coming down off the West Coast. But look, I think the takeaway from this is gaining extreme comfort in the Orion spacecraft, right? I mean, this is very different than what we've done for more than a half century, right? I mean, the velocities that spacecraft is going to re-enter at, it's going to be new territory for us. We want to get our arms around that completely. So I would say the performance of SLS plus Orion is everything on this one. We want to make sure we do it in as a safe way as we possibly can, understanding what we are undertaking right here. Bring our crew back, learn as much we can from the vehicle, set up for Artemis 3 in 2027.
Right, and Administrator, we've actually had a pretty young audience today here, some kids running around the balcony. How do you hope Artemis 2 inspires that next generation?
I talk about this all the time. One of our overarching KPIs that we should always be tracking is the number of people living and working in space. Well, what's another strong number 2 on that one? It's the number of kids that are dressing up as astronauts for Halloween, so that they grow up, that they're inspired to want to join in this grand endeavor, whether they come work with us here at NASA or they join in industry, but they're helping humankind venture out farther, pursue all the secrets of the universe.
Yeah, I think we'll see a lot of kids dressed as astronauts this year. And finally, Jared, you've really made it a personal mission to get to know the people behind the work at NASA. Do you have any final thoughts, any final words before today's history-making launch?
Yeah, well, one, I want to express a lot of appreciation. I'll tell you what, the 4 astronauts on top of Artemis 2 know this. It takes an army to pull a mission together like this, right? Across all 10 of our centers, all of our commercial partners, the international partners that come together to make this possible. My sincere appreciation for everyone who is currently working the mission right now, so getting them ready for launch, that will be watching over them in mission control, recovering this crew when they splash down off the West Coast. I have complete trust and confidence in your abilities. And everybody else who's not directly working on Artemis 2, Artemis 3 is coming up next year. When this mobile launcher gets back in the VAB, we're going to start stacking.
Wow, plenty of excitement ahead of us.
Let's freaking go. Get some, baby. Let's go.
Thank you. Thanks for being here.
Of course. All right. And with that, let's get back to the countdown with NASA's Megan Cruz.
Under 25 minutes and counting from the opening of our 2-hour launch window, and take a look at all these people behind us. Literally every moment I turn around and I see the clock, I am like, oh, wow. Oh, wow.
There are more people and less time.
Yes, exactly, which is a great problem to have. Yes. Now, this first crewed test flight of NASA's Artemis program coincides with the 250th anniversary of our country's founders signing the Declaration of Independence. Exploration is a part of America's DNA, and it continues now with our return to the moon.
That and throwing tea into bodies of water. Oh, sorry.
Colonies laid the foundation for the greatest and most enduring democracy in the history of the world. One driven by courage, faith, and freedom. From that moment, we became a nation defined not by where we stood, but by how far we were willing to go. We conquered vast frontiers.
Manifest destiny.
Tools that shaped a modern world. We found light in the dark. And we rose from the earth. Faster, higher, farther. We pushed beyond the sky and into the unknown. We carried our courage into the cosmos. And we planted the American flag on the moon, the defining achievement of American superiority in space. Today, our curiosity stretches farther than ever. American robots search ancient rivers on Mars. New telescopes unfold to glimpse the first stars.
This is space.
And
I'm in space.
a new generation prepares to return to the moon, this time to stay. For 250 years, America has carried the light of humanity forward. But American exceptionalism isn't inherited, it's earned. Our greatness comes not only from what we've done, but what we're still determined to discover. Because in every era, across every horizon, America is at its best when it's reaching for something greater. America celebrates 250 years, and we are leading the world into the future.
Let's go.
22 minutes, 15 seconds and counting from Artemis 2, NASA's boldest test flight in a generation. The crew has said this often, that they hope it inspires children around the world. And recently, a group of kids here at Kennedy Space Center got a surprise of a lifetime while watching that rocket roll to the launch pad. So tell me what color it is.
Zion, heck yeah. We protect this sucker. We protect it. Boom! Sorry. I have to America just a little bit. I try to slow roll it, guys.
This is space.
Yeah!
I'm in space.
Get some, you know?
So everybody's looking at the rocket because it is kind of cool and impressive. One of the coolest things.
Yeah, I'll turn notifications off during launch, dog, for sure.
It's on top of a giant tractor.
Doesn't all food come in like tubes?
Epic, get to 5, thank you.
Plastic bags. You have to like rehydrate it. Sushi. There's not. I haven't seen sushi in space. It's probably hard to keep that back.
So everybody, we're 21 minutes, 9 seconds out from the launch of Artemis 2. Artemis 2 is the first mission that NASA has endeavored to go out beyond low Earth orbit since the Apollo 17 mission in 1972. This is a big deal. It's been 53 years. We've got to learn how to do it again. Now, this mission is just a flyby. It's not, we're not landing on the moon this time. The landers aren't ready. They'll be ready soon.
Discovery, go at throttle.
By the Artemis 3 and Artemis 4 and Artemis 5 should have the landers good to go. But this is the first in a set of missions that will ultimately culminate in a moon base. Hopefully, God willing, we'll get there.
Discovery,
Zuna, hey, Tier 1 3 months in advance. Thank you for all the support, guys. I appreciate you. Closeout crew has passed the press site, and we're looking good for a launch here. They're tracking one or two small things here and there with some
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Battery sensors on the launch abort system hatch, but we will get an update there momentarily. Guys, the other thing that I'm going to do is at T-minus 10 minutes, that's not my mouse cursor, okay? Stop it. Stop. Get out of here. Sorry. At T-minus 10 minutes, I'm going to run the pre-roll ads on Twitch. So if you're unsubscribed, look, I don't ask for subs. I earn them. That's my rule. I will run ads for you, so you do not get an ad during this mission, at least during the initial ascent, okay? So in about 9 minutes, I'll run the ads, and yeah, so you get a nice uninterrupted viewing experience on Twitch. On YouTube, sorry, guys, you guys are kind of screwed. I can't control it. I can control it on Twitch. The issue has been cleared. All right.
Inside of 20 minutes from the opening of our launch window, and right now we are targeting the top of that launch window, so we could be launching here in about 19 minutes, Nicole.
Wow, I don't know if I expected this today. I'm excited, and I'm glad they were able to clear the problem with the battery on the LAS. And
I'm good, Fluffy.
Everything has gone really smoothly today. It's been
they
great.
Cleared
the
the issue with the launch escape system
it's a beautiful
batteries.
Day for a launch.
And so now, as we are so close
to
possibly launch now,
saw his pin.
Just what are your final thoughts as we are about to embark on
who's directing this?
A mission back to the moon, the first time in more than 50 years.
Yeah, just so proud of the crew and all of the teams here on the ground that made this happen. They are carrying the torch from the Apollo era into the Artemis era.
Play countdown?
And, as the crew likes to say, they want to be the shoulders.
I'm in space.
AC, I listen to Countdown today.
GLS, can you help us with that, please?
Hold on.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
They want to be the crew wants to be the shoulders that the next generation can climb on.
0018.
Hold on.
Oh, this is space.
Thanks, guys.
I'm in space.
It's
I
in
lost
their
track
patch.
of all the notifications.
We're going for all. It's in the name of their
it.
capsule, integrity, representing humility, and the professionalism of everyone that got them there today. So proud of them. We love them. We're excited for them, and we cannot wait to see what they see.
Just leveraging everything we've learned so far as an agency, taking us from Apollo.
All right, guys, what I'm going to do here is I'm going to fast forward us. Prepare to fast forward. Preparing to fast forward. Fast forwarding, chat. Fast forwarding. At T-minus 10, we'll shut the alerts off. Yeah. And we'll run the ads, and we'll go from there. In the meantime, guys, thank you so much for the support. I appreciate it. And, real talk for a second. I'm just happy to share this moment with you guys. I'm happy to have the privilege to do it. Like I said, I don't ask for subs. I earn them, and I earn them by trying to give you the best content that I possibly can. And hopefully, like I said, God willing, we'll get there today. So thank you for all the support. I honestly and truly mean it. Like, thank you very much.
Convinced this is an instrumentation failure. So there are 2 batteries on the LAS. The LAS, of course, and with the help of my 2-year-old son's model rocket, Daniel said I could use this, so it's okay. The LAS is right here. It's the tower above Orion. Orion capsule is inside of here. It's used to pull Orion off the rocket in case the rocket is something's going on with the rocket, either on the pad or in flight. 2 batteries are bad. Well, I'm sorry, one of the 2 batteries reported an out-of-family temperature, and it was very much out of family. And so they checked their data going back into the vehicle assembly building where they recharged the batteries and worked on them. And they have good, solid data, they reported, that tells them that this is an instrumentation failure, that there's something wrong with the sensor. And so they took it before the mission management team, which has to accept the risk, any changes to launch commit criteria.
Sorry for gifted 50 memberships on YouTube.
And they all fully accepted it. So now we are clear as far as that constraint is concerned. And one quick thing as we count down now, we are getting into the final minutes before liftoff.
Good.
There's a 2-hour window. We haven't quite set the T0 yet. But this is a list of the cutouts. There are 150 cutouts that are included for this 2-hour launch window. And that's important. They're in very small print. That's important because there's basically 16 minutes inside this window that they cannot launch. And these are because of small things flying in orbit. There's a lot more things in orbit than there were back in Artemis 1 when we had 35 to 40 cutouts. For that reason, because of these 156 cutouts, they're going to be managing the launch window as we go forward. So they may have to wait out one of these cutouts. They range in time between 2 seconds to 23 seconds. But you'll hear the NASA test director talk through that. We're getting ready to merge that loop from NASA test director Jeff Spaulding.
Okay, so cutouts. They have a 2-hour launch window. There are certain times to the second where they can't launch. Why do cutouts happen?
This is space.
Well, they're called
I'm in space.
They're called COLAs and cutouts, collision avoidance and cutouts in the launch. Basically, that's when there's a satellite going over and they can't launch because you're running the risk of coming.
This is space. I'm in space.
You're running the risk of coming close to the satellite. That's why they have these cutouts. I don't think Daryl said that, but you get the idea.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Now entering
plain
one
English,
of the most consequential phases of launch day, and that's terminal count. The final
10,000 of them, man.
And OTC, NTD, N212 for comm check.
Good, comm.
Yo, Richie, what's good,
I hear
bro?
the same. STC?
All right, hold up.
GTC?
GTC's on 212.
All right, copy that.
NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding confirming communications with his team.
This is space. I'm in space.
Thanks, guys. Thank you for all the support. I lost track of the.
There will be 2 polls that we'll hear.
All the subs that have been gifted and people that have subscribed. Thank you.
Spaulding, the NASA test director, confirming the ground systems and the launch team are ready to proceed.
Take my money.
At this point, we have a clear board.
Clear an 8.
No constraints. But we need confirmation from each individual.
Let's do this, man.
On the NASA test director team. So we'll hear him poll his team. The other poll that we're waiting for is the poll from Launch Director Charlie Blackwell Thompson, who will take that final status from NASA management before giving the go to come out of a hold. And you're seeing the clock count down at L minus 12 minutes.
CCL, OTC, Orion, Earth-1.
Hold on.
CCL. Yes, sir. Reconfigure ARS primary loop ISO valve.
Go at throttle up.
Copy, that's in work. And CDR, OTC, Orion, Earth-1.
Go.
ARS loop ISO valves are being closed at this time.
Go at throttle up.
Okay.
Integrity copies.
NGDLP.
Silva. Thanks,
I had a discussion with CI and with MER manager regarding the observation the CIs had a few minutes ago. They were able to confirm with BCI photos that the condition that they observed has been there since 2025. MER manager has had a chance to review the findings, and they do not have any constraints from either a CIS or MER manager perspective.
Good news.
Okay. Copy all. And Launch Director, NTD, you copy?
Yes, sir. I copy. That's good news.
OTC, CCL 212.
This is space. I'm in space.
Man.
ARS primary loop isolation valve configuration is complete.
Okay.
Copy.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
And CGLS NTD, cancel pending, please.
GLS copies, and that's complete.
All right, and for all personnel, we got a little bit more work to do before we pick up the clock, and we're about a little over a minute from getting to T-minus 10 minutes, but we've canceled the resume time there, and then we'll pick it up after we get through all of our work and anything else that we need to do to get through the remainder of counts. So we'll continue working that to get to our T0 today.
All right, I'm shutting the alerts, guys.
So when we get to
thank you so much for the support.
About 50 seconds from now, we'll extend that hold.
Okay.
CVSE OTC. CVSE 400-290, looking to verify that we are configured for ascent. Yep, give me about 2 more minutes. I'm going to start CMA2 streaming. Copy.
NTD, COSE, hold requested.
Access. Thanks,
Copy that.
All right. I'm running the ads, dudes. See you on the other side.
O-CT-004. S-band transponder anomaly. This was a transient LCC violation, so transponder 1 had a demodulated SNR estimate that went down to 2 dBm when it should have been between 10 and 13. It is now back up to 12, but we did lose that for just a moment. It does not appear that we lost our bit sync or carrier lock, which would be indicative that we lost our lock with the vehicle. So at this point, recommendation would still be go. However, we do have a pre-planned contingency procedure if we want to look at that. But again, this is transient, so we're back in a nominal range.
All right, let's see. LPE NTD.
How transient?
Yeah, we're not seeing that hit. So I guess the question for COSE, was that less than 3 samples? Is that below our persistence?
Stand by. Let me look. It did look like it did persist for several seconds on mine, but let me take a look at the number of samples.
So it looks like
Could I get a repeat on the affected LCC, please? Yes, ma'am. That's going to be O-CT-004.
It's one of the short band antennas on Orion. It went a little low for a second. I know, Dean. Isn't it sick? Now you know why I like rockets like this, like NASA in-house stuff. Isn't it cool? You hear everything. They just play it, dude. They don't care. This is why shuttle launches were cool. There was so much to learn. Now you know why I want more SLS flights, because I want stuff like this. I love listening to this stuff. It's the best. You can learn so much from it.
Yeah, us taking a look at the data right here, looks like that was a single sample.
Yeah, copy that. RFPS does report that they also lost lock for about 5 seconds. So
telemetry antenna,
I would love
Bluegill?
to ask KUS and see if they also lost lock with the vehicle for any extended amount of period.
Yeah, it would be a TDRS lock if I'm understanding it right.
And COSE, while we're doing that, these are 1/10 hertz measurements, correct? So we would have had to lose it for over 10 seconds to get a second sample?
Yes, sir, that's correct. It is 1/10 hertz.
Yeah, so from our perspective, the allowance is effectively up to 30 seconds, up to 3 samples based on the 1/10 hertz. This is not an LCC violation, I believe.
Yes, sir. I would agree with that at this point. Copy that.
We're checking with KUS on 232. I don't think they have 212 access. We're trying to verify, but
guys. Coke 0.
But it sounds like they have a loss of lock as well. About 2 seconds.
Okay. And I guess for both KUS and COSE, do we have lock now?
That's affirmed. We do have lock for COSE.
You don't want to desync the timers. They tried that once on a Starliner mission. Didn't end well.
Yeah, so from the integration console perspective, we did have a temporary loss there within the allowable, and per the requirement, let's go.
This is Houston Flight. We have lock and we have good telemetry here in GSE.
And KUS is reported to they have good lock now.
Good. There was a little bit of a signal interruption on Orion's telemetry antennas.
So with all of that, OSC, then are we in a go configuration per your LCC?
Yes, sir. Recommendation would be go.
Okay. LP, you concur with that?
Yes, sir. LP concurs go.
And Launch Director?
Yes, sir. Launch Director concurs go.
Charlie Blackwell Thompson, give
all right,
it a go.
And I'm going to go ahead and just verify everybody has everything else complete, Launch Director. And if we do, we'll be ready to pick up the poll at that time, unless there's something else that you're aware of.
No, sir. Let's verify all our work is complete, and I would like one last check of our constraints list.
All right, let's see. OTC, are you still waiting for ComConfig, or are you...
That is affirmed, sir.
Okay, is that your only open item?
Yeah, OTC, this is CVSC. That 400 step 290 is complete. Copy.
Okay, so OTC, you're complete with all of your work?
That's affirmed.
All right, copy that. STC?
STC is complete.
And GTC?
GTC is complete.
Okay, excellent. All right, and LPE, just want to verify we have no open constraints at this time.
No open constraints. We have a clear board, sir.
Okay, tracking the same here. And Launch Director, with that, we are clear and ready to pick up the launch readiness poll with your go.
Okay, all line items have been cleared.
All right, sir, I am go for the poll.
Charlie Blackwell Thompson communicating go for final.
And for all personnel, this is the NTD conducting the Artemis 2 launch readiness check.
NASA test
Verify ready to resume count and go for launch. OTC.
OTC is go.
STC.
STC is go.
GTC.
C's go.
MCO.
CO is go.
Safety Console.
The Safety Console is go.
LPE.
LPE is go.
RTD.
RTD is go.
Houston Flight.
Houston Flight is go.
ROC.
ROC is go.
Range Operations
And CDR.
Commander.
Crew is go.
Reed Wiseman
Copy
reports
that.
go.
Thank you, Reed. And Launch Director NTD, our launch team is ready to proceed at this time.
All right, NTD, I copy all. At this time, I'll perform my poll. Attention on the net. This is the Launch Director performing the final poll for launch, verifying no constraints, and go for launch. EGS,
so good,
Program
dude.
Chief Engineer.
Okay.
Artemis Chief Engineers are go.
I'm so happy right now.
Thank you. EGS, Chief Safety Officer.
The Artemis CSOs are go.
Safety Officer
Thank you.
reports go.
Range Weather.
Launch weather is go.
Thank you, LWO. And
Launch Weather
Artemis
Officer.
MMT Chair.
MMTs go.
Mark Berger reports go.
Thank you, John.
John reports
And
go.
Integrity
NASA Test
Launch Director.
Good to hear your voice, Charlie. PLT.
Thank you, Charlie. This is Victor. We are going for our families.
MS1.
This is Christina. We are going for our teammates.
MS2. This is Jeremy. We are going for all humanity. All right, Charlie, your Artemis 2 crew is go for launch. Full send.
Full send, baby. Let's go. Let's go.
Reed, Victor, Christina, and Jeremy. On this historic mission, you take with you the heart of this Artemis team, the daring spirit of the American people and our partners across the globe, and the hopes and dreams of a new generation. Good luck. Godspeed, Artemis 2. Let's go.
It's time, guys. It's time.
And NTD Launch Director.
Go ahead, Launch Director.
Yes, sir. You have a go to proceed with countdown.
Copy that. I'll put it in work. CDR, NTD.
Go.
Your risers and initiate short purge per your EPROC 10.1.1, steps 8 and 9.
Okay. Crew's going to
10.1.1, 8 and 9 going to work.
put the visors down on the
Copy.
spacesuits to ensure the
CBS
suits are all
NTD.
sealed up.
Start and verify recordings of our Orion cameras.
I can't roll ads again.
Okay. Well, there you heard it.
RSR, NTD.
RSR.
They're getting ready to start terminal
Darryl,
count.
be quiet.
Rotation enable at this time, please.
It's currently at T-minus 10 minutes. Once we wrap up this last bit of work,
SNA arm rotation enable complete.
we're going to start that clock.
Copy that. Thank you.
Integrity crew, close and lock visors.
Put your phones down. Guys, don't chat during this launch. If you're out there, put your damn phone down. Enjoy it.
You heard an issue.
I'm
Worked in
not
real
even kidding.
time.
Don't
with
type stuff in chat. Just
telemetry
sit
lock
back,
on the
relax,
Orion.
and watch.
It was transitory.
Trust me.
It's very short. They checked the data, confirmed that they had a good lock. This was with the S-band transmitter on the Orion. Worked
You're
through that
watching this on your
issue.
phone. Well, you're okay. You're
Looked
okay.
at the data and cleared it. All with the world watching.
Monin, NASA's about to go back to the moon, dude.
Impressive work
Once
by the launch team.
That count releases. We're 10 minutes out from the first
So we have a
lunar
2-hour
mission
window,
since 1972.
which starts in just a few minutes at 6:24 p.m. Eastern Time and goes until 8:24 p.m. Eastern Time.
And ECL NTD will be waiting for your verification on the short purge.
ECL copies.
And for all personnel, once we get that short purge verification, we'll verify that we are clear to go, and then we'll proceed with the terminal count.
Once we get the clear to proceed with terminal count from NASA, I'm going to run the ads again because I don't want anybody getting a pre-roll during ascent, guys. On the Twitch side of things, on YouTube. Sorry, can't help you. That's right, Raps, it is. It's special. It's good stuff.
ECL time estimate?
About a minute.
Copy.
Minute till count resumption.
So we're going into the launch window, but not by much, it looks like. Just wrapping up some final work. And once that's completed, you'll hear NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding ask for the ground launch sequencer operator to go ahead and start
just
the
a little
clock.
hold. They're running about 10 minutes behind, but
The ground launch sequencer is an application software. It runs on top of the launch control system in the firing room. Acts like a conductor of an orchestra, executing hundreds of commands in precise order and timing.
Kilpon, yeah, but
It's
I don't
all
know.
autonomous?
I wasn't sure when.
NTD
but
CCL
here we are.
212, short purge
Hold on.
initiations verified.
All right, copy that. And we're verifying our constraints.
Reindeer, I know what you mean. They're just purging out the lines to the suits, guys, and then they'll resume the count. The suits for the astronauts on board.
All right, and we're clear from cutouts. And with that,
Cutouts
we're going to
clear.
resume the clock momentarily. And CGLS, you can resume the clock on your mark.
Ground launch sequence.
GLS copies. 3, 2, 1, mark.
Count released.
GLS mainline has been initiated.
T-minus 10 minutes and counting.
Their clock is messed up. We're 10 minutes out.
And that
I'm running
begins
ads,
terminal
guys.
count. Our new T0 is 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. 6:35 p.m. Eastern Time. We are now counting down to liftoff of Artemis 2. From now on, you're going to hear two voices on the loops. If everything goes nominally, NASA Test Director Jeff Spaulding, who's directly managing the launch team.
9 minutes,
and Alex
22
Bendelos,
seconds.
the GLS operator who closely monitors the software. He has the ability to stop and restart the countdown. A lot of people ask about whether there's a launch button. There certainly is not.
Flight and Rock, our new T0 is 22:35:12.
35 past the hour.
Copies. 22:35:12.
Affirm.
There you heard confirmation of the exact T0, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Again, our T0 is 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. But as I was saying, there's no launch button. This is autonomous. But there is a button that keeps you from launching, and that button allows the GLS operator to pause the countdown outside of terminal count and during terminal count and submit a hold to the next holding point. So the clock won't stop right away. If there's an issue, we'll go to the next stable holding point.
We've rolled, Carden. We're good.
This is how GLS configures the rocket and ground systems to a stable point where they can stop the countdown if that's needed. But right now, we are counting down.
I'm no birdologist.
Our next big milestone, looking to retract the crew access arm.
CAA retract will be...
GLS is go for crew access arm retract.
About now.
And there you see the crew access arm moving away.
Here we go.
That's the path that the astronauts took to ingress into the rocket. Until this point, that was their way off the pad if they needed to evacuate. But now with that arm retracting, the backup transitions to a launch abort system.
LAS should be activated.
And they'll begin arming that shortly.
What a camera.
Of course, the launch abort system. Great shot there.
That's awesome.
Crew access arm retracting away.
Dude, freaking onboard.
The launch abort
from
system
the
is
MPS.
the tower at the top, and that's what would pull Orion and its crew off the top of the rocket in case of an emergency, whether it's on the ground or in flight. This is critical safety.
All right, I'm going to fast forward us up here just to make sure we're all caught up. We're watching the official NASA cast. The official NASA cast is always a little bit behind the regular feeds. They do that on purpose. Just in case something gets funky, they can cut the cameras. So we are a little bit behind the main thing, guys, but it's not by much. It's maybe 10 to 15
will start
seconds.
Bringing that and other high-energy systems online, starting with core stage pressurization.
Launch escape system should be armed. Or launch abort system should be armed. It's already done, all systems.
Weather is 90% go. The range is go. All systems are go.
Do what you got to do, Byteless.
GLS is go for core stage tank pressurization.
Core stage press.
That means the replenish valve for the liquid hydrogen tank has now closed, and that tank is beginning to pressurize to flight levels because that hydrogen is naturally boiling inside the tank.
Heart rate check. I'm good.
We'll get the liquid oxygen tank a little later in the count.
Probably about 80 to 90 BPM, maybe.
Now the team is waiting for verification that, if needed, the Artemis II crew could use the launch abort system to pull Orion safely off the top of the rocket in an emergency.
That's right, Jack. Got to get some pressure so you can feed the engines correctly. It's called head pressure. You need to feed
verifies last capability available.
Last cap. Okay, the launch abort system is online.
CDR copies.
Pants are still on. Yep. 110
That's
laser
great
man.
news, and you heard the NTD verify that with the commander of the mission.
Once again, NTD is the
GLS
NASA test
go
director.
for FTS arm.
Okay.
Now work is being done to arm the flight termination system. This is so the range safety can
Hit
send
F5.
a
Check your
flight
staging,
termination
chat.
command if the rocket flies too far off track. There's a brief built-in delay, so the launch abort system has time to pull the astronauts to safety
go for
first.
LH2 high flow bleed check.
You too, Tech.
All right, the high flow bleed check. That's so the cryo team gets verification that the RS-25 engines, all 4 of them, are in the proper temperature range for launch.
No Avenger. I knew people would ask, though. We got the full thing going today, dude. We're good. Suit is go. 4 minutes and counting.
GLS is go for core stage APU start.
Core stage APUs start. Those are auxiliary power units.
You'll hear the
high-speed turbines, which provide pressure to hydraulic pumps that steer the RS-25 engines. We're going to see a gimbal test a little later at T-minus 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is what allows that to happen.
There's the chugging noise. Core stage auxiliary power units
Coming up in about 20 seconds. We're listening for go for purge sequence 4. That's a helium purge of the 4 core stage engines. Core stage engines downstream of the propellant valve. This gets all the air and moisture out of there.
The white smoke is okay. It's gaseous oxygen. The vent, that just means there's propellant in the vehicle. That is totally fine. They're not hydrazine.
Go for purge sequence 4.
Smuck,
moving through the milestones.
No, actually, no, they are. They are.
All is looking good.
3 minutes.
Coming up in just a few seconds, we're going to get that thrust vector control actuator test. This is a gimbaling of the engines.
BBC checkout. Watch.
There are the 4 RS-25s. 3 of them. Shuttle Heritage, one of them built from shuttle parts.
There we go.
And there you see them
Thrust
moving.
vector control checkout. Verify the hydraulic system that CAPUs are powering is working correctly.
Now we're going to start moving the power from both the upper stage and the lower stage of the rocket to internal, taking ground power away and now going to battery power.
T-minus 2 minutes.
GLS is go for upper stage to internal power.
All right, power is removed from the rocket's upper stage.
Or the upper stage at least.
The ICPS, and it's been switched to battery. Same milestone for the lower core stage coming up at T-minus 1 minute and 30 seconds. Right now, the 4-person Artemis 2 crew is 248,000 miles away from the moon. And if all goes well, they will fly by it in 6 days.
90 seconds.
GLS is go for core stage to internal power.
All right, there's the rocket's core stage, which houses 3 flight computers, is now on its own power. There's no more hold time because there's no more margin on these batteries. So we would have to recycle back to T-minus 10 to recharge if we had a hold.
$60 seconds.
1 minute.
Stand by for go.
Right now, the rocket does not know what the T0 is, but coming up at T-minus 33 seconds, control shifts from the ground launch sequencer to the rocket's onboard autonomous launch sequencer, or ALS. The rocket will count itself down, but honor any holds that could come from the ground.
40 seconds.
Now, shortly after liftoff, Houston will take control of the rocket, and my colleague Gary Jordan will take over commentary.
T-minus
GLS go for ALS.
30 seconds.
Great call
Automatic
out.
launch
The rocket is on
started.
its own. 4 brave explorers ready to ride the most powerful rocket NASA has ever launched. Sound suppression water is flowing.
15.
And here we go. 10, 9, 8,
Igniters.
7.
Go for main engine start.
Engines lit. 4, 3, 2, 1.
Booster ignition.
Booster ignition.
There it is.
And liftoff.
We got a liftoff. 35 past the hour. Liftoff on Artemis 2.
Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Returning humans to the moon for the first time in 53 years.
Good roll pitch.
Roger, roll pitch.
Got a good RPM or RPP there.
Houston now controlling the flight of integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around.
Houston now in control, as Gary said. We got a shot from the WB-57 here.
Integrity, AMT high.
AFC high.
On time, passing 30
Beautiful,
seconds
man.
into the flight.
Look at that thing.
Integrity passes the alternate MECO. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage. Integrity, 3 miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
Fly, baby, fly. Should get a call for maximum dynamic pressure here in a moment.
Mission elapsed time, passing 1 minute, approaching max Q.
On, Ponce de Leon.
Stan, we have you loud and clear on Ponce de Leon.
There's the call for the abort
Have
contingency.
you the same?
Maximum dynamic pressure on the
Signal
vehicle.
transfer confirmed as Integrity and its crew go supersonic. Approaching 90 seconds into the Artemis 2 mission. Integrity is 14 miles in altitude, 8 miles downrange, traveling more than 2,600 miles per hour.
Everything's looking good, guys. I mean, I don't have the numbers in front of me, but visually everything looks fine.
1 minute 50 seconds of mission elapsed time, standing by for main engine throttle down to 85%, ahead of solid rocket booster separation, expected at the 2 minute 9 second mark. We see throttle down. Confirmed separation. Main engine's throttling up, guidance confirmed.
We got a good separation. Some debris off the left booster. Something came off. Everything. They still got 4 good engines.
Guidance converged. Performance nominal. Upper stage RCS ready.
Okay, ICPS reaction control systems are on.
Integrity. SM priming complete.
Service module prime.
2 minutes 45 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. Thrusters on Integrity and upper stage confirmed in a ready state ahead of service module fairing separation. Three minutes into the flight. Integrity 49 miles in altitude, 78 miles downrange, now passing 5,000 miles per hour.
Shroud jettison. Orion shroud jettison right there. Launch abort system separation confirmed.
Standing by for launch abort system jettison.
That was good. That was all good, guys. That's supposed to happen.
Integrity, good last jettison, great view.
Read reports, good jettison.
Copy jettison. Team Eco 8+02.
We see the same on board, Stan.
And Houston has you loud and clear on TDRS at the Carmen line.
Now 100 kilometers in altitude. 354,000 feet. Crossing the
3
line
minutes
to
50
space.
seconds into the flight of Artemis 2. Wiseman, Glover, Cook, and Hansen cross the boundary to space with good comm checks. GPS signals acquired after last jettison,
That's
now
just the
working on
camera.
internal checks to verify accuracy. Flight dynamics officer analyzed the time of main engine cutoff, confirmed at 8 minutes 2 seconds, time
Hey,
of
Meeps.
MECO.
So this is a shot on onboard NASA's WB-57. It's a converted old Canberra bomber with a PTZ camera on the front. There's an onboard shot from Orion looking down at the core stage. You can see launch vehicle stage.
Integrity, GPS processing.
Okay.
Outstanding, Stan. We see the same, and we have a beautiful moonrise. We're headed right at it.
Yeah, baby.
Approaching 5 minutes into the flight, Commander Reed Wiseman confirms he has visuals of his destination. GPS guidance, navigation, and control software finishes internal checks and sends to navigation channels.
Integrity, 3-engine press.
Good call. 3-engine press, calling out the different abort contingencies here. That means
3-engine press.
Reed Wiseman copies all.
On time, now passing 5 minutes, 20 seconds of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission. At this point, 3 good main engines are all that's needed to carry Integrity to a nominal main engine cutoff target. Though at this time, we're seeing 4 good engines here in Mission Control Houston.
Here.
Integrity, 75 miles in altitude, 330 miles downrange, approaching 10,000 miles per hour.
16,000 kilometers an hour. This is a 10-day mission, Barracks. And they're going to fly by the moon.
Integrity, looking good at 6 minutes.
Okay.
Same on board, Stan.
Good trajectory and engine performance. Booster officer will soon report the shutdown plan to Flight Director Judd Friedling, expected at the 7-minute mark. Integrity, 78 miles in altitude, 460 miles downrange.
Integrity, expect nominal shutdown.
Okay, they got a good press from Eco.
Integrity copies, nominal shutdown.
I'm still using shuttle terms. Sorry, guys. It's old habits.
6 minutes, 40 seconds of mission elapsed time. Shutdown plan is as expected. Again, the time of MECO was confirmed at 8 minutes, 2 seconds into the flight.
Should be entering the abort once around contingency here. 7 minutes in.
Seven minutes of mission elapsed time. Throttling down as we approach the abort once around option.
See?
Milestone at the 7-minute 30-second mark. Now 84 miles in altitude, 650 miles downrange, traveling more than 15,000 miles per hour.
Integrity, AOA open.
The abort once around contingency window has been entered. That's a good sign.
AOA open.
No problem.
The window is now open for an abort once around option that would target splashdown in the Pacific Ocean. Still following nominal ascent at this time.
So they, for the people that don't use miles an hour, they're above 20,000. The magic number that
About
we're looking...
10 seconds remaining until the main engine cutoff of the Space Launch System core stage.
The magic number that we're
standing by for confirmation of MECO and core stage separation.
Magic number we're looking for is 17,500 miles an hour, about 27,000 kph. Stand by for MECO. That's a MECO confirm and stage separation on the ICPS.
Integrity and nominal MECO, core stage separated.
Oh, sick. Dude.
See the same on board, Stan.
That was a great separation. You could clearly see the RL-10B2 on the second stage.
8 minutes, 40 seconds into the flight.
That's the SRB coming down from the WB-57.
Right trajectory on the way to swing around the moon. Core stage has separated, done its job. The Space Launch System upper stage, the Inner Rim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS, still attached to the Orion spacecraft.
So the RL-10B2 has a telescoping nozzle.
9 minutes of mission elapsed time. Integrity crew of Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen now in orbit around the Earth at the beginning of their journey to the moon.
So next step here,
Integrity Houston, looking ahead to PRM numbers so far per the pad.
Perigee raise maneuver is what that's called.
Copy that, Stan. Numbers for the pad.
So we should, at 55 past, we should get solar array
Stan Loves. We're now reminding the crew that the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition is as expected prior to booster ignition. That time being 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time.
So they're in an eccentric orbit. Velocity is 18,416 miles an hour. So that's 28,500 kph. They are about, it's give me 1 second. Somewhere above 200 kilometers up. Me too, RJ. Me too.
Integrity, good. Neds deploy.
Copy that, Stan. Good, Neds.
Thanks, Boo. 240. Yeah, 240. Yeah, there you go. Sorry, math.
And Integrity Houston for PWD setup. Just a reminder, halfway open on the secondary.
We copy that, Stan. Halfway open.
The second stage is not firing right now, Ivan. That is expected. The next thing would be the perigee raise maneuver.
Passing 11 minutes of mission elapsed time.
Should be in about 30 minutes.
Overhearing the conversation between Capcom Stan Love and Commander Reed Wiseman.
More or less.
Already passing some milestones. We have a good nozzle extension deployment system. That is confirmed.
Nozzles deployed
complete.
On the RL-10B2.
We also have the visors are confirmed up. Now past the dynamic phase of flight, that is ascent.
The moon is on flight day 6, drummer.
Their launch and entry suits.
Going to spend 2 days in medium Earth orbit checking the capsule
that provided them an extra layer of protection.
And then their go for translunar injection.
Now not as needed.
On the
They're
second
going to raise those visors.
3 days out to the moon.
And later in today's mission, they will begin to egress or get out of the suits to begin some of their
long story short, we're in flight day 1 right now.
Tasks of activating some of the systems aboard in the Integrity spacecraft. It's passing 12 minutes of mission elapsed time. Again, the perigee raise maneuver that's targeted near 50 minutes of mission elapsed time, 49 minutes, 50 seconds. That's what the crew is going to be working towards. The Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover will focus on preparing for that milestone.
No nominal orbit insertion, not yet.
In the meantime, mission specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen will start some of the activation of environmental control life support systems. You may hear confirmation of their activation over the Orion to Earth communication network.
To the moon, indeed.
Houston, C3 aux power back in auto.
Copy C3 aux, and we're 2 minutes to maneuver.
Yeah, it's definitely an eccentric insertion, Lava Eagle, looking at the velocity versus altitude. If you're not a huge freaking nerd like we are, like if this is newer for you, we can tell what the orbit is. We can tell the orbit shape just by looking at these numbers. So right now, the Artemis 2 crew, with Orion Integrity and the Interim Cryogenic Propulsion Stage, or ICPS for short, are in an eccentric orbit.
13 minutes and 30 seconds of mission elapsed time. We're going to continue to follow the crew of the Artemis 2 mission. They are beginning their journey around the moon to verify the systems that will take us to its surface. An incredible ascent. Artemis 2 is underway. Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey to the moon. Still milestones to come up as we await solar array deploy and the critical burns that will get Integrity into high Earth orbit around the Earth before engines are fired to get us around the moon.
So
we'll keep tabs on Integrity and its crew from here in Mission Control Houston. But for now, we're going to send it back to you, Megan and Nicole at the Kennedy Space Center. Very jealous to hear how the launch experience was over on the Space Coast.
So that's a good question, Dusty. Why don't we have stuff like SpaceX here? Well, honestly, the reason why SpaceX is so good at doing all the broadcasts on orbit and all the onboard views and telemetry is because they do it a lot. That's the thing, guys. During the shuttle era, we had tons of information. If you guys don't know, like I wasn't there, like I didn't work on the shuttle program, but I watched shuttle launches. We had a ton of info. You get better and better at learning how to transmit in space the more you do it. It's just one of those things. You don't know how the radios or onboards or anything is going to work until you actually send something up there. We now, in that regard, we've been spoiled by like Falcon 9 launches because SpaceX flies all the time. That's how they got so good at it. Go back and look at the early SpaceX streams, guys. Their onboards looked like that. Seriously, the Falcon 1 missions, even the early Falcon 9s. Same thing, dudes. You get better at learning how to broadcast picture in space if you do it more. So, NASA needs to do it more. That's all I'm saying.
we break in just a 10-day mission.
Yes, what a way to welcome.
I wonder how the ML is doing. Well, the ML is still standing out back there, so it's got to be doing all right. The more practice, the better you get. You watched the launch from LC-36. Cool. Must have been loud. How's the doors? I don't know. I'd be curious to go look. Here you go, can't see me.
One of my favorite views from space, and I can't imagine what they're looking at now, and I can't wait to see what they're looking at in about 5 or 6 days.
Yeah, and you know, I know a lot of people are like, you know what, I'm surprised this launched on the first try, because we know, like any little thing, we have to be keeping.
The more you spend on additional SLSs, the cheaper they get. That's right, Smug. It doesn't matter if you're buying like orange juice at Walmart or your favorite shop, or you're buying, you know, multi-million-dollar or billion-dollar rockets. If you buy in bulk, the price goes down. Unit price goes down. That's just how this works. That's why I've always said we want SLS to fly more, not less. Nice base. That's awesome. Will the big booster come back to Earth and land? SLS is with the exception of the capsule with the people on board, it is expendable. I don't like that, but maybe NASA will pursue more reusable endeavors in the future. You never know. I really don't like that it has X shuttle hardware on it, but that's the way she goes, man. I'll trade that for a lunar flyby. That's fine. Now, honestly, if I had my way, the space shuttle would have just built that up on orbit and then sent that out to the moon to avoid the whole, you know, getting rid of your engines. But this is good too. This is good too. I'm just saying, there's an onboard shot from the ICPS. All that tearing that's happening on the video is radiation. Radiation up in space really likes to screw with DSLRs or any digital camera for that matter. I mean, it likes to screw with a regular camera too. It'll put spots in your negatives, in your film negatives. That happens. Very well documented, actually, from the Apollo program. So we are T plus 18 minutes and counting. We had a pretty much an on-time launch here, and good ascent, good uphill ride. Everybody here looks happy, so that's real good. Crew seems to be in good spirits here. What you're looking at is mission control. That's Houston. So anytime you hear people that are like, oh, mission control, Houston, we're here. That's the people who they're talking to. This is at the Johnson Space Center in Houston, Texas. The rocket did launch from Kennedy Space Center in Florida and is currently out over the Atlantic Ocean, and it looks like it's just off the coast of West Africa right now, judging by that ground track right there. So, see, I want this view. I really wish they would show us that Orion onboard view. They've done that in the past. Near Fuerteventura. See? I just want the shuttle back, brain freeze. I'm sorry, man. Can you imagine how useful the shuttle would be for assembling something like SR-1 Freedom or even Gateway? Can you imagine how useful it would be right now? You wouldn't need a capsule. You just need an on-orbit tug. Shuttle just brings the tug up, attaches it to HLS or Blue Moon Mark II, and boom, there you go. Lunar architecture, baby. That's what they wanted to do with it originally. I would give a lot to get that thing back, man. It's really good capability. I still believe that to this day. Hey, Nubs. What's up? It's a good day for a launch. It is. So, if you're just joining us, the Artemis 2 mission did launch 35 past the hour. 6:35 p.m. and 12 seconds. We had a liftoff of Artemis 2. The first mission for NASA astronauts to go beyond low Earth orbit since the Apollo 17 mission in December of 1972. It launched on April 1st, 2026. You can't make this up, dude. Nice. Thank you. It was my daddy's. Full send reported from Commander Reed Wiseman before they launched. Full send, baby. They are in an eccentric orbit right now, yes. Okay, here we go. Perigee raise maneuver.
All right, Stan, we copy 1 second earlier for 5126 teachers east to west, and saws are starting to deploy. Thermal knives are firing.
Should get the solar panel.
We concur. Thanks for the report.
Read back of the reports that you just heard on the Orion to Earth
No,
network.
Pierce, not with people. No one
Integrity has maneuvered tail to sun.
Not even the Apollo program. This is going to go the furthest away
ICPS
from Earth of any mission that NASA's ever launched, ever.
Deployment
This is
sequence
a
has
hardcore
begun.
mission, dude.
With the deployment confirmed, it'll be several minutes until they are what is called in a
Adam.
latched position.
All right.
Once they are latched and confirmed to be drawing power, they can switch the mode to ATO and continue along the mission. The teacher's handover at the pad, that message meant the crew was provided some preliminary numbers of when to expect handovers between the tracking and data relay satellites. Currently orbiting Earth at an altitude of 545 statute miles above the Earth, they are in a near-Earth network communication system. The tracking and data relay satellites,
the boost pumps are working on
geosynchronous
this.
satellites that are
That's
stationed about
priming
23,000 miles above the Earth.
If so, that graphic is incorrect. They can't have the engine on and be
After
decelerating.
the apogee raise burn that occurs later today, the burn itself will put them in an altitude that surpasses the range of the tracking and data relay satellites, and they will transition to the deep space network today.
And Integrity, for prop messages, we see 2 temperature measurements right near the line. It's that momentary message you saw earlier. We're going to suppress those. It's CM helium heater 2 T1 and heater 1 T1. They're going suppressed.
Okay.
Integrity, thank you. We see the same.
One of the helium thermal conditioners is not doesn't seem to be cooperating, but NASA suppressed the info. Basically means it's junk data. They verified that it's junk data. They wouldn't tell them that otherwise. So for future missions, will the lunar lander be carried with the rocket? It'll be launched on a commercial rocket, Cam, and they'll rendezvous with it.
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
No, this
is after a launch that began at 5:35 and 12 seconds Central Time, 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time.
Hold on.
Right now, the orientation you're seeing from our arrow visualization that translates some of the telemetry that we're getting from the spacecraft and puts it into a model so you can follow along on some of the milestones that we are following here. The RL-10 nozzle that you see at the left end of your screen, though it is currently not firing, that nozzle is pointed towards the sun, and the solar arrays are currently deploying.
Yeah, they're
from this
going to deploy the
visualization,
solar
they look
arrays. That's
fully
the next
stowed
step.
in a position.
Integrity, we are happy to report that Jeremy has the O2 sensors on.
Copy O2 sensors.
Yeah, either that's trying to show the boost pumps working on this thing.
Again, Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover overseeing the deployment of the solar arrays. And we'll follow the attitude maneuver changes ahead of the first burn of the ICPS engine, the perigee raise maneuver.
Integrity Houston, we see 4 saws deployed and latched, ready for ATO preferred.
Yeah, we're almost there in the procedure stand, and we see the same thing.
And Integrity Houston, we are seeing a 7-second miscompare between the MET on Orion and ICPS. We'd like you to read us the MET from your center status bar and for the ICPS on StackSum.
Getting some timing desync.
And Stan, we see a
not great.
Absolutely
fixable
precise alignment. MET 25, 14, 15, 16, precisely aligned with ICPS MET.
Okay, it's the antenna. That telemetry
Copy,
antenna.
thank you for that. We'll investigate a ground issue.
Okay.
And Houston Integrity, ATO preferred set.
So, guys,
ATO preferred.
Okay. So they did have a little bit of wishy-washiness with one of the Orion telemetry broadcasting antennas when they were on the ground. All right? That was a thing.
This is Mission Control Houston,
So
25 minutes, 45
what just happened is they asked Reed to read the clock back on Orion's computers, which show the mission elapsed time or MET timer, and the computers on the ICPS. Orion is monitoring the data between the ICPS avionics and Orion's avionics. They asked Reed Wiseman to see if the ICPS internal clock, the Windows clock, on Orion and the ICPS are synced up. Reed Wiseman confirmed that they're synced up. If Mission Control is asking about that problem, that means it's not synced for them. But the crew reports sync, so that means that there is a problem with the telemetry downlink. Now, once again, I might be pulling this out of my tail, but they did have a signal interruption on Orion's telemetry downlink antenna that they troubleshooted right before launch. That probably is the thing that's being a little wishy-washy here, if I had to guess, but I'll tune us back in. TLI is tomorrow at this time, Geek. Now, why do you not want desync? Well, these clocks got to stay synchronized because the software that's governing how what they do at certain points during the mission has to stay synchronized. You don't need the stage firing at the wrong time. That would be bad. Yeah, we don't want that. We don't want to Space Cowboys this thing, right? Like, so it's important that Mission Control and the crew both have the clocks in sync so you can keep communications clean. That is what messed up the Starliner 1 mission. How do you think I know about it, fake Brit? Yeah, the Starliner Orbital Test Flight 1 mission in November of 2019 had a huge desync problem with the clock, and the capsule tried to deorbit itself after separation. It was not great. Mission Control stated a 7-second desync.
Houston,
yep.
We're approaching 28 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
The telemetry-driven graphic is wrong, Ator.
At this point, we've had a successful liftoff from the pad at 5:35 p.m. and 12 seconds.
Can they turn it off and turn it on again?
6:35 and 12 seconds p.m.
Floppers, is it bad, dude, that we've definitely seen that happen? One time, United Launch Alliance had a National Reconnaissance Office payload sitting on top of a Delta IV Heavy, and they were getting some junk telemetry, and you know what they did? They just shut the rocket off and turned it back on, and then they launched it, and it worked. So, dude, you say that as a joke, but that's absolutely happened, dude. Now, I don't know about turning off something that's flying, but you'd be surprised. That does happen, and it does work, which is hilarious. That's the funniest thing I've ever seen. I couldn't believe it when we watched that Delta IV launch. I'm like, did they just do that? They just did that. And then my buddy that works at ULA shoots me a message. He was like, yeah, we just did that. I'm like, what the hell, dude? Hey, it worked. All right, whatever.
Okay, Stan, we're watching. Go ahead.
All right, hold up. Yeah, space IT. Very difficult. Difficult job. Yeah, Nader, right?
Capcom, Stan Love, reading up to the crew of Integrity.
I didn't.
They will switch the navigation source from Channel 1, standing by for confirmation that switch has occurred. Pilot Victor Glover will receive confirmation when...
Yo, Rockets the Guns with 50. What's up, man?
That
you getting some inspiration here or what, dude? This looks good, right? I don't know, man. I think your graphics might be better.
Perigee raise maneuver.
I'm just saying
that we're heading towards.
I'm just saying, Dean. I think your graphics might be better, dude.
We're actually inside 20 minutes at this time.
What's going on,
time
man? How are you?
Perigee raise maneuver.
No, but thanks, man.
We did have a successful deployment and launched of all 4 solar array wings.
Can you believe this? Going back to the moon, baby.
This is the configuration needed to commit to the
what a day.
Perigee raise maneuver. Of course, flight controllers here and Mission Control.
Me neither. I'm trying to fill the air rocket. I'm like, what
before committing to that burn.
You know?
The perigee raise maneuver does raise the perigee, the lowest point in the orbit, from 15 to 100 nautical miles. The 100 nautical mile mark is needed to continue in low Earth orbit and hit the target for the apogee raise burn. That will put them in a high Earth orbit for the remainder of the day and set them up for
They're
the
getting
right,
a desync between the clocks and the
right
ICPS
position
and Orion.
to execute
but it's not
the
on the
translunar injection
spacecraft. It's on it's
and
mission
head to
control,
the moon
so it's a
tomorrow.
downlink problem. At least that's my guess. That's a guess.
The burn duration of the perigee raise maneuver is 26 seconds. A relatively short burn, but it does raise the perigee and do the job to get into the correct position before firing that.
Yeah, the
main
perigee
engine
raise
on the
maneuver should be
ICPS.
in about 15 minutes, guys.
The pad had a teacher's handover. This is the tracking and data relay satellites, east to west.
I mean,
They are
everyone at your
geosynchronous
gym
satellites
stopped to
that are
watch
positioned
the
around
launch.
the globe.
Let's go,
and
dude.
as Orion makes its way.
Hey,
around
hey,
the
Dean.
Earth.
Here, wait a minute here. Hey, SLS lifts. SLS is a heavy lift launch vehicle. So, hey, if you're at the gym, yo, let's get some reps in at some heavy weights. Let's do this. Come on. I want to see those curls with 50 pounders. Or no, for you guys, that'd be 25 kilos. I want to see some curls. Let's see some bicep curls with the 20 kilo. Let's go. Come on.
Rather executed on the
SLS lift weights. That thing is heavy. Lift some weights.
But what it does is it raises the perigee on the
De
other
Havilland,
end of the orbit
welcome to a flight controller over on
100
YouTube. Thank you.
nautical miles.
Just past Polaris Dawn's altitude. Yeah. The engine is not on, guys. That's not correct.
The 26-second duration burn does not conflict with the time that they've reported of the tracking and data relay satellite handover from TGERS east to west. Again, geosynchronous satellites that are used not only by Integrity today, but the International Space Station as well.
Curl those 2-pounders. Get some reps in there, dog. Get some tricep work, you know. Oh, yeah. So the solar panels are deployed here. The next step, like I said, guys, is the perigee raise maneuver. Should be in about
51 minutes,
14, 15
26 seconds. Plenty of margin before the perigee raise maneuver cutoff happens. And the trajectory is analyzed to see whether it was a good burn.
About that.
A good burn means that the burn was performed as expected and sets the trajectory on course for that 100 nautical mile perigee target mark.
'15's will work, Pandarific. That's fine. So yeah, what do you think about SpaceX calling
again for those sticking with us on NASA Plus and following along on our coverage? We will continue to
SpaceX ain't sending people out to the moon right now.
Cover the mission until.
I don't know what to tell you, man.
Well, actually, we'll continue to cover the mission 24/7.
Perigee is low.
But we'll wrap up our coverage here shortly.
I think it's 120.
And
That's a
now
guess,
that,
though, based off of those numbers.
Solar array wing deployment has occurred on NASA Plus and
I want more, dude. I need
Amazon
another
Prime.
one of these. We need to launch like another one of these. Like
Again,
tomorrow.
we will continue coverage 24/7 at the NASA YouTube channel. For
Thanks,
those
Tony.
that want to see all of the upcoming milestones, there are select times where we will be coming back to NASA Plus and other streaming platforms. You can go to nasa.gov to find the
Emmy
latest
wants a
on
shout
when
out,
to find
Sydney?
those activities.
She just watched her first
Given that this is
rocket
an
launch
operational mission, we do want to make sure that we
on
are
a 738 on her way back from Punta Cana. She was pumped. Well, good job, Emmy. You watched some history today. Pretty cool. Pretty cool, isn't it? It's pretty neat. There you go. Also, if I'm doing shout outs, it's my nephew's birthday today. He's 1. So, Joe, happy birthday, buddy. Love you.
Inside Integrity at this time. Again, the solar array wings have
He ain't gonna remember this, but we'll show him on home movies later.
to its burn attitude ahead of the execution.
He ain't gonna remember this, but later he will remember this. So, hey, we've got to do it for continuity.
Steps is
Okay.
primarily done by Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission specialist Christina
What
Cook
about
and Jeremy
Brimo?
Hansen
It is not
focusing
Brimo's
on some
birthday
of
today.
the system activation inside of Orion, namely the environmental
later.
and control and life support systems. The activation and checkout of some of these critical systems are very important to continuing on the mission, making
Absolutely,
sure that those
Simon Sloan.
systems are in a good condition and in a reliable condition to provide the necessary
love seeing me in my element. I love seeing you in your element, dude. You know what I mean.
Crew with
6
humans
months.
on board.
Thanks, buddy.
Through the duration of the mission that extends 10 flight days.
Get down to business here. Why do they use nautical miles?
For an update to the perigee raise maneuver time of ignition.
Okay, hold on, camera.
Should be right up to the crew very shortly.
Don't.
Integrity Houston, updated PRM numbers when you're ready to
Hold
copy.
on 1 second, dude. I'll answer that in a moment.
All right, Houston, we are ready to copy.
TIG is 2 seconds earlier at 4 9er minutes for 8 seconds. TIGO unchanged at 2.6 seconds.
Okay.
49, 48, TIGO 26.
Something like that username, yes. I'll be here for the duration, guys. Post-launch press conference is in about an hour and 45 minutes. They just moved up the time of the perigee raise maneuver, but like it's by a half second or something. It's not a lot.
This is Mission Control Houston. With that update, we are approaching a little more than 13 minutes from the time of ignition of the perigee raise maneuver. That time updated to be 2 seconds earlier was 49 minutes, 50 seconds of mission elapsed time. Will now move to 49 minutes, 48 seconds.
Yep.
The duration of the burn, that's what was referred to as the TGO, will still remain at 26 seconds. Relatively short duration burn, again, just raises the perigee of the orbit today.
Yep, that should be...
Making sure they
give
hit
or
the
take
mark
about 5 minutes from
on
now.
that time of ignition is the primary concern of Commander Reed Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover. Mission Specialist Christina Cook and Jeremy
this
Hansen
is not the right
inside
venue for
activating
that,
those,
dude.
Environmental control and life support
Residential
systems.
glasses are not my department. I deal with the space side of things, all right? It's not my department, man.
At this time, all 4 crew members are wearing the launch and entry suits.
Integrity Houston, for Optimus on the PCD, we have time update instructions when you're ready.
They're configuring the computer's talkative.
And Houston, Integrity,
pointing out, Jake, that the NASA presser could be delayed.
Hands
Yeah,
are
it's
pretty
probably
busy
not.
at this time. I think we will call you back when we're ready for that.
All right, that one is not urgent. 2 minutes to maneuver to PRM attitude.
We are watching and concurred. 90-second-ish, maybe.
Yeah, there was one. Oh, that was a guess, though, Phil. I'm not sure. I haven't heard anything about
Pilot
it
Victor
since.
Glover confirming that maneuver less than 2 minutes. Again, that the point of that maneuver is to point the main engine of the ICPS, the RL-10 engine, in the proper orientation to execute that 26-second burn. It needs to point in the correct position to achieve the goal of raising the perigee to 100 nautical miles.
Raising the perigee to 100 nautical miles.
You heard some of the environmental control
they're
system
suborbital.
activations over Orion to Earth.
Whoa.
Jeremy Hansen activated
Yeah, you probably need to do
O2
that.
sensors.
Prox
We'll be
ops?
measuring the cabin of Orion.
Proximity operations are in about 2 hours.
Here on the ground in Mission Control Houston, Flight Director Judd Freeling is doing a poll with all flight controllers in the room to see if we are in a go position to go ahead
perigee is
and execute
15
the perigee
miles.
raise maneuver.
That's not a lot.
Once concluded,
they're suborbital
Stan
right
Love will
now.
report it back up to the crew, and we'll stand by for that.
For a minute, you thought you were watching Lex Friedman? The following presentation is of the Orion spacecraft in space.
Integrity Houston, MCC polls go for PRM pending attitude and saws.
Okay. They're go for the perigee raise maneuver. That should be happening.
Hey, we copy. MCC is go.
I really wish
Maneuver
they'd give us a
starting.
clock here, making this a little bit more difficult. But perigee is low for a potential abort. That's correct, Raiden.
40 minutes
They're
of
in the
mission
once
elapsed
around
time. The
contingency,
maneuver
Miko.
to the burn attitude has begun. The maneuver also is paired with reorientation of the solar array wings that have been deployed.
No, it's not under performance username.
They will have various positions throughout the duration of the flight. Of course, solar array is meant to maximize the draw of power from the sun. So when deployed, we're in a biased solar array wing configuration that was called solar normal. This allows for the greatest surface area of the solar array wings to be drawing power
same recovery
and
conditions
powering up those
coming back.
Batteries.
It's
of
on
integrity,
purpose. That's why they need to do the perigee raise.
A cross tie was enabled between the 4 batteries, the 4 battery buses that are
you heard I was a lecturer at MIT.
Inside of Orion.
I'm not cool enough to go to MIT. Sorry.
However, for the perigee raise maneuver, the solar array wings.
It really does help, Casual, doesn't it? It's kind of crazy. I understand. You understand what those numbers mean over there, don't you?
Imparted by the ICPS main engine when they execute the 26-second burn. You can see in the animation here, the solar array wings are in motion, and the attitude is being reconfigured to point the engine in the correct direction. Those solar array wings being pointed forward.
When are they collecting EVA reports? There's no airlock on this capsule, so the science is only IVA science right now. Adam, only IVA science. They got to just do the crew reports, man. Crew reports and get some samples from the thermometer in Leo. Yeah, the exit is blocked, unfortunately. Okay, solar panels seem to be moving into the forward position here. That's not really where you want them for the perigee raise, but whatever. Yeah, they're using lunar landing units. I know, isn't that great?
You're getting a live look inside the Artemis 2 mission
with the 1,800 viewer raid.
The team you see here oversaw the ascent of our 4 astronauts inside Integrity, launching at 6:35 and 12 seconds p.m. Eastern Time. Now, again, this room will be occupied 24 hours a day, 7 days a week.
Yo, what's up, Whitney Raiders? How are you?
3 shifts to oversee 24/7 operations of Artemis 2 while in flight. We will cover that live on NASA. The NASA YouTube channel.
What's going on? I'm doing exactly what Whitney was doing, but I have no life, so I'm doing this for a long time. We're going for
as we begin to wrap up our coverage here on NASA Plus. Before I do want to send it over to our colleagues at the Kennedy Space Center. And to my colleagues, it was a pleasure to join the teams at the Kennedy Space Center and be a part of such a historic launch. Here in Houston, again, we're turning our attention to the mission. And for now, we'll say farewell and thank you to our colleagues there for today's launch coverage. We'll see you again soon for Splashdown. This is Mission Control Houston, sending it back over to Megan and Nicole at the host desk.
Thank you, Gary. And yes, it was such a pleasure to be a part of this historic mission that started right here at Kennedy Space Center.
Well, Whitney, thank you very much for the raid. Appreciate it.
Such an amazing site to be a part of. And now, as Reed Wiseman, Victor Glover, Christina Cook, and Jeremy Hansen begin their journey, we here at the Kennedy Space Center are about to wrap our broadcasts. We'll, of course, though, have 24/7 coverage with our colleagues at Johnson Space Center starting as soon as we sign off, so don't worry. You can follow along our 4 astronauts every minute of their nearly 10-day journey to the moon and back. Nicole, I'll definitely be watching it, and I'm sure you will, too.
Yes, of course. You know, they just started, right? The launch was beautiful. This was a historic day. They're on their way back to the moon for the first time in over half a century. But they've got a lot of work ahead of them, and so we're excited to see what they have to do and excited to test out the Orion spacecraft. This is a test flight after all, and we're excited to see what we can learn from this
French
mission.
space enthusiast.
Very humbling, inspiring. It was really amazing to be a part of this, and I'm so glad that so many people joined along by either watching here in person or watching online. And of course, Nicole, thank you so much for sitting through this, answering questions, adding so much context and information that really brought a lot out of what we saw today.
Oh man, I had a blast. You're a rock star.
Oh my gosh,
this was great.
Oh, you're great.
So this was a wonderful day.
Well, again, thank you so much, and thank you to you for watching at home. You know, tonight we didn't just launch a rocket, we launched the next chapter of human exploration. Our Artemis 2 crew now on their way back to the moon, and we're taking you with us. So thank you again for watching, and go Artemis 2.
All right, let's see if we can pick up the 24-hour coverage. Give me 1 second here. I was about to say, hey, Alex, what's up? I don't know much more French, dude. I'm sorry. I'm sure, hey, we got 10 days. I'm sure I could pick it up. But yeah, thank you, Whitney, for the raid. You guys are more than welcome to chill in here with me. We're all spaceflight fans in here. I don't know why my camera's so dark all of a sudden, but it's all right. It's all right. Okay. So let me switch over to NASA's 24/7.
Discovery,
hey, Holmes.
go and throttle up.
What's going on? Grey Poupon. Croissant? Poutine isn't French. That's French-Canadian, man. Hello from France. Movie on screen. Something like that, yeah. Give me 1 sec. So, I do have the live Orion view here, but I'm going to try to see if there's Z fighting. Their logos, there's Z fighting on the 3D model, and that's just... No! Thanks, I hate it. I hate it a lot. Dude, you seeing this, man? You gotta be kidding me. No, bro. Please. Please. This is why we can't have nice things. It's Z fighting. Oh my goodness. Who did the 3D model? What's wrong with you? Anyway, I'm fine. I'm good. How are you? Anyway, Perigee Rays maneuver. Let's see if I can get, we can dial into the 24/7 stream here. Give me 1 second. Return to VAB. I know, right? Dude, they got to revert. You can't have that. And Orion, the Orion live views stream is actually not live. Yeah, I saw it, Laforte. Don't spoil anything. Don't talk about it. It's an awesome flick. All right, so we'll pick up the coverage here in a moment. I don't know why my camera exposure just went to heck in a handbasket. Let me see if we can screw with the exposure here. Ah, there we go. Just up the ISO a little bit. Yeah, that's good enough. Sorry, the camera took a big old dumperino. There we go. Thanks, Elgato. Very cool. Bumping Galaxy's message. Okay. They have a live stream that is showing mission control. Good enough for me.
The teams here are part of the ascent team of the Artemis 2 mission. Now getting our first views from one of the solar array wing cameras.
Oh, SAWS. Solar array wing
over
camera.
The tracking data relay satellites. We are in a night pass as we are about a little more than 1,300 statute miles above the Earth.
It's about 1,800 kilometers
of Madagascar. So we have, you can see the Terminator line right just west of the Philippines.
So a little bit of a breakdown here. This line right here is the ground track. That is the trajectory of the spacecraft imposed over Earth. It looks like we did have a 90-degree flight azimuth out of the Cape. So they're in a 27.5-degree inclination. If I just spoke another language to you, oh, hold up. There's the perigee raise burn.
Engine of the ICPS firing from the solar array wing.
And right as
standing by for confirmation of cutoff.
The Terminator line. Right as the sun comes up, there's a good cutoff on the ICPS.
Integrity, good PRM, and 1 minute to teacher's handover.
Mint. Hey, that boy. Thank you.
Copy that. We see the save on board, and the sun is rising on Integrity.
Super Allah. Thank you. Thank you for the raid.
Outstanding.
I think the drops are only in the NASA channel. I do have drops enabled, but I have no idea what they do. People just said enable them.
Of the interim cryogenic propulsion system has been completed and put the crew on the right trajectory to get them to the moon.
Houston,
there are
Integrity for toilet setup, step 2.5.
Go ahead.
Yes, you heard that right.
Yes,
yes,
there
Tuck.
was not an installed oxon inlet filter, even with empty oxone in the hose when I opened up the filter.
No. No. Please tell me I did not hear that. The blue screen was the Tedra's handover, by the way. They're handing over between relay satellites. The next set of Tedra satellites are over Southeast Asia, geostationary over Southeast Asia. I think it's 120 east, I think. They show it on the ground track. I'll be able to tell you in a moment. I believe Christina Cook just said that the toilet doesn't have a filter installed. You did all that? Please tell me I didn't hear that right. Please tell me I did not freaking hear that right.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Oh, no. I really hope they got an extra filter, man.
This is Mission Control Houston. Again, we had a good perigee raise maneuver that sets us on course to execute the next major burn, the apogee raise burn. Now, the perigee raise maneuver just adjusts the orbit while we are in low Earth orbit, but the apogee raise burn is quite a significant burn, just shy of 18 minutes long.
Didn't hear it. Something about ICPS data. Well, that's pretty crappy. I hope not. They're receiving ICPS data. All right, cool. Lava, thank you. I don't think the crapper was broken so much that it was missing a piece. She said something about the filter. We'll see. Dankeschön, William. Insane Clown Posse data? Yes. Yeah. Magnets. How do they work? Filter check was missed. Okay. Tweaky, good. I was really hoping I didn't hear that right. I don't know, Thomas. Honestly, I'm not sure. Is the toilet not working in OTLI scenario? I would assume kind of, yeah, probably, but hey, maybe they got some tricks up their sleeve. This is once you launch, guys, that whole failure is not an option thing really starts to come into play. So it's not like, oh, this isn't working. Oh, we're done. Go home. No, figure out a way to make it work. You've gotten this far. You're gonna get hosed by the toilet? No. Figure out something. All right, drummer, good night.
Integrity Houston on Tedros West. White Sands is receiving data. Houston is not. We're still troubleshooting.
Something, like I said, guys, something's fishy with the downlink on Orion. Telemetry downlink.
That was
got to find a way to put the square peg in the round hole.
Ascent team here in Mission Control Houston.
Some of you get it.
We changed over.
Are you working at Mission Control? Why do you look like Gene Prince?
Yeah,
I'm
one
here.
of the tracking and data relay satellites at the expected time.
See? It says Mission Control up there.
Updated to 51 minutes, 26 seconds of mission elapsed time, going from Tidris East to Tidris West.
Whereas everyone, they're buried in their work at their desk. They're in the program.
Mission Control Houston, not seeing some of the data coming from Orion.
Which seat is
Coming
yours?
from Integrity. So we're standing by to regain
this one,
the ability, and troubleshoot some of the rationale as to
what's more mission critical,
why we
telemetry
are,
or the toilet?
having some
Honestly,
intermittent
telemetry,
gaps in our
then toilet,
data
in that order,
and communications with the crew.
No, Emma, not with SLS, unfortunately. It's fully expendable. That's the price you pay for getting to the moon. The Delta V equation is a very cruel mistress. Did we even get a badge for watching you? I don't think so, Evan, but I'm not sure. Forgive me. I'm an outsider on Twitch. I don't know how drops work, dude.
Now, again, as the teams are troubleshooting...
I know how the spaceship works, man. I have no idea what I'm doing with drops.
We see good solar normal maneuver. ARB TIG is expected to be 45 seconds earlier than the pad. That's 1 hour, 46 minutes, 0 seconds. No update to TIGO yet.
Okay. Apogee raised burn at 1 hour and 47 minutes.
Stan Love here in Mission Control Houston. He used the term in the blind. That refers to as part of the data that we are not getting from
that guy playing
the
Tidris
West satellite.
That's Jeff Radigan over there.
That we understand that we may not be receiving communications from the crew, though they may be able to hear us. So Stan Love reporting what status is known on our end. We do know that from the data we are receiving that the upper stage and Integrity have maneuvered to solar normal, meaning that the orientation, the attitude of the spacecraft is such that solar rays can draw the maximum amount of power.
True, I'm just telling the truth. What suites are on the side of the table? I don't know. I'd have to look. I don't see any Tessa in this angle here. Kind of weird that White Sands can see the data, but Mission Control Houston can't. Yeah.
Integrity Houston in the blind for Christina. Just before the Tidris handover, we heard your report about the lack of an oxone inlet filter. We copy that there is not one installed as expected, but please put in a new one.
They didn't put a filter in the damn toilet, but they have extras. So that's Judd Friedling right there. Or there, he's a flight controller. Jeff Radigan's a flight controller. This is the guy that you hear talking about the toilet.
In this row,
he's the capsule communicator.
Capcom is NASA astronaut Stan Love. The voice that you're hearing from the teams here in Mission Control Houston up to the crew of Integrity.
Dude, you'd be surprised.
The Capcom voice that you'll hear.
I know what people are thinking. Like, really? They forgot to put the filter in the damn toilet? Yes. Yes, the rocket has 1,000 moving parts, man. If you're going to forget one thing, that's what I'd want to forget, because you just take the filter, put it in the toilet. There you go. Then you're good. They have extras, right? But also, like, I know that seems ridiculous, but it is really, really easy with spaceflight to get caught up in the minutia like that. Like, it's very, 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 very easy to forget something like that. That happens. But as long as it's a quick fix and as long as you got the problem, you stay on top of it and you don't let stuff go into failure modes, you should be good. I see the suites right there. Those look like fireballs, Tessa.
9 to prepare for the...
he said not installed as expected. Yep.
For flight day 10.
Houston in the blind. We're rebooting some ground equipment to try to recover the link. Expect 10
Stuff happens.
minutes.
That's right. I really hope they realized before, not after. That guy looks like Captain Kirk, the guy that's sitting next to Jeff Radigan. I know it's not, but also. Hey, yeah, did you hear what they said?
This is Mission Control Houston.
Turn it off and turn it back on again. They're switching on and off the antennas at Mission Control Houston. Like I said, you'd be surprised how often this happens in spaceflight. What's the solution? Turn it off, turn it back on.
To communicate with the crew aboard Orion.
Yep.
Teams are troubleshooting and planning to reset some ground equipment.
I took a guess.
As the forward link
percussive maintenance? No, don't do that.
At the time that we switched from TDRS East to TDRS West.
Could they turn the toilet off and
that
on
handover
again?
Period started at
I would hope so.
mission elapsed time of 51
Isn't that just
minutes,
flushing it?
26 seconds.
No, their toilet doesn't work like a regular toilet. A toilet bowl doesn't work too well
reporting some
in
updates,
microgravity,
what is called
guys.
in the blind, meaning that though we...
Stir the toilet tank. Do not
Houston in the blind, expecting an imminent automated swap to string 2 on board. Also, reminder, we are still receiving good ICPS data.
Okay. Like I said, something seems to be a little weird with Orion's telemetry downlink with mission control. It's out of sync. So you see the clock up there?
Again, Capcom,
it's out of sync in mission
low.
control.
Reporting
but
to the crew.
They're saying that the upper stage that Orion is still attached to, they're getting the timer on the internal timer on the upper stage is synced to the mission clock, but Orion is not. They're trying to turn stuff off and turn it back on again.
And that allows us to understand and confirm the attitude and orientation of both spacecraft, knowing that they are at solar normal. And with the reboot, we're starting to get some data here. We'll confirm that the data we are receiving is good.
We got an onboard. This is a shot on the interim cryogenic propulsion. This is a shot on the upper stage looking at Orion. Dude, I swear, like I said, this happens a lot more than you might think. Just turn it off, turn it off, and turn it back on.
We're starting to get some views aboard the Orion spacecraft.
Now they have...
Integrity Houston, voice check on TDRS.
Okay.
Loud and clear, Stan Hollis.
And we now have you the same. Good to hear your voice.
Dude, that freaking worked. Can you believe that?
And good to hear yours as well.
Let's just see if the clocks are synced up.
Right, we are still trying to understand whether the automated swap to S-band string 2 recovered comm for us or what was going on the ground. We gave you calls about an ARB TIG and an Oxone inlet filter. Did you copy them?
I'm not sure if Orion does that, Nader. I know the shuttle did.
Copied all.
Excellent.
So they're still trying to figure out why they had that desync in the telemetry, but they're working the problem. Everything's working
Mission
fine
Control
right
Houston,
now.
though the solutions that were applied to regain the communications from Integrity is not known which one worked. We do know that we are receiving data.
You came in with the raid from Whitney. So unlike Whitney, Whitney is an aerospace engineer, Space Explorer W. She's an aerospace engineer. I'm not. I'm self-taught. I just one day decided to stream playing way too much KSP, and 15 years later, you kind of pick stuff up. You pick stuff up as you go. What is my experience with spaceflight? I have 20,000 hours in Kerbal Space Program. And then probably another 5,000 hours of commentating on launches behind that. I've been commentating on pretty much every high-profile launch since like 2014. I'd say. You pick it up as you go. I also love space, so that has a lot to do with it.
Loss, we plan to remain on S-band string 2.
But yeah, Scott, did you have any more questions? Just ask me. Tag at EJSA. I'll
Copy S-band string 2 and Quid 19 has been inhibited like for right CCD.
No Kindars.
Copy Quid 19.
I don't, Gafflig, no. Give yourself some credit. You can gain knowledge equivalent to a profession through self-study. You don't have to ivory tower to be intelligent. Yeah, there you go. Something like that, Wolfman, yeah.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Do you like the shuttle? Love the space shuttle. Proud to say the most I've learned is
Mission Control Houston.
There you go.
Commander Reed Wiseman working through his steps at this time in the
Also make a mean
timeline.
margarita.
Mission
And enjoy long
specialists
walks on
Christina
the beach.
Cook and Jeremy Hansen should be closing out some of the
TLI is
procedures
tomorrow at this time.
that were
Voyager.
activating some of the environmental control and life support systems. And again, those steps relayed from Capcom Stan Level were received by the crew, so they did copy them and address the feedback that was provided
Here.
by Capcom Stan
Love
Level.
Eagle, use that.
The launch and entry suits for Mission
That should
Specialist
help
1 and
you.
2, that's Christina Cook and Jeremy Hansen, per the timeline, they are in the period
on,
of time
Tars.
to doff or take off the suits.
I hope
the
so.
launch
His-
and entry suits for Commander
Suit
Reed
doffing.
Wiseman and pilot Victor Glover will remain on until after a successful apogee raise burn.
Okay.
Their role is to oversee the successful burn there.
All right, for
In the
Space
meantime, they're
Agency, I'm
configuring
a
some of
consultant
their
on that game, Saris.
equipment and
Oh, yeah.
configuration that's
I help
needed
Awu and
ahead
the,
of the
Rocketworks
day's
guys when they need me.
activities, starting with covering a CCD cursor control device.
So yes, I'm pretty.
And they're
hyped
well
for it.
on their way to a
Actually,
nominal
I think some of the
timeline,
KSA
of course,
guys are here.
addressing the communication link
they're in chat
by resetting some ground
I know,
equipment
Tessa,
and
it's awful.
changing the
awful.
string of communications, which addressed the issue, and now we're getting full data from the ICPS as well as the Orion spacecraft.
Where do you think this camera is mounted? On the top of the Orion ICPS adapter. Yeah, it's a good one, Hokie. EJ was in one of the first ever meetings we had about KSA with Harvester, with Felipe. Yep, there you go. So yeah, I'm all in on KSA, dudes. Oh, really care about.
Integrity Houston, questions for Jeremy and for Christina.
Hold up. Thanks, Drew. Don't undersell myself. I believe in
Stan,
staying
can
humble.
you power on the toilet, and then we'll stand by for your words for Jeremy and Christina.
They did have to turn the toilet off and turn it back on.
Toilet power up is in work. The questions are, can you confirm the HHP cam has been powered down? And then the question for Christina is whether the urine filter, that's the rubber part, was installed, but just no beads connected.
I can't. Now that's something you never thought you'd hear from
That's
NASA Mission
affirmative.
Control, did you?
The filter was installed, no beads.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
New sub notification. You want my sub notification?
And Stan, we are wrapping up PWD right now.
To
Jeremy
be
will get
turn on the
HHP
toilet?
cameras after that. There was a tremendous amount of back pressure on all those settings, so it's taking a little bit of all the connectors, so it's taking a little bit of time.
Huh.
Copy. Thank you.
You are go for toilet power up.
Commander Reed Wiseman aware of the steps, the initial steps for
I'll
mission
think about it.
specialists
I'll think
Christina
about it.
Cook and Jeremy Hansen, working on some of the systems
had
inside,
a code
while the commander and pilot monitor the flight of Integrity.
Integrity Houston, toilet is powered, waste tank purged.
Somebody clip that. Somebody clip that. I'll make that one.
We copy that, Stan. Thank you.
I'm sorry. It's too funny, dude.
Some of the equipment inside needs to be activated by flight controllers here in Mission Control Houston. The activation of some of
Why
these
don't they use Starlink? They're
necessary
way
for
above Starlink
their
right
trip,
now, Amadeo. Like way above it,
on
dude.
their first day in orbit as part
Sorry,
of the
that's
Artemis
really
2 mission.
funny. Dude. Okay. I don't know how Gary can keep a straight face right now.
While Christina Cook addressed the waste the waste systems that are on board now that they're
Toilet
activated
didn't
and
work, Sid.
purged.
So they shut
Jeremy
the toilet
Hansen
off
working on
and
the
turned it back
potable
on,
water
and it
display.
started working. I'm not making this
Potable
up.
water dispenser.
It's
rather.
because one of the filters in the toilet wasn't installed correctly.
One of his initial steps
so they shut
is
it
to
off,
activate the equipment
put the
and
filter,
start
put a new
filling some
filter in, and
bags
turned
as
it
a
back
reserve.
on. I'm not even kidding, dude.
So he's working through those steps. The HHP camera is one of the internal cameras
Can't make this up.
inside of Integrity.
It was the toilet purge?
HHP camera was one that was captured through the duration of ascent and recorded into the flight computers.
Did you guys post the toilet link? Yeah, a lot of you
ahead.
did. Thank you. I'm going to keep that one for later. We'll clip that and make it into a sound link.
Yeah, I doubt it helps you at all, Stan. But that whole time that you all had, it seemed like you had a good forward link. We just had no return. We saw a good frame lock, and everything looked good. The only thing we did not have was a good ping. I don't know if that helps you.
That helps a lot, Reed. Thank you for that report.
So cool that when the SRBs went, the abort chairs slide down the lines. Really? I didn't know that, Hydrogen. That's cool, though. You could make it a gift sub notification. All right. Rebooted into submission. Yeah, they turned the toilet off and turned it back on, and that fixed it. I told you, you'd be surprised how often that happens. Now, okay, to get like super technical for a second, all right? So if I'm mission control, it's not about turning it off and turning it back on to make sure that it worked. All right, NASA they're not sitting on a black box, right? Like they know how the toilet works. So what I would be doing, there's somebody in mission control right now that is trying to figure out why that toilet did that. I'm not even kidding.
Integrity Houston for saws. We saw the saw 3 brake go into error position. We're confident it engaged, but we saw more motion than we expected during the burn. We are cycling the brake on that saw.
Okay. Little bit of information. So see the solar panels? The solar panels on Orion can actually move forward and they can move back. The reason why is because Orion is designed with its solar panels to be deployed well under thrust. Okay? That's not something they had to worry about with the Apollo Command Service Module during the Apollo missions. That didn't have solar panels. It had an antenna, which they had to be careful with, but the solar panels have brakes on them, right? They can move back and forth like this, and they have brakes on them to hold them in different positions during acceleration or deceleration burns with Orion, right? So what he was saying there is that one of the solar panel brakes to hold it in place didn't clamp. It didn't have enough clamping force, and it wiggled the solar panel a little too much. Just like the toilet, they're gonna try to figure out why that happened. It's not like Kerbal where you could just blame the Kraken, right? Everything happens for a reason on the spacecraft. You got to figure out why. And if you can figure out why, that's better understanding of the engineering construct that is Orion. That's good data and that's good understanding. And that's why I always say the more you fly, the better you're going to understand how your toilet works. And your spaceship too, but the toilet as well. Alex, regarding the clock desync, from what we just heard, it's possible that Orion wasn't correctly sending timing packets to Mission Control, hence why the time sync with Mission Control was wonky. They're part of a standard protocol and are used for ground servicing equipment synchronization. It could be a software glitch rather than an RF hardware issue. So, Alex, I would agree with you, but what messed with me is that they said they had perfect synchronization between Orion and the ICPS. So that tells me, right, if the clocks are synced on the ship, well, A, that's what matters. That's really important. And B, that tells me that it's something ground side, right? That's something mission control side, but could be the software governing whatever's ground side. You're not wrong. That's right, Carol. Absolutely. Did you see the slide baskets deploy on liftoff? I don't honestly remember what happened during that series of events. I blanked. He said he'll cycle the brake, turn it off and turn it back on, and then figure out why it did that. Yep. I guess I'm participating in it, Niall. I didn't sign up for that. Somebody else did, but that's cool. I'm in. Or at least you didn't growl at it this time. Nope. I told Sawyer on a flame trench last week that I'd be cool. I'd be cool. John Young was cool during launch, so I want to be like John Young. I'm going to be cool. Be like the Fonz, chat. Be cool. Oh. Solid oxygen. SOX for short. That's normal. That happens. Or either that or it's poop and the toilet is working. I mean, it could be one or the other. I don't know how Orion, if Orion jettisons its waste. It might. That's right, Bob.
Integrity Houston, starting thermal roll.
Okay, they're going to induce a roll rate on the vehicle to ensure that one side of the vehicle doesn't get cooked by the sun over the other.
Houston integrity, toilet, step 6.7.
Okay.
Go ahead for step 6.7.
Step 6.7. There you go.
Yes, during 6.7, about 20 seconds after starting the water into the funnel, after a nominal startup, the toilet shut down on its own, and I have a blinking amber fault light.
Uh-oh.
Copy. Talking about it.
Oh, dear. Get the manual out. Probably he would have cracked up, passing for sure. If I saw that, I'm pretty sure I saw that message. Yeah, okay, cool.
And integrity for toilet, we're going to have to think about that for a while. In the meantime, CCUs are available in Alpha 2.
I swear to God, if the toilet hoses us, I'm going to be so pissed.
We copy, and I'll be returning the funnel to the cradle.
Good config.
This is Mission Control Houston, a readback of some of the communications that occurred on Orion to Earth. We're now at 1 hour, 17 minutes of mission elapsed time.
CCUs.
We got confirmation that the upper stage
CCUs
and,
are the bags, aren't they?
Integrity began a thermal roll. They are on the illuminated side of the Earth right now at an altitude of just a little more than 1,000 statute miles.
Collapsible contingency urinal.
The thermal roll allows for even distribution of heating from the sun at that altitude.
So the Apollo... Dude, look at this shot. Oh, my goodness. They're doing the barbecue roll. That's freaking beautiful. So, guys, during the Apollo program, we went up to the moon 8 times. I think it's, 9 times. So, Apollo 8, Apollo 10, 11, 12, 13, asterisk, 14, 15, 16, and 17. We went up to the moon 9 times. Each one of these was 3 days out, 3 days around the moon, 3 days back. Now, Artemis is a little bit different. It's a 10-day mission, but they're spending some time floating around Earth for the first 2 days. But see, Orion has a toilet. The Orion Command Service Module did not have a toilet. They had... CCUs are a really nice way of saying Ziploc bags. So, yeah. Reject modernity. Embrace tradition here.
On the post-launch press conference at the
Apollo
Kennedy
CSM
Space
didn't
Center,
have a toilet. They just gave them bags. The
subject
toilet was
matter
too heavy. They
experts
said, no, we're not doing
gathered
that.
to, and will address the launch that just occurred.
I can't believe this.
And media
That's
will ask some
ridiculous,
questions.
man. You gotta be kidding me.
As part of our continuous coverage plan, where we are streaming this mission 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, throughout the duration.
I got 10 days to think about it, indeed.
The Artemis 2 mission.
Kind of
The
far up.
briefings
How high are they
themselves
right now?
Will also be streamed on this platform.
Almost 1,000 miles up, 1,600 kilometer.
The press briefing
They're way up
is
there,
scheduled
dude.
to be 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern Time today.
It's about an hour for the
So
press
coming up in
conference.
just-
Guys, they're already higher than Polaris Dawn. Polaris Dawn was the furthest humans have gone since Apollo 17. This thing just passed it. Easily just passed it.
Integrity.
They did
SVO.
SVO.
Complete, and a question for Christina for toilet.
I'm going to move that up there.
All right, Stan, just give us a minute, and the view of Australia was epic just now. It's amazing to be at this altitude, and Christina's working hard.
Roger.
Hello to our mates down under. You there? You're gonna look up. You're gonna see the spacecraft.
Yeah, Integrity. We also have a story about a water tank valve problem during powered flight. We saw an anomalous indication on the water ISO valve between water tanks Bravo and Charlie. Based on the signature we saw with the tanks during the PWD checkout, we think that valve is closed. We are going to troubleshoot that going forward.
Now, the toilet, you know, you can kind of do without that. You're not going to get very far without the water. You kind of need that. That's
quick recap. The thermal roll is complete, distributing.
Dan, when you got Equus.N2H2O up, give me a call.
I'm looking at it.
Tab stop 17, we show that valve closed, if that helps you.
It's a water cross feed valve.
That is also what we see, and that's exactly the valve we're looking at. Related to that, question for Jeremy. For the PWD checkout, did you check out the primary first or the secondary first?
And Stan, Jeremy says primary first because he had trouble getting the secondary on, and I'm also ready to take your call.
Copy primary first. We appreciate that. Christina, for the toilet, can you please tell us what the status LED is doing?
Amber flashing.
Or was doing when you saw the fault?
It had been on per normal, and there was good suction, and then it turned off when the fault started blinking.
That's valuable information. Thank you.
Teams on the ground continuing to troubleshoot the waste management systems aboard Integrity. Now we'll continue to follow the mission here as the 4 astronauts work on the steps to activate some of the systems and prepare for the apogee raise burn. About 3 minutes from now, 7 p.m. Central Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, we'll start the press briefing.
They are, Dukas.
That press briefing will happen on our 24/7 live coverage.
They are troubleshooting the toilet. The toilet is not happy because they were also having some telemetry desync issues between mission control and the Orion capsule, showing desynced mission elapsed times, which is not great, but that's something with your transmission electronics. It's not necessarily something wrong with Orion, something you probably want to figure out sooner rather than later. Yeah, Deadbringer, that's what happened.
Discovery, go at throttle.
Boeing built the toilet. I do believe it's a NASA design that was built by Lockheed. Spiffy, what's up, dude? Bets on how many toilet questions you get.
Oh, this is space. I'm in space.
Goalie, with Twitch chat, I didn't need the toilet breaking to get toilet questions, but now there's a lot of them. Hey, thanks for all the support, guys. I appreciate it. Kick yo booties. What's up, man?
This is Mission Control Houston, passing 1 hour and 23 minutes of mission elapsed time into the Artemis 2 mission.
Oh, in the press conference? Oh, that's going to be a really crappy press conference, isn't it?
About 800
you ain't kidding.
miles over the Earth. Currently passing over Australia.
Baron, she's a beast. The toilet's broken, by the way.
That
Merry
pass
Christmas.
over Australia, they were able to peek out the windows and see that view from an altitude that is higher than any of them are used to. Jeremy.
Integrity Houston for GNC. We are taking channel 1 to unfiltered and BFS. Also for the solar array indication we saw earlier. We think that when the brake originally set, it was like on a tooth.
I know, Baron.
And that when the engine lit for PRM, it slipped one tooth. That brake is now showing nominally.
No, not during communications.
Okay, Tanya, we copy that. And I'm just curious, I feel like about a half an hour ago you took one to unfiltered in BFS. Is this nominal
awesome,
or
Baron.
is something
It was
happening?
so good, dude. The rocket looks so good on liftoff.
Victor, this is nominal.
Just got to knock the rust off, Hellfish. Copy. They're way higher than Polaris Dawn. Actually, they were at their apogee. They're coasting to perigee right now. Orion is 745 miles up. That's
now 7 p.m. Central Time at a mission elapsed time of 1 hour 25 minutes. An update for viewers. We are continuing to cover the Artemis 2 mission and see live views from the solar array wings.
1,639 kilometers.
The press conference scheduled for 7 p.m. The current start time for that press conference is 7:05 p.m.
That's higher than
Central
humans
Time,
have been
PM
since Apollo
Eastern
17.
Time.
And this is just the first phase of the mission.
During the conference,
they were way above Polaris Dawn.
We are expected to execute the apogee raise burn.
Crapcom, yes.
We're a little more than 20 minutes from the time of ignition of that burn. We do know that the time of ignition has been updated from the pad. This is the predicted time of ignition and trajectory that was uploaded to the crew prior to liftoff. The current time of ignition is 1 hour 46 minutes and 9 seconds of mission elapsed time. The duration of the burn at the pad was 17 minutes 52 seconds.
Conference stream is
ahead
live.
of the execution of the burn. Any changes in
Conference
that
stream is
duration
live.
will be reported to the crew and uploaded to ensure that the apogee raise burn goes as expected and puts them on the predicted trajectory.
Okay, we'll switch over to that.
Trajectory being 43,000 miles, 43,730 miles by zero statute mile orbit.
Yeah,
This high Earth orbit will take
they went
the
suborbital.
crew integrity past
That's
the tracking
important.
and data relay satellites that are positioned about 23,000 miles away from the Earth. Again, they're currently on Tidra's west. And they will transition to the Deep Space Network. The apogee raise burn time of ignition again at 1 hour 46 minutes and 9 seconds of mission elapsed time. That is expected and will occur during the post-launch press briefing. So as part of our 24/7 coverage, the briefing itself will overlap with that particular milestone. To follow along on our 24/7 coverage, we won't necessarily stop our coverage. The clean Orion to Earth loops will be available on our
pretty cool,
clean
Scholar,
feed.
right?
That will show a view similar to what you're seeing now. This is a view from the solar array wings, and you'll also hear the communications between Capcom's Stan Love here and the crew aboard Integrity, and you can listen as they confirm the execution of the burn and any changes of the burn. When we come back from the press conference, expected about around 8:05 p.m. Central Time, 9:05 p.m. Eastern. We'll go ahead and recap any of the milestones that occurred while we transitioned to the press briefing to answer the
they're
questions
coasting down to
that
perigee
come
for
from
the
press,
apogee raise burn.
and continue along on our 24/7
Where's Rocky?
coverage.
Connor, we're around Earth. Wrong planet. Shh, no spoilers. Don't say it. Don't say nothing. Okay? Wrong planet. All you have to do is fist my bump. Fist my bump. Hey, Resonant, 2-pound super chat. The ring can in the tin can went bing bang. Yeah. Yes. Still not how that works.
Houston Integrity for CFC install. That is complete.
Yeah, Phil. Me too.
Copy CFC. Thank you.
Phil, I'm driving the Coronet to Artemis 3. That's happening.
And Houston, just want to let you know, since we're running a touch behind timeline, we have not yet started suit doff for any of the 4 crew members. We'll get to it in a bit.
Copy, thank you.
I think we got to go to one, Hokie. Shadub's dress for success, baby. Is it going to have fenders? I really hope so. Yeah, maybe or not. I don't know. We'll see.
Go at throttle up.
Did she use the bag? Leo, I don't think they'd tell us if she did. I'm just saying. I don't think they'd tell us, man. I don't want to, to be honest with you, I really don't want to know. Like, hey, CCU's for the win. Reject modernity, embrace tradition. Nice, Lava. There you go. Caveman.
Integrity Houston, updated ARB numbers when you're ready.
Stan, we are ready.
And sorry, false alarm. Still integrating on the ground. We'll be back with you shortly.
Never mind.
Good practice call. Talk to you in a second.
Roger.
Victor's like, understandable. Have a nice day. Good practice
Mission
call.
Control
Hey,
Houston,
awesome.
for those
What's up,
still
man?
with us, the press briefing that was scheduled to begin at 7:05 will begin shortly. They're just getting set up, and,
Awesome. You got that Bronco
just
running or
stay
what, dude?
tuned until we are able to transition to beginning.
Activity on Jeremy's timeline is complete.
I didn't see him, Andrew, but
Copy docking camera.
that's
Thank
cool.
you.
I blanked out, dude. I don't remember what I
Teams
don't
on the
even
ground are
remember what I said
analyzing the
during
time
that
of
launch.
ignition and what's called
Hopefully it was a
TGO,
good call.
the duration of the burn. At the time ahead of liftoff, the duration of the burn was 17 minutes 52 seconds. There might be some changes. The flight dynamics officer and his support in the back rooms are analyzing to make sure that what they are about to report to the crew is rock solid.
Nah, I got a really advanced spacesuit on, Cynthia. That's why I can be outside the spaceship. Yeah. Scribe, what do you got there? Oh yeah, the overlay animation.
Integrity Houston with new ARB numbers for real this time.
Okay, Stan, we're listening. Go ahead.
I'll wear this for Artemis launches, sure.
ARB TIG, 1 hour, 46 minutes, 07 seconds. TIGO is 18 minutes, 06 seconds.
Is this what you need? I mean, this isn't a smoke, but it's a Slim Jim. Is this what we need?
Okay, Stan, we copy and have entered 1 hour, 46 minutes, 7 seconds for TIG, and TIGO, 18 minutes, 6 seconds.
12 minutes until the ARB.
Thank you for that. With that, we also have an updated time for the handover from Teeters west to east. That is going to be over 6 minutes.
No, it's
earlier
mission
than
elapsed
what's on
time,
your
Trey.
pad. You can expect that at MET 2 hours, 03 minutes, 04 seconds, 2:03:04.
I have this for a coffee mug. Is that good enough?
2, 3, 4. For handover west to east. Thanks, Stan.
5, 6, 8.
You're welcome.
That's the idea, Gablino. Are we there yet? No.
And Integrity, 2 minutes to maneuver.
PFE is reading 3, which is nominal.
Copy PFE.
Yeah, I need a vest for Artemis 3, I think. I take care of my stuff, Bone Sister.
And Integrity, we are ready for the Eclipse power down per your execute note.
All right, as we've continued to follow along on the mission, here in Mission Control Houston and on the Orion to Earth loops, we'll take you over to the beginning of the press briefing, the post-launch press briefing, over at the Kennedy Space Center.
I gotta get a black tie. We gotta do a black tie next time. The red tie is good. I thought the red tie would be nice. It got to be black tie. Black tie if we're going Apollo mission control, dude.
Integrity, MCC pulls go for ARB pending attitude and saws.
Integrity.
Need the vest? For real. Plus one for the horn-rimmed glasses. I have the ride too. It's just
Houston,
in pieces.
Integrity, power down.
I have the right car. My car is period correct. I just gotta fix it. I don't know if you guys noticed, it's missing some parts.
All right, we see the roll, Stan. And for power down, we believe our steps are complete. If we could get just some situational awareness on the DU brightness, we feel like we have them 50% down, but let us know.
Bro, what did you do?
Checking.
Got rid of all the rust, man. Yeah, I got rid of all the rust. Dude, the Coronet was rough, dude. It was bad. You still do car streams? Yeah. Oh, yeah. They're moving the capsule around for the apogee raise burn right now, guys. Copy, we are checking, over. Got a buff out. Yeah, I just finished patching the rear pan on that thing. Awesome. Yeah, I'm just waiting on the quarters, waiting on the quarter panels to come in. Once the quarter panels come in, I'll do the outer rockers, both sides, repair the inner rockers where they need to be repaired, and then hang the quarters. I did the whole trunk for that thing.
Integrity, frame rails. We see DU3 right at center. We see DUs 1 and 2.
They are Sawyer, aren't they?
Above center. We're checking power draw now.
Just weight reduction. Yep. I have not ordered the quarters. Sorry, I didn't say that right. I'm almost ready. I just got to wait for my taxes to clear, and then we're good.
Copy that, Stan. And obviously, when we go into Eclipse, we can bring them down a bit further.
Roger. And Reed, when we get into Eclipse, we would like those extra clicks on DUs 1 and 2.
Yeah, you got it. We did bring 1 and 2 down a touch, but we'll bring them down as far as we can when we get into Eclipse.
Beef jerky.
That's perfect. Thank you.
Can you eject the waste into space? I'm not 100% sure how Orion works with its waste ejection systems, Surat. I know the ISS puts them in basically like space kegs, and then they jettison the space kegs on departing disposable vehicles.
Booster ignition and liftoff. The crew of Artemis 2 now bound for the moon. Humanity's next great voyage begins.
Brother, that is the coolest freaking thing.
Good roll pitch.
What a monster. Look at that thing go.
Roll pitch.
Houston now controlling the flight of Integrity on the Artemis 2 mission around the moon.
Integrity, AMT high.
AFT high.
On time, passing 30 seconds into the flights. Integrity passes the alternate beagle. Target milestone. Mission Control Houston seeing good performance on the 4 main engines. Space Launch System core stage.
Brother, look
Integrity,
at that thing
3
roll.
miles in altitude. Traveling more than 1,200 miles per hour.
All right, here we go.
Good evening, and
So we got Bethany Stevens, the PAO, Jared Isaacman, Amit Shrathia, Lori Glaze. I forget that last dude's name.
Isaacman, Associate Administrator Amit Kshatriya, Acting Associate Administrator for the Exploration System Development Mission Directorate, Dr. Lori Glaze, and Director of Flight
That's not Moon
Operations,
Guy.
Norm Knight.
Norm Knight is his
Administrator
name.
Isaacman will give opening remarks, and then we will open the floor to questions. If you are dialing in to be with us here today, please press *1 to get in the queue. And with that, Administrator.
Thanks, Bethany. Good evening, everyone. So today, April 1st, 2026, 6:35 p.m., NASA's Space Launch System rocket lifted off the pad with 8.8 million pounds of thrust, carrying the Orion spacecraft and the Artemis II crew out to Earth orbit and beginning America's grand return to the moon. Now, about 51 minutes into the flight, during a planned handover between satellites, the Orion spacecraft underwent a communications issue, leading to a temporary partial loss of comms. The uplink from Capcom to the crew was being heard by the crew, but we cannot hear the responses for a brief period of time. There were no issues with the vehicle itself. Comms with the crew have been restored. We're actively working the issue, and we'll keep you informed. The Orion spacecraft has successfully separated from the core stage, and its solar arrays have been deployed as planned. Soon the crew will execute the apogee raise burn, placing the spacecraft into a stable, high Earth orbit as we prepare for the translunar injection and the journey into cislunar space.
Yeah, baby.
NASA astronauts Commander Reed Wiseman, pilot Victor Glover, mission specialist Christina Koch, and Canadian Space Agency mission specialist Jeremy Hansen are safe, they're secure, and they're in great spirits. We will continue to monitor their health and the status as we move into the next phase of the Artemis II mission. So after a brief 54-year intermission, NASA is back in the business of sending astronauts to the moon.
Yeah, baby.
We have arrived at this point through a sustained effort and national commitment and the work of thousands across the agency, our
Lucas,
industry
don't say that. He can
partners,
hear
and
you.
our international allies. I want to personally thank the ground crews, pad controllers, the entire workforce here at Kennedy Space Center. This mission belongs as much to you as it does to the crew. The crew is now in the capable hands of Mission Control Houston, the Johnson Space Center, where teams will guide Orion through each phase of the mission with the same discipline and precision that has brought us to this moment. We have certainly been here before. We know the challenges ahead. We have a lot of checkouts to get through before TLI. And when, if all goes well, everything is go, Artemis II will be moonbound.
Yeah, baby.
You have our commitment to keep the public as informed as possible on this historic mission. And we will we will hold our celebration until this crew is under parachutes and splashes down off the west coast of the United States.
Based. Thank you.
So with that, we will open this up to questions, and we will start here in the room. If we have any takers, we'll start right up here.
Why room so dirty? Question. Sorry.
Congratulations to all of you on a successful launch so far. My name's Jim Siegel. I'm with Florida Media Now. And I'm curious about when the astronauts will have their first meal on this mission. And secondly, is somebody on the Earth here, back in Houston or somewhere, keeping track of what they eat during this entire mission? And how do they go about doing that? Do they tell them what to eat, or do they kind of select what they want? What do you think?
Well, let's see. I'll jump in on this one. Well, what I'll tell you is they do have planned meals, okay? So they have a planned meal today. I will tell you they're very busy. So ascent day is very tough. It's tough physiologically, and it's tough from a workload issue as well. And so this timeline between now when the crew goes to sleep, so MET of about 8:30 is pretty packed. They're going to snack. They probably have some pre-positioned meals. I know they did in their flight suit. Some of the snacks that they can use if they need. But I will also tell you that Flight Day 1 and Flight Day 2 you might not feel like eating a lot, and that's just part of it. Your body is acclimating to 0G. Your physiology is transitioning from a 1G environment to 0G, and it takes a little bit of adapting. So right now they're working hard. They are doing what they need to do. They sound great on the loops. That was really a good signal to us that they're feeling well. But just know that that's part of the equation, when they get on orbit. As far as the food being tracked, yes, we have a food lab, and we have folks at the Johnson Space Center tracking what they eat, the nutrition, the calories. It makes a difference. They do this on Artemis. They do it on Space Station as well. So we're well versed in that. We want to make sure that they're healthy, and we also want to make sure we know what they're doing, what they're eating, so we can also track that and make sure that they don't need any supplements or anything additional.
Thank you. We'll head over to Joey.
Thanks, guys, and congrats on a clean launch so far. Jared, or whoever wants to answer, how were you able to resolve the communications issue, and do you have any guesses as to what might have caused that? And was there any part of the mission so far that appeared off nominal, or is everything looking good? Just curious to hear how things are going on that. Thanks.
Well, on the comms issue, and I don't know, there may be someone here that has a little more detail than I do of having to run around quite a bit, but I think they're still looking into trying to really understand exactly what was going on there. But it's restored, which is important. I think it just.
It was during handover to Tejas West. Sometimes that's squirrely. Ground configuration, you gotta get that right. So hopefully that's what it is. But we'll chase it down. But they were able to recover. They had intermittent forward and return links, so the burns that they needed on board it was never an issue. It was unusual for it to be dropped out for a couple minutes, so that's what we're telling you. We had a controller issue with the toilet when they spun it up, so we got to work through that. That's going to take maybe a few hours to troubleshoot. So there was also a water tank valve. There's 4 water tanks on Orion. There's a crossover valve that connects the 2 gangs of tanks. It's supposed to be open to ensure maximum flow. It was closed during ascent. When you shake the thing, things like that happen. So they're going to reset the valve. And then they had a recurrence of on Artemis 1, we had a latching current limiter failure on a piece of electronics. It's transient failure when it gets exposed to radiation. They took 1 hit of those. We took about 24, 25 of those during Artemis 1. Again, normal. The onboard fault detection cleans that up. But we're just getting started, Joey.
Right, this is a flight test, and a lot of what we're doing here is exactly this, trying to test out all of the things that require the crew interaction, right? And so we anticipate to have a lot of these. Well, that's what we're here for, work through them.
Sawyer?
Importantly, apogee raise burn, we're go. So they're going to stay in space.
Sawyer?
Thank you, Sawyer Rosenstein, NSF. I noticed that the slide wire baskets happened to deploy during launch. Is that something that was expected? And can you give any initial reports, at least what you've seen from the cameras, of how the mobile launcher is doing, given the hope to be able to quickly turn it around?
Yeah,
Do you have something on the baskets? I can talk about the turnaround.
The baskets they're supposed to get out of the way. That's part of the plan. So otherwise they take plume loads, and we don't like that.
So I can tell you on the mobile launcher, our team has already been looking at a lot of the imagery that we have that was taken both during and after and assessing that, trying to get the condition. We've got teams, I believe, going out there. They might already be out on their way to take a real look. Some of the good things that we've seen relative to Artemis 1, one of the issues we had was that the water that was supposed to be spraying down the launch pad, so that there were some issues there that didn't happen. We saw a lot of corrosion. The water was working, so things were getting washed down. We're still also going to remove some of the parts so that we can do some of that cleaning to make sure we don't have those corrosion issues. We haven't seen evidence of things like after Artemis 1, like the elevator doors were blown off. We haven't seen that. So we're optimistic, but we got to get out to the pad. We got to look. We did a lot of changes after Artemis 1, trying to harden the systems so that we can turn it around faster. We do anticipate there will be some items that'll need to be replaced. It's a pretty violent environment. But we're hopeful that that's minimized, and as soon as we have more information on that, we'll definitely let you guys know where we stand and how quickly we think we can get it turned around. Thanks.
Lauren?
Lauren Grush with Bloomberg. I just wanted to get a gut check on how we're feeling about the upcoming proximity and ops operation. Do we have any concerns with that TDRS delay, or is that not an issue for that?
I would say right now we're on for the proximity operations demo. Haven't heard anything that's keeping us from that, Norm?
No. On track, ready to go. Victor Glover's going to be flying it. Reed's going to be working the procedure with him. And cross-checking, and Jeremy and Christina are going to be looking out the windows, also spotting, cross-checking, using cameras and imagery. And it should be beautiful, so we can't wait.
We'll go right over here.
Yes, Bert Dick from Ad Astra Magazine, National Space Society. Just wondering if the astronauts reported what the ride was like to orbit. I know with the space shuttle, it was a pretty rough ride until there was SRB SEP. Was this similar?
Have you heard?
I have not heard a report yet. I know we will get a report. Again,
Yes.
when MECO happened, immediately they were getting prepped to do their perigee raise maneuver. That's critical. Otherwise, they come back to Earth, which we don't want them to. So they got that. They are working to get their spacesuits off. They just got the ARB burn, which was very important. So now they're working to get their suits off. So they are very busy. Now later today, I anticipate they will call down and give us a full brief as to how the Proxox demo went, how the ride uphill went, and I personally can't wait to hear the comparison between this massive rocket and the shuttle.
Sounds great. Thank you.
Micah?
Thanks, Bethany. Micah Maidenberg, Wall Street Journal. Maybe for the administrator, I'd like to ask you, I know we're early on here, how you're thinking about success for this mission, defining success, a lot of tests ahead, and just what happens if you don't kind of meet that standard as the flight unfolds? Thanks so much.
Well, I mean, to me, success is undershoots and in the water safely after a 10-day mission duration, so no early off-ramps there. I think right now we're already getting good ECLIS data. We've never flown Orion with crew on board, so that's pretty important. I mean, understanding the Orion spacecraft is paramount in this one to progress on to integrated operations of Orion with a lander. Every day we're getting data. It says, it was mentioned from the get-go, this is a test mission for sure. No crew have ever ridden this before. We'll keep gathering data over the next 10 days. We'll share updates, but we'll call success when they're in the water safely, and we'll start working on the next mission.
Jackie?
Hi. Right here. Sorry if I missed it. I just wanted to check in on the status of the perigee and apogee burns. Are those both finished at this point? And then I also wanted to check best way to explain to the audience why we're doing that apogee raise maneuver and why we go into that high Earth orbit. Thanks so much.
Do you want to take it? I can certainly say we completed the perigee raise maneuver. That was done pretty quickly, as you heard, and the apogee raise burn should have already happened. That should have been happening while we sat here. They were getting ready as we were walking in. And then if you want to talk maybe about the rest.
So we go into a high Earth orbit. Roughly, the perigee is about 1,000 nautical miles, rough, give or take, of the Earth, 25,000. So it's pretty elliptical. That's getting us, everything we do is getting us set up for the translunar injection burn. And so it's getting these burns. It's all converging down to what we call TLI. So we got to get the ECLIS system checked out. We got to make sure we have our redundancy. We got to make sure these burns go off where they should go off, and get Orion and the SM configured exactly where it needs to be. So when it comes around and it's time for the translunar injection burn, off we go. And that takes us really, that puts us outbound to the moon. That's a real big commit point. And so you'll be hearing more about that tomorrow.
You might mention it not only sends us outbound to the moon, but it also sets us up for the gravity assist that brings us back. So we are set all the way.
Yes.
Once we make that burn.
Go right back here.
Hi, TJ Mosquera with the Epoch Times. Thank you all so much. Something that hasn't been really talked about is that the Space Launch System predates the Artemis program. We got going all the way back to 2011, so 15 years really invested in this. And just how does it feel to finally see it, launch with the human crew on board?
Yeah, I mean, right now, like I said, we're focused on the next 10 days. But, I mean, I'll tell you, I'm incredibly proud of the folks that worked on this machine for as long as they did. And one thing we didn't talk about earlier was, that one of the big objectives is getting the organization and getting our qualification standards and getting our certification rigor up to the standard for crewed flight. That's a big, even though the mission is a complicated mission, moving the entire organization to a mindset of thinking about risk in the right way to fly crew is a big deal. And making sure that the way we've gotten the machine configured to fly crew with the resilience and the reliability we care about is also a big deal. So it takes time. I mean, we got a lot in front of us, but I mean, it's for the guys that were out there, there's a big celebration in launch control for the rocket guys. The rocket guys can go out and play now, but the spacecraft guys got a lot of homework, so they're going to go work on that. But yeah, for them, I could see it on their faces.
Jeff.
Jeff Faust, Space News. During the countdown, we heard controllers working through a few issues, one with the flight termination system, one with the launch abort system battery, and it sounded like there was a brief telemetry dropout. Wonder if you could provide a little bit more details about those issues and how you resolved them relatively quickly.
Yeah, so Jeff, the FTS issue was we were doing an end-to-end test. We typically have to confirm that we can get a signal from the range to the machine and then back. We weren't able to close that entire end-to-end loop. But the guys at the range, they were really quick on their feet. They swapped to a different range receiver, which is a slightly different heritage, but has the same fundamental algorithms on it, and they were able to switch over to that and able to confirm a good end-to-end signal, which is really clever. We had thought about getting a receive-only box that we had in the VAB and shipping that over to Patrick quickly so they could do it, but they were able to fix it on the fly over there, so that was good. And once we knew we could confirm the end-to-end loop of that command, then we didn't need that receive. We don't need to do that test more than once. We just need to verify the commands get on board. And so once we confirmed that command was there, then that we met all of our public safety risk. For the launch abort system, we had a battery, so 2 batteries, several temperature sensors on both batteries. We had one poke out of family. We want to make sure all of them are tracking within certain limits. But we could confirm, given the locations of the temperature sensors, where they are on the battery itself, that the reading was instrumentation, because there wasn't a credible physics-based explanation for why that sensor would be that far high. It was an order of magnitude off scale high from the rest, and so we were able to quickly vote that sensor out. So that was two of the major issues. But again, the team, this is what the training is for. This is what the practice is for, is to go into those things and knock them out quickly. So they did really well.
We'll go right over here.
I noticed there was a lack of public address announcing outside, and there was a lot of going back and forth when we realized there were some issues, and we had to go back inside to find out, or we had to have our phones. Why was there no public address system available with loudspeakers outside?
I'm not sure what you're referring to. We're not sure what issue you're talking about the public address. Okay.
Information all available to people outdoors, and I thought that was a lacking.
We'll take a look into that.
We'll definitely look into that. I wasn't aware that happened. So thank you for that information. That's new, and we'll definitely look into it.
We'll go right back here.
Thomas Moore, Sky News. Administrator Isaacman, as a fellow astronaut, what were your feelings watching your crew rising above Pad 39B? And do you feel that extra sense of responsibility for the crew as they head further into space?
certainly felt that it would be, just from, I guess, my perspective in it, that, I don't know, it is far less stressful to be strapped into the rocket than to be responsible for it here on Earth. So I definitely had those feelings quite a bit. But, you derive a lot of confidence from the process that leads up to this moment. I mean, literally the army of people that came together across NASA, all our contractors, all our partners to prepare for this, every step that leads up to it. This is what I, was really honestly going through my mind through it, is all the testing that goes into it, the integrated testing, the flight readiness review, everything that goes into a flight readiness review. Not to mention you have a truly exceptional crew up there that have been training for years on this. That gives you the confidence to undertake this mission, especially knowing the implications that it is part of a much bigger program. This is America and our partners' return to the moon, and we're trying to do it this time to stay. So, incredibly important mission. Certainly felt the pressure of it, but it was relieved, based on the confidence we have in the team here at NASA and everyone who contributes to it. Thank you for the question.
So, guys,
We'll come right up here.
The apogee raise burn is going on right now. That RL-10B on the ICPS is firing as we speak. It should be about 4 more minutes on the burn.
Congratulations to NASA for the grand return to the moon. Mr. Administrator, I have this question that they ask me constantly in Europe and in the States. In the 60s, NASA was using just the slide rule to go to the moon, and they could launch almost every 3 months. Of course, they had more money probably, but what happened in 50 years? Why is it so difficult to make it again? What has changed? Thank you.
Well, for sure, we knew. Look, it's a very fair question. I know a lot of people ask it, not just in your country, but here in the United States. Certainly, financial resources are part of the equation. NASA's budget, if I recall, was somewhere between 4 and 4.5% of the discretionary budget during the space race. About a quarter percentage of that today. And I mean, to be very honest with you, I think competition is a factor in this as well. It's a great way to, mobilize the resources of a nation and concentrate on something extremely challenging. And that's what we did in the 1960s. And I think with absent some competition, we focused a lot on partnerships and all that we could do collectively with respect to science and discovery. But competition can be a good thing. And we certainly have competition now. I think that's why you're seeing us start to concentrate our resources back to the objective, and do it with a great coalition across the NASA workforce, our contractors, all our partners that have come together, our stakeholders in Congress and the administration who came here to witness this launch, is because they know we have competition, and this one's going to be close. And I think as a result, you're going to see a lot more progress, more so than you have in since when this was originally conceived under Constellation. We're going to get back into the business of launching rockets on a regular cadence, and we're going to bring the world along with us. So.
We're going to take a couple of phone bridge questions for just a moment. Reminder that you can join by pressing *1 to get into the queue. We're going to start with Will Robinson-Smith from Spaceflight Now.
Humans left on the
ARB. And congratulations, everyone, on a good mission so far. Question about the upcoming TLI burn tomorrow. At what point during the day will the team conduct a poll on readiness to proceed into the TLI? And what are the main criteria that you'll be assessing to make that final determination? Thank you.
Okay, well, the TLI burn actually happens about the time that launch happens, so it's 1 day into the mission. So tomorrow, Eastern time, would be about 6:35-ish. Obviously, those burn times can change, so check that before tomorrow. But what are the teams looking for before TLI? We're looking to make sure that the life support systems work, that the vehicle's healthy, the life support systems have been checked out, they're ready to go. We assure that those are functional, because once we commit to TLI, they have to function. And so we want to make sure. So that's why we spend a day checking out the systems. Ascent is, you shake, rattle, and roll a little bit, the vehicle. You saw that today. And you can imagine what that does to the systems. The systems, though, are performing very well. We anticipate that they continue to, but we want to get some track record on them before we do that. We also want to make sure we have redundancy in the system for comm, for environmental life support, propulsion, those type things before we embark on that TLI mission. So that's what the mission control team in Houston will be doing tomorrow. Jeff Radigan and his team, as the lead flight director, will be well into that. The teams are well versed on it. They have trained for it. They work very closely in conjunction with the engineering team, the mission evaluation room in Houston, where the engineers that have the intricate knowledge of Orion come together with the operations team, and together they work with the crew to make sure that the vehicle, is doing what we want to and accomplishing the mission objectives that we need to. But it always comes down to crew safety, vehicle safety, and mission objectives in that order.
I might also mention, as those teams are checking out all of those systems, there will also be a meeting of the mission management team that's led by John Honeycutt, whom I think many of you have seen before, and they'll be meeting tomorrow afternoon to hear all of the results from what's happened over the last day, in preparation to make the decision on whether or not we proceed with the TLI burn.
We will next go right back here to Manuel.
Thank you so much. Manuel Masante with Exploración Espacial. I understand that the CubeSats are going to be deployed like 5 hours into the flight. Is there any chance we're going to see live images of the deployment? And then when is the crew, I know they're super busy right now, but when are they going to start using the flywheel machine on its way to the moon when everything is more like...
The second question was to do when they start doing the manual as far as...
Flywheel machine.
Oh, the flywheel machine. Sorry, thank you, the exercise machine.
I guess after the TLI.
I'll do this exercise. Yeah, I'll hand that to you, but I can answer the CubeSats. So the CubeSats are installed in the Orion stage adapter, which is actually a part of the upper stage piece, right? So once Orion separates from the upper stage, we'll do the ProxOps demonstration, right? And then once Orion has cleared and we're away, then they will be deployed. So Orion won't be there to take images of them. And once they are deployed, they each of them have their own plans for being able to communicate back down to Earth to various ground stations. They have their own communication plans. So we'll start to get information back from those individual CubeSats. So that's kind of the plan and the path forward on the CubeSat deployment and what you can expect.
We're going to take one more question from the phone bridge from Christopher Mick of the Hudson Star Observer.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to all the teams thus far. I had a question from an earlier media availability with Jeremy Hansen. He made mention of if the mission launched on April 1st, they would be experiencing a lunar eclipse. And I just want to follow up on that, if that's where that would be happening in the mission timeline, and if there would be any video perchance of that happening, or is that just going to be on the astronauts' photography at the time?
So you may have to answer the question on whether or not there'll be the availability of the what kind of real time. I'm not sure what we'll have there, but the crew will get to observe the eclipse. This is pretty unique. It's kind of interesting. It actually doesn't happen when they're out of comm, so they will be having communication during that eclipse time. But during the eclipse, the moon will be blocking the sun. They will be able to see the sun's corona, which is kind of cool. So they've been having a lot of science lessons over the last couple of days to learn about that and the eventuality that we actually launched today. So they're prepared to make those solar observations. It'll be a pretty cool and unique opportunity. I'm sure we'll get some images down at some point. I just don't know if they'll be live.
Tarek.
Thank you very much. Tarek Malik with Space.com for the administrator. There have been a lot of comparisons of Artemis 2 to Apollo 8, a pioneering mission daring that sent astronauts on an untested crewed vehicle around the moon. And I'm very curious, given last week's ignition event and how that really laid out an audacious and ambitious plan to really explore the moon in a stepping stone approach way, where you see Artemis 2 in that plan, and basically the importance of riding on this mission before you can make that next step for next year.
So, I mean, no matter, I guess, how you slice it, it's the opening act for sure. I think there are areas where we're clearly combining, Apollo 7, Apollo 8 into a single mission. which we should be able to do. There has been, to your question earlier, there's been substantial progress, over the last half century. We have tools. We've certainly been there before, so I would expect us to be able to get some, mission efficiencies through. But I would say that what we learn from this, for sure, will inform how we think about Artemis 3. Now, there's certainly big picture objectives in that. We'd like to get the lander together. We'd like to test that out in Earth orbit before we go to the moon with it. But if there are things that we don't see, maybe it is comm-related issues, then we're going to try and fix those. And then we're going to want to validate that on the next mission as well. So, and that should be the idea, right, as we progress forward. I suspect when Artemis 3 comes around, we're going to learn a lot about the integrated operations that we'll want to validate and ensure is rolled into the subsequent missions. But yes, this should be a philosophy that we take across all of the grand efforts that we are pursuing right now, to not necessarily jump to the ultimate desired state, but to build up to it.
I'm going to jump right up here.
Hi, Richard Hollingham, BBC Future. Related to Apollo 8 in a way, really. I just wondered what plans had gone into a new Earthrise image. A lot has gone into the aspirational nature of this mission. Have you a plan? I assume you have a plan. What
Not
is
a bad
the plan?
question.
Oh, go ahead.
I do know that the teams have been looking at what the opportunities might look like. They've looked at the different launch dates, and so I know that they're really going to try to make that happen. I can't give you a confirmation on that yet, but stay tuned.
My understanding is they have been equipped with additional camera imagery capturing, equipment. So
we're going to do everything we can to try and make that happen. It'd be awesome.
We're going to go right back here.
Thank you. I'm from a Japanese news agency, Kyodo News. My question is to the administrator. The United States and China are competing over moon development. What significance does today's launch have for the U.S. and NASA? Thank you.
Well, it's certainly an incredibly important step. I mean, this is the first crewed mission into this environment in more than a half century on a rocket that has never flown human beings before, along with a spacecraft. So it's incredibly important because we're going to learn an awful lot from this to inform subsequent missions. So yes, this is the beginning. I can tell you, having had an opportunity to speak with the Artemis 2 crew after the State of the Union address, we talked a lot about what we wound up sharing with the world at the Ignition event about adding additional missions, accelerating production, building out a moon base. I think it was very energizing for the crew because they knew that they were, this is a risky mission for sure. Any type of new test flight mission going in this environment is going to be challenging, and they knew it was building up to something bigger. And I think that it was very helpful for them in that regard. So, and certainly it was very helpful for me to hear their feedback as well. I would suspect a point or two wound up in the Ignition event from them. So,
we're going to go back here to the white shirt.
Me too,
Thanks,
Clonking.
Denise Chow with NBC News. I think for Lori or Norm, I'm curious what you anticipate could be some of the biggest challenges over the next few days, whether that's from a spacecraft or system standpoint or crew workload.
I'll jump in. Flight day 1 from a crew workload is pretty tough. Between now and TLI, we're working the crew really hard. In fact, when they go to sleep tonight, they're woken up in the middle of their sleep to do the perigee raise burn, and so their sleep's disrupted. They're hitting on all cylinders. They may not be feeling well. On top of that, so we know that flight day 1 and flight day 2 up to TLI is really good. We know it drops off then, and so going into this, we trained for that. We did simulations for this. We put the crew in exactly that state. Now, they weren't on orbit. They probably were feeling great. But we got a good gauge, hey, are we working them too hard? And the mission control team is great because they're watching the crew constantly. They're watching their performance. And we also have a crew that's very good at saying, hey, enough's enough. And so together, we will make certain that we're doing everything in the best interest of meeting the mission objectives. making sure that we're not working the crew so hard that, they make mistakes or something of that nature. And again, we work as a collective team going forward. So this is our best opportunity, and they may add more stuff to the timeline before it's all done, and they may take some stuff out if we need to, but we adjust all the time on those things. So that's leading up to TLI. That's probably one of the bigger challenges, making sure we get those done.
I'm going to go right up here.
Hi, Robert Perlman with CollectSpace.com. For the administrator, you mentioned the 53-year hiatus, and in that time, now most of the world's population wasn't alive for Apollo, like I think you and me. And I wonder if you have a sense of, if even this early in the mission, that this has captured the imagination of those people that have never seen anyone go to the moon before, on a world level, on a national level, and how important is it to NASA to capture that support from the public?
Yeah, I've said it many times. I absolutely, I think it's foundational for what we do here at NASA to inspire. It should be a component of every one of our missions. I've talked about, I think after Artemis 2, you're going to have more kids that are going to dress up as astronauts for Halloween. We want to inspire and create interest in the next generation to grow up and contribute to this endeavor. Now, how have we done so far in captivating the world's interest in America's return to the moon? I don't know. You have to tell me. We've been rather busy the last couple hours. I would say, and I felt this way going into it, that when we got down to T0, a lot of people would be paying attention. I suspect when some of the imagery starts to maybe come back from the moon, that's gonna further bring people into this story. Right, and then we bring them home safely, and we start preparing for, again, the next chapter in the story. So, I think inspiration is extremely important. I think people, despite some of the commentary up to now, how many people really know we're going around the moon? I'm willing to bet right now a lot of people do, and I think we'll only draw in their interest further as the mission proceeds.
Yeah, baby.
I'm gonna go right here.
Robert Coppinger, British Interplanetary Society Spaceflight Magazine. Commander Wiseman said during the crew news conference in September last year that when they get off the planet, they may only spend 3 or 4 days going around the Earth. What sequence of events would need to happen for that to occur? I was quite surprised to hear him be so specific about such a scenario. I know you talk about it being a test flight. So what would need to happen for that, for the mission to be curtailed in such a fashion?
I didn't cover the question.
So I think the question had, just confirm, it's kind of hard to hear, but the question is that the commander talked about one of the alternate missions where they maybe would stay in Earth orbit for 3 or 4 or 5 days,
yes,
that sort of thing.
What would need to happen
so
for
one
that?
One of the scenarios that would have led to that is if for some reason during the launch that the SLS did not quite deliver us to where we needed to be, or the upper stage didn't deliver us to the orbit that we needed to be in. That would have been one of the scenarios. I think that's probably the main scenario that would have ended up in that one of those kind of alternate missions. Yeah, but I don't think we're going to need to worry about that, hopefully. But the other thing is, if for some reason we're able to stay, but we're not able to do the TLI burn, we would stay in Earth orbit. So there's a couple of scenarios where that could happen.
We're right back here.
Hi there, Joey Vars with the Gabber for anybody. In the weeks leading up to the launch, we were talking about some of the distance records and altitude records and speed records that would be achieved that were contingent on the specific day and time of launch. I was wondering if we had a better concept of what those might be now that we are successfully off the ground. Thank you.
Norm has that data for you.
Well, based on the predicts right now, assuming all the burns go as planned and the timeline is executed as we think it's going to be, it'll be on flight day 6. At an MET of about, 18 hours, 18 and a half hours. And again, check that as we get closer because burn durations and things like that matter. But that's where we will exceed or beat the Apollo distance record, or at least that's where we believe that's going to happen. So that'll be an exciting day. and we'll stand by to see what transpires.
You're right here.
Hi, I'm Hanju Yang from Kumin Daily in South Korea. And first of all, congratulations on today's successful launch. And my question is for administrator. And this mission also carried a Korean satellite on board. From your perspective, why does a crewed lunar mission like Artemis 2 matter not just for United States, but for the global community?
I think we say often that when we undertake these type of endeavors, we never go alone. We go with our international partners. We have a Canadian Space Agency astronaut that's on board this mission. We are carrying a lot of CubeSats from our Artemis Accords partners, and we are going to continue to do this going forward. JAXA is contributing a pressurized rover, a major contribution to our efforts of having an enduring presence on the lunar surface itself. The Italian Space Agency, just a few days ago, we signed a memorandum of understanding for a habitation module on the surface of the moon, a component of the moon base. And to be honest, it was also a key component to the ignition event from last week. Half of the Artemis Accord partners were present. We spent a good portion of the second day talking together, recognizing that some of our partners can make contributions like a pressurized rover or a habitation module, and many others are going to work with their academic institutions and universities for science instruments that could wind up on the Phase 1 component to the moon base itself. So, or interesting tech demonstrations. This is something that NASA is extremely proud of, and will continue to do so as we continue to press forward under this program. So.
We're going to do last question here. I'm going to go over to you in the back.
It's Paul Brinkman, Aerospace America. Can you just talk a little bit about the propellant loading this morning? Was it flawless? Were there any leaks detected? Was it a repeat of the wet dress rehearsal? That's a really good question, actually. Did you learn anything?
Nice, Pigeon.
Yeah, go ahead.
I think it went extremely well. What I heard this morning, and Amit may have an update from later, but some of the leaks that we'd seen of the hydrogen during the tanking for the hydrogen, we saw leaks below 1%, which was significantly lower. Again, the seal the seals that we replaced seemed to perform extremely well.
The detentioners on the lines.
Pressure test kind of partway through, and the leak went up to about 1.4%. Still, well within the constraints, which 16% is the bound that we have. So I think it performed extremely well. We actually, I think, finished the tanking early, from what I understood. So I think it went extremely well. So again, the seals that we had replaced out at the pad after wet dress number 1, I think that was proved to be very successful.
And with that, thank you all for coming out and covering humanity's return to the moon. Stay tuned for updates on NASA's social channels, including our continued...
So guys, just for some reference there, 1% leak rate is fine. That's nothing. That is lower than their expectations for the space shuttle. SLS has an expectation of about 15%. It can really stay below 15%. Not going to be a big deal. 1% and then 1.4 during fast fill is... Yeah, that's money. That's really, 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 really good. Like, think about it. You have a 15% gap, and they're at 1.4 out of that 15%. That is disgustingly good performance. Ooh, new TFE. All right. That's very, 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 very good. So, in the meantime, they've going back over to control here. They've completed the apogee raise burn. Apogee's sitting it's somewhere between 38,000 and 40,000 miles. That is about 64,000 kilometers. That's way up there, dude. Yeah. Yeah, everything is going good. So we did get a word on the toilet. Missing beads from the toilet got dislodged during launch and jammed the toilet fan. That's the issue. So that means that filter that was in the toilet, part of the filter element came apart and started leaking into the toilet because of, well, SLS a little bit of a rowdy ride. AP is 43,730. Oh, nice. We got an official word. That was just an estimation. No, Fluffy, 43,000. Yeah, bro, medium Earth orbit. This is no joke. This is no joke. That's what I mean about this being an absolutely crazy mission. The same thing happened in my apartment. Yeah. Actually, they are past 23,500 miles. That is high Earth orbit. You guys are right. They got to call a plumber? They don't got to call a plumber. Now you're the plumber.
1030, good. String 1, helium clearing.
Okay.
Integrity copies. And stand in the docking camera checkout, step 9. Would you like me to go ahead and configure for our pod at this time?
Checking.
We are checking, over. No, we got to make sure they don't say stuff like that.
Continuing the recap, starting with the current discussion where Integrity is now beginning a thermal roll.
And Integrity for docking cam, yes, please configure for our pod.
Copy.
Mission Specialist Christina Cook is setting up the docking camera ahead of the proximity operations demo for later today.
No, it's not an April Fool's joke. You wouldn't be kidding around on a mission like this. If you were given the opportunity to train and be on a mission like this, would you? Yes. Yeah, absolutely. Why is the velocity going down?
Right now,
Good
the
question.
crew is in the middle of executing a thermal roll.
Yeah, see, the capsule is... So why is their velocity going down? Their velocity is going down because they're coasting to apogee. So, Koala, the right way to say this, the technical way to say this is that they are in a very eccentric orbit. That means, so orbits around a celestial body, we're around Earth, so we'll just go around Earth. Orbits around Earth can really have only 3 shapes, okay? So the first one is a perfect circle, right? That's a perfectly circular orbit. And then the second one is an elliptical shape. Now, how big that ellipse is depends on how fast you're going. That's the type of orbit that Orion is in. It's called an eccentric orbit, and it's Tedra's hand over. And it's a very oval shaped orbit. The third type of orbit is escape velocity, meaning you're leaving the gravitational pull of the planet. That's escape velocity. Escape velocity, we don't want to be at escape velocity right now. That would be bad. But yeah, they are, so the difference, your elliptical shape can change depending on your eccentricity. Now, if you want to learn about orbital mechanics, just a quick primer, this is a high level overview. Orbital eccentricity works on a scale from 0 to 1. With 0 being a perfect circle and 1 being escape velocity. Anything in between, right, is an elliptical orbit. The closer that number is to 1, the bigger the ellipsis is. So right now, because they're in this kind of weird eccentric orbit, with the low point of their orbit near Earth and the high point not near Earth.
Listen, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Great work, EJ in chat. Please apply this to the bill from American Plumbing and Mechanical. There is an additional distance charge.
Thanks, friend. So, Koala, because... paying for the Cheez-Its? No, it's the body armor, dude. So Koala, when you have an eccentric orbit, the low point is the fastest point when you're closer to Earth's grav well, and the high point is the slower point, right? So because they're coasting to apogee, or the highest point in their eccentric orbit, right, they're slowing down. Anytime you see the altitude going up and the velocity going down, you know they're on the uphill part of their eccentric orbit. Simultaneously, if you see the velocity going up and the altitude going down, then you're past apogee and you're coming back towards perigee. Perigee, once again, is the low point. Apogee is the high point. So, Koala, the reason why their speed is going down is because they're coasting to the high point in their orbit.
Demonstration. Ahead of that, there's an expected handover from the tracking and data relay satellites to the Deep Space Network. The successful execution of the apogee raise burn puts the crew in the high
$10 super chat.
Earth orbit.
Got Countdown by Rush playing even though it's post-launch. Badass stream. Dude, my pleasure. That was the first thing I did this morning, dude. I woke up at 0600. I got the Bluetooth speaker going and blasted Countdown. My wife was probably pissed, but it's all right. Worth either that or she was cool with it. Yeah, while I was getting through my morning routine, I blasted Countdown because that song rules. That is my favorite Rush song by a long shot. Dude, Rat 55 is supporting the launch today. USAF hinting that it might be transferring to NASA full-time. Rat 55. Oh, the radar test bed. The 737 USAF radar 737 radar test bed. That's cool, man. Canadian band song can't be bad. Well, Jeremy Hansen is on board. You have to. 737-200. Yeah, dude. I was gonna say that's an old 737, man. That's super old. It has the Ryan. Actually? You know what, Ryan? Get in here. Well, you're here, guys. I'm gonna get Ryan Weber on the call. What kind of 737 is that, dude?
The 737-200, so it's a classic.
Yeah, that's old. That's really old.
Well, it's not even more of a classic. It's one of the first ones. So it's got a pair of JT8Ds under it.
JT8s, yeah. Jeez. Okay.
The same engine as the DC-9.
Wow. Woof. What an antique. Wow. That's crazy, dude.
Which were more like turbojets than turbofans.
Yeah,
they were a turbofan, but
it's low bypass.
Yeah, low bypass.
Oh, wow. Yeah, so I don't know why, but once again, one of the most provident launches is while I'm on the road. But on a positive note, it gives me something interesting to listen to while you're driving. EJ streams for the win. Yep, I'm here for the duration, guys. Here, let me, Ryan. I don't know how long you want to do this, but I am. Let me bring up the schedule for you guys. I am going. So right now we're in Oxdoff right here. So DOF OCSS. They're taking off their spacesuits and moving to more comfortable stuff that's not the spacesuit. I will be doing that. I will be doing that soon too. That we will put the suit. We will put our suit on when they have their suits on. You know what I'm saying? And I'm going. We're right here. Right? There's Ascent, pre-ARB, ARB, DCAM, DOFOX. There's a public affairs event here. And then the ProxOps demo, which is when Orion will fly in formation with the ICPS after separation. I am absolutely staying here through that cab reconfiguration where they break down the seats for Orion so they have a little bit more room. another PAO event, private medical conference, which will not be streamed. And then I should be going to the perigee raise. Perigee raise burn. PRB. PRB happens at... Oh, boy.
About 13 hours into this. So you're talking about 7:30 in the morning? Be like 8:30 in the morning Eastern.
Yeah, I probably should do the split stream. So I'll probably get some sleep and have the stream on for you guys, but I'm not going. So Ryan, I don't know if you're up to date with what I'm doing. I'm sleeping when they sleep. I thought I could probably do all the way through there, but I honestly couldn't sleep last night. So getting a little bit of shut-eye in this window is probably a good idea. And then getting a little bit more shut-eye there is probably good. And then, yeah, guys, the only time I'm not going to be here is on Easter. That's it.
I'm here for the duration. On staying. So I originally was going to work tonight, and I called off work because, well, it's Artemis.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Come on, I needed to, what? No. Sorry.
Yeah, you don't sound very good.
No. I probably stay up most of the night and go to bed sometime in the morning. It probably would be around the time the perigee rays burn, honestly. Just so I can get sleep before we do a Raptor side tomorrow, which will probably be partially with that's at 2 p.m. Central. Lauren, do that. It'll mostly be just covering Artemis at this point. And then I'm actually going to go to work tomorrow.
No,
so
good luck.
I want to try to go to bed like later in the night so I can sleep during the day so that I don't wake up in the morning and then, I'm awake all day, then work all night. That's never fun.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Right.
Yeah. Oh, hold up. Comms.
Integrity Houston, about halfway through the...
Oh, dude, we got an Orion onboard view. Or like the PFD view on Orion.
Is that on the mainstream? Because the live views from Orion stream is just blue.
I have no idea what I'm on. It says official broadcast up there. So guys, okay, here you go. So this is your accelerometer over here, right? They're using ticker tapes, just like it's like an airplane. That's the velocity right there in feet per second. You're going 20,000 feet per second, which that's I think it's like 7,700 meters a second. That's a guess, somewhere in there. That's the heading relative to the celestial body that they're around. Altitude
Mission
indicator.
Control Houston, quick update on what you're seeing. This is
Was it 20,000? So they're currently going 13,600 miles an hour.
This display is brought up onto the front screen by the control officer here in Mission Control Houston. It's called the Ascent PFD. And is available at the first phases of flight. It includes toggled settings between tanking, the ascent phase.
They did the apogee raise burn. ULA confirmed 43,370 apogee miles, which is, dude, that's a long way, man.
Coast. Right now, the attitude for integrity is...
Integrity Houston, 1 minute to string 2 helium clearing. Also, your PCL Rev 1 HEO deorbit burn plan is on board. That's in slot 2. The name is HEO D/O Rev 1.
I see someone saying they're using... question is like they're using Starlink. They are way beyond where they could use Starlink at this point.
So, hold on, comms.
Outstanding.
Pretty much, Midge. I got the couch cleared in the shop. So guys, they're at 6,152 nautical miles.
And integrity 2 minutes to thermal roll.
Okay, they're gonna barbecue roll this sucker. Starlink satellites are like I don't know, 300 nautical miles.
400 maybe.
Yeah,
like 400 max.
It depends on the shell. Yeah, they're way above Starlink, guys.
Not even laser would work at this point.
Yeah,
the lasers are between the sats, so it wouldn't really.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So what they're using right now is NASA's TDRS, their tracking data and relay system, which are satellites that are in geosynchronous. That's 23,500 miles up. And then on top of that, NASA's Deep Space Communications Network is locked. Madrid 54 and Madrid 56 were locked, but it's gone over the hill. So anytime you see on DSN Now, so this is eyes.nasa.gov/apps DSN Now, or just type DSN Now into Google or whatever your search engine of choice is, you can see what NASA's Deep Space Communications Network is doing. This one right here is talking to the Juno spacecraft. Juno.
Yeah, Psyche from Goldstone.
Oh, yeah? One's talking to Crothers.
Yeah, 26 is talking to Psyche on Goldstone.
Oh, yeah. Well, Canberra was locked in. It's
that's 36, my bad.
Yeah. 36 Canberra was talking to the Psyche mission, which is an asteroid prospecting mission. It's coasting out right now. Yeah, Psyche is cool, man. That's a cool mission. But anytime you see something that says EM2, that's Artemis, baby. They're using TDRS right now, but they will use the DSN once they go past TDRS. If they go above 23,500 miles, which they are, and they're going to be above that probably in about, 30 to 40 more minutes.
Integrity, good. String 2, helium clearing.
Mine says ART 2 for Artemis.
Really? Maybe I'll refresh. Oh, yeah. ART 2.
Jeremy, also thermal roll is complete. Jeremy, go ahead with your AGA numbers.
All right.
Okay, Stan, everything is off scale low, and then CO2 is 3.7, O2 is 18.5, temperature is 70.3, and pressure is 14.65.
You know, when I think it was during one of the interviews with Ryan
we copy all those numbers. Thank you.
From Nest Spaceflight.
Ryan Katoon.
Victor Glover was talking about like the different colors of the moon and everything like that, and it reminded me of the comment from Michael Collins after the insertion burn to low lunar orbit.
Yeah.
He's like, I have to agree with the 10 crew. It looks brown. I hope they make a comment like that as an homage to it.
Yeah, baby. All right, so Ryan, I'm going to shut my cameras off. I'm going for suit doffing here. I have a change of clothes. I will be right back off cameras, but I'll still be on comms.
Copy.
I have Ryan Weber here with me, Rosebud. Yeah. Kevin, you know, I don't think Kevin would come on comms with me. I mean, he might. I don't know.
You know, it is kind of surreal. Artemis 2's launched. Like, they're in orbit.
I can't believe it, dude.
Like that was. I've watched the Apollo 11 movie a lot. The one with all the archive footage and everything. And it's always funny when it's Armstrong. It's about 1 minute 30 seconds, T-minus 1 minute 30 seconds on Apollo 11. He literally goes and says, he's like, it's been it's been a real smooth countdown. And then I think it was Capcom that says, "Oh, thank you, babe," or something along those lines.
Thanks, babe.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I literally thought that, especially as they're like 30 seconds away. I'm like, it really has been it's been a smooth countdown. I mean, they ran into some issues, but they fixed those pretty quickly.
No, this
mission sounded like they weren't really even that much of an issue. They solved them, without too much issues at all.
Honestly, if the toilet and a little bit of wonky antennas is the only issue here, that's pretty good, dude. Pretty good.
Yeah, and it sounded like the wonky stuff was just a wonky TDRS handover. Mainly is what it was.
It just interrupted the signal briefly, but hey, that's something you're not going to know until you actually do it.
Well, they're learning a lot of things. They haven't done this before with Via.
Yeah, I'd say given the circumstances, dude, they're doing quite well.
And this is like
Integrity Houston
this is
for
NASA.
docking camera with an action on the DU.
Go.
For the docking cam, we see exposure set to 1 instead of 3. We think that'll be too dark. You can set that back to 3 on rpod.dockcam, HKey L4.
Copy, thank you.
Can't wait to see the live views.
Yeah, me neither, dude. That's going to be sick. Docking cam is going to give us some really good shots of the Proxops demo, guys.
I like looking at the when they had that camera when they were loading up the crew, and you looked up in the docking tunnel at the hatch. Of course, there's not actual docking hardware on this right now. Not on this one. There will be on the next one.
This is Mission Control
I
Houston.
looked at that and went, next mission.
When teams have completed their handover.
Next year. Probably
Flight Director Judd
year.
Freeling sends a parting farewell
maybe
words
a little
to the
bit more
teams
than
here,
a year.
congratulating them on the milestone.
We'll be looking through that hatch, hopefully with a camera, into Starship HLS.
Yeah, dude. That's gonna be pretty good, man.
45 minutes.
I don't hate it.
Like, it's only in low Earth orbit, but still.
Integrity copies.
I've changed, Dubious? I haven't changed. You changed.
Yeah.
Wait.
The integrity crew working through their procedures. You heard thermal roll complete.
Hair looks great.
To allow for even
May I
heating
see?
on the outside of the spacecraft.
What pants are you wearing? Why are you guys so obsessed with my damn pants? Leave me
Right
alone.
now, the teams here have, like I said, have successfully.
Leave me alone, man.
You've been hearing the voice of Capcom, Stan Love, for the
It's
Ascent.
ridiculous.
He'll be handing over to Capcom, Amy Dill.
Who's that? Where did DJ go?
Capcom and NASA astronaut Raja Chari.
The suit will be back during entry, descent, and landing, guys. We're on orbit. We gotta be comfy. Heard there was toilet trouble. The filter came apart during ascent dish and clogged the fans. They're working on it.
The way they originally made it sound over comms was that it was missing, as in it was never installed. And I'm like, how does that get missed?
Yeah, that's what I was wondering.
And then they were like, oh, it came apart, and that's why they thought it was missing, because it disintegrated or something, and they just got to replace it, but they can't just replace it, they got to clear out the filter, they got to clear out the fan.
Stand by as we allow a few minutes to reconfigure the PAO
Well, I mean, that answers that question. It was installed, but it disappeared because it came apart and clogged the fan.
It's just like, whoops.
Houston Integrity, com check on Peltor.
Hold up.
Hello, Christina. You're coming in louder. How me?
No way.
Amy, great to hear your voice. I have you the same. Good to hear that our Peltor is a little louder than the mic stub.
We copy.
I don't think anybody used it on Ascent RB.
Did you see D-Wise's slow-mo?
I have not seen any launch footage replays, no. Yep, so Capcom change over here. Jeff Radigan is taking over for Judd Friedling here. And Amy's the new Capcom. I forget her last name. Rajachari is also on Capsule Communicator. He is the NASA astronaut. He's been to the ISS.
There you go. I sent you the DM with just a short clip that D posted on Twitter.
All right, let's take a look. What's D cooking? Can you smell what DeWise is cooking? Oh, okay.
There, I posted a link in your chat there. There you go.
Well.
Yeah. You know.
Well.
You know this. You know what we should do with this? Put that on a 24/7 stream as one of those fireplace streams like during the winter, and just stare at that all day.
Yeah. Yep. Max Q. Yep. Yeah, D's pretty good. D's pretty good at doing this. Holy crap, dude. Oh my goodness. That doesn't suck. Wow. That's D, not Max. Yeah. Right.
There's he got some other amazing footage. That's what it was shown on the Some of it was shown on the NSF stream, but I assume it'll be released at some point, and it's amazing. Just put it that way. It's amazing.
I got the link for you over in the YouTube chat, Pat. You good? It's pretty good. Yeah. Understatement. Yep.
It's pretty good.
It's pretty good. It's like if you played StarCraft back in the day. 111 Terran 111. It's pretty good. That's a very obscure reference that I'm not expecting anybody here to get, but if you do, well, howdy, hey, good for you.
Oh, 5 minutes to DSN handover, sounds like. We'll switch off Tidris.
Yeah.
Integrity Houston.
You're getting a little far away to use Tidris.
All right, I'm going to speed us up.
Integrity.
So you're looking at Houston. This is Mission Control Houston, guys, for the Artemis 2 mission. We are mission elapsed time, 2 hours, 50 minutes. Orion and the ICPS are currently about 9,100 miles above the surface of the Earth. Velocity is 11,876 miles an hour. The distance to the moon is 230,390 miles. You prefer Turtle 2 base fast expand. All right. Yeah. Oh no, fast expand. No, fast expand's the opposite of turtling. Sorry, it's been a while. Good call, Megan Merlin.
You know, in my head,
a lot. X-Wing.
Here we are with a moon mission, and for the longest of time, whether I watched the Apollo 11 movie, Apollo 13, or any of the documentaries with Apollo, I always associate it with the old Mission Control, the tiered console room and everything. And
that was peak,
I'm like,
dude.
it's weird. It's weird not to see it for a moon mission.
Agreed. Yeah, I think that that's peak, dude. I like the everybody looking down at the screen in the stadium seating, so to speak.
Yeah.
Banshee into Blue Flame Hellion kind of guy. All right.
That's the one thing that For All Mankind kept for a while, and it was really cool that they kept that.
Mm-hmm. You think they need more monitors? Honestly, that's what my desk looks like. That's what my studio looks like. I have 5 monitors, guys. So we have 3 across, and then I have 2 above that. So honestly, at a glance, it looks like our desks look like that, dude. That's pretty much what my setup looks like.
Yeah, I've got 3 27-inch screens in a line, two that are angled in, and 1 that's facing straight, and then I've got 2 above that I use for 24/7 streams and everything like that.
Yeah, that's what I do. That's what I do while I'm working. I have Starbase Live open all the time.
At work, I have 5 screens. I have 4. There's 4 in a box and then 1 vertical. The vertical one has AIMS, which is the software we use to basically track all of our flights, whether it's for our passenger planes or Amazon planes. So I know where everything's going and everything like that, what checks are on each planes. And then I've got, email on one, our track software. I've got our ACARS system set up so I can talk to the pilots via ACARS, our Microsoft Teams, and then I've got Boeing manuals, IPCs, and a bunch of other stuff and assorted things on another monitor. It's it's all set up. It's really cool setup.
It's pretty sick, dude.
Yeah. AIMS is the name of the software. Yeah. To use the tracks flights, passengers on it. Maintenance control, not ATC. Yeah. Maintenance control for Sun Country Airlines.
He fixes things. He's a fixer. He's like Mr. French.
I get to coordinate coordinate maintenance and whatnot. And when a pilot calls or another mechanic from an outstation calls with a problem, I get to walk them through it. Can get kind of fun.
Oh, yeah. There you go. So, Bob, you're asking, so when they switch to Centaur, does that mean they'll do a different profile? Like no more medium Earth eccentric stuff? They're only doing that for the R-Pod. Dude, in the future, a Centaur could shoot Orion right out to TLI, similar to Apollo, except, without the lander. No co-manifested with B1S. Meaning no lander on board in one shot.
How much extra payload would they have if you stuck the LEM on board?
LEM is
I don't even know if it could fit.
16 tons. I don't know where you'd put it.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Dude, honestly, so I've done this math out. If they use the Bolle boosters, right, with SLS, block 1B, so we're talking about the EUS, but Boeing was working on an engineering pathway to make a carbon composite LOX tank for the EUS. Between the Bolle boosters and the EUS, if you made a 2-stage hypergol and you mitigated boil off with the EUS and use the EUS for low lunar circularization, yeah, you could do Apollo missions with B1S with the block 1B. Yeah, easily co-manifested, no problem.
Integrity Houston, ICPS blowdown in progress.
ICPS blowdown. Clear. Oh, that's pretty cool victory.
Man, my stream's way behind, even though I've trying to do the 2 times.
Fast forward it, dude. Go to play.
That's what I've been doing.
Yeah.
He's falling behind. It's getting annoying.
Demo, you missed the post-liftoff press conference. Is there something wrong with the toilet? So the filter came apart during ascent because SLS is a little rowdy, and the filter came apart and clogged the toilet fan. Yeah,
someone might need to have a little bit of a chat with Lockheed Martin or whoever's responsible for that filter.
Yeah. So Demo, right. So Demo, what they did was they were like, oh, the filter's not installed. So they put another one in and then tried to run the toilet, and the toilet was like, no. So they power cycled the toilet. No, I'm not kidding. I have that.
Turn it off and turn it on again.
Yep. They power cycled it and it didn't work. Yeah.
You know how many times I've told a pilot to do that and it's fixed the problem?
Dude, yeah. No,
Lord.
That's what I was telling people. Like, because I was like, oh, the toilet broke. And then somebody in chat said, like, as a joke, they're like, oh, are they going to turn it off and turn it back on again? And I'm like, dude, yes, that is exactly what they're going to do. And then like clockwork, the comms came in and they're like, okay, stand by to power cycle the toilet. I'm like, dude, I told you.
Or power cycle or just use the breaker to power cycle it. You have no idea how many times like a small glitch, like a CDS fault or an FMC issue pops up or some little weird glitch. They go, "Is this normal?" I go, "Well, it happens." I through the aircraft operating manual that the pilots use, we can
Integrity Houston, voice check on DSN.
Yep.
Let's say we can direct them to cycle a breaker and have them sign it off via us.
Yep.
So we can tell them to do. Otherwise, we have to get them.
Houston, Integrity has you loud and clear on DSN.
Okay, they got acquisition of signal through DSN 54. Ryan.
Yeah, I heard
and we have you loud and clear as well. And while we were handing over, ICPS was in blowdown.
So 56 is just a downlink. 54 is sending and receiving. That's what these graphics are. If they're going in both directions, that means it's sending and receiving data. Killer.
I do
Copy
love
all, and we have 2 GNC cautions on the board for right RHC. Let us know if you see them.
Right RHC. Ryan, do we know what that is?
Copy, Christina. We're seeing the same. We think we might have a channel failure. We are taking a look.
Uh-oh. Channel fail. What, guidance? GNC?
Maybe it depends on what the channel is for. They could be talking about a radio channel, guys, or they could be talking about telemetry channels.
It could be channel A or B guidance system like a channel A or B autopilot.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. And everything is like two-fault redundant on the spaceship. Like it's the same idea as an airplane, dude. Like Ryan, you know.
Yeah, there's just about every system has about two, yeah.
Two-fault redundant.
A, B, a lot of some of them even are triple redundant with triple hydraulic systems or something like that. A lot of Airbuses have that.
Yeah, I would want triple redundancy with control systems. That's probably a good idea. You don't want to dead stick a plane. Probably not.
Or a standby system that can do basics, basically.
Yep.
There's a couple of different ways.
Rotational hand controller, Josh. Yeah, maybe. You know what we could do? Let me just go back and see if they have the onboard view of Orion, and we'll see if there's anything there that says RHC. We did see that onboard right here.
Outstanding.
All right. So you guys see anything that says RHC on here? No. Drogue mains, auto, acceleration main. RHC. Right there. Yeah, it's something with a control system. It could be the rotational hand controller. I think that's right. I think you guys are correct. Let's stay updated.
Integrity Houston for camera streaming.
They're troubleshooting, but they're still gonna.
Yeah. THE is the translational hand controller, correct?
All right, we are ready to join you on board if you're ready for us.
Interesting. They lost the channel for the RHC. They're probably working on a solution here.
So, well, my assumption is that the joystick's you got two channels.
Yep.
So you probably got an A and B channel. So
Houston, we are ready for you to come on board.
You have a backup to control the rotation of your thing. If you got one channel failure, you still fly on one. But the question is if the fault is enough of an issue that it prompts no TLI. But of course, it's kind of hard to start saying things like that at this point. But yeah.
I mean, you guys are switching to the other channels and like something. You're like, oh, one channel's screwed up. Let's flip over. Oh, gosh. Onboard. Man, Orion's got some real mood lighting going in there.
For the first time since they arrived in space, you're looking at a live view of the Artemis 2 crew in the Orion spacecraft.
Guys, that's the camera that was screwing up when they were on the pad. It looks to be pretty clear now. I mean, you could still see where radiation is kind of artifacting stuff. That's what that does. If you see like stripes on the camera, that's basically deep space, like wanting to fry the lens. But
that's radiation going, hi.
Yeah, hey, it's me, your friend, radiation here. Would you like to be microwaved today? Like, hey, Baron, what's up, dude?
You want to take some gamma rays?
Yeah, here, have some X-rays. You'll be fine. Baron, looking forward to meeting you down here. Dude, I finally realized after the stream yesterday what you were linking me with that UAV and what it looks like. Oh, dear. Anyway, sorry. Little side note. The views on the Orion feed don't have the radiation effect.
The crew inside Orion is continuing to configure the cabin and prepare for the upcoming proximity operations demonstration, which we expect to start shortly.
They have
and as you can see, it's pretty dim in the cabin right now.
Tabs on the
lights are dimmed as the vehicle is in an eclipse.
What's the proximity demo? So Orion is going to separate from the upper stage, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, or ICPS for short. It's going to separate, and then what they're going to do, Victor Glover's going to get in the driver's seat. He's going to turn that spacecraft around, right? Get close to the stage. Back up, move around the stage 90 degrees, get close again, back up, and then resume back up in front of the stage. That is like I said, this Artemis 2 mission is a shakedown for the Orion capsule, dudes. They're trying to make sure that this thing works. Like make sure the toilet works. The lights are coming on. What's going on, A2 crew? How you doing? And this part is a manual control thruster checkout on Orion. They know the thrusters can be commanded automatically, but you want to make sure that somebody can actually take control. I'll bet you guys that's probably why they were talking about the RHC channels, and they were like, yeah, we should probably fix that now. You need that to do the procs demo. Like you absolutely need that. It's not gonna work very well if the joystick doesn't work. Your rotational hand controller, guys, is a joystick that's designed for yaw, pitch, and roll on a spaceship. So it works like this. You know, you have YP, so you have yaw, right? You have pitch, and then you have roll. Now, on a spaceship, for manual control, you have your RHC, and then you have your THC. No, I said THC, and some people were like, what? I know who you are. All right. So the THC is the translation controller. It's a joystick that basically only moves up, down, left, right, and forward and back. The translational hand controller is right there. See it? It's got all those guards around it. You could take that joystick, you could push it forward, you could push it back, you can move it left, right, or you can put it up and down. What that does is control the axis movement of the capsule. So like translational axis movement. So forward, back, left, right, up, down. The rotational hand controller is in your right hand. It's over here somewhere. You can't really see it. It's 401, not 420. Yeah, I know, right? I feel attacked. Sorry, man. Sorry. So, yeah, if they're having trouble with the channels, which is basically the inputs from the joystick, particularly, I'm going to go ahead and guess that it's a telemetry input, probably not a localized problem. They probably can't see them moving the joystick. Yeah, that's a guess though. I'm not sure. Vic's getting in the pilot seat here. Well, the commander's seat. Yeah, they use different handle shapes. Yeah, the translational controller is kind of like a square, and the rotational controller is like a joystick. Now, in Kerbal, dudes, in KSP, when I'm flying with the joystick in space, I use this as the RHC, and then I use the hat right there.
Welcome to the Artemis Flight Control Room. I'm NASA's Leah Cheshire Mustachio, and I'm excited to be your Orbit 1 commentator.
What's up, Leah?
We're hearing some comms from the crew as they are preparing for their proximity operations demonstration. And we have just had, for the first time in over 50 years, humans join the Deep Space Network. Now, we're used to people being on the Near Space Network, the Tracking Data Relay Satellite System with the International Space Station. But again, first time in 50 years that we will have crew traveling far enough to be on that Deep Space Network.
Right?
These are our first views of...
Ryan, I can't believe this is happening, dude. I can't believe we're sitting here watching this.
Like, we've known it's been... Ryan Kate said it on the stream too. We've known this has been coming for years.
Yeah.
But now it's here. So it's like,
huh? Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, they're doing that thing. That's kind of important.
Yeah.
ICPS SEP. 3
hold
hours,
up, comms.
22 minutes, 24 seconds. ICPS thermal turn. 4 hours, 03 minutes, 34 seconds. Depart no later than 4 hours, 30 minutes, 37 seconds. USS-2 TIG, 4 hours, 50 minutes, 07 seconds. Mandatory burn. ICPS disposal burn, 5 hours, 00 minutes,
oh, they changed it.
11 seconds. How copy?
So those are the next big events. ProxOp is 435, USS-2 upper stage separation 450, and ICPS disposal burn at mission elapsed time 5 hours.
Okay, Amy, we copy all, and we are hopping over to 13.1.100 ProxOps FTO, and confirm you hear this transmitter loud and clear.
Confirmed loud and clear.
So we're at mission elapsed time 3 hours, 8 minutes. We're coming up on the proximity operations demo, Rendezvous Proximity Operations Demonstration. So it's called RPOD for short, because acronyms. That's where Victor Glover is going to get into the commander's seat with the THC and the RHC that I told you guys about, and he's going to fly this sucker. What they're going to do is separate from the upper stage, and they're going to fly in formation with the stage. It's called station keeping. Doing station keeping, like I said, it's basically flying
Mission
in formation.
Houston just pulled go for
and
the
it's a really good
Prox
test
Ops
of the
demo.
thrusters. And he's going to
And the
do
crew
it
aboard
manually.
Orion is starting to get into the configuration for that demo.
TJ Sandover.
Another live view here in Artemis Mission Control. So with proximity operations coming up first, we will
Say that again.
Any more slow-mo?
Yeah. Yeah.
PMs?
Yeah. We got a checking over.
Amy, we have 20.8.101 post-BFS engage actions open on step 1, but we are taking no actions in that procedure. Moving on.
This is more footage from D.
Copy, and I have a story on the right RHC when you're ready to hear it.
We'll call you in 2 minutes.
Standing by.
I don't know how he does it.
Yeah, D does good work.
As we mentioned, the crew is...
Integrity, comm check from the Peltor headset connected to C1 AIU.
That is smexy.
Loud and clear, Victor. Tell me.
That's smexy. That's really nice.
Happy the same. Thank
D
you.
is for dang. Oh, come on, D. Oh, my goodness.
This view coming live from Orion, now just 3 hours and 10 minutes since liftoff today from Kennedy Space Center. As you heard, Mission Control Houston is go for the crew to conduct the proximity operations demonstration. Again, we will see the separation of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up first in just under 12 minutes.
No, I will be looking
As we saw when we had video of the crew on board, Victor Glover has now moved to seat 1. He launched in seat 2. He has switched places with Reed Wiseman. He is going to be, Victor Glover will be commanding and piloting this portion of the mission. He'll be flying the vehicle, and he has let us know he is going to put the communication system on voice activation. So he's going to be speaking nearly continuously for the next approximately hour and a half so that the ground team can hear crew feedback on what it's like to fly Orion, how it's like the simulator here on Earth, and how it might be different.
All right, anyway, that's sweet. All right, we got a live onboard shot. This is from the ICPS looking at
During the
Orion
proximity operations demonstration, Glover will use the translational and rotational hand controllers to command Orion. First doing a translation control checkout and roll control checkout. He will get a read of Orion's roll, pitch, and yaw from this commanding. We'll hear calls about targets and degrees of width. There is no rangefinder available between Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. So this crew is using other data, like how big the upper stage looks outside of the window or through a camera. So the degrees that you'll hear him call out are the width of the target on the screen that he is monitoring. That screen is going to be fed by the docking camera that was set up after launch. The target that he'll be reading initially is the entire ICPS itself. We'll be about 100 meters or 300 feet away from the ICPS. Those degrees are going to be reported as greater on the screen because it's a larger target.
Can you just confirm that we have a gas introduction of some sort, nitrogen, I'm guessing?
Checking.
Should have ICPS separation about 8 minutes. Give or take.
Again, we'll start with the ICPS itself being that target. As we get closer, the target switches.
Confirm O2 introduction in progress.
I'm back. Panels are moving.
Integrity.
ICPS separation in like 8 minutes.
As we get closer to the ICPS conducting these maneuvers, the target that they will be reading back switches to the docking targets that are on the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, as if we were going to fly in and dock. Of course, this is a practice, essentially, for our future Artemis missions in which we will be docking to a lunar lander.
Anonymous, what's up, dude?
Once the initial checkouts are complete, the crew will get a go to move in toward that forward target on the ICPS. They're going to brake at 75 meters, and again at 30 meters.
Okay, Reed, for the right RHC, it looks like it was a single event upset. We are now seeing all good channels. We did command a fitter reset from the ground. We do have a quick checkout that you could perform if you feel that you have time.
They reset it, and it worked.
We are showing on
cycling power. It works.
RHC.
Like I said, it happens all the time, guys.
Right.
And we expect that. For the checkout, you're going to confirm CSS is not selected and then do a full deflection positive pitch, then negative pitch.
You ain't kidding, Grandmommy.
Okay, so the right RHC is powered on, control stick steering is not selected, and you want a full negative pitch and a full positive pitch.
So,
affirm.
They're going to do that, and they're going to do that. But they're going to command the controllers. I don't believe they're going to tilt Orion down and then tilt it up.
From C2, right RHC, here is a full...
They just recalibrated the joystick.
Here is a full
Josh,
negative
it's all
pitch.
fly-by-wire.
It is now 0, and here comes a full positive.
They just...
Copy, we're following.
They power cycled and recalibrated the joystick. Not even kidding.
RHC is back to neutral, still show pitch channel 3 deselected.
No.
Copy, that's a good checkout, and we'll do the reselection of the channel from the ground, and you are go for Orion 180 pitch, ATP, and Prox Ops FTO after SEP.
Here we go. They got to separate from the upper stage first, guys.
Outstanding. Picking up in step 1.3 is 13.100.
That's right, Karavec. Yeah, just reconfigure it.
The crew just did a couple of tests with their hand controllers that they'll be using to command the spacecraft. Again, we expect to hear quite a lot of communication from them during this time period, so I'm going to front load you with a lot of information of what you can expect to hear. So initially, again, that target that they will be monitoring is the ICPS itself once we have undocked. And then as we move in closer, it becomes the docking target. The crew will fly all the way into 30 meters before, and they will brake at 75 meters, braking again at 30 meters, and then arrive and hold at 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. Victor Glover is going to conduct an attitude alignment and then move into the precision translation test and then the precision rotation test. They are exactly as they sound. These are small movements while closer to the ICPS, like we would need to make if we were docking. Of course, again, this is essentially a practice for our future Artemis missions in which Orion will need to dock to a lunar lander.
Bruh.
Orion will then back away 20 meters from the ICPS for the ICPS to complete a thermal turn, setting it up for the next portion of the proximity operations, where the crew...
That's a shot.
Maneuver to SEP attitude.
2 minutes till SEP. Oh. Wow.
Once that thermal turn is complete, the crew will approach the side docking target. Again, we're not docking today, but Glover will command Orion to hold at 15 meters from the ICPS.
A lot of
He'll
remotes.
then move into the precision translation test again, but this time with the side target, conducting multi-axis tests of Orion's yaw before maneuvering the spacecraft to its tail-to-sun configuration, which helps generate power through its solar arrays. Finally, the proximity operations demonstration will be complete, and Glover will initiate Orion's departure from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. This is the upper stage separation burn and provides the separation we need between Orion and the ICPS. ICPS will then have its own deorbit burn over the Pacific Ocean following Orion's departure. Again, maneuvering to separation attitude coming up now in just about 40 seconds, and separation from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage coming up in 4 minutes and 25 seconds. We are now 3 hours and 18 minutes since liftoff.
Yeah, the downlink bandit. Yeah, we saw it, dude. I have DSN now open.
We expect to have views from the docking camera. This is new hardware on Artemis 2, and testing it out here helps us reduce the risk in using it for future missions. We'll be using this for proximity operations and our overnight demonstration tests as well.
Should be on a shuttle.
It remained stowed for ascent and was installed shortly thereafter. The plan is to keep it installed during the crew sleep period, but they will remove it during crew wake since it keeps the crew from observation and photography out of that window.
It's one of the cooler things we've watched, that's for sure. You're about to see another one right here. Dude, look at the light illuminate the back of the solar panel. That's really cool. Yeah, I like that. That's pretty nice. That's really nice. Okay, they're reorienting the spacecraft for separation here. You can tell that they're moving it because the shadow's moving on Orion right there.
Houston, integrity Vox check from seat 1 on the Peltor headset.
Loud and clear.
Okay, I have you the same. Calls requesting a response will be prefaced with Houston. All other comm, no response required. Houston, how do you copy that?
We copy, we're ready.
We are ready. Just some words on my configuration. I'm wearing my Oxsuit boots, and they're clipped in to the seat 1 foot pan to give me some stability. I've got the shoulder straps of the harness on tightened, holding me down to the seat pan. So I feel really stable for actuating the rotational and translational hand control.
Glover letting the teams here on the ground know that he doesn't expect a response from them.
We're currently ICPS, next phase 245. Our next action is in about 2 minutes.
That's the docking camera right there.
Thank you for Bright. Did we confirm with them about the power down? The sun is coming up. Houston integrity for the power down. Are we okay to brighten the DUs or prox ops demo?
Your go to configure DUs as bright as you like.
Integrity.
Nice solo.
Expecting ICPS separation coming up in about a minute and a half.
Yeah. ICPS maneuver complete.
Freaking wreck, dude.
Good set attitude.
Integrity copies.
It would be, Ted.
Reed shared just before launch. This is a crew activity. We will be hearing Victor's voice.
But also the sun's coming up.
Pretty funny, dude.
Okay, about a minute until we... Discovery, go at throttle up. Start timers.
Okay, here we go.
Christina Cook is floating to Victor's left. She's in charge of the timing and procedural discipline.
Oh,
Jeremy
dude,
Hansen.
solar panel shot. Watch this. This is going to be sick.
Hansen is floating to Reed's right, watching the ICPS, ready to call back away if need be.
Watch this, guys.
Standing by
You're
for
in for
separation.
A freaking treat.
I'm still going to wish it had a better AJ-10, but here we are.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean.
30 seconds to timer start. And that timer starts at separation. Command sent.
Here we go. We are, Shmam. Prox ops time, baby. Vic's at the helm.
Stand by for separation.
Here we go. There it is.
We have good separation, good motion. Clear ATP go.
It's sick.
Confirmation, separation, from
Badass,
the cryogenic propulsion stage.
Good motion. Go for 180 pitch. Confirmed. Separation confirmed, Houston.
Houston,
Vic
copy.
reporting good separation.
All right, here comes the pitch rate.
Watch. Go. Oh, my goodness. Oh, my goodness. That's badass. He's turning the capsule around like this.
I have no stop stream option. Straight out.
Dude, that's freaking sick.
Dot cam selected.
So he's going to turn around, right? He's going to flip the capsule around, stop at 70 meters out, move to 40, and then move to 10.
This view inside
and then
Orion.
turn.
I see the moon in the camera.
Sick.
now I see ICPS in the docking camera field of view.
Yeah, baby.
Okay, waiting for 550. I'm on the THC. There's 550, starting the 19 end. 1.
This is the view from...
5.
9. And...
That's pretty
this
cool.
Is the view arrow.
That's
the
pretty
docking
cool.
camera is showing the crew inside Orion.
19 ends. The SMRCS.
Caution, prop, SM.
Quieter than the sim?
Ox-P health.
Hold on.
Much quieter. Got a little rumble
Checking.
like we're driving on a rocky road, but much quieter than in the sim. I'm showing about 3 degrees wide on ICPS. And it's holding right near the center.
Integrity, no action for you on that enable prop caution.
Okay, they're good.
No action.
All right, still waiting on the 19 ends to burn out. Thrusters are still fine. We've got a little rumble. It's like driving on a rocky road. All right, burned out.
Attaboy, Vic.
Okay, I see about 2.6 degrees wide on ICPS.
Is Michael Collins.
Yeah, right.
All right, zooming in. It's 3x. 2.7 degrees wide. Here goes 6x zoom.
He's working the camera.
Looks to me like we might have even slight closure. I definitely don't think we're opening. Anybody else?
It's pretty sick, man.
Okay, 2.6.
throttle up.
Houston, hold confirmed at 2.6 degrees.
Copy.
Look at the exposure difference between 2 and 3. That's 3. It's quite washed out. When I go to 2, I can see the docking target. I'm going to leave it at 2 for now.
Step 6.
So they're just a little bit off.
The degrees Glover is reporting.
Okay, here come 3 outpulses. 1, 2, 3. And it again is that rumble, a little bit of a rumble from the service module. I hear them still burning. It looks like they just burned out. And I'm seeing opening. We definitely have opening. 1, 2, 3, 4 impulses. And so far, what I can tell you about this is it's much tighter than the sim. There's not a lot of lateral movement, not a lot of rotational movement as these are burning out. ICPS is nice and stable in the camera field of view. It is 2.5 degrees wide.
He's literally saying
we should
he has
have a
better
slight
control
closing
over
rate.
Orion in real life than he would in the sim.
Yeah, that's what he just said, dude.
It's a half a degree below the center of the docking cam. It is 2.5.
That's a good engineering.
Lockheed, man. Can't spell locked in without Lockheed Martin.
In Authority DAP, it's quite nice. It's very responsive. And the camera is also better than what we were flying in the sim. I'm getting very slight movements, so it's making it easier to assess opening and closing. This camera is much better than the sim. We will be less than 4 degrees.
Isn't that cool, Doc? It's pretty sick, right?
I'm going to start left since it's just to the left. So here comes 2 left. 1, 2, left. Good motion. Looking for 1 full degree, so I'll start at the center.
Slight translate left.
Back. ICPS is centered, waiting for 1 degree to the right. I'm going to give it 1 down, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's moving.
All right, we still got good motion. I'm going to hit 1 down for correcting ICPS towards the center.
He's testing all the individual
and then
thrusters.
when I get 1 degree of motion, copy. There's 1 degree hack. 1, 2, 3, 4 rights. 2 lefts to center, copy. Again, very responsive. Authority DAP is quite responsive. It's very intuitive. I got about 1/4 of a degree, maybe even less than that, of overshoot by starting at 1 degree of movement. And I've got good motion, 1/2 degree back toward the center line, and I will capture it with 2 lefts. I'm going to lead that by about 1/4 of a degree. Here comes the first 1, 2, and I'm going to give it, I'm going to let those down slowly correct themselves. So, all right, again, that little rumble, it's like a very slight rumble, like just driving over a little slightly rocky road, and the 2 lefts are And we've stopped on the center line laterally and vertically, waiting for it to direct back to the center. Here comes 2 downs. 1,
right,
2. Start counting.
Probably
up the
pretty
center.
happy.
Copy 2.5 degrees wide on ICPS.
And Houston, Ike keeps talking about the rumble, and I think from the previous spacecraft that we have flown, Soyuz and the SpaceX.
He just compared it to Dragon.
More distinct popping sound out of the thrusters.
And Soyuz.
It's just more of a gravelly road, kind of very calm. There's not a lot of dynamics on board. Very smooth vehicle.
1 degree of motion. Here comes 1.
Copy
2,
observation.
3, 4, up.
I got it, Revs. Thank you.
Okay, there's a 1/4 of a degree overshoot, maybe a 1/3 of a degree, and we've got motion is stopped.
Falcons. Barry Wilmer's looking at this going.
Waiting for motion.
Lucky.
Yep, this one is taking a little longer. Motion is tracking back the other direction now. We'll go 2 down.
Rumbling is
to
the thrust of
center.
firing, Usopp. Yep. Mm-hmm.
We also had some
they were talking
direction
about
going in, so I
between
think I
Soyuz
didn't
and
take
Dragon
that out
how this
before we
was
started this.
more of a
That may have
rocky
contributed
road
to it
rumbling,
overshooting a little bit more than
but it's still just about as smooth as those vehicles are.
Good.
I saw someone made the thing. He's like, oh, but compared to Starliner, the thrusters are working.
Due to that correction earlier on.
Yeah. It's a freaking treat, John, isn't it?
All right, 1/2 degree to go, and then we'll go 2 downs to stop it in the center. Still right at 2.5 degrees wide. We'll probably only need 1 down to stop this.
Nope, they're still going.
Okay,
No,
there's 1 down.
I wasn't on the launch stream.
And we are centered.
No. I didn't put my hand up for that. I don't know nearly as much about SLS as most of the other people at NSF do. So I put my hand up for
Houston, integrity translation checkout complete. Moving to step 7.
Yeah.
2.5.
Copy.
So I'm here.
There you go.
Equal.
That looks pretty centered. Kinda.
Yeah, that just checked out lateral translation controls. Now they should do either rotation or up-down translation here.
Back to that step.
I mean, dude, that's like perfect orientation, dude. It's pretty damn straight to the target.
Okay, I'm good.
And Houston, with the stable ICPS diameter, we do have the opportunity to do 1 in pulse, but we are going to hang here for now.
Copy. Concur.
Nice, Jared. That was the view.
Okay, I don't need to ref. Okay. All right, control stick steering. Engaged. Hold inertial. Diaphragm is ref.
Now they're doing rotational.
1 degree on the rate scale set. Just trying to get that docking target background. So I'm going down exposure 1 now. I can see the docking target clear. Ready? Okay, 3 pulses to the right coming in. 1, 2, 3. Good motion. 2
Oh,
for 17.
dude, look at there you go, rotation.
5 degrees for
Yeah.
17.
Oh, that's so sick, dude. That is so cool. They're flying in formation with the upper stage that they just separated from.
Good motion. CPS center docking target 12 for 17.
The degrees you hear Glover reporting are the amount the ICPS is taking
Now watch,
up on
he's
the
gonna
docking
correct.
camera, which you see in the left side of your screen.
All right, roll rate is at 0.
He reduced roll rate to 0, which means he started rotating and then stopped the rotation when the docking target was aligned. See how the target right here is aligned up, down, left, right? That was the whole purpose of that demo. You just corrected it, so now we're perfectly aligned to the target.
1 left.
Houston, roll.
And to think I have issues doing this in KSP sometimes.
Hey, any KSP player that wants to learn how to dock stuff, you can learn from this, man.
Prop SM, RCS, manifold 6, box P.
Manifold 6.
No impacts to ProxOps demo. Good to continue.
Okay, no, we're all set. Fine, I'll watch For All Mankind again.
Point 2.
Yep.
Set.
Kraus just
Okay,
posted something.
Center ICPS to get stable. I'm going to go up. I'm going to go right. Okay, roll right and hold. All right, roll right. It's coming in. Roll good motion, no cross coupling. It's only roll rate.
Oh,
I see ICPS.
Damn.
Beautiful.
2 for 5.
Beautiful. Only roll rate induced on the vehicle when he commanded the vehicle to roll. That's really good.
Easy to anticipate.
Yeah, Talon, go slow.
Was able to stop right at 5.
Only move. So, like, if you're playing KSP and you want to learn how to do this stuff, guys, only do. See how Victor's only moving one axis at a time? That's how you do this. One axis at a time. Now, I say one axis.
Thruster at a time.
Yeah, there you go.
Literally.
You have 6 axes of control. You have forward, back, left, right, up, down. And then you have rotation, up, down, rotation, left, right, and roll. 6 degrees of freedom, right? Kill every one of those in order, right? So translate first. Or actually, I like to rotate to orient first and then translate to target. I mean, it doesn't really matter in Kerbal. I'm sure there's a very good reason why NASA's doing this procedure in this order. One axis at a time, baby. That's how this works.
Copy.
You're 2.6 degrees wide.
I'll link up Krause's picture in chat.
Ready. Going edge key. Pitch is in pulse. It's just greater than half a degree low. 3x. Pitching up, 1 pulse. For 1 degree. Pitch up. Nice and snappy. And there's 1. Anticipated. Stopped it right on that 1.5
So now he's translating up, down?
And returning it to the pitch down.
I hope so, dude.
Stop
That'd be
just
sick.
greater than half a degree low. Stop.
No,
nice.
they're not docking back to the
Very
ICPS.
tight, very responsive.
They're just going to get
I
close
was
to
able to stop it right where I started.
They're doing an Gemini 6-7. 6 and 7, basically.
Bro.
It's, you know what?
So it's just a proximity operations demo. They're not going to dock. Orion doesn't have a docking port on it right now. Not needed for this mission.
A 0.7
Like,
degrees
like for example, this mission is basically Apollo 7 and 8 combined.
Mm-hmm.
Stopping it. And very responsive, also and discreet.
You know what?
It's
the mission names, so it's not my fault.
Back to initial vertical position. Stop.
Yeah, I know.
Captured.
It's you little children that continuously take that number and make something out of it that it's not.
Help.
Going right, 1 pulse.
All right, so Vic translated up. Now he translated back down. Now he translated left.
Left 1 pulse and stopped it right at 1 degree. Very responsive.
Oh, that was yaw. So now it's rotation, guys.
You can just see when the thruster fires, you see the little
and 1
jolts.
degree. Stopped, overshot about 1/8 of a degree. Back to original position. Y'all going back to discrete.
So he was
this
just
makes me want to pull up KSP, grab my joystick, and do some docking.
Bro, if you get good at docking, it's like Zen. It's Zen-like. I love doing it. I love sitting there and obsessing over the rate controller and getting it absolutely perfect. So I can like, dude, I can go chop and just let the thing dock. Like, just accelerate towards it, just leave it there. Just
I'm getting a little of a bounce here. I think that, not sure, it's most likely from us, the camera, or this vehicle bobbling in yaw.
Nervous. It's
so
this camera is the same as the nose cone camera on
left
Dragon.
And right, slightly in the camera view.
It's got a nose cone camera just like Dragon does.
At the
That's
1 degree of motion, quite precisely, but we got this bobble just now, going back to initial position by yawing left and holding.
Vic's reporting a little bit of bobble.
While it's yawing, it is solid. There's no bobble. Stop. Released. See if that bobble comes back. there is a slight bobble, maybe dead banding or just the camera or the vehicle fluctuating. Are you guys seeing that, Houston? Are you seeing the bobble in the docking cam video?
Victor, we are not, but it might be because it's low rate for us.
See it very well, but then again, he has a better.
Okay, copy. Had a little bit of a lateral oscillation
data
there.
stream than we do.
Houston, authority DAP checkout complete, ready for step 12.
Somebody asked what that center display is. That center display is the UI for the RCS for the reaction control systems. It's the thruster firing control map. I'm 100% sure.
Integrity.
With fuel tanks and helium tanks too.
Copy.
Translunar is tomorrow, Eddie. We're about 20 hours out.
DAP is going to course. It is showing course. 16 in, starting now. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
You can see, dude, you can see Victor working the translation controller. Oh, that is badass, dude. You can see him flying the damn ship.
Houston approach
That's killer.
From approximately 2.7 degrees.
It's so wild,
I'm
man.
Give it one
Copy,
down.
$2.7.
I'm going to be honest. I like
All right, we're coming
Orion's
up on 3
control
degrees
system
wide.
setup more than Dragon's.
Stand by for 3
I do
degrees.
too. I want
Back to
mechanical
3 degrees
backups,
wide.
dude. Always.
I like Elcar's
Give it one
always
down.
looks
it
cool,
doesn't seem to be
but
tracking
I
down,
always
though.
make
Give it
the
one more
make
down in course.
the comparison that
There we
I
go.
always want something like the Delta.
Responding to that one, going to give it one left in course as well.
Yep.
Good corrections. Good. Are you okay?
Christina's hanging
Missed
out
you
over
live
there.
inside Orion.
Yeah.
Field of view. Do you need any
Dude.
lighting adjustments in the cabin?
That's a translation controller. You can see him flying the damn ship.
Cab camera looks good to us. Thanks.
That's so goddamn cool. I'm sorry, I'm nerding the frick out right now.
Attack will be at 0.5
It's
degrees
not
wide.
often we get
Stand
live
by.
views of them doing this.
Yeah, it's so
Attack
cool, dude.
3.5 degrees wide at 1823.
The crew received the go to move in towards 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
All right, here we go. Commander screen has the commander or the
Again, pilot Victor
seat
Glover
which is on the right.
flying the Orion spacecraft right now.
Attack will be at 4 minutes.
Has the docking camera.
I'm sorry, 4 degrees wide.
This is all to teach us about how Orion flies manually in
I know,
space
sorry.
and prepares
Yeah,
us
sorry,
for
PT.
future missions when we'll need to dock with a lunar lander.
Stand by for 4 degrees wide. Attack ICPS is 4 degrees wide at 19.
Dude, Ryan, I think I love Orion. This is
Course, and here comes 10 outs.
Hey, Orion is a good spacecraft. I like, and it proved it on Artemis 1, and it proved it in EFT 1 as well.
10 outs. ICPS is still stable. That little wobble, lateral, a little yaw induced. Again, can't tell if that's the camera or the vehicle, but overall it's pretty stable. Very minor oscillation.
Yeah.
Orion would have flown more if it had a rocket that flew more.
There's one, baby.
Copy.
Copy. You got it.
Sure.
One pick that fine.
Whatever.
You're fine, and one right.
Get it on Nuke Lane or Vulcan, dude. I'm good with that.
Okay, stand by for 4.5.
I still think they should keep using Orion as long as they can. Maybe upgrade the service module, though.
I will not disagree. I think it's a great spaceship. From what I'm seeing here. Hey, what's up, Clutch? Oh.
All right, coming up on 5 degrees wide.
Just make it a better
and
service module.
5
That's all I
degrees
say. Put a
wide,
better service
20,
module to back into that thing and fly it more.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, next action is when the center docking target is 1 degree wide.
Sure,
it is about half a degree wide right now. Copy. Thank you. 6 hack.
39:18 Central. Dang.
Wide.
Time flies when you're just paying attention to Victor.
Fine, I'm going to go 1 up.
Our RCS.
Right.
Copy, going course and 1
They're
out.
going to deorbit it after this whisper.
Course, 1 out.
It's basically full of fuel, dude. Yeah, believe it or not.
Fine.
It's not carbon fiber. The ICPS is aluminum.
6.5 degrees wide. Excuse me. I may have skipped on you. 5.5. Heck, that's 5.5 degrees wide. That may have been the reason we thought I skipped 1 on you. I skipped 5.
Honest mistake, bro. You're good.
1 up, 1 right.
They're testing the rendezvous capabilities of the capsule caffeine. They're moving back towards the upper stage. They're not going to dock with it, but they're going to move towards it, and then they're going to rotate around it. Trust me, that's going to be sick.
All right,
coming
up on 6.5.
Orion's big. Big capsule, 5 meter wide.
Fine.
A lot of room in there.
Yeah, dude.
They really do.
Once they pack down the seats, dude, it's just like, dude, you got as much room as Dragon.
Also, it's not like half the capsule's taken up by the massive amount of circuit breakers
6 degrees wide,
and computer systems like the Apollo CM. The Apollo CM was taken up mostly by computers and everything.
Yeah, the AGC was a little bit bulky.
I think I skipped through 6.5.
Like most of Orion's flight computers, their entire control system is in that paneling there, which hooks into the flight computers, which are probably just a couple of boxes.
The flight computers are probably...
Right, stand by for 7 degrees wide. ICPS is 7 degrees
I'd say
wide.
Probably the size of a large baking sheet and about maybe 6 inches
All right,
thick.
and ICPS, the center docking target is about 0.7 degrees wide.
You could do what the AGC did nowadays with a Raspberry
Next
Pi, by
tack
the
is
way.
7.5, correct? All right.
The only reason I know is because
7.5
there's a YouTube channel that literally did that. They built an AGC, a modern day version of it.
Right.
You could take all the computing power between the LEM, the command module, and Saturn V to put it together in your phone. Your smartphone has more computing power than
8
that.
degrees, hack.
By orders of magnitude.
22.
Yeah, dude. Oh my gosh, look at this.
All right, I'm going to transition to center docking target. 0.8 degrees wide. The next action will be course
So badass,
and 6
dude.
outs when it's 1 degree wide.
Epic flight's going great, dude.
There's something floating to the right of ICPS. Did you see that float off the screen on camera view?
I saw
0.8 degrees wide. Quite large. All right, I'm going to course. 0.9 degrees. 1 degree wide. Here comes 6 outs. 1, 2, 3, 6 outs.
This is so sick.
Houston, 30 meter braking complete.
So 30 meters out.
This view from Orion's docking camera looking at the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. They have completed their 30-meter braking and are flying in towards 10 meters away.
Moore's Law, deuteronomics. Oh, yeah. What are they doing? They're getting close to the stage to test out Orion's ability to get near things and fly precisely. It's flying in formation. Orion is doing station keeping with the ICPS upper stage. They just separated from it. So they separated from it, turned the capsule around, moved around relative to the target, left, right, up, down, rotated a little bit. Now he's going towards it. They're 30 meters away from the target, or about 100 feet.
Come on, TARS, line it up.
Right? Come on, TARS.
Well, it's Victor lining it up.
Murph, what are you doing? All right.
This view from the docking camera is a zoomed-in view at this time. Again, we are coming in. We were at 30 meters, moving in toward 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
I will say this.
And again, we are seeing a docking target, but this is practice.
Amaze. Fist my bum.
We are not docking to anything today.
It's one of the best parts, though.
This is a test of
careful
how
spoilers.
Orion
Yes, you're
flies
right.
when completed manually by the pilot.
TLIs with the surface propulsion system should be, we're about 19 hours out from that.
That is definitely worth it. All right, next hack will be at 1.5 degrees wide on the center docking target. Nice and smooth. It is actually holding quite.
I'm not sure if it's the same as the ISS.
So I haven't had to make many corrections. Nice and stable so far. We are at manual exposure 1, which is interesting. I don't know what the sun angle is right now.
Automated docking.
That seems to be the best view. Yeah, and you see the shadow of the center cross. It's a little low. Right there.
How are they tracking relative speed to the ICPS?
Maybe, but these seatbelts weren't a good idea.
Most
now I
likely
can't see it. All right, next one will be 1.5. Stand by.
Yeah, they know. They have telemetry from the ICPS knowing exactly what its velocity, direction, everything is, roll rate, whatever. And then they know exactly what Orion is, so they can,
wide at 2650.
Between relative, they know exactly when not to get too close, or you know.
And then at 2.5 plus or minus quarter of a degree, it'll be, of course, 4 outs.
He wants to float up to the window.
And I'm jealous I can't float up to the window.
I don't blame
and see
him.
It out in front of us.
Yeah, I'm with you.
Jesus. Dead Alex just stated, "Hey Boeing, this is how you build a service module." Oh,
dude, they get no respect, man. It's so ridiculous.
You messed up that bad.
This view inside Orion
they
is the
screwed up
crew
their
is
thermal
using their
analysis. I still
iPhones
can't
to take
believe
pictures out of the window of the
0.75 degrees wide at 2740.
Hey, I'm not letting Starliner live in my head rent free. That's what I'm saying when I say I really like
They're
Orion.
able to see
Orion's
the
great.
cryogenic propulsion
His
stage
capsule
outside the windows.
rules, dude.
No, I will never stop
degrees
giving
wide. We're in the window to start breaking.
The worst. I will never stop. They have made so many mistakes in the last decade. It's unbelievable the mistakes that company has made.
Guys, for context, Ryan works on 737 Maxes.
No, I don't work on Maxes, but I work on MGs.
Oh, okay. So the thing that came right before the Max. So yeah, he's speaking from firsthand experience, guys.
Center docking target is 2 degrees wide.
Standing by for Orion to arrive 10 meters away from the ICPS.
Okay, almost to 10.
Copy. I'm going to go ahead and go to course now.
738s are
and I see we're at about 2.25 degrees
wide. That is a fantastic airplane.
Boeing is the perfect example of a company who stopped caring about the people that it's supposed to be serving as customers and cared more about the money that it's earning and its investors. That's an example of what the company
did not induce a lot of rotation,
nerd.
So not a lot of cross-controlling there. And waiting for closure to stabilize. I'm showing us at about 2.
Spoiled, you know.
0.25. Fine.
Just I take a chance. It really is.
Fine. Going right.
Houston, 10-meter arrival confirmed.
Copy, Reed. You are go to execute forward target handling qualities test.
Okay, here we go. They're getting up to 10 meters.
Picking up at step 13.
So close.
They're 2.3 degrees wide. We're in the window.
The crew is now moving into some precision translation.
That's what that white thing is.
Copy. We are within 2 degrees, definitely. I could do 1 or 2 things, but...
That's right, Zach. .3 wide.
Fly out. Okay, yep, I'm going to set it up, so I'm going to go down. I'm going to translate down.
What's going on
I
there?
hope there's some sunlight on the ICPS.
Just a little bit. I mean,
and
we're
they're
talking
taking
about a fraction
pictures
of a
through the
degree.
windows.
They absolutely are. They were passing the iPhones around for pictures, dude.
And I'm waiting for that cross to get centered, and then I will pitch up.
Again, Glover is able to...
right there.
What's up, Shadow? It's like...
Now I'm going to pitch up.
It's like voodoo.
Center it.
Like,
Glover is using the docking camera on Orion, looking at the ICPS that you see in the left of your screen.
Orions a goddamn Cadillac,
dude. And I show us as a flyout complete.
Brother, you got to be kidding me.
It looks so good. It's like on the money.
I am fanboying. I really like Orion after seeing this. This is a really nice capsule.
Copy.
Oh, this zoomed in shot of the docking, or I guess the target, I should call it.
Guys, they're 30 feet away. That's 30 feet away, and you're getting a picture that crisp. Pretty damn good.
From like, how far away are they right now?
We're fine.
30 feet, 10 meter.
3x zoom.
Oh, I mean, I meant from Earth.
Oh,
This is a zoom view from the docking camera on Orion.
Altitude is 15,385 miles. They're far away.
We are about 10 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Y-axis ready.
There. Got the tracker open, bud.
Because when I opened the tracker before, it was like crashing hard.
We're out.
Yeah, it's working now.
Okay. Copy, a little opening. Back to center laterally.
Where are you getting that telemetry? I'll paste it for you guys.
Yeah, 2.75. Yeah, I see opening.
There you go. Don't kiss to death that site. I need that to read the telemetry.
1, 2, 3, left.
Don't everybody go clicking on that link all at once, okay?
There's a 0.5 degree, good motion, a little bit of down or up on ICPS, and there comes 1, 2, 3 to null.
You killed it.
About 1/10 of a degree.
Damn it,
We're looking pretty stable right
great
now.
at all. It's not
we
really
did have
that
some
accurate.
upward motion on
No,
ICPS.
it's 17,690 now. Yeah, that procs up. That animation is not correct.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, Demoody. That's why I said don't everybody go
one
click
more
on it all at once.
fine. Okay, and 3 right. Here comes 3
it's
right.
in?
1, 2, 3 right. Bringing it back to center. Good motion. Picking up a little bit of upward motion.
From the
2.7 stable on the range.
LC-34 launch pedestal.
And going to capture it with left.
Oh yeah, there was
1,
someone took a shot
2,
through that pedestal of Artemis taking off. I'm like, well, that's a pretty good tribute.
That's my buddy. That's
You
my
feel
buddy
that?
Maturo. David.
Yeah.
He's a good photographer. I've known
Okay,
him.
that was
Dude,
a
I've known him
rumble.
for 15 years.
Something
That was an awesome shot.
here
through
just
it.
a second ago.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
And 2.6 on the range. All right, and we're going to go 3 pulses up. I'll start measuring from the center. 1, 2, 3, up.
I just refreshed the telemetry page.
There's
Help us.
center, and we'll null 1 degree low. Overall, the control is very responsive. Not sure if it's the dead banding 0.5 degree good motion, but I am doing a little bit more lateral correcting to keep it centered. And there's 1.
Yeah, that's
2
normal for
to
when you get
catch it.
close. You're going to be doing more corrections to stay
About
more
1/10
precise
degree
as you get
overshoot.
closer to
We
the
got
target.
some lateral motion build up in there. I'll go left to correct that. All right, 3 downs to
I'll
bring
link
it
it
back
over.
to center. 1, 2. Range is good. We had to do some opening 0.5 degree. Good motion. Starting to take out the 1, 2, 3 downs, and we are centered.
Bro,
And
that
so
thing
like
is
that,
that
it
thing
does
is
seem to
dead
move a
on
little bit
ball
more, but
centered.
it's very
Holy
responsive in
crap!
the corrections, and so I was
That's
able to stop
that's
it right
money.
on
I
the
know it
center.
doesn't look like much, guys, but they're
Holding at 2.6. 6x zoom going in.
so Victor. I'll use this soda can. Right, that's probably not a good idea. You guys can't see that. If this is the upper stage and this is Orion, I know this is a Dragon capsule. This thing is just sitting there. He's flying in formation with the capsule. And once again, as you get closer, making corrections it's really easy to throw it off. It has to be precise. The fact that they're about 30 feet away, the fact that they're 30 feet away and he's able to hold that thing with millimeter precision is pretty damn good. Like, it don't get better than that for capsule. Like, now, don't get me wrong, for the SpaceX fanboys out there, Dragon can do this. Dragon's done this many times. But Orion can go a lot further into space than Dragon can. And it's not a slight against Dragon. Dragon might go to deep space someday. Who knows? But the point
Can you
is that-
imagine
what's up?
trying to do this? Because one day they're going to have to do this with Starship. Like the accuracy required for that thing. I don't really think tank vents are really the way to go when it comes to this.
Going to on and on.
I don't know.
They're definitely requiring some.
Yeah, exactly. Guys, what I'm trying to tell you is that we have 2 good capsules now. There are 2 very good capsules. I mean, we should have 3, but
Stable there now.
Boeing sucks.
Inputs and see if I can hold that
this is good, man. This is like Dragon good. Like, real good.
This is how you design an actual crewed capsule.
Leave it to Lockheed, baby. They know what's good.
Okay, time's good.
Freaking Lockheed. What is it, not going to work? Freaking Lockheed. Pass the iPhone, baby. Oh, they got the thirds on. Oh, you got the thirds on the iPhone camera. What's wrong with you?
Go at throttle up.
What? Okay.
All right. Big step is fine.
Just throw it in.
2.5.
Whatever. Just pass it.
Yep. You have to remember. Oh yeah, they are in microgravity. Get tossed, idiot.
Get tossed, idiot. Yeah. Ruin, she's a beast, man. I love this thing. I really like this capsule a lot. Like, a lot. We replicated it in KSP, Ryan. I built a pretty good version of it in KSP, and it is good.
Yeah.
It's really good. Like, but building it in KSP is one thing. Seeing it actually do it is another.
Working in real life is a whole other ball game.
Yelling left. Half degree.
Is the docking practice target in place? So, hey, Key. All right, if this is the capsule, right, and this is the upper stage, they separated from it, they turned around, and then they came close to it. And now they're close to it, and he's testing translational control. Close. And then what he's going to do is do this. And we're going to image it, and he's going to move in from the side, and that's going to be sick, dude. That's the part I'm really waiting for.
Hey, EJ.
Yo.
In your DMs is a picture of the add-on to the top of the ICPS for this mission.
Yeah.
She was able to perceive the motion of all of the.
That's what the docking target actually looks like.
Yeah, that's what they're. That's what they're looking at, and see how it has a gun, like it's kind of like a gun sight. That's what Victor's using to calibrate the to give thruster inputs. See how? Oh, they're backing off. As expected.
You're hearing the voice of pilot Victor Glover. He is backing away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage, having completed this portion of the.
How big is that? Take a chance, about 15 feet wide. Well, a little bit more. It's like 17 feet. It's 5.4 meters. It's a big stage.
They will begin using the target on this side of the ICPS.
Good old Delta 4 heavy stage, or just Delta 4 stage, really.
And that's why, in my mind, Ryan, SLS is Delta 5.
What was on Delta 3 again?
A DCSS, 4 meter DCSS.
Right.
Also able to control the
and then
of the
there's another
and
side
the docking
target
camera that you
on
see.
this thing.
Again,
Yeah.
we are not docking today. This is a test of how Orion flies when done so.
Oh, the
manually.
target.
Yeah.
Basketball,
Future
maybe?
Artemis missions.
That's what I mean about precise. Take a chance. That target indicator, the target plate, maybe the size of a basketball, so about 30 centimeter wide.
They
It's
are now
not big.
backing away as was
And-
planned.
And
The interim
dude,
cryogenic
that's
propulsion stage will
what I mean.
return.
That's what I mean when I speak to
then
Orion.
we will
Orion's a
fly in
monster.
again
You see how
and conduct
precise
similar
that thing
tests
was?
with
It
a
was that.
side docking
At least
target.
for the rendezvous stuff, that's really good. That's real nice. Very, very nice. How much manual input is he putting for this? This is all being flown manual, Skylance. Vic's flying. He's flying the capsule. You can see him working the translational controller right there. That thing right there is forward, back, left, right, up and down control. And then there's a rotational hand controller right here. It looks like a fighter pilot joystick. That's for rotating the capsule. Pitch, yaw, and roll.
5, 6 in. 1.5.
Back away, complete.
Dude, he is, like, you can see him flying the stupid thing. That's awesome. I'm nerding the freak out, dude. That's sick. Dude, like, you can see him working the controller. It's badass, man.
1 minute and 20 seconds.
Like, guys, for reference, Orion is 18,000 miles that way.
Zoom 1x to watch.
And we're just watching this dude work the controller. Watching Vic work the controller. No big deal. Like, whatever. It's fine. It's only the furthest humans have been in 53 years. Whatever. No problem.
Target.
That's no big deal.
That's fine.
Why would it be a big deal?
Yeah. Vic doesn't seem surprised. He's like, yeah, I'm flying this.
Will allow
Whatever.
us to also see
No
the
big
thermal
deal.
turn.
And they are taking selfies. Yeah, they're allowed to bring their phones with them, but they have to be in airplane mode, which is funny because it's not an airplane. But whatever. They got Wi-Fi. So over here is your pilot display. This is your multifunction display. And this is the, actually, this is the commander's display, multifunction display, pilot display, believe it or not. But nobody on a spaceship wants to be called a co-pilot. So you have, on spacecraft, how NASA does it is you have a commander, which flies the ship, and then you have a pilot. No one wants to be the first officer on a spacecraft. You know what I mean? So they call the first officer the they call him the pilot, but the commander is the one that flies. But Vic for this test, right? Vic for this test is flying this sucker. He's in Reed's seat right now. Reed is just chilling over here. That's the commander of the mission on the right.
ICPS thermal turn start.
Okay.
All right, here comes down.
Bro! Oh, that's badass, dude. Look at the CubeSats.
Great view of the ICPS that powered Orion during the perigee raise maneuver and apogee raise burn.
Oh, man.
Dude, that's sick. That is sick.
That is a good-looking American flag.
Yeah, baby. You dang right it is, Vic.
Happy?
Is that a sim? No, this is really happening, dude. This is up in space.
Again, this view coming
That's
from the docking
crazy,
camera
dude.
on
You
Orion,
gotta be
looking
kidding
at
me.
the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. You can see that docking target down near the bottom of your screen.
ICPS thermal turn complete.
Flag isn't Z fighting. I know, weird.
Reminder, we are not docking today. This is a test
Dude,
of
that
how
was
it feels
beautiful.
for pilot Victor Glover to manually fly the spacecraft. He's using the zoom feature on the docking camera to get exactly the view he wants as he prepares to move in and around the ICPS.
Beautiful.
This is awesome. This is awesome, dude. Can we do this again next week or something?
Next week.
Can we do it again next week?
Target's about 1.8.
I want more.
Hey, EJ.
Yeah.
EJ. I'm just gonna say this. I know it's gonna stink for people to hear, and we're really gonna have to wait for it. But maybe in 14 to 16 months, maybe 18 months. I say 14. We'll say 14 to 18 months.
Yeah, that's
I don't
not
really know
bad,
what
dude.
age will be. But this docking camera, as they orbit around a starship,
Way back when we separated
Bruh.
CPS, it was very aggressive.
Integrity, you are go for
they're gonna put docking
approach to
targets
side
on
target to
Starship
15
too,
meters and to execute
and they're
handling quality
gonna
tests.
transfer crew between Starship and Orion, and then they're gonna probably orbit around each other and test comms, separate, move around. The docking cameras are gonna see one another. We'll see Orion and we'll see HLS Starship.
It's almost 2 degrees wide.
It could
As
be
they
that
probably
or
are
Blue
both-
Moon, yeah, dude. Or
And they're
both.
both docking them. That's what we have to look forward to on Artemis 3.
Yeah, I'm okay with this. Yeah, this is
Almost 2
fine.
degrees wide.
I can wait
Here
for that.
comes 4 outs.
It could be dude. It could be Blue Moon and HLS, dude. Think about that. I'd lose it. I would lose it. It's all coming together.
All right, 2 plus or minus a quarter.
Go at throttle up. Houston, 15-meter hold is
Jared's like, I've seen enough. Buy 50 more Orion capsules. Kind of with you on that one, homie. Yeah. No, I'm with you. This thing's
now
great.
15 meters away from the interim
Is this the
cryogenic
science
propulsion
channel?
stage.
Yeah, man. We're watching the Artemis 2 mission. This is
will
the
not
first
move in
mission that
any
NASA's
closer.
doing to send people to the moon since
They're going to
1972.
continue piloting the spacecraft.
Look, dude. This is a live shot of a spaceship. It's 18,000 miles away.
Good motion.
They're checking out the capsule to make sure the
Lateral
capsule
might
can
have a
move around.
tad bit of
So there's
closure
the stage that they
coming right
separated
through.
from, and now they're just
2.
orbiting around it.
All right.
Yeah, Bird, it's awesome,
about
man.
a quarter of a degree. Less than a quarter of a degree up to 3 rights. 2.1
I've seen
degrees
that,
wide.
yeah, of course.
Good motion.
I would say, yeah, you know what, Dame? That's a good point. I'd say we're more of an engineering channel, but
All right, here
science is cool too.
Left to stop it. 1, 2.
Science does the concepts.
3.
Engineering is the application of said concepts. Remember that.
3 downs. 2, 3. Start measuring from the center. There's center. Good motion.
And
yeah, Tessa, that's right.
Sun angle, the white paint on the ICPS is so illuminated.
Half a degree.
It's hard to look at with the naked eye.
Brother, this is...
1,
Houston copies.
2.
I want more SLSs in Orion. Like, can we
picked
buy
up a
like
little
20
bit of
more of
motion
these,
to the
please?
left on ICPS.
Dog, what's up, dude?
Okay, stopping that, breaking it back up. 1, 2, 3 to bring it back to center.
Hey, Rev,
Also
111 month resub.
Good motion.
Just to make sure I'm understanding this, is Orion moving around the ICPS? Orion is moving relative to the ICPS right now. Yes. Now, before, when they rotated it, they made it sound like the ICPS actually turned, but and Orion did
46
not.
minutes since the start of the proximity operations demonstration.
1, 2. All right. 2.1 degrees wide.
I think this mission will get us more
The degrees
SLS
you hear
launches,
Pilot
guys. I'm
Victor
pretty
Glover
sure.
reporting are
If it
the
goes
amount
well,
of space
we
that
got to
the
get to
docking
flight
target
day
is
10, and
picking
we got to
in
get
his
these
view
four
that you're seeing here on
guys
the
home,
docking
or
camera.
well, 3 guys in Christina home. Remember, 3 Americans and a Canadian.
6X.
3 humans and a Canadian.
3 humans and a Canadian. Yeah, that's right. I screwed it up by getting it right or something.
No, it was
Tim.
It was Tim who said that at the Astro Awards. I was there, and I gave him a little bit of shit for that.
Good range.
Nice.
6X zoom is good.
Starting the lateral alignment.
That was too funny when he said that at the Astro Awards. Oh, that was priceless.
All right, good range. Just inside 2. Just inside 15 meters.
So now you should be backing away here.
Low gain inputs, not doing a whole lot of commanding. It's holding quite steady. When I'm not doing anything, it's holding nice and steady. The camera and the vehicle are holding steady. It's almost at the center. I will get set up for center on center.
He literally
Over,
got
back
close to the
against cross.
ICPS, kind of moved around a little bit, rotated a little bit, just kind of getting feel for the controls, backed away slightly, and then in a perfect maneuver slid around the ICPS, lined up,
gain,
moved in, and is kind of
inputs.
moving around. It's
very
like when you
responsive.
think
I
about
just have
what
to make
they're
inputs
both doing
because
in
it does
relative
seem
to
pick
one
up
another,
lateral
it's
Flying in formation,
so
baby.
cool.
In space.
Commanding.
It's really cool. It's not. This is not easy to do, guys.
I'm able to
Ask any
hold
Kerbal
the
player.
magenta cross
This is
within,
not easy.
with
He's
the
making it
black
look easy.
cross
And the
on
capsule is
side
too, but
without.
It's what happens when you actually design an RCS system that
overall
works.
Able to keep it centered.
that's correct, Tip.
I'm gonna keep saying it.
Moderate or
Yeah,
low
no, please
Make
keep doing it.
Houston, translation.
It's warranted. They almost killed 2
Very
astronauts.
precise control. That you
Copy, and you are go for the multi-axis test, and read you
Oh,
are
and their
coming much
degree. I
lower
mean, the
volume
degree
than
did kill
Victor.
350 people, so you know.
There's also that.
Okay, I will speak up in the.
And they got a slap on the wrist for it.
Mm-hmm.
That's all they got.
That's better. Thanks.
Again, pilot Victor Glover on the left side of your screen is manually piloting the spacecraft.
Yep, he's working the
Executing the
translational
6 degrees of
controller.
freedom, translating forward, backward, left, right, up, and down, and rotating the pitch, yaw, and roll of Orion in relation to the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Bro, Vic, give me a zoomed out. Give me a zoom out shot, just a little bit, just for a second. I want to see the whole stage.
course selected.
Right. So yeah, Saranlan, this is not rendezvous proximity operations when you're dealing with real like orbital mechanics. It's not easy. I've done many of these. It's not easy.
I can't tell you how many times I've gone a little bit too forward, slammed into the stage.
Right on THC. Ready?
Yeah. All right, Ursi. Good night, buddy. Get some sleep. We'll be back in the morning.
All right, and I'll get the yaw out to 2 degrees. Okay, it's there.
I need to get some actual food here at some point.
Okay, range,
like,
it's just
go eat, dude.
Side of 2.
I'm too enthralled in this.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Integrity Houston, no action on the caution warning messages.
Give it some ends.
We copy that, Amy.
I'm trying to think what to do for food. I kind of want to order something.
Pizza.
Pizza?
Mm-hmm. Okay, 355 for 355.
I had pizza yesterday.
Oh.
All right, nice and stable, focusing on range.
Chinese.
Out, got a little opening. Some ends to correct.
I'd have to go. I'd have to go pick that up.
You need some beef and broccoli.
Dynamics there at the beginning, going yaw.
I'm gonna take some wonton soup too.
Translation, but caught up. Was able to correct it out without many problems. Moderate or less workload.
Oh wait, you're in the Midwest. You have jets. Go get jets.
50 for 345.
I don't have jets out here. I hate it.
Oh, my Chinese restaurant's closed because it's 10 p.m. here.
Rip.
Left.
Jets is the best, dude. Best takeout pizza around. Maybe except for like a mom and pop pizza store, but yeah.
I don't have a Jets anything relative. The closest Jets I have to me
range is good.
Is
48 for
20 minutes away.
Nice and stable, so we're in a good position to go course.
What's the temperature outside right now? It's 42 degrees.
No, technically.
Crew is on the timeline and about 2 minutes away from their multi-degree of freedom yaw test.
Gusting at 26.
That's bad.
With a winter storm warning tonight. Lovely.
Oh.
Yeah, welcome to Minnesota in April. Where it can be 70 degrees one week and then the next week it's a winter storm.
There's picked up course. Yeah, the yaw rate had dropped off a bit. I put it back in.
Maybe you do canes.
Yeah,
canes is good.
We'll go discreet.
Yeah.
Pop-Tart wants to know the town. I think you're in Minneapolis, yeah?
I live just south of St. Paul.
Coming up on 3.
Twin Cities, baby.
I'm 10 minutes from the airport just south of St. Paul.
Right, left to stabilize.
Yeah, I'm not from there. I'm from Massachusetts.
He's from Boston.
Yeah.
We are just outside. Range is open a bit. Actually, we're looking nice right at 2. Okay, ready.
All right, Death. I'll be here when you get back.
Of course.
I have a Canes. The Canes that I want to go to is 5 minutes walking distance. It's just I don't really want to walk outside in 26-mile-an-hour gusts at 42 degrees. It's a little chilly.
Pop-Tart says, get Pizzeria Lola. I don't know what that means. How fast are they going? Relative to the stage right now, they're not going very fast.
Oscillating around center.
Like maybe a couple centimeters a second.
Big step.
Overall velocity is about 7,900 miles an hour, but they're 18,000 miles that way. They're a long way up. When you're that far out of Earth's gravwell, you don't need to go as fast, but they're also in kind of an elliptical orbit. So they will, when they get to the high point in the orbit, they're going to start speeding up and they're going to come back down.
Chubon, 42 degrees isn't bad. It's just gusting at 26 miles an hour with a winter storm on the way. So, yeah. That's what makes 42 degrees not great.
Back to you. All right, going out. Of course.
So they're 12,600 and they're going 12,640 kilometers an hour right now, Bargon.
All right,
and they are.
Buddy concur. All right, thank you.
Yeah, they're going to be slowing down.
29,547 kilometers up.
48.
Basically, as their altitude increases here, they're going to be slowing down a little bit as they reach their apogee, and then they'll do their perigee raise burn, and they'll pick their speed back up, and then once they get back down to their perigee apogee, whatever you want to call it at that point, they'll burn again, which will be their TLI, and that'll be on the way to the moon. That's what they're doing basically.
X-Wing says you need Freddy's frozen custard and steak burgers.
54.
I think there's I don't even think there's a Freddy's close to me. I know what he's talking about though. I think there's a Freddy's up in Maple Grove.
2.1.
But that's like 40 minutes away from me.
So right now, guys, they have the capsule next to the stage. The stage is facing up in this view, and they're moving towards it and away from it. They're basically testing the thrusters on Orion, the rendezvous thrusters. They're not going to dock to anything, but they're just moving back and forth, going up, down, left, right. Just see, there you go. There's a translation command right there. And actually, you could see the insulative wrap. Yeah, the thruster blew at the insulative wrap and actually moved it.
Target moving as we. All right, we're stabilized.
Culver's.
About 1.7.
Closest Freddy's to me is 20 minutes away, and they close at 10. I won't make that.
You got 6 minutes, yeah.
I got 6 minutes. I ain't gonna matter. No, there's one in. There's one in Lakeville, just south, 20 minutes south of me. But I can't. I won't be able to make that in time.
He's just playing Kerbal in real life. He is. Yeah, Victor's doing all this manually. He's doing all it. It's all manual flying, dude. You could see him, dude. You could see him flying the spaceship. That's what he's doing. That's your control input right there.
The opening.
I don't want to get it, but I don't know why McDonald's fries sound good right now. But I don't really want to do that.
Get some nuggies, dude. We deserve it. This was a long day.
Get nuggies?
Oh yeah.
No, Bob. I don't know any Delta pilots. I used to interact with a lot of pilots back when I did ramp watch. I mean, I talk with them on the phone, but that's about all I do with pilots these days.
So
I used to interact with them all the time, going to the cockpit, answering ramp watch.
Ready for you to go to instruction 169. You are go for the multi-axis maneuver biased tail to sun.
I'm not sure, Falcons. That's a really good question. I think it's just coincidence. Crazy Jay, is he playing science or sandbox mode? Well, this would be career mode. Human space program career mode. Ultra high difficulty. No reverts.
High difficulty, no reverting.
No reverts. Permadeath is enabled. You got to be careful.
We are getting closer to the tail end of the
he's basically playing realism mode. Realism overhaul.
He's playing RSSRO RP1 with no reverts. No quick saving. F5 means nothing.
Again, during this demonstration, Victor Glover, the pilot aboard Orion, was manually piloting the Orion spacecraft.
Where's the save scum button? Nope, don't have that with this difficulty setting,
dudes. You can see that ICPS on the left side of your screen. And the ICPS visible through the docking camera.
Revert to launch.
356 for 353. Copy. 355.
Yeah, with Principia and full mission control staff planning vehicle
on the
maneuvers.
Artemis 2 mission, but this test helps us understand how Orion flies manually and helps us prepare for future missions when we'll need to dock to a lunar lander.
Yeah,
they haven't figured out the toilet anomaly yet.
Yeah, we haven't figured out what's going on with the toilet. We haven't heard nothing yet. That means they're still trying to figure it out.
You'd have to throw another yaw in there to keep it at 0.2. Yeah.
They're a bit focused on something else.
It flies very nicely. Copy. 347 for pulse.
Where are you going?
What Glover is using to command the spacecraft, the translational and rotational hand controllers.
Very precise.
Okay, that was induced.
It's a 358. Pitch down.
No problem. Enterprise through a 5-year mission with
Orion
no
is using the 24 reaction control system
underrated
thrusters
comment
on the European service module.
Okay. So right now he's just moving it like this. How long did they get to the moon?
Going back to center.
They will get to the moon on Sunday. Takes a while to get out there, dude.
Focus on
Easter Sunday.
That's when they enter the lunar SOI. Close pass is on Monday, dudes.
I thought it would sound or feel like driving on a gravelly road. The response is quite.
You keep saying it's like traveling on a gravelly road.
All the X's are even. Roll is very, very slow, but pitch and yaw are very snappy and responsive. And when you have the zoom set right, you can see very small motions, and so translations are all quite tight and very nicely balanced.
Houston, are you ready for the ATP for depart tail?
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Affirm.
auto inertial.
Oh, that's right.
Just going for
I got the Shamrock chase.
Oh, yeah, you should go do that.
Currently, Orion is about 15 meters away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. At the conclusion of the proximity operations demonstration,
minus 26.
It's a good day. I'm going to treat myself. It's a good day. Yeah, we're doing that.
Treat yourself.
Yep.
And Reed, please repeat.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
Holding on instruction 185, just want to make sure you are ready for DAP 18 and go for departure.
Go for DAP 18 and go for departure.
TLI is around 6 p.m.
Copy, Houston, that's in word.
6 p.m. Eastern tomorrow, give or take. I can get
Capcom
you.
Amy Dill calling to the crew. They are go for departure from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
All right, they're going to back off now. TLI burn is
Houston, integrity departure initiated.
7:32 p.m. Eastern.
Copy.
Tomorrow, Cirrus.
Orion is now backing away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage. The proximity operations demonstration is complete. Coming up next,
All right.
we will have
Watch. You're going to see the whole stage
the
here in a
upper
moment.
stage separation burn, providing distance between Orion and the ICPS.
Oh, wow, look at that.
Vic just looked out the window.
Wow.
Dude, that view that he sees right now is probably money, dude.
Copy, going off Fox. Great flying with you, Houston.
Going
nice
off
vehicle.
Fox.
Great job, Victor, and to the entire crew, and we
Fox's
enjoyed
voice
your excitement
activation.
at seeing ICPS out the window.
Oh, come on. Can one of you guys point that camera out the window, please?
Exposure control
Right?
down to 1 so that we get some video. Let us know if you want that higher for your bearing test.
Setting of 1 is good for us.
This is a live view from the Vehicle Ascent and Launch Operations Room. This is Valor, the ULA launch team support room. They are responsible for observing any program issues that may require their experience to correctly detect
It's a
and
microphone
assess.
tip, not a vape.
They've been monitoring the health of the ICPS prior to launch.
Houston, no action on the cautions.
I don't think so, Pop-Tart.
They've been monitoring ICPS since before launch, through launch, and obviously during the proximity operations until the ICPS end of mission.
He's doing the chair rock. I know that. I know that too well. I do that.
Back inside Orion, we are expecting their upper stage separation burn. Again, that will take them away from the interim cryogenic propulsion stage very shortly. The interim cryogenic propulsion stage will then conduct its own disposal burn and will burn up upon re-entry over Earth's atmosphere over the Pacific Ocean.
Come on, flip the exposure so we can see it. Yeah, I'm going to be on the astronaut's sleeping schedule for the most part, dudes.
This view of the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Copy.
They're already 4.5 hours into this mission. Boy, time has flown.
4 hours, 27 minutes.
Dude, it was like 7
Orion
a.m.
launched.
like an hour ago.
Yeah, what happened to time?
We are going to
I
stay
don't
in
know.
authority DAP, and we are going to discontinue all manual THC inputs.
Discovery,
D-Pick.
go at throttle up.
Did they sleep in their seats? No, they have sleeping bags, Leo, that they
Please take
Velcro to the walls.
to 0, wait
Yep.
20 seconds, and then take back to 1.
I wish they tweaked the exposure so we could see it. But
Mike has that in work.
Thanks.
Victor, the manual control RPO demo is
as you heard Capcom
ace.
Amy Dill ask the crew, they are able
Real
to
good.
control the exposure that we see from the docking camera.
Yes! Show us the docking camera!
Right side of your screen as the interim cryogenic
Show
propulsion
us!
stage gets farther and farther away. That's actually
Make
Orion
that screen
backing
bigger.
away from the ICPS, having recently completed the proximity operations demonstration, during which pilot Victor Glover manually flew Orion. On the left side of your screen, you can see Glover in the left.
No, they don't film suit
He's
doffing
currently in
tip.
seat
They
1,
never do.
having conducted those prox ops. And on the
It's
right
not a
is NASA
dignified
astronaut
thing.
and
You
commander
really
of
don't want
Artemis
to show
2,
that.
Reed
Trying
Wiseman.
to get out of spacesuit in 0G sucks.
And Houston, here comes the ATP for our pod to coast.
We're ready.
Wiggly, yeah, for sure. Capsule communicators usually like that, dude. The radio person, you always stay calm. You're the radio man, always stay calm.
Houston, we are going to 12.2.2515 USS 2 burn execution.
Discovery,
We're with
go
you.
and throttle up.
So guys, one of my viewers, Revs Up Rays made this here. Check this out. This is an overlay of where they are in the timeline. So they're moving out of prox ops, and they're moving on the USS-2 burn, which is the disposal burn. No, that's not the right way to say that. Hold on one second. Let me just check. Make sure I'm right here. The USS-2 burn is, moving away from the upper stage, and then the ICPS will do its disposal burn shortly after that, about 10 minutes after that. Can we get that link? Don't kiss of death that site, guys. I need that. I need that, dudes. Don't kiss of death that site.
4 hours and 30 minutes since
I
liftoff
swear.
today of Orion,
Too late.
also referred to as Integrity, atop the Space Launch System rocket at Kennedy Space Center in Florida.
Just don't close
The crew
it.
continues to back away from the ICPS, the interim cryogenic propulsion stage that was used for the perigee raise maneuver, and the apogee raise burn that put them in the high Earth orbit where they're at now.
The only comment on that timeline is the
upper
thing is using
stage
the outdated
separation
January
burn.
timeline. It's close enough, dude.
Upper stage
Lord,
separation
everything's going pretty
provides what
good,
we
dude.
need to distance Orion and the interim cryogenic propulsion stage even further. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn.
Houston, for awareness, 2 minutes until ICPS maneuvers.
Integrity copies.
21,500 miles in altitude, baby. That's beast mode. That's beast mode. I've never seen nothing like this. The only people that have seen this before is Apollo. People that watched Apollo. That is the furthest I've ever seen humans from this planet. Just pretty damn cool, dude.
That's the furthest most people in this world have seen from this planet.
Right? I think we'll get to see the ICPS eat itself into the void. I would really like to see that, Talon, yes.
Go to continue, ready for ATP.
A nerdy Charlie Day. I've actually gotten that. People have said that before, Pop-Tart, which is... All right.
Houston, ATP burn config is go.
Okay.
Jesus Christ, all of a sudden I tried to open a couple too many tabs and my entire internet just went, ah! My computer and my internet just decided, wait, no.
Oh, this is space.
I know.
I'm in space.
this view live in Artemis Mission Control here.
Look at their
Space
orbit,
Center
dude.
in
Look at
Houston
where they
as
are.
The Orbit 1 team continues monitoring
Holy
the flight
crap.
of Orion on the Artemis 2 mission.
So that's their orbit. Their orbit is a big
We've just
ellipsis
completed
right
the proximity
now.
operations demo.
And they're
during
about
which pilot
halfway
Victor
up on
Glover
the uphill
manually
part of
flew
the
the
orbit
Orion
here to
spacecraft, the
apogee,
first
which is
time
right
anyone
there.
has done so.
That's ridiculous, man.
And we're
That
preparing
is
for the upper
ridiculous.
stage separation burn to separate Orion
You
from the interim
gotta
cryogenic
be
propulsion
kidding
stage
me.
even further. Major burns after this point are using the OMS, the Orbital Maneuvering Service Engine, on the European Service Module.
Oh, this is space.
I know.
I'm in space.
Give the sub revs up raised.
24 reaction control system
They're
thrusters
circularized,
on the
Ivan.
European
Well, it's not
Service
circularized.
Module.
They're in orbit, but it's very elliptical. See the orbit? Top right. Top right screen where my mouse cursor is. They're on the uphill. Or not. Thanks, NASA. Very cool. Oh, hey, it's back. Oh, hey, look, it came back.
Integrity ICPS maneuver in work.
All right, watch. Watch if they key up this screen. Watch, you'll see the thrusters fire on the ICPS.
Integrity copies.
The interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Yeah, I know,
making
Ivan. I know
an
you do. I'm
additional
saying it more for
maneuver
other
ahead
people.
of the
I know you know what I
USS-2
mean.
burn. That USS-2 burn coming from Orion. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn and will burn up
What you
upon
trying to say,
re-entry
Pace?
over the Pacific Ocean.
Sure, Bloop. I'll see what I can do.
Houston, Tranquility Base here.
RJ?
The Eagle has landed.
Too soon. Lift.
What? So, Bloop, I'm going to reping the alert box. You guys tell me if the audio is more balanced out, okay? Hold on one second.
Let's see. What kind of game is this?
All right, ready? We're gonna reping RJ's tip here. And RJ, thank you for the tip. I do see the link. Give me one moment.
Houston, Tranquility Base here. The Eagle has landed.
Too soon. Lift.
How's the audio?
That's a hockey game if I've ever seen one.
What happened?
The best team in the league is currently losing to the worst team in the league by a score of 8-6.
Does anybody know how to play goalie for either of those teams?
It's the Canucks versus the Avalanche.
Okay, so
The Canucks have secured last place in the NHL, and the Avs are currently first place in the NHL.
Again, live here in Mission Control Houston, Artemis Mission Control, to be exact. Just down the hall from the International Space Station Mission Control Room, also flying
the Leafs are bad.
with humans aboard 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. We have completed the proximity operations demonstration aboard Orion, and we are now looking ahead to the upper stage separation burn. This provides distance from between Orion and the ICPS. The ICPS will have its own disposal burn at about 5 hours MET. We are now 4 hours and 37 minutes MET, or time since launch.
Mission elapsed time is what MET means. So, RJ, you linked up You linked up this. As if we don't know what day
It's been a long day for the crew aboard Orion, and they still have a few tasks to complete before they can go to bed tonight. Of course, we'll have the upper stage separation burn that they will need to monitor. They'll continue doffing and stowing suits.
Houston's here.
Can you confirm what status you want us for suit drying?
Oh, this is space.
Yes,
I'm
Mick.
in space.
Get to the sub, thank you. That's grounds for a paddling. That's right. No, Mom, Mr. Nice Guy. Yeah, someone gonna get paddled for making jokes about KFC.
You did the glove swap activity.
Bandit, they're not gonna be going to bed for another 2 to 3 hours.
Activity.
Yeah, Squall, that's why I don't think about it.
All right, when able, you can do the glove swap activity, and then we'll need a 15-minute timer, and then we'll be ready to terminate suit drying.
Integrity.
No word on that yet, Limrock. Guys, it's green. It's green because it's Canada Dry, bud. Oh, yeah. Look at that. It's Canada Dry. Oh, yeah, it's really great. You know, I'm drinking that in honor
Solar
of
arrays
Jeremy
are now in motion
Hansen.
ahead of the USS 2 burn, the upper stage separation 2 burn. And with proximity operations complete, we will look forward to hearing from pilot Victor Glover how it felt to fly Orion. But just before his launch, we got to ask him how it felt and how he was looking forward to it.
But also,
as a test pilot, the opportunity to fly a spaceship is just a dream. It's unreal. The piloting role specifically, I will have an hour and a half or so where I get to fly the spacecraft.
That's what he just did, dude.
And we fly Orion a lot in the simulator to train, but also to build an experience base for how the teams on the ground
that looks
think
like
Orion's
so much
gonna
fun,
work.
dude. I'd do
and
that.
then when we fly Orion in space, we're actually going to compare the two to help
Wouldn't
them
we
make
all
better
want a
models.
chance to be able
You know,
to
my
do
inner
that?
test pilot
I'd
is
fly
like,
Orion.
of course,
I'd
very
fly
excited
the,
about
I'd fly
that.
the piss out of that thing.
But really, the point of this is to make sure that Orion is a safe spacecraft so that we can go and do more complicated missions without having to think about, do we need to have a test pilot on every mission to fly this spacecraft? So far, I really like the way Orion flies,
Italian guy.
but it's only been in the simulator. And so the ability to fly one actually in space on a test mission is just a really unique opportunity.
Yeah, that's pretty sick. That's pretty sick, Vic. I don't blame you. That's pretty neat.
Pilot Victor Glover
Bro, that guy got ramen?
his flight aboard Orion, and reflecting on
that
how
man
it's
is
been
eating
flying
ramen
in the simulator for those proximity operations.
Thought we didn't notice,
demonstrations.
but we did.
Now he has gotten to do the real thing today, with Prox Ops having just completed about 10 minutes ago. This view live inside Artemis Mission Control at Johnson Space Center in Houston as the crew continues to move away from the ICPS ahead of that upper stage separation burn.
For what it's worth, guys. Ramen is sweet. Chicken or beef, dudes? What are you all about? Hey, Ian, what's up, dude? I wonder if the crew will get a Mach 30 or so. You know what, man? That's a good point. They freaking better, dude. Also, Ian, did you see that Prox demo? Holy balls. Orion's good, man. Real good. Chicken, beef. I've been more partial to beef lately, guys. I don't know what that's
the upper
about.
stage separation burn.
Integrity Houston, we are
Yes,
checking
Silent.
on those cautions.
I'm the Ramen King. We're not the Ramen King right now. We are not the Ramen King.
Integrity.
Oh, that's good, Teflon.
Orion is now maneuvering into the proper
The
attitude
stream
ahead
audio
of
on the
that
car
upper
ride
stage
home. I was so
separation
giddy
burn.
hearing Vic's callouts. You could tell he's an engineer at heart. Yeah, he's a nerd. He's just got everybody fooled, dude. He's a nerd. Dude, he's Cal Poly alumni. Like, the guy's a nerd. All right? And that's, you know what? There ain't nothing wrong with that, man. Being a nerd in 2026 is freaking cool. How do I know? I am a freaking nerd. All right? Like, I get it. Like, I get it, man. We're all space nerds here. That's right. Sounds like a test pilot. Yep. He's test pilot all day. To be a test pilot, dude, you have to be a fusion of a jock and a nerd. To be a test pilot, you have to be you have to be some weird, crazy hybrid. Like there's some hybrid synthesis going on there. It needs to be studied. Yeah, it would be a jerd. A jerd. Or a knock? Now, jerd sounds better. That's some alien race type stuff, yeah, right? I am the one who knocks. Beef flavor's good with a bit of hoisin sauce. Yeah. I'm in, dude. Tasty. We're jerding out. What does that camera feed? That is Orion's docking camera non-playing. It's kind of, I'm not sure what they're looking at right now. Yeah, jerd is better. Now I'm hungry. I'm not. My wife brought me snacks. I didn't know you were an archer. So I have to change to Jerd Nation now? No, I don't think so.
Orion continuing to maneuver into its proper attitude ahead of the upper stage separation burn. After this burn, the crew has a little more work to do before they can go to sleep. It's been a long day for them, having woken up about 8 hours before launch.
8 hours before launch? That's cute. Have you eaten any real food today? Yes. I had beef and chicken for lunch. Oh, yeah. Beef and chicken with some feta cheese on it. My wife made it. It's pretty good. And give me the sauce, chat.
The crew aboard Orion will continue stowing their suits and configuring the cabin as
and there was
needed for the duration of
rice
the flight.
pilaf mixed into it too. It was good.
At Integrity Houston, those caution warning messages for prop or xenon manifolds being used for maneuver to burn attitude still go for USS-2.
Looks like they're hitting some bounds with the thrusters, guys. That doesn't seem to be an
Integrity
issue.
copies still go for USS-2. Thanks for the updates. And the crescent Earth from almost 20,000 miles looks amazing.
Ryan, you still
Thanks
alive?
for that report.
Ryan, you didn't fall asleep on us, did you?
I went and grabbed my food.
Oh, all right, cool. I was wondering. I'm like, where'd it go?
Upper stage separation burn for Orion coming up in about 4 minutes.
Don't blow your smoke in my
We're now
face.
4 hours and 46 minutes since liftoff.
You forgot to say please.
This view coming live from the spacecraft, looking at one of the solar arrays. Those solar arrays are now swept forward, and that protects them from any loads imparted when we conduct this upper stage separation burn.
Yeah, crustacean, I see it. Yep. Orion's solar panels can move forward and back, dudes, to kind of help them stay structurally integral. Like, so when Orion is accelerating, it'll Naruto run with its solar panels. And then when it's decelerating, it'll go forward. They're moving forward. And when it's coasting, it's kind of doing this. I'm going to need your clothes, your boots, and your motorcycle. Oh, I did, Guy. Are you jealous? Do the Orion dance.
I wish they had fuel cells on board, but I understand why they didn't do it.
Yeah. Well, actually, what's not really talked about, Ryan, is that Orion can interface and like take power from other vessels. So what you could do, theoretically, you could plug this thing into a transfer vehicle with fuel cells on it, and you could use that, and you could extend the life of the vehicle, and then Orion could control. It can control and tap into power of whatever it docks to, dude. So like, you know, say in some alternative timeline, gateway still exists. When Orion docks to the gateway, Orion can control the entire gateway from its MFDs. It's actually a really trick software suite. It's pretty damn cool.
Nap for the perigee raise burn. That burn will set us up for translunar injection tomorrow.
Imagine Orion controlling a Starship HLS.
Yeah, pretty much.
As our deorbit burn.
How fast are they going and how far away are they from Earth? Give me 1 second. I'll get you that info. So we are 4 hours, 49 minutes into this mission. Orion is currently 23,285 statute miles from the surface, going 6,500 miles an hour. So that over there is the upper stage there. Oh, you can see the thrusters going on the ICPS out there. It's hard to tell from the camera. I don't know if you guys can see it, but I saw it pulse. This is the furthest humans have been, guys, in 53 years. Furthest humans have been from Earth in a half century. And, oh, there was a thruster pulse. You're making it look easy, dudes. Soren, yeah, they're going to be going slower because they're near apogee. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Integrity Houston,
highest point.
no action on the ohms caution.
They'll keep slowing down until they hit apogee.
And then they'll start.
And then when they
up.
hit their apogee, well, they'll start speeding up because they're going to do their perigee ascent raise burn.
Yep.
Integrity copies.
And then
And we have confirmation.
I don't know how. I don't remember how far they're raising their perigee. If they're raising it
very short burn.
the same as the apogee, they'll maintain
Integrity Houston,
velocity. But if they're only raising it a little bit, then I can't remember how much they are. But if they're only raising a little bit, then they'll gain even more speed as they fall back into Earth's gravity well a little bit more.
Yep.
And then if you do it the right way, you can use Earth's gravity well plus the TLI burn to slingshot yourself out to the moon. Basically.
Yeah, they're going to Oberth effect the heck out of this thing. So, Christian, you're asking why aren't they connecting back to the ICPS? They don't need it anymore. Orion's service propulsion system can do the rest of this, no problem.
Integrity copies, good USS 2.
Yeah, well, Talanu, when we say perigee raising burn, we're not talking a circularization here. Orion's SPS does not have the delta V to circularize and then go to the moon. They're just moving it upwards a little higher so they can get into the proper phasing for the translunar injection burn.
Amy Dill to the crew about some
Does that make more sense?
that they will see aboard the spacecraft.
With a combination of that,
the reaction
plus
control
the gravity well slingshot and the TLI burn itself, they'll gain up a boatload of speed and get to the moon pretty quick.
Yep. So in spaceflight, guys, you can kind of, I don't know, cheese orbital mechanics. If we're going to talk like video game terms, you can cheese it. So if you're in a very eccentric orbit, you're going to be going super fast when you're closer to Earth, right? That's the perigee. Perigee is the low point in an orbit. Apogee is your high point. You're going the fastest at perigee. And if you're in a very, very elliptical orbit with a very high apogee, and for the nerds, a high semi-major axis, right? And a very low perigee, so very eccentric, you're going to be going way faster at perigee than you are at apogee, right? You can use that to your advantage. A German physicist named Herman Oberth is the guy that came up with this. Funny enough, he came up with this like decades before we ever like flew spacecraft into space. Oberth came up with this idea of being able to use gravity to your advantage, right?
We'll take it from here.
If you go at perigee, you're already going faster, and then if you accelerate on top of that, you can double up your speed and basically get a free velocity gain. Well, it's not free, but you get the idea. That's the best time to do it because you're already going the fastest. So if you wanted to raise your apogee even more, right, you would do it at perigee when you're going the fastest.
With proximity operations
no, that's the
complete and the upper
ICPS up there.
stage separation burn complete as well.
I think that's the
We
moon.
are now looking to the
That's the ICPS. See it over
or
there?
interim cryogenic propulsion stage disposal burn. We will not see this or get data on it. It will burn up upon reentry.
A little
over
bit
Earth's
ago,
atmosphere
NSF
over the
ended
Pacific Ocean.
their launch stream. And the stakeout stream was 6 hours. The launch stream was almost 10.
Yeah.
Houston Integrity, I'm going to suppress
just over 16 hours of being live for this. Man.
Copy and check in.
Dude, I did all like 7 hours of the stakeout stream, and then I just came here. Where our uptime's 15 hours, 22 minutes. Did you ever reset YouTube? Not needed just yet, spoiled. We're at 9 hour 54 on the YouTube. Is that Earth? Guys, you'll know Earth when you see it. TLI is going to happen around 6 or 8 p.m. It's 6 or 7 p.m. tomorrow. Yeah, guys, you'd be able to see Earth. It'd be very, very defined. It wouldn't be just some blip that you can barely see on the screen. You'll see it. They're way closer to Earth than they are to the moon. Are you streaming all the astronauts awake hours? I'm going to try to as best as I can, Shifty. Today might be a little bit hard to do. It might be a little bit difficult to do just because of that split shift. And I've been going since well before the astronauts woke up this morning. I started.
The astronauts.
What's up?
They woke up at like 9 a.m. Eastern.
I was up at 0600, dude. I started streaming at 0700.
Although, to be honest,
it's 11:30.
To be honest, you didn't go through pre-launch checks, get your suits on, roll out to the rocket, get strapped in, go through a rocket launch. Then just do a rendezvous and docking. You didn't do all that, so.
No.
So I guess you're even. You're even.
Yeah, right.
My mouth. How do you hear me right now?
I've heard that Orion can actually circularize around the moon. It can, but in rectilinear halo orbit sticks. It can't get to low lunar. Would this be possible if the ICPS did TLI instead of Orion yeeting itself? No, it still doesn't have the delta V to get down there. You would need to get a stage out there to
bit better. It's about
lower Orion
3 or 4
into low
by
lunar.
5.
Its service module does not have the delta V.
Okay, Amy, and now I am talking to you with the tip of the boom mic.
Someone go grab an SPS out of
So I
storage.
have lip contact on the mic. How's this now?
They haven't fixed the toilet yet, Booger.
5 by 5.
Okay, I will let the crew know. Thank you.
So,
we copy.
The Artemis 1 Orion guys went into what's called a DRO, a distant retrograde orbit, which is a very, very, very high lunar orbit that's retrograded. It's a lunar orbit with an extremely long orbital period. So it went out to the moon, went into a DRO, and stayed out there for like a week, and then came back. Orion can get, it can get into lunar orbit. You can capture the moon. But Orion's, because of its service module, it's only excuse me, it's only really limited to high lunar orbits. It can't go where the CSM can go. What's that?
Something.
Probably glare off the camera.
Probably.
Ghosts. 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 Period, question mark. But yeah, that's, yeah, it can't get to low lunar. A critique that Ryan and I have had of Orion is that it needs a better service module. Moon's haunted. Yep.
No. The moon is a space station.
Oh. Yeah, it was the thrusters, KRVEC. The thruster block was projecting a shadow onto the panel, dude, and it looked like a person. Yeah, some swamp gas reflected off of Venus, you know. Astrobat Raid. Thank you.
The moon is a space station built by ancient humanity to protect us from a weird like nanite entity, and we have to go save it by taking, I think it's Endeavor, to the moon.
Are you okay?
Have you ever seen the dumb movie Moonfall?
Yes.
That was the premise of the movie. It's so stupid.
Stay in school, kids. That's all I'm going to say. Stay in school.
Oh, and how the moon's gravity, the moon can literally pull up oceans and tectonic plates because the moon's gravity is more than the Earth's in this strange reality.
Please.
And shuttle can launch in underwater too, and lose an SRB apparently.
I please stop. I don't want to lose any more brain cells. Please stop, man. I'm starting to get tired, Trojan. I'm starting to get tired. I'm gonna sleep soon.
Yeah, I'll just recommend if you like space at all or know anything about space, just don't watch Moonfall. Just don't watch that movie ever. Don't ever watch it.
Yeah, have you seen Krill? Yeah, you don't need to see Krill. I thought you were going to stream till they got there. Racecrafted, I'm going to sleep when the crew sleeps. The first crew sleeping period is
soon.
Basically right here. Yeah, that's at mission elapsed time plus 7 hours. Right now they're reconfiguring Orion for sleeping. That's what cab config means right there. And then there's a public affairs event at in an hour, give or take. Are you going to leave the stream on during sleep hours? Yes, I am. I will leave this stream open. I was joking, but cool. I'm on the cruise sleep schedule, guys. That's what we're doing. Yeah. What is PRB on that timeline? Euckerman, that's perigee rays burn. They're in a very eccentric orbit, and they got to push the perigee up when they're coasting to apogee right now. They got to push the perigee up to get into the proper phasing for the TLI burn for tomorrow. And Orion is currently, right now, 24,500 miles up in altitude above the surface of Earth. That is further than geostationary, which is really freaking cool, dude.
The Greensboro Police Department. Congrats to NASA for successfully launching 4 astronauts into space at 17,500 miles per hour on their journey to the moon. Coincidentally, this is the same speed y'all seem to go on I-40. The police department being like, you're all speeders.
All right. All right, I'll allow it. That's pretty funny. How did you get that timeline? One of my viewers, Revs Up Rays, has the mission overview here. If you want the updated timeline, I can link it up for you. Revs Up Rays did this with the overlay on it. And Revs, thank you. I appreciate you. Gray is free time. I'm gonna sleep during that free time, dude, and I'll come back for the perigee rays.
EJ, it's too bad they didn't lower the exposure.
Yeah, this shot would be fire right now, dude.
Someone did a side-by-side comparison of Apollo 12 and Artemis 2.
All right, let's go.
I DM'd it to you there.
Will the stream be open during sleep? Yes. Mm-hmm.
It's too bad because we get a really much better comparison shot if someone just adjusted the exposure. Maybe they got a good shot with their phones and not just the docking cam.
Forget the 12-hour restart. I'll probably do the 12-hour restart, Pat, when I shut the not shut the stream, when I get some sleep. That's right, Drunar. Yep. Pop-Tart, obviously just kidding. How many subs to keep you awake, but also if you gifted 1,000 subs right now, I will stay awake till the perigee rays burn.
That's a long time. That's what, another 6-7 hours?
Something like that, yep.
Actually, no, that's like 8 or 9.
Yeah, I'm not doing it, dudes. Oh, hold on.
It's been a very busy day for the crew so far. Again, waking up about 8 hours before liftoff, which was now 5 hours and 5 minutes ago.
Leah got married.
After successful
her
ride
husband's
to
last
orbit,
name
they
is
saw
Mustachio.
the perigee rays maneuver, the apogee
That's
rays
awesome.
burn, and got into the proximity operations demonstration. They then conducted the upper stage separation burn to depart the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
Guys, I want to sleep when the astronauts sleep, dude. That's going to make it better
inside the cabin to configure it, to configure where they will stow their suits, and we'll eventually get into some pre-sleep and sleep opportunities before the apogee rays burn in the middle of the night.
CNN interviewed a kid.
Yeah, I saw that. Because we're going to the moon, man. Duh.
Did Jared reply to one of the posts? Oh, this kid is definitely getting a bag of NASA gear.
They'll actually need the perigee rays burn in the middle of the night. They will wake up from a brief nap and monitor that perigee rays burn before getting some more sleep.
That's awesome.
And starting their next flight day tomorrow.
It was a dumb question by CNN.
Was that 50 from 2020? Don't do that. I'm not. No. Don't do that to me, man. Now I feel like a jerk.
Amy, we have you loud and clear.
Same, and last we copied is that Christina will work toilet troubleshooting.
Oh, back to the toilet escapades.
That's a good read, and I'm ready for those words when you are.
Okay, Christina, first, we do not think empty oxone beads were installed for launch, so we do not suspect a blockage. We think it could be a priming issue. So the first thing we'd like you to do is to verify the toilet air filter barrier is removed. And I have a step number from toilet activation procedure if you need it.
Yeah.
Let us know when that's complete, and then we're going to power cycle the toilet from the ground and have further steps for you.
I'm in space.
The toilet is clogged,
no,
guys,
no,
but not with poop. It's clogged with something else. The filter or something came apart during
Before
ascent.
we continue, are we go to swap the suit drying? And correction, are we go to terminate the suit drying?
Go for suit drying termination.
Lie.
Discovery, go at throttle up.
They said they did not think it was installed.
Barrier removal, is that the
you have a checklist to know whether it is or isn't?
Toilet setup and
I would be doing some fault tree analysis there, yeah.
Affirm, it was step 5.
Yes, I did complete that step.
So,
copy, stand
get out your FIM.
I actually looked into this, guys. One of my buddies that knows things about things, who knows a guy who works on this stuff, sent me a message saying that they have enough poo bags for the entire mission in case the toilet doesn't work.
From the cradle and allowed to run for 1 minute.
Poop in a bag.
We would also
like to
have available 250 milliliters
you know,
of water. We're not ready for that yet.
That's the thing.
We'll let you know when the power cycle is complete.
Solid Rocket Candy with a $10 super chat. Thanks, man.
This is space. I'm in space.
Don't do this. Don't do this. Don't do it, you dick. Oh, no.
They still have, what, another 895 to go?
Pop-Tart with 50 subs. Oh, my God. Somebody break the crapper? No, it broke on the way up, Audrey.
I'm in space.
Don't do this. Don't do this, guys. I really need to get some sleep. There's a lot of mission to cover here, dude. Oh, I shouldn't have said anything.
Ryan, specifically,
God damn
Christina
it.
Cook, NASA astronaut and mission specialist, continuing to troubleshoot the issues they saw earlier with the
EJ,
toilet.
you remember all
on the
those
ground are relaying us instructions
memes
on
and
how to resolve that
pictures of Marco
situation.
Rubio in different outfits?
Yeah.
Someone put him in an Apollo-style spacesuit with a plunger.
Now he's the space plumber.
Yeah.
Oh. Think of the car parts. Sacrifices must be made. Oh, you're right.
Discovery.
You're not wrong. You're
Think
just
of the money, right?
You're just a filthy butthole. Bye, guy. We are so back, dude. Yep. Tronclad became a flight controller. Or Ironclad became a flight controller. Oh, YouTube's getting in on it too. My pick. Привет. Привет, товарищ. Как дела? Christian, welcome to Mission Control. Go ahead, throttle up. What's up, my pig? How you doing, man? Nah, I just wanted to give you money since you love what you do. Right on, Pop-Tart. Thank you. And Pie Guy, 105 months. We are so back, dude. It'd be funny if Mission Control had a button so they could flush the toilet from the ground. They probably do, NASCAR, to be honest with you.
Pull the breaker out, push it back in, and push the button again. That's what I would tell a mechanic.
Right? Well,
although if our toilets don't flush, they're either and usually, like, if it's only a singular toilet, usually that toilet's pretty much dead.
Yep.
But sometimes you can get it to work again by there's a manual valve at the bottom where you can actuate the manual valve to get it to try to work.
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Or if all the toilets are bad, it's usually because there's a little handle that's at the waist panel on the back of the plane.
And you have to jiggle it?
You have to try to push the handle back in. It may not be all the way seated. Because that handle, when you pull it out, it opens the dump valve, which dumps the waste out.
Oh, yeah. Well, you don't got no meteor right there. What you got is a big old chunk of doo-doo. Yep. Call them Boeing
Tell
bombers.
me how I know all this. I fixed the feed toilets in my day.
Oh, that sounds awful. Oscog with the 20 subs. Thanks, man. That sounds terrible, dude.
You don't even want to know.
No, you're right.
Some of
I
the
really
things
don't.
I've seen. Nope.
Ryan's like Roy Batty in Blade Runner. I've seen things you people wouldn't believe. Poop meteors being jettisoned out of the back of
Integrity
planes.
Houston for cab camera 2.
The things people do on airplanes. Dude. Like, don't ever go barefoot or, oh my God, don't ever do that on an airplane. You people are insane, anyone who does that.
Ahead.
Hey, Christina, for your
don't ever
awareness,
do that.
you may see the cab camera 2
so
light turn
gross,
on. We are
dude.
not streaming video. We're just getting a listing of files.
Copy.
Oh. Yes, Dino Tracker. Yes.
Hey, speaking of that, Ryan, I gotta go use the head. I'll be right back.
Copy that.
And Integrity Houston for Christina and toilet troubleshooting.
Toilet call.
Go ahead.
Can't miss this.
Okay, Christina, we're ready for you to attempt reactivation of toilet by removing the urine hose from the cradle. Please allow it to run for 1 minute, and then if that's joy, you can deactivate toilet and give us a call.
Yes, Audrey.
Copy, and understand I'm not putting the water in the funnel at this time.
Correct.
Mr.
Not
Fluffy,
yet.
no, I have
not for this time.
Okay, cool. I'll be right back. She just gotta jiggle the handle.
Yeah.
In work.
I don't have to empty it. That's the rampage
Capcom
job.
Amy Dill relaying some words to NASA astronaut Christina Cook on how to troubleshoot the toilet issue they experienced earlier. We should hear shortly the resolution
I
of that
have
issue.
gotten soaked in kerosene.
This view from Mission
and had
Control
my
Houston,
arms
Artemis
soaked in
Mission
Skydrol.
Control, now 5 hours and 14 minutes since
That's fun.
liftoff of Orion atop the Space Launch System.
That Skydrol burns. I get burns. It ain't fun. Kerosene's not too bad. The smell just sticks around for a while. It's just gas. There was another time I was putting isopropyl alcohol into a water container because we were doing a water wash when it was cold outside, and a bunch of the isopropyl just splashed up into my face and into my eyes. That sucked.
Oh yeah, that probably felt great.
Yeah, and then like other things when you're working inside the cargo pits, the side panels are fiberglass. So if you're cutting those up and putting them in and everything, if you're not careful and you accidentally use warm water, yeah, for anyone who's dealt with composites, you need to use cold water to wash it off, because if you use warm water, it opens your pores, and then the little carbon fibers or fiberglass can get into your pores.
Yeah, that hurts.
You won't stop itching for days. The glamours of being a mechanic. Let's put it that way.
Shogun. Did you catch that Victor said Orion is smoother than Dragon? Yeah. Yeah, I did. Yeah, I heard that. That's... Woo! Actually, Hellfish, to be 100% like unbiased,
Houston, integrity.
capsule looks very
test
controllable.
Complete,
Looks real
status
good.
light, good flow for the entire test.
Hey, all right.
Okay.
Good news, Christina, and we are discussing next step. Stand by.
That sounds like good news.
Yeah, I would say that's good news. Not sure what the big deal is. Just don't poop for a couple of weeks. Yeah, just... Yeah.
Yeah, for like 10 days. Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
No.
No.
Or
that's no bueno.
Diff fluid conditioner is by far the worst smelling things. Dude, diff oil in general. Gear oil, oh. It smells atrocious. It smells like burnt corn that someone took a dump on.
Test of the toilet.
And Integrity Houston, Christina,
There's
for
a really
toilet troubleshooting next step.
There's a really fun thing called Corban. I don't know if you've ever heard of it.
Okay, we're going to have you reactivate the toilet with the removing the urine hose from the cradle.
2020
Please allow it to run for
34
1 minute.
subs.
Then add 250 milliliters of water, and then allow it to run for at least another 30 seconds and report how that went.
Okay. So they were having some trouble with the toilet, guys. They're troubleshooting it right now.
In work.
Really not.
Continuing to execute those tests to make sure the toilet is up and running properly.
You had to get the badge? Fair. So, Spaceware, the translunar injection burn is tomorrow evening. Depending on how good the apogee raise burn is, it could be between 6 or 7 o'clock. No, I'm not making a joke. That's when it's supposed to be. Smell like a old foot covered in leathery burnt bacon. Wait, what do you mean the rebels blew up the Death Star? Ah, come
also
on!
Online for the crew tonight is an AGA reading or an anomaly gas
Palpatine.
analyzer checkout. They will test the air inside the cabin. They do this a couple of times a day to make sure that.
What do you mean they blew up the Death Star?
Inside the Orion spacecraft.
What's an aluminum Falcon?
Again, this is the first time we've ever flown humans aboard Orion.
Classic,
It is a
dude.
test flight, and so we're testing every single specification possible in preparation for future missions.
Let everybody know.
Get your 6'2" asthmatic ass back here.
Or I'll tell everybody what a whiny little wimp you were, talking about Padamame or Panda Bear or whatever the hell her name is.
Robot shit is so good.
Yeah. Dan's asking if you've ever worked with Mastinox.
No. But I know of it.
Yeah.
I have heard a lot of things from old timers, guys who used to work like Eastern Airlines, Northwest Airlines, a lot of them. And I have worked with Corban though, which is a pretty nasty corrosion inhibitor. We use it to cover the trunnions, the main trunnion bar on the gears.
No for trunnions?
And non-moving parts. Yeah. But it's to help make sure, like the inside bearings and the bar the thing doesn't corrode or anything.
Cool.
It's pretty important. And it's got all sorts of warnings on it. If you expose your skin to it, you could get cancer and all this other jazz. It's great.
Yep.
I've messed with MEK as well. MEK is great.
Dartha Johnson says, I just joined and heard Mastinox. Nasty Nox is what you called it. 14-year AMP before moving to rockets. There you go, man. There's a lot of AMPs in here, Darth. I'm talking to one right now. Yeah, wait, does it give you actual cancer or is it like state of California cancer?
It's not the state of California kind of cancer. It
Okay.
has the potential to actually give you cancer.
Yeah, okay, that's fair.
Yes, I know the difference.
Okay, cool. MEK is great to clean stuff up, not for living things, though.
No.
There's so many AMPs in here. That's really funny.
Integrity, good checkout.
Okay. There's a good checkout there from the capsule commander.
Okay, excellent news, Christina, and we are discussing if there's anything further we need.
I think we have an operable toilet, chat. No, I'm not kidding. The toilet wasn't working. Did they try turning it on and turning it off again? Yes.
It sounds like they cycled it and then had to prime it with some water or something in order to get the fan turning or something.
They cleared it, to clear the fan out. Mission is good. Honestly, Trojan, the biggest problem that they've had is with this damn toilet. Everything else is going very well.
Yeah, the only things in the count they had was the FTS communication issue, but that was a quick fix from what they were talking about in the press conference. They ground side range just switched over to a separate piece of hardware and switched it. Bless you.
Thank you.
And then the other one was the battery. They had a weird anomaly on battery temp for the launch escapes launch abort system, and they realized that the readings they were getting out were an order of magnitude larger than they would ever see anywhere. And because of that, and because of other atoms they see, they basically said, yeah, it's instrumentation issue. We're just going to go ahead and go. And those are the only issues they had. The leak rate never got above 1.4% from what they said.
Yeah, seals were cherry, dude. So when they rolled, so Ryan, they had been kind of speculating. They didn't say it officially, like over the wet dress rehearsal 1, wet dress rehearsal 2, that they were thinking that rollout was breaking the seals. And so when they rolled out SLS this time,
them, at least.
yeah, exactly. When they rolled out SLS this time, guys, they detensioned the fuel and oxidizer lines that go to the umbilical plate that has the seal. So my guess was those lines were pulling down on the umbilical plate and unseating the seal at like a micron level, which is what you need for hydrogen. It was just a little bit. So what they did was they zip tied. I don't know if it's zip ties, but I want to believe that it's zip ties because that's funny. They zip tied the lines so they're not kind of hanging off the umbilical carrier. And yeah, 1.4% leak rate. They worked great.
It's the kind of fix that I would have come up with as a mechanic.
Of the toilet and
yeah, that was definitely a field fix, and it's righteous that they pulled it off.
Further steps.
Like, I mean, and I know Zach had said this in the past, and I know this is kind of a thing. And NASA a lot of times used to work on the fly and stuff. I mean, heck, square peg in a round hole. Back on Apollo 13, that was an on-the-fly fix. But like, it's nice to see. It really, for some reason, like in the last 15 years, it felt like NASA got away from that. If you know what I mean, EJ, they got away from that kind of thinking, that kind of on the fly.
What happens when you don't fly, dude?
And I think getting back into the moment of flying, having them all getting hyped up. Jared sounds like he's visited with just about every single person he can at NASA, and they're all gung ho for everything he's got planned, and they're coming up with simple solutions to problems that are causing them issues, and there you go. And here we are. Orion is in space. The ICPS is back to go. The ICPS is detached. They're heading towards their apogee, and they'll be at the moon in a few days.
Dude, just W after W. The only L here is that the toilet didn't work, and now it works. So,
I mean, that's not really an L. It works now. It just took a reset. They have never tested this thing before. It's a new design toilet, and something happened, and they fixed it. That's the whole point.
Also, fun fact, that toilet is now 26,470 miles away from the surface of Earth. It is the furthest a toilet has ever been into space.
You know, when they broke the Polaris Dawn record,
yeah.
Ryan Caton on stream did not. He said that a toilet has now been the farthest away from Earth more than any other toilet in history, rather than saying this is the farthest humans have been in 50, 70 years. I was like, yeah, it's a good one.
And at this time, we expect those 4 secondary CubeSat payloads that were on the Space Launch System are expected to have completed their deployment based on their own timers. And we don't have direct confirmation of this, but payload teams will be able to communicate with and track their CubeSats.
The CubeSats on the ICPS were just deployed?
Yep. Let's see. What is an uncontained LPT failure, Ryan?
Low pressure turbine. Oh, he's talking about the A330 from, I think it was in Sao Paulo?
Yeah.
There was a Delta A330 that was taken off from Brazil. I think it was Sao Paulo. And it had an uncontained low-pressure turbine failure, which that's not...
At V1, dude.
Usually, right at lift, right at takeoff.
Right at rotation.
Usually,
that's bad.
Usually, when you get an engine fail, sometimes the turbine the aft of the turbine, so the high, the
Integrity Houston for toilet status.
Aft part of the turbine.
Hold on 1 second.
Sometimes it'll get too hot.
Toilet status. Yeah, and it blew out, right?
This is probably one of the worst things.
The toilet is go for use. We do recommend letting the system get operating speed before donating fluid, and then let it run a little bit after donation.
Huge W.
Did you hear the wording she said?
We are cheers all around.
Donating
fluid. Do that. Regarding
Bro,
the same, we have one.
You gotta be kidding me. What is going on here? I'm calling it that from now on, dude.
We thought you might, so we went ahead and warmed up the heater, so you're good to empty the CCU at your convenience.
What a diplomatic way of saying it over a comms frequency.
And correction, we actually want you to hold off for now on the CCU emptying for potential GNC impact. So we'll let you know when we're ready for that.
They want them to empty the bags into the toilet.
Understood.
The CCUs are the
further confirmation
portable
from the ground teams and crew that the toilet
waste
issues have been resolved, and that the crew will be go to use the toilet as normally planned.
Collapsible contingency urinal. That's right, John.
And they'll empty them and they'll dump the system out. But once they're good, there's no GNC concerns. Anyways. That was hilarious the way that she stated that. It was a very diplomatic way to say before you piss or.
Hey, Winker, you watch it. Long-time lurker, you introduced your 3-year-old and 10-month-old to us. Yeah, great. Right as we're talking about how to fix toilets, dude. No, that's awesome. You're a long-time lurker. You've been watching for a long time. Watched a lot through COVID. Hey, my pleasure, dude. Pleasure's all on this side of the screen. I love this stuff. And I love sharing it with you guys. It's my favorite thing in the world, man. Or, well, not in the world.
There were some pictures posted of the failure. I have never seen a failure like this, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
I haven't.
I'm NASA's PAO Leah Cheshire Mustachio here in Artemis Mission Control, and I'm joined by Dave Dennemiller. He is the Deputy Manager for Orion Guidance, Navigation, and Control.
Orion
Thanks for joining us tonight.
It's a pleasure to be here.
So tell me about your role, and I believe you just came from the MER, is that right?
Yeah, we just came from the MER. I lead a
guidance,
team
navigation, and
people
control.
who developed
GNC.
the guidance, navigation, and control system for Orion. It's kind of a mouthful, but basically, where are we? How do we get to where we want to go? And how do we control the vehicle? We work hand in hand with the people in this room, the flight controllers, and we developed the ProxOps demo and all the other flight ops that we're doing on Artemis 2.
Well, now that we're through the ProxOps demo, I would love to hear about what your team was hoping to learn during that demonstration.
Yeah, it's a very important data collection activity on Artemis 2. There are basically 3 categories of things we wanted to learn. Controlling the vehicle involves a whole loop of hardware, software, and people. So we start with the docking camera view that you saw on the NASA TV. And that goes to the display unit that the crew looks at. The crew has to interpret that image and decide what to do. And they make commands to the computer and the hand controllers that you saw the crew members deflecting. And those go through our algorithms to determine which jets to fire. And then we have some electronics to pass those commands along. And that causes the vehicle to move, which goes back to the docking camera again. So it's a big loop. And the ProxOps was testing that whole loop to see how it worked. The second category of thing is the docking camera. Cameras in space have historically had problems because the space lighting is very, very tough on cameras. The brights are very bright and the darks are very dark. Very high contrast environment. So we've done all the testing we can with the camera on the ground, but there's nothing like testing it in the space environment to see how it will really work. And then the third category of thing is that when we got in close to the ICPS, we're doing very, very, very small maneuvers. They're less than 1/100 of a meter per second. velocity change of the vehicle. They're so low that our IMU can't detect them, so we need a target vehicle out in front of us so that we can actually see the motion. So we collected all that data, and now we have some stuff to look at post-flight.
That's fascinating. And I know pilot Victor Glover was really excited to see.
Hold on. I'll tell you
and really quickly, we are getting an amazing view right now, I believe, from Orion, and that may be the Earth or the Moon in the very background.
Should be the Earth.
Bro, look at the Terminator line. You've got to be kidding me.
It's beautiful.
It actually looks like a crescent Earth there in the background. This view coming from one of the solar array wing cameras aboard Orion.
Look at that, guys.
Integrity Houston for CCU answer.
Every living human, except for 4, is in this picture. Think about that.
Go ahead.
Every human that has ever
Christina,
that is living or has ever lived.
One option is today at NET, 6 hours, 35 minutes, which was during a planned dump time for us. Or we can find a time for you to empty the CCU tomorrow.
Garth, I heard about the saw break. I think their one of their raising burn maneuvers fixed it. I can't see you waving, guys. I'm sorry. My eyes are...
And help me out with that math. How long from now is that dump time for today?
About an hour.
Yeah, they have to time their dumps.
We prefer to do the dump today during that time.
They have to time their dumps because it actually imparts
force on the capsule.
Yeah,
copy, Christina. I will come back to you around that time, letting you know when you're going
so
to
Orion
dump
does have
the
a waste
CCU.
dumping mechanism. Yeah.
So they can't do it.
Perfect. Thank you.
They can't just do it willy-nilly. They have to do it in a spot.
Some more communications with the crew aboard Orion, calling down to Capcom Amy Dill. And this view on your screen, that is Earth in the center of your screen from the Orion spacecraft. Again, a camera mounted aboard the spacecraft's solar array wing, looking back at all of us. Now, I want to get back to our interview. Dave, the Deputy Manager of Guidance, Navigation, and Control for Orion, talking about ProcSOP's a really dynamic time. And we heard from NASA astronaut Victor Glover the entire time that he was piloting the spacecraft. And I know that's additional information for your team as well. So what will you interpret from the information about the spacecraft that Victor called down?
Yeah, the crew's comments, Victor's in particular, are very important to us. Obviously, when the crew is manually controlling the spacecraft, we're interested in that task being easy for them to accomplish. So Victor was given a lot of feedback while he was flying. It shows his test pilot background, because that's what test pilots do. They mention the good, the bad, and the ugly as they're flying.
It's beautiful, dude.
So that's a very important part of this. We're actually going to get a score from them of how Orion did. It's called handling qualities. It's a time-tested tradition in the aircraft world that we adopted for spaceflight back in the shuttle days. So they will give us, actually give us a score. It's called a handling quality score.
Fascinating. So once you get that score from them, when will you get that? And then what will you do to digest that feedback? What's next for your team?
Yeah, we'll dive into all of this. We'll look at the video and look at the commands that the pilots made, that Victor made, and the way the system responded, and look at the video to make sure the vehicle did what we expected it to do. And we'll look at all of that afterwards. We've got Victor's comments live now. We'll get more post-flight when we interview the crew post-flight.
Well, that's great. And I know that this is not the only time during the mission that the crew is manually flying the vehicle.
I don't know, Hydrogen.
There's a manual piloting demo coming up in a few days. So is there anything that your team learned today that helps inform how that demo will go, or any preparations?
Yeah, there's actually lots of different kinds of manual piloting tasks. The one that we did today is one of the more complex ones. We did it first because we needed the ICPS to be there, and the ICPS... We had a limited amount of time before it had to perform its disposal burn. So these other tasks don't require an ICPS. We'll be doing some tasks of pointing the vehicle. We'll ask the crew to point at a star to simulate a future operation where we need to point the vehicle at a target at long range while the target's still at long range. So there's just lots. We're going to turn jets off to simulate a degraded control system and see how the control system responds. So we have a lot of other manual control tasks coming up.
Definitely a lot of action still to come for your group.
Yeah, and all this is we're simulating.
You
stuff
got a
that
while
we need
to get to the moon. You might as
we're
well
not simulating.
try
We're
to
flying
test
stuff
failure
that we
modes while
need
you
to
can as
fly
well.
in a future flight.
Yeah, probably a
so
good idea, Ryan. Right?
If we see any funnies in the data or decide
You
we
have-
need to make
you-
any
you've got
corrections,
days
we have
to
time
test
to make
this,
those
like,
corrections
shut off,
before
just-
the Artemis 3 flight. So
You
this is
just
really
got to
a
make
risk
sure you
buy-down
don't
for Artemis 3.
permanently
That's why we're
accidentally
doing this, is to
mess up software and permanently
get
disable
some
the
of the
thrusters.
system tests behind us
Just,
before we
disable
fly
the thrusters
first
and see
docking
how
through on
the
Artemis 3.
thing works.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or
It's
you
a
just
test
don't
flight.
use
And
those thrusters and
with
see
that,
how you can control
I would love
it
to
that
know
way.
how you feel after a crew has now piloted Orion for the very first time.
Oh, it's always a great feeling to see something that your team developed go fly for real. I've been around for a while. I've seen this many times, but the luster never fades. It's always fun to actually fly and see your stuff in operation.
Absolutely.
I can only imagine. I'm so excited for your team.
Dude, you feel like $1 million if you get something to work in KSP. I can only imagine the real thing. I would feel like a rock star. Like, I'd go into a bar and be like, yo, I'm awesome. My spacecraft works. And they'd be like, who are you? Leave, you weirdo. And I'd be like, all right, I'll see you later. Look at that shot, man. What?
Earlier, someone had mentioned that low pressure turbine failure. I've never seen that. I sent you a Reddit post of all the pictures.
Oh yeah, let's see. What do we got?
I have never seen a casing split open like that before. That's
jeez. Whoa. Wow, that is.
Keep going to the side. That's if you.
Oh, that's.
Look at that.
Dude.
The casing split straight open.
Dude, not only did it split open, but the flange is bent. And not like a little bit. That's really bent.
It literally popped all of the bolts out. All the bolts were completely ripped off. And then the flange bent.
Wow, that is a violent failure. Dude. Yeah, you know what, Ryan? You have probably more experience than me. I've never seen that. Like that.
This beautiful view.
Happen.
Wow.
Coming
that
from Orion on the Artemis 2 mission and a camera on the spacecraft's solar array wing.
That was
looking back at all of us here on Earth. Spacecraft now over 27,000 miles away from our home planet.
What's amazing though is it all blasted out the bottom. And I don't think any shrapnel went into the plane. So it was all contained within the engine itself.
Oh my god. That is violent. Wow. Dude, look at it. There, you could see where one of the turbine vanes shot out right there, and it tore through the outer housing like paper. It literally looks like torn paper. That's aluminum, dudes. It's like, all right.
That's not aluminum.
What is this? What is the casing made out of, Ryan?
That's that's either high temp steel. That could be stainless or high temp steel or whatnot. The blades are Inconel because that's turbine.
Yeah. So it's hot.
Inconel blades with steel. That's not aluminum. That's the high temp section,
dude. And
that's a little bit. That's a low pressure turbine. That's a little bit after the compressor, not the compressor, the combustion chamber.
Yeah.
Like
actually,
if you go to one of the bigger, if you go to one of the bigger ones out, or if you go over a little bit more, you should be able to see where the fuel inlets are. On the side of the engine. So that's that big pipe. That's a bleed duct. That's what it should be.
Yep.
And then just on the inside of that should be That should be the combustion chamber in there.
Yeah, your combustor's right. It's right below the bleed pipe.
It should be right around there. Yeah.
That's bananas, dude. I mean, and dude, if that, yeah, that's right. It's hot side of the freaking engine. The fact that something ripped through that steel like it was paper should show you how violent this is. Yeah, that's right. I was like sitting there. I'm like, oh, it's aluminum. No, that's steel, and it ripped through it. Steel doesn't crack, guys. It doesn't crack like that. It usually just breaks, like it bends.
Because in this is probably dual spool. So you got your main fan in front.
Yeah.
So you got the main bypass fan, and then the bypass duct that goes through it. Behind that, you have your two sets of compressors for the dual spools, and then you get the combustor, then you get the high pressure turbine, then you get the low pressure turbine behind that, and then that's the exhaust.
Yep.
That's
bananas.
You can see the EGT set, the EGT line, like that shouldn't happen.
Yeah, that is
that shouldn't happen.
That's just catastrophic failure, dude. I've never seen, dude. I can't, dude. It didn't even like shear it. The turbine blades didn't they're keyed in, right? Like they sheared the blades off of the turbine. Like the keys are still there.
What likely happened is there was massive degradation. There was probably a decent degradation in the. I don't know if it was in the. I don't know what the high pressure turbine looks like, but there's when one of those blades give way, it can easily start a chain reaction where the rest of the blades just get it completely obliterated.
Cascading failure.
Yeah, because that turbine should be spinning at 30,000 RPM.
Yeah, well, yeah, especially during V1, that's when it's cranked to 11. You know what I mean?
Yeah, max or more, probably more.
Hunter,
I don't know what that engine is there, but that's beautiful.
I don't hate that, man. That's really good.
Spoiled fruit. So spoiled fruit. I wouldn't say a maintenance failure. What could have happened is that could have been a high time engine. And it was probably close to needing a boroscope, and they had damaged blades in there. They didn't really know they have damaged blades, and then it failed. I'm just going to tell you this. When you go fly on planes, a lot of times the engines that are on your aircraft are going to be missing blades or have cracks in blades or blades are missing parts. Those engines will still run just fine.
We are now 5 hours and 45 minutes mission elapsed time, or 5 hours and 45 minutes since launch of the Artemis 2 mission. This view looking back on Earth from one of the cameras on the spacecraft's solar array wing. Things will start to get a little quieter from the crew. Of course, we heard quite a lot from them during the Prox operations demonstration when pilot Victor Glover manually flew the spacecraft around the interim cryogenic propulsion stage.
What are the current contingencies?
With that complete, the crew conducted some troubleshooting for toilet issues they were experiencing earlier. And
it's really when they get past TLI, translunar injection, tomorrow night, that's when it gets real, because I think their abort contingency goes out to 6 hours past translunar injection. So basically 24 hours from now, you'll hit a point where you can either get home in 8 hours or you can get home in 8 days. And that's where this is going to get a little dangerous. Right now, everything is going great. Kevis, could you please refresh my memory? I'm starting to get very tired. You were talking about the timeline. What are we looking at here? Yeah, translunar injections over here. That's when it gets real. Basically, what does bias XSI mean, or DFTO? So I don't know exactly what it means. It's talking about they're talking about the orientation of the spaceship. If I had to guess that bias XSI is putting Orion into a configuration where it's doing a barbecue roll, So that if this is the spacecraft that's doing this, they do that for thermal mitigation to make sure that one side of the spacecraft doesn't heat up in the sun, right? So Orion will align to the normal axis. So the normal axis relative.
Do a barrel roll.
Do a barrel roll, right? So like let's say the sun is here. Say the Earth's here. It'll be pointed up and down relative, like basically it'll align with the sun's north and south pole. So it's kind of orbiting like this. And then they'll just keep rotating it as it goes around. It's vehicle orientation. That's what that means. You can see here, OPCOM is that's when they position the antennas so control can control the vehicle while the crew is sleeping. Yeah, this is the orientation of the spacecraft when you're on orbit. Also, do a barrel roll, Ryan.
Oh, I missed that game.
Yeah, right.
N64.
Minus XSI is ohm engine pointed to the sun. Oh, okay. So it's not like this. Then you were talking about a radial alignment to the sun. So why would you do that instead of what I was talking about? You do the other thing that I was talking about for thermal mitigation. You would point the engine towards the sun because you want to put the heat shield between you and all the radiation that the sun is giving off. Put the heat shield between you and that. They did the same thing with the space shuttle when it was around low Earth orbit. They would always point the bottom of the orbiter towards the sun. That also can, when the heat shield's pointed at it, can help you with thermals. And also, yeah, you want to put a lot of things between you and the sun out there as best as you can. You don't want to get irradiated too much. So inertially point negative X to sun. So that means the long axis of the vehicle rocket guy is the X axis. They're using they would be using Z up orientation here, if I'm understanding that right.
RB Gamer, Halo Custom Games Night when? Oh my goodness. I don't have all the good maps that I had up back on my 360, like the Fat Kid maps.
There's no up in space. Shut up.
I don't. Nice. I don't have those anymore, but I'd have to rebuild them or try to find a way to download them to MCC or something.
Nice, Onyx. That's funny. Z would be seat back axis in the cabin. Yeah, okay, cool.
No, I told EJ a few times we should do a legendary run through MCC or something, or just run through the MCC as a whole. Start with Halo, go all the way to. We can stop at 3. We don't have to do 4, but
No, 4. No, we don't need to do that. We could stop at 3 or do OEST and reach, and that's it.
Yeah. Oh, we can do. Yeah.
Maneuver in
Hold
2 minutes for the bearing DFTL.
So DFTL, that they're going to reorient here.
Integrity copies. And timeline question. Would you
Boreal,
like us to do the PCS O2N2 med checkout activity?
Indeed we would, and you are going step 1.1.
Screw rate Delta 4 Heavy. It's going to be kind of hard. That rocket doesn't exist anymore.
Also, Orion, Delta 4 Heavy plus Orion wasn't really that powerful to put it many places. Really? Just put Orion on top of a super heavy booster and just expend the booster. I think it'd get it enough velocity, right?
Dude, I'm fine with just putting it on VC6 Vulcan. I disagree with Alex. I still think that would have enough with the SPS to at least get you into Leo. Ideally New Glenn, but yeah, VC6 could do the job. DFTO is driver focused telemetry orientation. Interesting. Huh. Are you going to cover NG3? Yeah, I'll be here for it.
Looks like everything's going to get spread out. Well, At this rate, it really looks like Artemis will be done by the time New Glenn goes. It will be done by the time New Glenn goes.
Integrity,
the New Glenn goes.
Those prop RCS cautions are understood per the maneuver that we're doing now.
DFTO is developmental flight test objective. Oh, yeah. DFTO, that makes more sense.
Wow, you know what? I just thought of it.
We copy.
We're getting, if things hold, we're getting a super heavy lift rocket every 2 weeks for the next 6 weeks. SLS, New Glenn, Falcon Heavy, Starship Flight 12. Assuming Starship Flight 12 goes in
that call
middle
from ground
May.
teams to the crew.
You got Artemis beginning of the month, New
Letting
Glenn
them know
middle of
that
the month,
any
Falcon
warnings
Heavy
they
end
see
of the
on their
month,
screens can be
and
ignored.
Super
No
Heavy
action is
middle
required
of May
of them
possibly,
right
or
now.
earlier.
Yeah,
Bang, 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 bang. Every super heavy lift rocket in existence.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it.
Every 2 weeks, which is a nice spread.
Those are
That's a
reported
nice
by
spread.
prop about the
That's
reaction
gonna
control
be
system
that's gonna be
thrusters.
pretty
We've
neat.
seen those
How
a
neat
couple
is
of
that?
times tonight, and teams on the ground are working a forward path.
And one of them being a crude flight.
Right now,
that's
they'll be
pretty
able
cool.
to
I like
quiet
that.
those alerts on the crew's displays.
Holy crap, dude. Super
Only
heavy
one-
spring. That's right.
But the really stinky thing about it is only one of them is recoverable. At the time, only one will likely be recovered.
Yeah, but in the future, though, there's the DFTO reorientation going on right now. Covering Starlink in 7 hours? No. Well, I don't know. Maybe. I don't know. When's the perigee raise burn? Let me get the timeline up.
The Starlink mission was set for...
Perigee raise is around 8 tomorrow.
It was set for 7:52 a.m. to 12:52 p.m. Eastern time. That's the window.
Yeah.
Or something.
Oh, well, that's good. I can probably get about 6 hours of sleep here. If I go to bed in the free time here. Dude, look at that shot, man. Look at the shot of all the business end of the SPS.
Seeing some movement on your screen as Orion moves into its next attitude.
You know, calling it the SPS is a disservice.
Again, this video coming from the tip of a camera on the solar
That's not
array
the true
wing.
surface propulsion system.
Yeah, the nozzle's wrong.
That's the TEMU.
You also have a great view now of the European service module and that OMS engine.
It's not ES.
That's the
not
Orbital
European
Maneuvering
Space
System
Agency's fault,
engine. This is a
No, that's definitely
NASA-provided
our
and
fault.
refurbished engine. So far, not including today, it had been to space 19
Not sure
times on
exactly.
3 different space shuttles.
What? That engine's flown 19 times?
The
You're
OMS
going to get
engine
rid of
provides
it?
about 6,000 pounds of thrust,
You guys
and
suck.
if you strapped it to a car on Earth, it would go from 0 to 60 miles per hour in about 2.7 seconds.
Hey, EJ.
What?
Check general chat in the NSF Discord there.
We're talking about the upstairs?
Yeah.
All right, what do we got?
What Ryan Caton
Now
posted.
5 hours and 55 minutes since liftoff of the Artemis 2 mission.
That's...
It's a great...
We can't show them that, man, damn it.
I know, sorry.
The Artemis 2 crew continuing to configure the cabin aboard the spacecraft. Again, a very long day for them, having woken up about 8 hours prior to launch. Now coming up on 6 hours mission elapsed time.
Oh, yeah. That's so good.
What's that pink dot? I'm not sure if that's glare or if that's the moon. This is most definitely Earth. Yeah.
It's gotta be. I think that's glare.
It's Nibiru. Shut up, butter.
I don't think the moon would be that visible.
Shifty! Shifty Shy Carps. Welcome to Mission Control. Your go at throttle up. Dude, that freaking I can't, man. Like, it's so funny. In this attitude, Orion's nose is pointed at the moon, roughly. Okay. What would they be? What would this vehicle configuration be used for development of flight tests or orientation? Like, what are they looking for here, Boreal? Like, I'm not 100. I understand. I know what DFTO means, in the context of developmental flight test objectives, right? What specifically are we trying to replicate or test here?
Oh, this is cool. I just noticed this, EJ. Someone.
Star Tracker. Cool. Yeah, possible.
Someone did a little edit. Which it almost looks like it would fit perfectly into like one of those beginning reels of For All Mankind.
The DFTO on the timeline is for OPCOM activation when the crew goes to sleep. They're in BIOS XSI right now. Got it. Shifty, you forgot you changed your name. Feels bad. Identify. Brand new subscriber. Identify yourself. What was your old name? Shifty Shylock. Got it. Well, now you're Shifty Shy Carbs. Nice, Ryan. That's cool. They are connected through the Deep Space Network. We got to go over here, give that a quick refresh. Artemis 2 is using Madrid right now. We're Madrid 54 and Madrid 56.
Six hours now since the launch of Artemis 2, the Orion spacecraft atop the Space Launch System rocket. This is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft.
56 is just downlink. Yeah, 54 is for sending and receiving, guys. Nozzle moved?
And space.
Whoa.
Atop the Space Launch System rocket.
Look.
This is a test flight and the first flight of humans aboard the spacecraft.
They're doing thrust vector control checkout on the SPS.
This view on your screen coming from the Orion spacecraft, a camera on its solar array wing looking back at us on Earth. Now we do have 4 astronauts working aboard the spacecraft. The commander is NASA astronaut Reed Wiseman. He's a Baltimore native. He's been in space before, and he was a flight engineer for Expedition 41 aboard the International Space Station from May through November 2014. A total 165-day mission, working on science experiments in areas like human physiology, medicine, physical science, earth science, and astrophysics. He also served as chief of NASA's astronaut office from December 2020 to November 2022. A legislative fellow in the U.S. Senate. His first trip to space was in November 2020. He launched as the pilot of NASA's SpaceX Crew 1 mission, that was the first operational mission of our commercial crew program, resumed launching American rockets from American soil to the space station since the end of the shuttle program. Victor is a U.S. Navy captain and naval aviator who served as a test pilot He has more than 3,500 flight hours in over 40 different aircraft. He added a spacecraft to that today as he piloted Orion during the manual flight of the proximity operations demonstration. And he and his wife have 4 children.
'54 is prime, 56 wing supporting. Planning to hand over to Goldstone around when the crew goes to sleep tonight. Yep. Thanks for all the info, Boreal. I appreciate you, man.
Next
Good
up is
stuff.
NASA astronaut Christina Cook. She is a mission specialist aboard Artemis 2 and a native of Grand Rapids, Michigan. She was selected to the astronaut corps in 2013, being in the same class as Victor. She's previously served as a flight engineer on the space station from March 2019 to February 2020, making her the holder of the record for the longest single space flight by a woman. That's 328 consecutive days in space. She also participated in the first ever all-female spacewalk with NASA astronaut Jessica Meir, who's now living and working aboard the space station. And before becoming an astronaut, Christina helped build space science instruments and led scientific fieldwork in some of the most remote environments on the planet. She loves surfing, rock climbing, community service, yoga, travel, and photography. Rounding out our crew is
why don't you just go be good at everything, Christina?
Jeremy
Jeez.
Hansen. He is a first-time flyer and will be the first
what don't
Canadian
you
to
like?
fly
all look
around the
bad.
moon. He is a London,
She's
Ontario
awesome.
native and was selected as an astronaut in
good.
2009.
When you really look
Since
at a
then,
lot
he's
of the
worked as a
NASA
Capcom
astronauts,
here
it's
in
like,
Mission
Jesus
Control in
Christ,
Houston.
we all look
Capcom stands for
horrible.
Capsule Communicator,
Well, I
and
made
that's
my
the
bed
single
today,
person
so-
in Mission Control
You know.
communicating with the astronauts in space.
Good. I make my bed every day.
He's also
Just
participated
saying.
in training exercises like living on the ocean floor off the coast of Florida to help simulate deep space exploration. In 2017, he became the first Canadian to lead a NASA astronaut class. He enjoys getting out on a sailboat, rock climbing, and mountain biking, and he and his wife have 3 children.
That's Jeremy Hansen. He's RCAF fighter pilot, guys.
I'm in space.
CF-18s, if I'm remembering correctly.
Yeah, the Canadian version of the F-18. Which
Yep.
isn't really that much different.
No,
But, yeah.
they got to put a C in front of it because that shows that it's a Canadian plane.
It's like the F-15S. It's the Singapore version of the F-15. It's like, okay.
Nah, I like Jeremy Hansen. That guy's cool.
I think the K model was Korean.
Yep.
Which is, like, okay, we're just going to attach a different letter to it. It's not really a different model. It's just who we're selling it to.
Export, Now, the Japanese F-16, the Mitsubishi F2, believe it or not, Doom, it looks like an F-16. That is not an F-16. It's actually bigger, like way bigger. It is a scaled up F-16. It is weird.
And then seeing it with conformal fuel tanks makes it even weirder.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Yeah, the F2 looks like just an F-16. It is actually gigantic comparatively to one.
I wonder if NASA's keeping their official broadcast running nonstop.
I think they are. See? Look at the Block 40 F-16C and look at the F2. Actually, sorry, I reversed it. It's smaller. Excuse me.
No.
Oh, no. Sorry. Looking at the diagram backwards because I've been up for...
It's a weird diagram.
Streaming for 17 hours straight. Sorry. Yeah.
Same engine, but it's a little bit bigger aircraft.
Yeah. Oh, God, that's freaking gore. All right, no more of that. Hey, Jim, thanks for the raid, dude. Legacy Hornet versus a Superbug. Yeah, exactly. Like that's another thing, Nader. Yeah, the Super Hornet is way bigger than an FA-18. Like, way bigger.
Super Hornet supremacy over Fat Amy. All day, every day. For those of you who don't know what the Fat Amy is, that's the F-35. That is the Air Forces and Navy. I've heard Air Force and Navy pilots call it that. That's how they look at it. and I kind of agree with them. Why in the name of all things holy would you make a supposed attack/air superiority fighter for the Air Force and the Navy with a single engine? Not especially these days. The F-16 is the F-16, but you're going to replace two-engine F-15 and F-18 with that?
Houston's here.
Hold on.
Okay, Amy, we are. We got the 4K camera encoder installed and the camera is set up. Are we doing scene and voice for a PAO, or are we skipping that for today?
Please do the event. I want to see 4K on board.
We do want to do a checkout of the 4K encoder, but we don't need to do scene and voice checks.
Damn it!
Someone asked, "Are you going to VTOL with two engines?" No, you're not going to VTOL at all.
Been clear. We won't be doing a formal scene and voice check for PAO purposes, but we'll do a quick one just for the encoder checkout.
Oh, yes. Ask Ryan's opinion on the F-47.
Okay, so there is no PAO event, but we are going to do a copy. We're setting it up now.
I'm good.
Good copy.
Made by Boeing. What do you think it's going to be?
That's the answer I thought. I got it, Drew. No event. I got to hear that one more time, dudes.
So there is no PAO event, but we are going to do a 4K encoder checkout copy. We're setting it up now.
I thought they said for the small PAO event they'd do a really, really quick one just to check the encoder out.
They're going to do an encoder checkout, and then they were going to do the PAO event after, but I guess they're not doing the PAO event. Public Affairs Officer, Doom. They really should do... Oh, dude, there's the onboard! There's an onboard! In 4K! Yo!
And Integrity Houston, we do have you on video for the 4K encoder checkout.
Dude! Look at that! Come on, just flip over to that, please!
Audio checks with the wireless mic.
Enhance. Dude, that is clean, man.
Go full screen, NASA. Go full screen.
Please.
Even if it is for like 30 seconds, go full screen.
Mission elapsed time is 6 hours and 10 minutes. Here, guys, we are...
6 hours and 10 minutes since
just said that, Leah.
I just did audio with the wireless mic. Did you copy?
29,779 miles from Earth, and you're getting a 4K image.
And we copy good audio on the handheld mic.
That is great news. We're ready to call 4K encoder checkout complete if you are.
Please.
We concur. 4K checkout complete. And whenever you're ready, I have some words about S-band string swap that we're interested in having you all perform. And it's great to see you all wave 4 smiling voices, and we are really enjoying seeing you up there.
Not as much as we're enjoying being here.
Facts.
That is true.
And Rise is also smiling at you guys.
0G indicator is smiling as well. Well, that's just the shame that there's no PAO event.
Well, I wonder if they're like just really tired and they just don't want to do it. Which
Possible.
I don't blame them.
No, that's possible. Rise is always
we'll
smiling.
Get one tomorrow.
Yep. Yeah. Right. Yeah.
And
we got 10 days here.
To be ready for your words about, I think you said S-band. Stand by.
What's tomorrow's planned? Well, let me bring up the schedule.
Standing by.
So
I think
What's up?
I was about to say, I think they're trying to get everything they can done as quick as they
public
can
affairs
so they can try to
event,
get some
the
sleep.
crew has completed a checkout.
Yeah, that split sleep schedule is gonna kill them. Like not literally, like that'll
Completing that
kick the
installation
trash out of
tonight
you.
will allow us to have them conduct some events starting tomorrow.
Yep. There are other
This view on
PAO
your
events
screen coming
scheduled.
from Orion, looking back at all of us on Earth. This is coming from a camera mounted on one of the spacecraft's solar array wings. Just a little crescent Earth. Now 6 hours and 12 minutes since launch. The first flight of humans aboard Orion.
Edmund, I took off my suit when the astronauts took off their suits, and I will don the suit when the astronauts have their suits on.
Yeah, I wonder if they're trying to just get through everything so they can try to get to that sleep time sooner. I think that's what they're trying to do.
Yep.
So I skip the PAO. They're just performing their checklist, and then NASA will leave them alone.
Yeah. So after this on the timeline, guys, they have so PMC, private medical conference. This is none of that is ever streamed. That is because of HIPAA. That's where they talk to NASA's flight surgeon. They basically talk to their doctor about 0G exposure. No, that's basically a checkup that they have, a conference call with a doctor that each individual astronaut has, to make sure that everybody, survived this whole insane amount of events happening really, really quickly here. This whole thing right there. And then flight director conference. They're going to talk with flight directors. Make sure everything's good before they have some free time, look out the windows, and then go to sleep. Guys, I will I'll probably go right at the PMC, and then I will be back for the perigee raise burn.
Yeah, because they're probably doing the PMC right now. That's why comms are off.
Yeah, most likely.
They're probably working a few things and then doing the PMC.
There, Jess.
And then they'll do the flight director conference. They may not even turn on Vox for that. I don't know if we'll even hear it.
Yeah, Pilk, the schedule that astronauts have here, you do try to get a lot of work done when they're up there, but you also don't want to push the crew too hard. During Apollo 7, when the crew didn't quarantine before the launch and they got sick, they were trying to get them to do everything, and they're like, "Guys, we're sick." They're like,
"Was it Wally Schirra just made it utterly difficult for everyone as commander of Apollo 7?
They're like, "Yeah, you need to go do this," and they're like, "No."
I do not have
yeah, I'm not
go
doing
with
that.
the S-band string, and if I need to get one, I'll get one.
I don't think so, of course.
Copy. We know you're doing much cabin config, but first off, we did want to check if the EMER mass deploy is complete.
So, perigee raise.
Affirmative.
Great, thank you. And then for the S-band
Is
string
at
swap,
7:53 tomorrow morning.
We do want you to perform an S-band string swap back to string 1. We think the
That'll-
communication issues earlier
So,
in the mission
6
were
hours
due
from
to
now.
a ground issue, but we want to confirm good comm on string 1. I have a procedure when you're ready to copy.
Right, Pi? Yeah, the freaking telemetry. They're 4,900 miles an hour, but they're 30,000 miles
21,
up.
Decimal
Dude.
1, decimal 3, S-band string swap, perform all steps.
Can you believe that, man? There's people on this thing, and that's Earth.
And do we have a get well plan if we don't pick you up on the other string?
When is TLI? Tomorrow evening. Underpants. Flight day 2.
Checking.
Sounds like they're screwing with some S-band.
And Reed, if you swap
Yeah.
to string 1 and you don't
All
have
right, Christian.
comm with us for
See you
2
tomorrow
minutes,
morning.
you can swap back to string 2.
Okay, that sounds good. And can Christina go for her PAO teardown activity?
Do I have the live telemetry?
You are go for the PAO deactive activity.
Okay, yeah, they're breaking everything down, guys. We're pretty much, it's going to be quiet from here on out, hopefully.
21.1.3 is going into work, and we have at least one use on fluids in the toilet, and it worked great.
There you go.
We are so
Toilet's
happy to
working
hear
great.
that.
Yep. Somebody used the toilet and it worked.
And Christina is wondering how long until the CCU dump.
One donation sent.
Approximately.
I was about to say, we can start tracking donations.
That's awful.
Like Jay tracks the
approximately 15 minutes to
stick
the
load on
CCU
ISS.
dump, and we'll give you a
Oh,
call
God.
as a reminder.
Copy.
So Mutter gave us a compilation when they were doing thrust vector control checkout here on the motor. Look at that. This was probably about 30 to 45 minutes ago. Hey, Sirat, with $1. Thank you. Yeah, see? They were wiggling around the SPS a little while ago.
Houston integrity check on string 1.
Cool. Thanks, Mutter.
Loud and clear. How me?
We have you the same. We are on the
I accept
stand,
tips,
string 1
gods.
primary.
If
Let's
you click on the tips down there on the Twitch stream, yeah. You can tip the stream. Tips are appreciated, but they ain't
We'll
expected.
be staying on string 1.
Timu SPS. How does one get access to the Discord? Well, first of all, you got to rub your hands together like this, and then you got to put them like this, Darth, and then you got to say, ravioli, ravioli, give me the formuloni. No, I'm just kidding. Here, I just typed the Discord. The link's in there
Astronauts
if you want
aboard
to join up.
Orion calling down to speak with Artemis
sounds
Mission
like Jake
Control
Higgins
here
all
at
for
Johnson
it,
Space Center in
EJ.
Houston, Texas.
Oh, God, no.
Right of your screen. Capcom, or capsule communicator.
Please
right
do
now
not
is
do
Amy
that.
Dill. She has been speaking with the crew since the Orbit 1
If you look
shift
at
took
general
over.
chat.
The capsule communicator is the only person in mission control that speaks directly with the crew.
Very nice
See her
demo.
there, down closer
Very nice.
to the bottom left of your screen, and right next to her is NASA astronaut Raja Chari.
It's Jeff Radigan, capsule communicator right there. Raja Chari is over there. Raja's an astronaut. He's been up to the ISS before.
Having one voice in mission control speaking with the crew allows us to keep communications clear and concise. They gather information from all of the flight controllers here in the room alongside the flight director and make decisions on what they need to share with the crew aboard Orion.
Yeah, I got you, Jay. I'd prefer this one, especially if I'm going to be not here, getting some sleep. Yeah. I'm going to leave the stream up for the night. I'd prefer the one where Leah is talking, the PAO. Speaking of that, guys, it's 1 o'clock. I'm going to try to go get some sleep. I'm going to probably... So, this is where I'm going to put the stream on by itself. Ryan, thanks for being with me. I appreciate it, man.
Yeah, it's fun. It was a whole lot of fun talking about Artemis and everything. It's always fun hanging out with you, EJ.
Yeah, man, it's a good time. Okay, so yeah, I'm gonna disconnect out of the call. Ryan, I'll see you tomorrow, undoubtedly. You know, you can come back if you want.
Yeah, I'll see. All right.
All right. See you, buddy. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
All right, guys. So once again, I'm keeping the stream up. I have to jog the YouTube VOD, right? I got to jog the YouTube VOD because the YouTube VODs can only go 12 hours. So, yeah, we will
Discovery,
actually probably a good idea to do this part 1. Okay. You have your alarm set to wake up. So let's take a look at the schedule, guys, before we go any further. Thanks for streaming. What a day. Hell yeah, man. 17 hours, dude. It's been a great day. Yep. Once again, I will keep the stream on. I am going to be here. I'll be back before the perigee raising burn. And then, yeah, we'll go from PRB basically to the right around here tomorrow. And then I'm going to sleep again. So do we have couch cam? Hell no, you don't have couch cam. So let me just see. What time is that happening? So the perigee crew wake up is at 6:49, guys. I will can we have Titan cam then? Titan isn't here, man. Rev, great day. Looking forward to jumping into chat into the weekend. Here's to another 10 exciting days. Yep. Yeah, non-playing, that would have been good. The crew's gonna wake up around 6:49, guys. So I should be back in here. Probably I'll probably shoot for 6:30 last. Guys, Pawn Sister, I'm trying to freaking go to sleep, dude. I just went outside and noticed the moon. Looking at the moon feels different today. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I'll I don't know. What do you think? Be here at 6:30, something like that. I think 6:30 would be good. Will you sleep for 4 hours just like the crew? I'm gonna get a little bit more sleep than them, Ivan, but yeah, I'm compounding their free time on the mission timeline with sleep periods. So, all right. So, fellas, let's jog the YouTube VOD, and then I will. I'm gonna go catch some Z's, but I will keep the stream going. This stream is gonna go. We're going through the whole thing, or at least I'm gonna try. We'll see how this goes. All right, stand by for loss of signal on the first part of the YouTube VOD as expected. On Twitch, just chill here.